Chapter 261 God's Relics. God's Relics. After a long time, the middle-aged wizard exhaled and spoke. His eyes showed complex emotions, including greed, awe, and fear. All kinds of emotions intertwined together made people extremely complicated. Deacon, what are God's relics? A wizard with two cloud patterns asked next to him. Quincy was silent after hearing this, as if he was thinking about something. The people around were waiting, and no one dared to urge him. After a while, Quincy spoke. The so-called God's relics are the permanent traces or traumas caused by the battles at the level of gods to the world. There are often residual powers of gods, reflections of gods, etc. God? The God of light? A spell exclaimed. And Quincy sneered after hearing this. The God of light? He is just a god of faith who was created by picking up trash after the historical fault. If it were in ancient times, this kind of god of faith would be stored in the material cabinet of the laboratory and only appear on the laboratory table. It is only worthy of being a spellcasting material set by the mage for the rule. Speaking of this, Quincy looked up and seemed to be a little afraid. He lowered his voice a little, but his tone did not change at all. According to the historical records excavated, the remains of gods are often caused by the ancient god Titan and the ancient wizards who control the floating city. It is said that the era with the most remains of gods is the era when the ancient wizards began to prosper. All over the world, various traces were left by hunting the ancient god Titan. Quincy's eyes showed a trace of yearning, and a wizard next to him couldn't help asking, Deacon, why is it when it started to prosper? Isn't it the most prosperous time? Otherwise, why didn't you hunt the ancient god Titan later? Quincy glanced at the young wizard and asked lightly, then guess, why is Titan called an ancient god? The mage was stunned when he heard this, and the next moment his eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. At this time, another mage quickly seized the opportunity to ask, then, Lord Deacon, since this kind of ruins has existed since ancient times, why did it appear only now? If the relics of the gods are the wounds brought to the world by the gods, then the world will heal itself. This is like the situation where the wounds on the human body are scarred, but the inside has not healed. With a slight movement, the wound will naturally be exposed again. Quincy recalled what he saw in a book of speculation fragments, and combined with some of his own guesses. He said, then, Lord Deacon, since it is a newly born relic of the gods, should we have a two-pattern mage next to us slightly gesture towards the dragon power area? Quincy moved slightly, but felt the dragon power a little, and then shook his head. Every relic of the gods must be a life-restricted area. Even a noble legend may die if he enters. We are not qualified to explore it at all. I have reported this matter to Elder Tianyu. Elder Tianyu will certainly report this to the Parliament, and let the Parliament organize the exploration. One thing Quincy didn't say was that after the gods' ruins were born, a group of strong people would often appear at a very fast speed to guard them. This strong person could be a human, a monster, or other elemental life. They are all different. The only thing they have in common is that they are almost irrational and extremely dangerous. So the best time to explore the gods' ruins is when they just appear. At this time, you only need to face various terrifying extreme environments, attack projections, and projections of gods. Once the gods' ruins are given a period of time, then when you enter them again, in addition to facing extreme environments, attack projections, and projections of gods, you also need to guard against the ubiquitous monsters and strong people. The longer they are, the stronger they are. Over time, the gods' ruins will become a completely restricted area that cannot be shaken. It is even said that more than one legend whose lifespan is close to the limit died in the gods' ruins. And there are countless masters. Quincy restrained his desire and asked casually without stepping into the Longway area, is Dur back? What happened to that player? After we figure it out, we will go and clean up that group of players. I just need a place to stay when the elders come. Not yet. Probably soon. Not back yet. Nothing happened? Quincy calculated the time, frowned, feeling something was wrong. But a mage next to him said confidently, don't worry, Deacon. Dur's job transfer is to the shadow assassin excavated from the ancient mage ruins. This assassin's concealment ability ranks among the top among all assassin professions. Coupled with a matching stealth suit, there is no problem. Maybe Dur is playing. He sometimes delays a little time. Otherwise, look, this contract jade token is fine. The mage said while holding up a jade token. but a crisp sound came out as soon as he took it out. Crack! The jade token broke into several pieces. The faces of many mages changed. Are those shadow rats here too? In another corner outside the Longway area, a mage in a red robe asked. There were also 3 cloud patterns woven with gold threads on his red robe. Yes, I smell them. Sneaking around. But it seems they are going after that group of players. Okay. Don't worry about them. I didn't expect there is a newly born ruin of a god here. Notify the elders first. And focus on exploring the ruins of the gods. The red-robed deacon Alvin pondered for a moment. Recalled what Fei Rui had said before he came out. Took out a wooden box and put it in his hand. Pondered for a moment. And then said, well, Locke, you lead the team to go and inform the player named Fong Bai, telling them that they have been targeted by the Shadow Tower. If he wants shelter, you can bring him here. Also, give this to him, and say that Fei Rui brought it to him. After Alvin finished speaking, he handed the wooden box to Locke. Although he didn't understand Fei Rui's decision and didn't want to give it to Fong Bai, but he had already persuaded, and since Fei Rui still decided, he couldn't say anything more. Just do it. Lest Fei Rui have a plan. He would disrupt it by taking the initiative. Locke nodded immediately and raised his chin slightly. I will convince him and bring him back. In Locke's view, although they called the people of the Shadow Tower Shadow Rats, this group of people was one of the 7 magician towers after all. No matter the strength or background, it is not comparable to a player. The simplest truth is that even if they are all mages, even if they are of the same level and the same equipment, the mages from the Mage Tower can beat several other mages, and the stronger ones can beat 10 of them. So to be precise, there are 2 types of mages in this world. First, the tower mages. Second, the mages outside the tower. If it weren't for this, the tower wouldn't have become a holy place for all mages. Locke raised his chin slightly and walked towards the Tiandong Pavilion with 2 people. Chapter 262 Contempt. Locke, why do you think Lord Fei Rui gave the mulch to that player? Although it is only a piece of incomplete mulch, it is also very valuable. I heard that Lord Fei Rui directly spent all his contribution points. A mage looked at the box and said with a little jealousy, just a player. Locke was also a little puzzled when he heard it. Recalling Alvin's attitude just now, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. As soon as the thought moved, a spell model was formed immediately. As the spell took effect, silk threads instantly formed and appeared in all directions and quickly approached the box, and then intertwined to form a large net to wrap the box tightly. The mage next to him was immediately enlightened when he saw it. Sealing spell? Yes. The mage next to him suddenly became excited. Ha ha ha. Now that player can only watch helplessly. As everyone knows, in addition to the caster removing the sealing spell, there is only one way to remove it by force. That is to say, it is much stronger than the caster, and can directly crush all the secrets of the seal. But which player? Poochie. What are you laughing at? Locke asked. And the mage next to him immediately said, Poochie, I thought of something happy. Locke laughed when he heard it, and raised his chin arrogantly. I want to see what this player can do to make Lord Fei Rui pay so much attention to him. Follower? Is he worthy? If you can't break the seal, just wait for a day, and wait for the effect of the seal to be lifted by itself. Locke sneered, without hesitation, and immediately walked towards the direction of Tiandong Pavilion. In a flash, the 2 came to the outside of Tiandong Pavilion. Looking at the gatekeeper, Locke said arrogantly, Go. Heal you. Locke thought for a long time, but couldn't remember the name of the player. He was just a player. So why should he remember his name? He thought about it, and continued immediately. Go and call your boss out. Jiang Biao, who was on duty today, frowned and stared at the arrogant young man in front of him. Didn't you hear? Locke glanced at Jiang Biao, a crude warrior. Jiang Biao was a little confused. Looking at the 2 arrogant people, he was disgusted by their domineering aura and clenched his palm unconsciously. What? You still want to fight? How many of you are here? Locke glanced at Jiang Biao and said disdainfully. Jiang Biao stood up while he was still talking. He was still full of disdain. Although he was only a professional level, his profession was a mage. A tower mage. Not to mention one warrior of the same level. Even if there were 10 or 50, he could still beat them with one hand. However, the next moment, dozens of people stood up in unison, and clouds rose, after sensing that all the elements of heaven and earth were suppressed. And when he found that the professional level warrior in front of him was terribly powerful and pinched his neck, his words were interrupted. Bang! Jiang Biao's fist as big as a casserole slammed into Locke's face, and Locke flew backwards instantly. The other mage next to him was hit in the stomach by a punch before he could react. A long spear swung down from the sky. Bang! The mage was instantly knocked to the ground. Old Jiang. Not bad. The talent blessing is at least 3 times. Right? Hey. A little more than 3 times, Jiang Biao said casually. At this moment, Locke on the other side stood up and stared at Jiang Biao. After trying several times and finding that he could not cast any spells at all, he thought about it, and the magic circle inside his body was activated. In just a moment, the breath emitted by Locke expanded. At the same time, Locke slowly pulled out a chaotic sword from his waist and shook it gently. Een! With a sword sound, Locke instantly showed the breath of an excellent swordsman. There was even a murderous aura emanating from the soft sword. And it was obviously not just a showpiece. Locke looked at Jiang Biao coldly, with murderous intent. Although I don't know where you got the forbidden magic circle from. Do you think? Bang! 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 Jiang Biao turned into a residual image and instantly appeared in front of Locke, kicking Locke in the stomach. Bang 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 bang. In just a moment, Locke was completely at a disadvantage, with no advantage, and even caught a chance when he was besieged by Jiang Biao and others. When the casserole-sized fist flashed with a pale golden light and appeared in front of Locke, Locke's nerves were beating wildly. We'll die! We'll die! We'll die! We'll die! Danger! The senses were frantically alarmed, and the mind was running fast in an extreme state. The name of the player that had been forgotten suddenly appeared in his mind. Fong Bai. He suddenly widened his eyes, not daring to delay at all, and shouted hurriedly, I'm looking for Fong Bai. The moment the words were spoken, the fist wrapped in golden light stopped at Locke's nose. Looking at the fist in front of him, Locke felt the breath of death. He moved away from the fist, and then he gasped for air, his eyes full of lingering fear. Almost, just a little bit. He almost felt that he was going to die, just a little bit away from death. The fear of death lingered in his heart, making him look at Jiang Biao in front of him with fear. How could a professional level warrior have such ridiculous strength and defense? How could a professional level warrior be so strong? Locke was still confused, looking up at Jiang Biao. And the next moment a voice rang out. Jiang Biao? What's going on? Why did you open the cloud directly? Zhang Zhong looked relieved, and the group of players behind him looked at Jiang Biao with gratitude. The opening of the cloud was just too timely. Otherwise, they would have been scolded by Fong Bai for at least a few hours. Fong Bai scolded them so badly. As a project leader, they were suddenly scolded like this, and they were all angry. But Fong Bai couldn't vent it, so he could only secretly record it on the assassin's power. Remember it. There will always be a chance to settle the score in the future. Especially Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong couldn't help but recall the time when Fong Bai scolded Su Shiping and others, and he couldn't help laughing. Is it funny? Funny? Okay. Let's see who passed by him. Laugh. Keep laughing. Why can't you laugh? Is it because you are born not to like laughing? Zhang Zhong shuddered just thinking about it. If it weren't for the sudden rise of clouds to warn, this would not end for a while. Retracting his thoughts, Zhang Zhong turned his head and looked at the mage, who was caught by Jiang Biao next to him. When he saw that it was an aboriginal, he suddenly felt full of malice. Just because of him. Why are you still holding him? Kill him. Locke, ? Don't kill me. I'm here to find Fong Bai. Fong Bai. Yes. Is Fong Bai here? Lord Fei Rui asked me to deliver something. I'm not here to cause trouble. Chapter 263 Ground Membrane. Fei Rui? Fong Bai, who came over, was slightly stunned. Only then did Locke realize that the terrifying murderous intent that enveloped him disappeared. This made him turn his head and look at Fong Bai in front of him. This player is too scary. From the fire tower? Yes. Yes. Misunderstanding. Locke found that this group of players was completely different from the players he had played with before. Not only could he not beat them, but he couldn't see through them. More importantly, his life was still in their hands. At this moment, Locke wanted to slap himself. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You are looking for death. Oh! Put him down. He was sent by an acquaintance I met before. Fong Bai said casually. Jiang Biao then slowly put Locke down. After putting him down, he patted Jiang Biao on the shoulder. Locke suddenly felt half of his body numb. Fong Bai looked at Jiang Biao in surprise. Jiang Biao, you have become stronger recently. Hee. Yes. The talent increase has increased a little bit. Strengthening consciousness is indeed conducive to developing talents. I feel that I will be very strong if I continue on this path. Fong Bai nodded when he heard it. And Locke, who was listening beside him, found that he could not understand anything. When he found Fong Bai looking at him again, he suddenly became nervous. Mage? What's your name? Locke. My name is Locke. Oh. Locke. You said Fei Rui asked you to come? What did Fei Rui ask you to do? Do you want me to be his follower? The moment Fong Bai's voice fell, Locke suddenly felt a wave of murderous intent locking on him. But he was not panicked at all. Today he was indeed not here to make trouble, but to give gifts. He was not afraid. Fong Bai glanced at him lightly, and Locke's legs instantly tightened, not daring to tremble. And then he quickly took out a box. Lord Fei Rui asked me to come here to deliver something. This is a piece of incomplete ground film, which is extremely rare. The complete ground film is of extremely high quality, and has excellent effects on master and legendary levels. Although this is only a small part of the incomplete one, it is still priceless. Lord Fei Rui also used up all his contribution points to exchange it from the treasure house. Lord, as long as you use it, you can greatly enhance your physical fitness. Not only that, you can also connect with the breath of the earth. As long as you stand on the ground or are close enough to the earth, you can continuously obtain the power of the earth. The gains include but are not limited to a great increase in strength, a great increase in recovery ability, a great increase in self-healing ability, etc. Once used, at the elite level, it is absolutely powerful and never exhausted, Locke said hurriedly, without any hesitation, and immediately handed the box to Fong Bai. But just after handing it to Fong Bai, he suddenly remembered the sealing technique he had just cast. What he didn't tell the wizard next to him was that in addition to the sealing technique, there was also a trick hidden in it. A trick he created himself, with very low damage and strong insult. Locke was stunned. His mind went blank, and he subconsciously grabbed the box the moment Fong Bai took it and pulled it back. Huh? Fong Bai frowned. Locke's heart tightened, and his hand loosened. But when he saw Fong Bai take the box, his head was buzzing. It's over. My life is over. Bang! 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 Locke's heart seemed to jump into his throat. But then he thought of it with relief. Wait! There is a forbidden magic circle here. The trick will not work. I can still save it. Seeing Fong Bai here, Jiang Biao directly retracted the cloud and looked at Locke quietly. Locke felt the elemental power that was reactivated. Locke took a deep breath. The forbidden magic circle was tested, but he felt that he could still save it. With the ability of the players, it is absolutely impossible to break the seal he has carefully arranged. Sir, there is a seal on it. I will take it. Locke saw Fong Bai tapping it lightly before he finished speaking. Poof! Accompanied by a wave of elemental fluctuations, the line symbolizing the seal collapsed, and the wooden box did not suffer any damage. At this moment, Locke was really confused when he saw his proud seal being easily dissolved. What does this mean? This Fong Bai can actually crush him in the field of magic? Hey, don't say. The seal set by Fei Rui is quite unique. Locke was silent, and Fong Bai continued. There is also a little Easter egg hidden in it. Right? Well, look at this structure. There should be no damage effect. Specifically sound. Projection? Does he have anything to say? Fong Bai muttered, and clicked it casually. For Fei Rui, the aboriginal magician, Fong Bai just felt that he was spoiled. Still young, with a bit of peculiar thinking, and always thought that he was the protagonist of the world. Simply put, it was a little bit childish. So Fong Bai didn't have much bad feelings about it. And now Fei Rui had someone send him something, regardless of the value of the item. At least the thought was quite comforting. Moreover, the gift is said to be priceless. Fong Bai smacked his lips, not knowing what to say. Clicking on the Easter egg, a projection appeared and a voice sounded. Rubbish stuff. Fong Bai paused, listening to this familiar figure and looking at this familiar picture. After thinking for a while, he brought the box to Locke and compared the projection with him. Well, even the hairstyle is exactly the same. Locke showed an awkward but polite smile, and gently slapped his face with his right palm. Paw. Locke's legs softened, and he fell to the ground. Formby squatted down and patted Locke on the shoulder, patting him and shaking him. It's been a long time since anyone dared to scold me like this. I have to say that you are very courageous. However, Fei-Rui gave me a gift. But you scolded me in the gift. Are you sure you won't be torn apart by Fei-Rui? Formby said inexplicably. But he was not angry. Just a little sigh. It's true that you can meet all kinds of weird people in reality. I don't dare to write novels. After all, novels need logic. But reality does not. Locke wanted to tear his mouth apart. Formby stood up and looked at the wooden box in his hand quietly. He opened it and found that this wooden box alone was an extraordinary equipment. The magic array on it was constantly sealed with breath, mental power, and elemental power, which was obviously used to store valuables. Inside the box, a piece of khaki translucent film was spread on the mat. The film was only the size of a palm, but it gave Formby a thick and huge texture. Formby sensed the powerful and pure earth element in it. No, it was a little different from the earth element. It seemed to be a variant, and it seemed to have merged with another thing. Compared with ordinary earth elements, it was more viscous, richer, and higher in level. High-level energy. Formby realized one of its major functions in an instant. Using this film for cultivation. If it is controlled and integrated, it can definitely directly increase the possibility of breaking through to the master by several times. But Formby only had one evaluation for this function. Priceless. This gift is too precious. But after a moment, Formby realized it after sensing it completely. It's a little incomplete. It won't add much, but it will definitely be a benefit. Chapter 264, A Little Advice. Incomplete mulch. Formby used his mental power to read a manual next to him. This should be what Fei-Rui had delivered. Fei-Rui explained in detail the function of the incomplete mulch, and even how to use it, and the precautions after use were clearly stated. These were all very good, but it was Fei-Rui's tone that made Formby frown. It's still so bad. Formby looked disgusted, but he didn't feel any bad feelings. There was no way. He had given too much. Looking at this valuable gift, he put it away after a moment of hesitation. Looking at Locke, who had lost all hope in life. You are so bold. Locke wanted to cry, but had no tears, and wished he could slap himself to death. Why are you so mean? You don't have to be so anxious to reincarnate. Right? Forget it. Zhang. Take him back and treat him well. He brought a valuable gift, and you almost beat him out. Yes, I will treat him well. Zhang shouted in a deep voice, and lifted Locke up with one hand. Formby was stunned by this, and then laughed and scolded. Get lost. Don't misunderstand what I mean. I said treat him well. It means treat him well. Literally. He is a distinguished guest. At least for Fei-Rui. Looking at this good thing. This is an absolute distinguished guest. Do you understand? Oh, so this is the treatment. Zhang was stunned, and quickly put Locke down, and said a few words in a gentle voice. Locke, who thought he was going to die young here, blinked his eyes, and almost cried. No need to die. When he took a hot bath in the cave, and successfully changed his tattered clothes, he couldn't help but feel a little grateful to Formby. Well, he was indeed too much at the beginning. And Formby can't be blamed. Isn't it normal to be beaten for speaking so meanly? I should apologize. But what method is more appropriate? Locke thought for a moment, and an idea popped up in his mind in just a moment. I got it. Although my spell model performance is not impressive in the tower, but I can already try to adapt the second level spells, and it is definitely no problem to guide a group of players. Just go and guide them. Locke immediately felt an impulse in his heart, and walked out of the temporary resting place with full confidence. Led by the player next to him, he walked directly to a project team. Are you all ready? When Locke comes, you should act stupid. Oh, no need to act. You are the worst learners. You should act like yourself and stimulate Locke's desire to teach. As long as you are a human, you have this desire. In the final analysis, it is to encourage others to show their wisdom. Did you understand? We should guide him to speak. Remember to exclaim, do you understand? so that he can feel a sense of accomplishment when speaking. The pavilion master said that our goal is to hollow out Locke. Do you understand? I understand. Okay. Remember this. The standard of a formal mage is to perfectly master all spell structures of the same level, and to be able to freely combine spell structures of the same level to create spells. You can't act too strong, but you can't be too weak either. And they lack patience with people who are too weak. You must be moderate. In this way, don't create too many spell models. Just one-ring spells. Leave a few more loopholes for Locke to correct. Do you understand? I understand. Confident Locke walked into a project team under the guidance of the player. He is a professional tower mage who can improve second-ring spells. How can he not be confident? I am not targeting anyone. Everyone here is rubbish. Looking at the players who are doing research. Looking at the simple experimental table. The laboratory that is so simple that there is no extraordinary experimental equipment and no experimental array. It is simply a world apart from their fire tower. Uncontrollably, a sense of superiority arises spontaneously, and he can't help but say to the player next to him, "Don't you have any equipment in your laboratory? We have shield arrays, detection arrays, analysis arrays, and magician hand strengthening arrays. In addition, there are elemental component analysis equipment, grinding equipment, derivation experimental arrays, etc. Your conditions are too poor." Locke shook his head repeatedly, not noticing that the person behind him was writing furiously, without missing a word. And at this moment, Locke was more confident. He just took a look and found that the projects studied by this group of players were roughly related to spell models. He will just give some pointers later. So Locke walked to a player, watched him create a spell model directly according to the requirements, and then smiled at him embarrassedly. "Excuse me." Locke was confused. What the hell? Creating a spell model? Locke seriously suspected that he was dazzled, and hurriedly walked to the next player to see what he was studying. After a moment, Locke left the project team in a daze. "I'm so naive." "Really?" Locke murmured, and he was not the only one who was confused. Those players who were watching him and waiting for him to give instructions were also confused. "Ah, what's going on? What happened?" Locke staggered away. "It feels a bit similar." Fong Bai looked at the broken ground film in front of him quietly, trying to sense the familiar breath. At first, he thought it was the unique breath fluctuation of high-level energy, so he didn't study it carefully. But later, Fong Bai made it clear that this was definitely different. But it was very familiar. Suddenly, Fong Bai had a flash of inspiration. "It's a bit similar to the breath at the bottom of the bronze wall." Yes, it should be the same. Fong Bai inspiration was completely stimulated. Incomplete ground film. Bronze wall. The power of the ground veins. Draw the power of the ground veins to continuously supply the bronze wall, and finally refine it into it, so as to continuously warm the wall and make it stronger. In this process, because of the enrichment of the power of the ground veins, the characteristics of the ground veins plus the nourishment of the magic array. This is the power of the ground veins. The incomplete ground film has infinite power, and physical recovery, and so on should also be standing on the ground. You can use the power of the ground veins to increase your strength, increase your physical strength, restore your physical strength, and recover your injuries. The farther away from the ground, the worse the effect. Fong Bai looked at this incomplete ground film. To be precise, it should be called a fragment of ground film. After this experiment, Fong Bai already had an idea about the fate of the incomplete ground film. What about self-fusion and infinite power? And infinite physical strength is nothing. What about increasing the probability of breaking through the master level is of no help to Fong Bai. Fong Bai disdains. What really moved Fong Bai was, Fong Bai couldn't help turning his head to look at the violent bare bone next to him that looked like a yellow corundum structure. Coincidentally, the violent bare bone is also of the earth element. Just as Fong Bai was thinking, Zhang Zhong came over. "Boss, that Locke from the fire tower said he wants to see you and has something important to say." "Oh, anything else?" Fong Bai was slightly stunned. He didn't have much resentment towards this bold-mouthed mage, and he certainly wouldn't kill him. There was no way. Fei Rui sent such a big gift. He couldn't just chop the messenger who came to give the gift back. Right? And don't look at the monk's face. Look at the Buddha's face. This incomplete ground film is indeed priceless. It's not bad to entertain him. Let him come over. Fong Bai looked at the violent bare bone and said while thinking, Is that it? Zhang Zhong pointed at the violent bare bone in front and asked. Will there be any inconvenience? No problem. Call him over. Locke was brought over soon. Locke, who was still a little shaky and had no desire to live, woke up the moment he saw the violent bare bone. Locke was very familiar with this strong and even terrifying aura. The aura emitted by the elder teaching in the tower was exactly the same as the aura emitted by the violent bare bone. This is the essence of life that creatures have improved after reaching the master level. Looking at this genuine master level beast king skeleton, looking at its huge skeleton, looking at Fong Bai who stood in front of him without changing his expression, Locke took a deep breath. At this moment, Locke completely overturned his previous inherent concept of players. Whether it was knowledge or strength, Locke understood that the previous misunderstanding was too big. This is not powerless. This is a monster in both strength and knowledge. But after thinking about it, Locke still chose to tell Fong Bai. When Locke made this decision, he immediately explained to Fong Bai. Fong Bai, our fire tower can shelter you. You can come with us. Those rats in the shadow tower will never dare to offend our tower directly. If necessary, we can leave now. I will take you to see the deacon and others. Fong Bai listened carefully to Locke's words and nodded slightly. After Locke finished speaking, Fong Bai first expressed his gratitude to Locke. And then? You mean? The shadow assassin sent before came from the shadow tower? Yes. This is an ancient profession that the shadow tower excavated from the ancient wizard's ruins. And only they have it. It's definitely them. Oh! You mean the people from the shadow tower are lurking in the dark and will attack me next? Yes. A complete skeleton of a master beast king is also a great fortune for the deacon. And they always hold grudges. You killed their wizard before. And this time you killed their shadow assassin. They will never let you go. They may even be around now. I know you are very strong. But the foundation of the shadow tower is far beyond your imagination. Although you have killed a master beast king, the truly mature elite tower deacon is far more terrifying than you can imagine. This is not something that a master beast king can compare to. If you don't leave now, it may be too late. Locke felt that Fong Bai's focus was a little wrong, and tried his best to persuade him. Why is Fong Bai always focusing on who did it? The most important thing at this time is to run. Fong Bai seemed to see through Locke's thoughts, smiled, and without too much explanation, just pointed forward. Before he could speak, a figure sounded in the direction of his finger. Obviously, it's too late. As soon as the voice fell, a group of mages in black robes appeared not far in front of Fong Bai. On their cuffs and collars, there were exquisite cloud patterns woven with gold threads. And Locke understood the meaning even more. Shadow Tower. They are here. Locke's face changed slightly, but he still turned to look at them and whispered, Shadow Tower. Fong Bai is our Lord Fei Rui's distinguished guest. Deacon Alvin is on the way. Please leave immediately. Without waiting for the people in the Shadow Tower to answer, Fong Bai pulled Locke aside and squinted his eyes at the group of people in the Shadow Tower. Without saying anything, he snapped his fingers and the cloud condensed into shape. All beings are equal under the cloud. However, just as the cloud was formed, before Zhang Zhong and others were happy, they saw the black-robed mages disappear in an instant, leaving only Quincy, a mage with 3 golden lines. He looked at Zhang Zhong and others with a greedy look. Obviously, he caught the source of everything in an instant. So far, this is the first of so many enemies suppressed by the cloud. And he just took a greedy look and disappeared the next moment. No trace was left. What appeared here was just a projection. As a real mage, how could they directly? Then, they sneaked into a dangerous place with their real bodies. Their shadow assassins had died here. And no matter how brave they were, they couldn't just rush in. That would not be arrogance. It would be courting death. In fact, if Fong Bai hadn't discovered them, they wouldn't even show up, but would just find out the details inside and leave. And then make a good plan. Watching the projections disappear, Fong Bai and Locke's faces were a little ugly. Locke was because the Shadow Tower didn't give any face. You know, in terms of hard power, the Shadow Tower is far inferior to the Fire Tower. Fong Bai quietly looked at the direction where the Shadow Tower disappeared, turned around and pointed at Zhang Zhong, Su Shiping, Qi Peng and others. Look, you can go in and out as you want, as if you are in an empty place. In fact, it is true, and I don't even know how many times they have gone in and out. Everyone's face looked very ugly, especially Zhang Zhong. Su Shiping, Chi Peng and others. Ever since they saw their full-body close-ups inside the green bead, their faces have never looked good. The people in the shadow tower disappeared directly, as if the projection just now was just an illusion. Just a joke that didn't hurt. But the more it was like this, the more disgusting it was. In the darkness, a pair of eyes spied on Fong Bai. And there was something that made Fong Bai even more frightened. Recalling the scene he saw inside the green bead. At the end of the video, the shadow assassin turned around and left the moment he saw the mage tower, with no intention of approaching. His decisive performance at that time, as well as the close-up of the mage tower in the video, made Fong Bai feel a little gloomy. This mage tower from the ruins town may be very involved. For this reason, there was no light ball rising from the mage tower. It was dark, and Locke did not bring anyone close, just to avoid attracting his attention. After all, the names of the fire tower and the shadow tower, these mage forces made Fong Bai think more. At this moment, Fong Bai was still a little scared and a little fortunate. Fortunately, these mages in the shadow tower were stopped by himself in advance and were not allowed to enter. Otherwise, Chapter 265 the formation takes shape. Zhang Dong. After Locke and his companions left, Fong Bai immediately came out. Here, open the normal cloud and strengthen patrols. I want no one to enter the core area of the cave. Yes. Zhang Zhong did not say anything in response. Looking at his resolute eyes, Fong Bai did not need to say anything more. The shadow assassin's face-to-face close-up of him made his fingers tremble. It was a shame. A lifetime of shame. If the person had not been killed by Fong Bai, Zhang Zhong would definitely chase him to death. And if this situation happened again, he would just take a knife and cut his own throat. Fong Bai looked at Su Shiping, Chi Pengfei and others again. Everyone raised their chests and heads to meet Fong Bai's sight. Fong Bai took a deep breath and spoke slowly. For everyone's safety, the smooth and orderly operation of each project in the future, and the confidentiality of the project, I request that all project teams suspend their research, seal the data, and mobilize all mages to stand by. Yes! Everyone shouted in unison. And the shadow assassin's ultra-close-up, ultra-high-definition shooting completely angered everyone. Everyone had a ball of anger burning in their hearts at this moment. After giving the order, seeing that everyone was ready, Fong Bai found his father Fong Bogan and directly took out 5 invitations. Dad, here are 5 invitations, Fong Bai said, pondered for a moment, and then continued. I remember you said before that there are a few people in our family who have the same forging ability as you, and a few who have reached the threshold of the 3rd refining but cannot forge because of age. Right? Yes. There should be more than 10 in total, especially those who are old and can't continue forging because of their bodies. Fong Bogan nodded. If these people recover, they can basically train in the trial space for a period of time. Some of them can even enter the 3rd level of training naturally, as long as they recover their physical condition, especially after they are transferred to mechanical forgers and strengthen their mental perception. The threshold for the 3rd level of training will be greatly reduced. So there are basically 10 or so 3rd level forgers. In addition to them, we can find about 100 good players who are in contact with the 2nd level of training in our family. If they can all be transferred to mechanical forgers, let us take them with us and carefully guide them for a period of time. The 3rd level of training should not be a problem in the future. Fong Bai couldn't help but let out a long sigh when he heard this, and was quite emotional. This may be the biggest wealth he has in reality. A family that is connected by blood and made a fortune by hand-forging swords. More than 100 3rd levels of training. This is the foundation of the sword-making family. Fong Bai dares to guarantee that there may not be many sword-making families in the country that can come up with such a foundation. Too commercialized is not good. And not commercialized is also not good. In fact, Fong Bai has long wanted to use this batch of blades. After all, with the invitation letter in hand, blood connection, affection, and the benefit of binding, these more than 100 people are definitely more loyal than others. Similarly, they are definitely more capable than others in forging ability. However, Fong Bai thought about it for a long time and considered many issues, and finally postponed this decision. Among them, one of the biggest considerations is, these people are related to him by blood, which is an advantage, but also a disadvantage. If so many capable relatives come in at the beginning, Fong Bai will have to entrust them with important tasks. In this way, It will be fine in the short term. Long-term development will be over. Therefore, Fong Bai postponed this step. And now the scale of Tiandong Pavilion has increased. And there are many talents. And these talents are often graduate students, doctors and professors, which is enough to suppress the sense of superiority brought by kinship. So Fong Bai thinks it's time. It's time to activate this precious gold mine. Let's find 5 first. You know better than me what kind of people's character and craftsmanship are. You also know interpersonal relationships. So let's find 5 first. Anyway, character is better than craftsmanship. Fong Baijin pondered after hearing this, and then nodded. Okay, no problem. Fong Baijin found a corner to log off, and Fong Bai walked back to Su Shiping, Chi Peng and other mages. At this moment, basically all players have changed their jobs from mechanical forgers to mages. So it's not an exaggeration to call them mages. Fong Bai looked at them quietly, turned away, and took a computing unit over a moment later. The combination of multiple cube crystal cores and bases is called a computing power array, which is a series relationship. And a single cube crystal core is called a computing power unit. A computing power unit, a formation base. Fong Bai gestured to everyone slightly, and led everyone to the edge of the cloud-covered area. After a moment, everyone's mental power was connected to this computing unit, and it was also used as energy to supply the computing unit. For the computing array, Fong Bai actually wanted to use external energy instead of the user inputting mental power himself, because this will greatly limit the power and use of the computing unit. But there is no way. The storage of mental power is still under research. Although there are some clues, it may take some time before it can be used specifically, so it still needs to be driven by manpower. After everyone's mental power was connected, Fong Bai made a slight adjustment and directly incorporated everyone's mental power into the serial interface of the computing unit. Mental power connects to the computing unit, and with the computing unit as the medium. At this moment, Fong Bai and everyone's mental power are connected together. As soon as Fong Bai thought, there was almost no delay, and everyone received the information sent by Fong Bai in real time. And the amount of information that can be exchanged in each moment is extremely huge. Things that take a whole day to say in language may only take a moment in the direct exchange of mental power. The information density of the communication instantly broke through the sky. The amount of information is large, and there is no delay. Everyone instantly noticed the advantages of this computing unit. After everyone adapted for a few minutes, Fong Bai thought, and a message came out from the mental field. Everyone, follow my command. Calculate according to the tasks I assign, and transmit the results to me in real time. Before he finished speaking, Fong Bai imported the calculation of a spell model into the computing unit. However, Fong Bai did not use the computing unit directly to calculate, but divided the calculation task into 672 parts, and then sent them to 672 mages through mental connection. Each mage has a high computing power, and the calculation tasks assigned by Fong Bai are completed instantly, and then returned to Fong Bai one by one. The connection without delay allows Fong Bai to accept and analyze instantly, and then form new computing tasks to send to idle mages. Information is exchanged quickly in the computing unit, and tasks are assigned again and again. With computer-like computing power, fuzzy ability of the human brain, and innovative ability, the effect of this calculation mode is far beyond Fong Bai imagination, and all calculations are completed in less than a quarter of an hour. The magic circle is formed. Chapter 266. Fong Bai stared at the complex three-dimensional module structure in his mind. It took only 10 minutes to deduce this complex array. Even Fong Bai felt a little horrified at the efficiency. This is something that is difficult to do no matter how strong the computing power is. These 672 mages provide not only computing power, but also experience, knowledge, and inspiration. This is something Fong Bai did not realize at the beginning. At first, Fong Bai only planned to borrow computing power and make a mini version of cloud computing to assist him in deducing the array. He did not expect it to be so fast. Fong Bai was shocked. This is simply a research artifact. But Fong Bai calmed down in just a moment and extinguished the idea in his mind. Each of these 672 people is a highly educated talent. Each of them has knowledge related to spell models and has the ability to create spells. They have a lot of knowledge and experience related to spell models. This is the basis for creating this miracle. It is okay to use it temporarily in an emergency. If it is normalized, it will be the biggest waste and consumption of talents and resources. If it is used as a computing power resource, it will serve me alone. And the only one who gets the results in the end is me. And there is only one possible larger result. In this process, I have made great progress. And these people have stopped growing and stopped accumulating experience. If it is dispersed into project teams to conduct independent research, then it will. There are many achievements. Some big, some small, some mediocre, some miraculous, and each of them will continue to grow. The ultimate potential is unknown. Therefore, giving me computing resources is the biggest waste. However, if they are equipped with computing units and used by the project team for collective deduction and calculation, it will be 100 benefits without any harm. If all mages are connected regularly, they can jointly deduce the problems encountered by each other and use the wisdom of everyone. That is also 100 benefits without any harm. This is the real use of computing units. It should not be just to provide computing power. Fong Bai's eyes were bright. And while sorting out the magic array that had just been deduced, he also sent this idea directly to everyone through the mental connection. In an instant, everyone's eyes were bright. And the messages in the mental connection were flying all over the sky. Just like chatting. One after another. One after another. And Fong Bai quickly sorted out the magic array and started to study the next spell model. Spell models one after another. The hand of the mage. The control of fire. This is a very familiar array for everyone. It can even be said that everyone has used it countless times. Everyone is familiar with it. And everyone has their own inspiration and experience. Such calculations are extremely smooth. Almost one after another. The change from spell model to the same level array, from low-level array to high-level array, has almost no difficulty. In the field that 672 people are good at, everyone's inspiration, experience, and wisdom are gathered. Everything is easy. Just like taking something out of a bag. It's so smooth that it's unbelievable. However, all this came to an abrupt end when it came to the last array. A magic array that most people are unfamiliar with. Although some people have studied it, and have their own ideas and experiences, it is still not comparable to the previous two spell models. And the speed slowed down instantly. However, everyone has their own learning and understanding on the spell model, with the field theory proposed by Fong Bai as the core. If you understand the spell model, the knowledge of the array will not be bad, which is basically equivalent to one method. And all methods are understood. So although he had not studied it, he could still rely on his own wisdom and experience to generate unique inspiration. Inspiration is like Mars, which gathers little by little. The flame illuminates the darkness in an instant. Under the joint research of more than 600 people, the formation of the earth vein nourishing the building was successfully deduced. And it was specially designed according to the geographical conditions, element concentration and earth vein conditions of the cave where Tiandong Pavilion is located. At this moment, Fong Bai took a deep breath, and his thoughts flowed in the computing unit and then dispersed to the minds of more than 600 mages. Everyone followed Fong Bai and moved. The cave where Fong Bai is located is very big. Or in other words, each cave is very big. Almost a huge cave group located inside the ore deposit. This cave group looks like it was generated naturally. But some places don't look so natural. But anyway, this cave group has been completely occupied and used by Fong Bai and others. And this cave group is completely inside the iron ore deposit, surrounded by hard iron or without any soil. There are two exits, one large and one small. The big exit is located on the side of the cliff, consisting of huge cracks, and is also the most commonly used exit by Fong Bai and others. In addition, there is a small exit located in a small crack. A crack inside the cave is connected to a crack outside the cave, forming a second exit. This exit is only 2 meters wide, and basically only people can pass through. At this moment, Fong Bai came to the gate of the cave, where there were already players doing odd jobs piled up coal. Like a small mountain, the burning coal exuded a blazing heat, like a huge volcano. Fong Bai looked up at the volcano that was far beyond his control and took a deep breath. The mental power connected to the computing power core instantly issued a command. And at this moment Fong Bai's spell position was also fully opened. With the assistance of Su Shiping, Chi Peng and others, one spell node after another emerged in the air, and one element channel after another extended between the nodes. Nodes and element channels continued to extend and cover in the air. Under the connection of mental power, everyone showed unparalleled tacit understanding. and built and maintained a magic array with the efforts of 672 people. As time passed, everyone was fully focused and focused their energy on building the magic array. Dozens of minutes later, after several failures, a magic array larger than a small mountain was suspended above the volcano, emitting amazing elemental fluctuations. Fire control magic array. Dozens of minutes later, another magic array was suspended on one side, no smaller than the first one. Mage's hand magic array. When the two magic arrays were formed, boom, the flames in the volcano rose up, and then all sank into the magic array. The two magic arrays took effect at the same time, and a huge fire lotus slowly rotated in the air. In the fire lotus, the air was twisted under the scorching heat. Fongbai took a deep breath, and the huge fire lotus slowly moved and came directly to the entrance of the cave. Puff! The fire lotus dispersed and turned into fire dragons that covered all the iron ore in the cracks at the entrance of the cave. In just a moment, the iron ore liquefied, like chiseled gold flowing. Chapter 267. Who? The fire dragon circulated, and wherever it passed, all the iron ore turned into liquid, like magma. Fongbai directly controlled it with the hand of the mage, smelting it, and the molten steel was directly pasted back to the original position. As the temperature was withdrawn, the molten steel cooled rapidly. During the solidification process, the mage's hand wrapped in the molten steel vibrated at a high frequency, and the powerful force reverberated inside the steel. In just a moment, the quasi-3 refined steel was formed. Quasi-3 refined. Although these steels are still ordinary iron, their physical properties have reached the normal hardness of ordinary elemental metals, and even reached the hardness threshold of extraordinary equipment. And this is just a steel brick attached to the wall. The fire dragon circulated, and the mage's hand smelted, formed, and forged. The steel bricks were integrated into one, and each steel brick had a physical hardness comparable to that of conventional extraordinary equipment. The thickness of the thickest part of the general extraordinary tower shield is only 20 centimeters. Such a thickness can even withstand the attack of the master level, and the steel bricks of the same hardness are not thick, only 1 meter. At the same location, Fongbai would directly pile up and melt 10 steel bricks of the same specifications. That is, the total thickness is 10 meters. Before melting, Fongbai's face was gloomy when designing, but when he saw the finished product of the 10-meter thick steel wall, Fongbai finally smiled. In just a blink of an eye, a huge door frame was formed in front of Fongbai. The threshold part was specially protruded to accommodate the mechanical structure of the door opening without reducing the solid thickness to ensure that there is enough space. The huge steel door opening, with a length of 15 meters, a height of 9 meters, and a thickness of 30 meters can give people an unparalleled shock. The smooth steel wall is the best example of big is beautiful. This kind of beauty is simply breathtaking. After arranging the corresponding mechanical structure, Fongbai set up 10 layers of doors in the huge door opening, with a total thickness of more than 10 meters. The door is designed to slide, but due to the terrifying weight of the door, it is almost impossible to open and close the door. It can only be opened from the inside by relying on terrifying brute force. According to the estimated mechanism calculation, if this door wants to be opened, he must lead Zhang Zhong and 50 other people to work together to activate the machine to open it. Closing is not so troublesome. It can be closed quickly, but it is extremely difficult to open. Boom! When the heavy door slammed shut, a shockwave spread out and was felt by Su Shiping, Chi Peng and others. Their mouths were completely closed. Boss. Awesome. Awesome. The two looked at the wall, looked at the door, and stroked the steel wall that was left warm. The sense of security was overflowing. Huh? Awesome. Fongbai smiled. I plan to repair the outer walls, ceilings, and floors of the cave. We have the most iron ore. After all, our house is built in the iron ore, which is the best resource. The steel after 3 refining has a physical hardness comparable to that of extraordinary equipment. I plan to tidy up the outer walls of the entire cave. My requirements are very simple. I don't want to set up any defensive array, force field, or shield. I just want steel. 3 refined steel with a hardness of 10 meters. All the outer walls, ceilings, and floors are at least 10 meters. I want to completely seal the cave. Fongbai shouted in a low voice. Everyone looked at the door, and the door extending from the door frame quietly took a deep breath, and everyone was excited. Awesome, Su Shiping murmured. This thickness is cool to look at. Same. Looking at the excited people, Fong Bai continued. This is the standard for the outer wall of the cave. While the outer wall of the main building inside the cave is 2 meters. The inner wall of the building is 1 meter thick and quasi-3 smelting steel. All passages must be designed to be sealed. And floor-standing self-locking doors must be installed at intervals. I require that every 2 floor-standing self-locking doors can form a closed space by relying on the door. Fong Bai said coldly. I want to see who dares to come in. After Fong Bai finished speaking, he opened a few more small doors next to the gate. The small doors of different specifications are more convenient and easy to open. But the defense strength is not reduced at all. All the iron ore is smelted locally. And after smelting, it is cooled on site and forged on site. After the front entrance was completely sealed, Fong Bai turned to the small crack at the back and built a similar door. Once the 2 doors were closed, the cave was completely sealed. There were thick layers of iron ore in all directions, up and down, left and right. And Fong Bai was not in a hurry to smelt them, because Fong Bai knew that it would not be a one-day job even if he was in a hurry. So Fong Bai just turned around and cast steel into each passage leading to the central cave, and sealed it with a heavy door. Not long after, his father Fong Bogan came online with 5 middle-aged men. Dad, you will be in charge of them. You will go to smelt steel with Su Shiping and the others during this period. Shiping will be responsible for smelting and controlling. And you will be responsible for forging. With your forging level, it shouldn't be a problem to get familiar with the control of the mage's hand. During this process, it's a good opportunity to guide the uncles and let them get into the state as soon as possible. Sure Ping. You should also get more familiar with the skills of group casting. This is not only useful now, but also very useful in various research projects in the future. In addition, as for the control of fire, it is actually a bit wasteful to have so many people in the magic circle after the mage. According to my estimation, it can be roughly divided into 4 groups. You can divide it when the time comes. And ask me for the computing power unit. Let's put the project aside for the time being and work hard. Okay. No problem. Su Shiping nodded. He was not a person who did not know the general situation. Naturally, he would not raise other opinions at this time. Fong Bai looked at their backs as they left and was silent. Letting Su Shiping and others do this kind of work is simply a waste of precious knowledge in their brains. It is the biggest waste of them. The time they spend is the biggest cost of this project. But it is indeed the current situation. There is no way. But Fong Bai still said silently in his heart, this must be the last time. It seems that we still have to form an external organization with Tiangong Pavilion as the core. The existing mining players need a department to manage. And the newly built engineering team also needs a home. In addition, there are some production organizations and workshops. Otherwise, even if all the mech is manufactured in the future use laboratory parts, mass-produced things, and even the layout of the laboratory site, the administrative management of Tiangong Pavilion, and the logistics support can't be all for me to worry about. Let these scientific researchers do it. Not only that, Tiangong Pavilion's industries outside, including the cultivation of iron ingots, also need people to take care of it. Fong Bai thought for a while, recorded some plans in the notebook, and came to the newly built gate. Chapter 268 Nurturing. It is necessary to build an outer pavilion. But if it is a person, Fong Bai pondered for a moment, then put this thought aside for the time being and focused his attention on the door in front of him. The powder made of the elemental material in his hand fell accurately on the ground under the control of the magician's hand, fell on the door, and sank into the earth. Surrounding the arrangement, gradually, a huge and 3-dimensional magic array slowly took shape. In the huge magic array, Fong Bai stood in it. But he was not the protagonist. The protagonist was the steel door of the cave, and the 10-meter steel wall connecting the steel door. And this was also the last magic array that Fong Bai had deduced before. A design based on the bronze wall nourishing magic array in the ruins, and combined with the actual situation of Tiangong Pavilion. Fong Bai took a deep breath. And as soon as he thought about it, a pattern of the magic array lit up, and quickly spread to the entire magic array. Buzz! Buzz! Accompanied by 2 buzzing sounds. The elements gathered. And the elements turned into paths in the air. The element paths connected the spell nodes to form spell structures of various shapes. Circle, square, trapezoid, hexagram, heart, Various shapes intertwined, rotated, and connected. A complex and mysterious three-dimensional magic circle emerged, absorbing the power of elements in the air and the earth to maintain operation. Buzz, 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 accompanied by repeated buzzing. Fongbai captured and adjusted again and again. Finally, after several failures, he successfully captured the frequency of the gate and completed the docking. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the magic circle burst out and rotated at high speed. During the rotation, the magic circle burst out a dazzling light and gradually shrank under the light, shrinking and approaching the gate while shrinking. Buzz! After contacting the gate, the magic circle made a buzzing sound, and the magic circle seemed to be blocked by the gate, and the contraction was temporarily suspended. Under Fongbai gaze, the magic circle came into contact with the gate, and the elemental channels, spell nodes, and spell structures were immersed in the gate, dissipating in it and leaving a trace of mark. Fongbai quietly observed this process. In this process, the elements were agitated, forming elemental fluctuations that continued to spread around. This process was very slow. Even after several dozen minutes, there was still a part of the magic circle that had not been integrated. But it was fast. Under Fongbai gaze, the last corner of the magic circle sank into the gate and directly penetrated into the depths of the gate, leaving a mark at the deepest part to complete it. Buzz! The moment the mark was complete, the gate made a buzzing sound, and streams of light passed through the mysterious patterns on the surface. Strands of earth elements and strands of gold elements gathered from the air and the surrounding earth, and sank into the gate and the mark bit by bit. Faintly, Fongbai seemed to see a ray of light on the surface of the gate. At this time, Fongbai used his mental power to sense the gate again, and suddenly felt a resistance in the process of penetrating into it. Now this force is still very weak, and Fongbai can ignore it with a little effort. However, with the gradual absorption of elemental power and the gradual strengthening of the magic circle, the material of the gate continued to strengthen on the existing basis, and the help of mental power perception became more and more huge. In disguise, the magic resistance of the gate also increased. It's done. Fongbai looked at the door quietly, and then looked at the ground and pondered. Earth veins. After seeing the incomplete ground film, Fongbai understood that the power of the earth veins is also a master-level extraordinary power. From that moment on, Fongbai was thinking about whether this formation that nourishes buildings can connect to the power of the earth veins, and use the power of the earth veins to nourish the buildings, while also completely connecting the buildings with the earth veins and the earth. Once successful, the nourished buildings can definitely undergo a qualitative change. In the process of deducing this formation, Fongbai also wanted to try to work in this direction. But he knew too little about the earth veins, and had too little relevant knowledge. Fongbai couldn't even feel the power of the earth veins after leaving the incomplete ground film, let alone control the power of the earth veins. In this case, even if all 672 people tried their best, they couldn't do it. No. Forget it. It's already quite good to be able to achieve this level. This magic array can basically allow materials to transcend limitations and achieve an effect similar to that of elemental metals. In the future, it should be possible to maintain other defense or attack magic arrays on the existing basis. Fongbai has reserved a certain amount of space. As long as the gate material tends to be elemental metal under the effect of the magic array, Fongbai shifted his attention from the gate to the wall and the small door next to it. The magic array connected to the gate continued to be arranged, and the warming magic array fell, and another place entered the warming state. It didn't take long for Fongbai to arrange all the warming magic arrays for several passages of the front gate. The entire front gate slowly absorbed the power of elements, and the properties of all aspects gradually approached elemental metals. Although they can never become elemental metals, as long as they contain elements inside, can block spiritual power exploration, can absorb elemental power, and can carry magic arrays, then they are elemental metals. However, the cost is not small. The re-derived warming array is complex and huge, and consumes a lot of materials. The main material is a kind of elemental material, gold crystal stone, which has both gold and earth properties. This material, which is similar to crystal and contains like gold and earth elements, will become the main material for arranging the array after being ground into powder. Although the grade of this material is not high, the amount of this material stored in Tiangong Pavilion is not large. In fact, More than half of the amount has been used just to arrange the array of the front and back doors, and the connecting walls. This array is large and complex, and the amount used is far more than the amount they usually consume in their experiments. And if you want to warm the entire building in the cave in this way, it is obviously far from enough. There is no way. You can only continue to buy or find substitute materials. After all, a good cook cannot cook without rice. Even Fong Bai cannot use non-elemental materials to arrange the array. It is necessary to use elemental materials as a medium to induce the power of elements and restrain the power of elements. Otherwise the array cannot be operated at all. I remember that some players reported that there was a clue to a mine? Fong Bai pondered for a moment. It was not a gold crystal mine, but another elemental material, which seemed to be in or with earth attributes. It was said that it was excavated by a ruined noble family, but they did not dare to show it because of their weakness. After a small amount of excavation, it was sealed again. It was not until a map and a letter after the complete decline of this noble family that people knew what happened. This news actually sounded a bit fake. There are many such news on the market. Many players make various treasure maps and rely on various scripts to deceive people. It is mainly to deceive the second generation of the Aboriginal noble family. Chapter 269. Treasure Map. Family Downfall. Picking up bargains. Don't say it. These nobles really fall for this trick. Many nobles were cheated of money by players. And then, they themselves were in a very embarrassing situation. There is no way. Who let some players really spend a lot of money to create a ruins so slowly. No one believed this kind of news on the market. In fact, Fong Bai didn't believe it either. The reason why Fong Bai noticed this news was not because he believed there was a mine. It was because the location of this mine was too close to the mine where Tiangong Pavilion was located. In such a large wilderness mountain range, the mine is just a small corner. They can meet together, which makes it hard for Fong Bai to believe that it is a coincidence. Maybe someone wants to divert the trouble to the Aboriginal nobles. But after investigating it later, no traces were found. So forget it. Thinking of this incident inadvertently, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. It would be great if there really is a mine. The ore of the earth element, even if it is not a gold crystal, may be used to set up a warming array. Otherwise, set up a warming array for the range of this cave. Fong Bai thought about the range of this cave, and after a rough calculation of the required elemental materials, he suddenly felt a toothache. In all directions, the sky and the ground are all 10 meters thick. Steel is not a problem in such a luxurious and safe defense. It is everywhere. The materials required to set up a magic array with this thickness and area are simply an astronomical figure. This magic array is complicated and consumes a lot of materials. But if it is not set up, the steel is, after all, quasi-3 refined steel forged with 3 refining technology. And its physical defense is absolutely unbelievable. After all, with this strength, the defense of the pure elemental metal armor on the Aborigines is what it is, minus the spell effect. But how thick is the armor on the Aborigines? How thick is this? So Fong Bai is not worried about physical defense at all. He can just lie down and sleep without restraint, and let them bomb for 10 days and half a month. But no fool would do that. Because although ordinary steel can also consume the penetration of mental power, it is only different from the consumption of penetrating air. Maybe in normal air, only 1 unit of mental power can extend 1,000 meters. But in high-density steel, 1 unit of mental power can only extend 500 meters, or even 300 meters or 200 meters. And it takes 5 or even 10 units to achieve the original effect. This may also be a kind of defense. But the defense that can be broken through at a little cost is simply too weak. Why is it called breaking through defense? Because mental power can do too many things. It can condense a spell model, launch attacks, defend, turn the door mechanism, directly destroy all creatures inside, and also sense all the secrets inside. In a sense, the coverage of mental power is the extension range of the magician's hands and feet. As long as the mental power comes in, the defense is as if it does not exist. So if the target is just to defend against melee professionals such as warriors and spearmen, then a quasi-3 refined steel wall is enough. But if you want to defend against mages, the full coverage array arrangement is really not good. But at this moment, Fong Bai looked at the wall and suddenly thought of more things. Or a structure. A structure that gathers and stores qi and blood. Fong Bai thought of the group of qi and blood ants. The qi and blood ants build a structure to store qi and blood based on the individual. residual qi and blood, and the elemental metal ore, thereby retaining qi and blood for a long time, and thus condensing the overwhelming qi and blood cloud. But this method has many limitations, and cannot be used in building cities. After this structure is derived into a magic array, if you want to arrange it, you must use elemental metals as the layout. No, it should not be necessary. It should be the most practical, safest, and most practical to arrange it with elemental metals. Originally, even this most practical method is so unrealistic. But now, Fong Bai quietly watched the formation of the magic array, which was slowly absorbing the steel wall of elemental power. The function of this magic array is actually very simple. The original magic array can continuously warm and nourish the materials on the basis of maintaining the long-term existence of the magic array. For a long time, the materials even had the opportunity to undergo qualitative changes. This part was stripped out by Fong Bai and strengthened into a warming magic array. Another part was stripped off to become this warming array. This warming array actually no longer has any warming effect. It actually has only one actual function. That is to absorb the elemental power as much as possible to maintain the long-term existence of the array itself. This alone consumes all the elemental power. And the clever thing is that the array and the material are integrated. The existence of the array means that the material and the elemental power are combined to form a quasi-elemental metal effect. In other words, maintaining its own existence is already the limit of this ritual array. Existence has already tried its best. Of course, Fong Bai can pursue more, but it will need to use materials at the level of setting up a permanent magic array. It is meaningless to that extent. The only effect of this magic array is to manufacture elemental metals. With the elemental metals at almost ultra-low cost, it no longer seems unrealistic to use elemental metals to set up a blood and qi storage magic array. It even becomes more suitable. A match made in heaven. Even qi and blood are also a kind of extraordinary energy, which cooperates with the resonance and infiltration of that elemental metal ore. Can it be possible to set up a warming magic array based on qi and blood, and use the stored qi and blood to continuously warm and nourish, and push the material further to improve? Even the characteristics of that piece of qi and blood elemental metal can store my qi and blood, and resonate and infiltrate the outside world based on my qi and blood. Fong Bai thought of something, and his eyes widened slightly. At this time, Fong Bai realized that the cloud city he had imagined seemed impossible and difficult. But he had already unknowingly found the last piece of the puzzle. As long as I conquer the scattered will and penetrate the blood and qi, the element technology, then combine this technology with the blood and qi storage array and the warming wall array to form a 3-layer 3-dimensional array, I can completely build a city with clouds. A real cloud city. Extraordinary city. Fong Bai was refreshed. After arranging the current array, he blocked the gate and other locations with a warming array and turned away. Back in the Mage Tower, he fully deployed his mental power and used himself as the last line of defense of the Mage Tower. After contacting Locke, Fong Bai gradually found that his mental power seemed to be quite different from that of a regular mage. He was not regular. When he first noticed this, Fong Bai was a little confused. I am not regular? Chapter 270. I am not regular? Fong Bai pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No. Although I don't have a spell slot and my mental power is not as much as theirs, I am still a regular mage. My mental power in the microscopic field is more than all of them. Normal mages. Because mental power can only control the areas that mental power can observe. I can beat them in microscopic control and detailed manipulation. They may be better at fighting, but I am definitely better at research. Or I am a regular mage. And they are all crooked. I am regular. Fong Bai said seriously, retracting his thoughts. Fong Bai watched his spell slots become more and more pure, smaller, and more transparent under the flame tempering, and watched his mental power become more and more regular. And he immediately showed a sense of satisfaction. Although the progress of the flame tempering mental power is very slow, Fong Bai can't help but temper it every minute and every second 24 hours a day. This feeling of continuous accumulation and improvement is really addictive. Very cool. Fong Bai looked at it for a while, and then retracted his attention, sinking into the fantasy space. On one side of the fantasy space, Fong Bai main consciousness was drawing a blueprint. Using the projection method, he scanned his own body data, and drew the mechanical structure in the model build based on the close-fitting 3-dimensional space. However, the mechanical structure is still limited by power. But it is almost done. With the help of Fong Bai, Chi Ping's project team has already started to manufacture the first generation of test machines. That is, the elemental power drives the magic array to generate a magnetic field, and finally builds a shaftless engine based on the mutually repelling magnetic field. The rotor and stator have no shaft contact and no friction. The speed and power of the first experiment have exceeded everyone's imagination. Small, high speed, high horsepower. Energy is easy to store. It is simply perfect. The only flaw may be material limitations. This kind of engine has high requirements for energy conductivity and material strength. These 2 points basically limit the engine to be made of elemental metals. It cannot be elemental alloys, because the higher the purity of the elemental metal, the higher the elemental conductivity, the smaller the loss, and the higher the energy utilization rate. But although ordinary elemental metals can be turned and used, it is difficult to increase the power. After reaching a certain power, it often takes several times the elemental power to increase a certain power. This is limited by the fact that the array technology has not been able to break through for a long time. In the research, it was found that there is an elemental metal with a relatively strong magnetism. Just like a magnet, this elemental metal is combined with the manufacture of the array to enhance the magnetic field to play the role of 1 plus 1 greater than 2, almost amplifying each other and complementing each other. After using this elemental metal to manufacture, the power of the engine directly surpassed the original version by several times, or even dozens of times, and the volume was reduced again. It really achieved a reduction in volume and a super doubling of power. And this elemental metal was therefore jointly named by Fong Bai, Chi Peng and others, named after its crystal-like external form and magnetic properties. It is called elemental magnetic crystal. Now, as long as the problems of magnetic crystal stability, strength, energy speed, power control, etc. are solved, the engine can basically be officially put into testing for Tiangong Pavilion, where the fantasy space can completely simulate and accelerate the passage of time. Time begins to become worthless. In other words, as long as there is inspiration and a key breakthrough, all the time-consuming and material-intensive test and promotion environments can be omitted. So, although it is still at the experimental model stage, it may be officially put into use tomorrow. Perhaps, the only concern is the material, elemental magnetic crystal. Although Tiangong Pavilion has this special elemental metal, the stock is not large. In terms of the size of the engine that fits the armor, there may be more than 10. But Fong Bai also plans to install 2 magnetic crystal engines, 1 main and 1 auxiliary, for the Violent Bear mecha. In this way, after all the elemental magnetic crystals are used to make smaller auxiliary engines, it is estimated that it will be enough to make 2 to 3 standard magnetic crystal engines for armor. Although we are now searching and purchasing elemental magnetic crystals with a purpose. But this elemental magnetic crystal was also purchased from a player at the beginning. And that player also said that there was no second piece. So whether it can be found and whether it can be obtained after finding it is another matter. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, gathered his thoughts, and continued to deduce the mechanical structure of the armor after leaving the engine position and energy compartment vacant on the belt. All mechanical structures are connected to the belt with a transmission rod, with power as the core and the belt as the heart. Then, magic arrays were built on the mechanical structure, and one miniature magic array after another was formed based on the mechanical structure. The power of the wild bear, stone skin, dragon scales, violent power, solidity, sharpness, and other spells were transformed into magic arrays and solidified in the mechanical structure. Some of these spells were collected by Tiangong Pavilion. Some were contributed by members. Some were obtained by hunting monster crystal cores. And some were simply developed and created by mages such as Fong Bai, Su Shiping, and Chi Peng. Most of them are based on the characteristics of elements and use spells to expand them, such as the gold-attributed solid spell, sharp spell, wind-attributed light spell, etc. This type of spell is relatively simple and easy to develop. But the focus is on stimulating the characteristics of elements and amplifying them. The approach is correct, and the effect should not be underestimated. There are all kinds of spell models, and the space of a set of armor cannot fit them at all. Fong Bai directly designed 3 sets of armor structures. One set is heavy and bloated, and has many power amplitude structures. This set of armor is covered with Fong Bai constant wild bear power, violent power, solid spell, dragon scale, and other defensive spells, power amplitude spells, except for the only spell, which is the Eagle Eye spell with dynamic force and super long force. A set of armor is close-fitting and light, like an inner armor. Compared with the first set of armor, the smaller mechanical area only has 3 spells, such as Light Spirit, Sharpness, and Cat's Agility. Even the appearance is streamlined, pushing flexibility to the peak. As for the last set of armor, it is more sturdy and slim, with average defense, strength, and flexibility. Although it is not as good as the previous 2 sets of armor, it has no weaknesses and can play a versatile role. Finally, 3 transparent crystal discs appeared in Fong by hands, and a belt was placed diagonally on the table. There was an empty warehouse the size of an egg in the middle, and there was a card slot on both sides of the empty warehouse, which was empty, and there were dense gear structures on both sides of the empty warehouse. Fong Bai has not stopped yet, and his hands are moving non-stop. While perfecting the design of the 3 sets of armor, he also designed a heavy tower shield, a light round shield, a tough long sword, a domineering long spear, a curved long knife, etc. One after another, small crystal discs were born in Fong by hands. Chapter 271. Projector. Fong Bai groaned slightly, and a round chip flew in his hand. Compared with a chip for storing armor, the chip for storing weapons is much smaller, only about the size of the little finger, and very small in the hand. But now Fong Bai began to think about the problem of the projector. Although these weapon chips are small, they are produced by the same technology as the armor chips, so there is naturally no conflict. As long as Fong Bai slightly adjusts the size of the belt slot, perfect compatibility can be achieved. But before he started, Fong Bai started to think. Switching weapons should be considered quite frequent. Should I integrate it into this belt head? Compatibility is not a problem. But if you want to switch conveniently, the mechanical structure must also be adjusted. Since the belt head is the power core of the armor, the mechanical structure is very delicate and dense, and there is no big problem in modifying the original structure. But if you want to add a large structure, it really needs a major change. And even after a major change, it may not be able to achieve the desired result. Maybe no need to change. Fong Bai thought silently. His hands kept moving. And soon, a small wheel appeared in Fong Bai hand, connected by a gear. Behind the wheel, a projector was stabilized, equipped with a crystal as an energy source. Fong Bai put the core on the side of his belt, next to where Fong Bai's right hand naturally drooped. With a light touch of his right hand, he turned the gear. The wheel turned, and the chip was driven into the projector by the wheel. Caw, accompanied by the clicking sound of the gears. A virtual card as tall as a person was projected in front of Fong Bai, and a long spear covered with dragon scale patterns was placed diagonally in it. When the gold element and dragon energy were immersed in it, Fong Bai reached into it with both hands and grasped it. Clang! A 4-sided dragon pattern spear in Fong Bai's hand made a long whistle, like a golden sound, like a dragon's roar. At the same time, a voice sounded. 4-sided, dragon scale spear. Another casual throw. The spear instantly turned into gold powder and disintegrated. Fong Bai put his right hand on his waist and the gear turned. Caw! 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 After 3 consecutive rotations, with a clear and pleasant sound, the 4th chip in the roulette wheel was immersed in the projector. The card was ejected. Fong Bai reached into it with both hands and pulled it hard, and a terrifying heavy tower shield as tall as a person appeared in Fong Bai's hand. Boom! The rock shattered and the earth roared, along with the crisp sound of the gear driving the roulette wheel. Guns, shields, bows, swords, knives and other weapons appeared in Fong Bai's hands one after another, making their voices heard by the world. However, all this happened in Fong Bai's fantasy space. There was no sound or fluctuation in the outside world, and no one knew about it. Only Fong Bai's mouth corners curled up slightly. AK? Even a grumpy girlfriend is not that hard to control. In the fantasy space, the main thread continues to improve. Projectors, armor, weapons, chips, and another thread is to begin to conceive the organizational structure of Tiangong Pavilion. Tiangong Pavilion is an absolute research institution, and this is the absolute core and unshakable. But in order to make it run, to provide all the money, manpower, and material resources that can be provided for scientific research, and to solve a series of problems such as research funds, research materials, research venues, and equipment manufacturing, The original set of grassroots teams is no longer used. Although the world is a huge grassroots team, it will eventually get on the right track. The cabinet is exclusive to researchers and is directly managed by me. Under the subordinate project departments, vice presidents or various committees can be added to handle their own affairs. Approval, research value assessment, etc. Depending on the situation. The outer cabinet is under the sales department, production department, experimental department, engineering department, and other major departments. The only goal is to maintain the normal operation of Tiangong Pavilion and ensure that every project department and every cabinet member can devote all their energy to research without any external interference. Among them, the sales department can reference the organizational structure of various companies in reality, plus his own positioning of Tiangong Pavilion, his own thinking on some issues, and his own purpose and intention. An organizational structure book gradually took shape in Fong by hands. This prototype still has many problems, drawbacks, and loopholes. Fong Bai tried his best to improve it, but he didn't care. For Fong Bai, any loopholes are meaningless. The entire Tiangong Pavilion was established by him, not inherited by him. If there are loopholes, they will be filled on the spot. If the regulations are not perfect, they will be written on the spot. Tiangong Pavilion is firmly in his hands and can't make any trouble. During Fong Bai efforts, Su Shiping, Chi Peng and others were not idle. In addition to smelting steel and iron, they directly switched to tempering meditation according to Fong Bai instructions during the rest time. After paying the price of an average of 2 deaths, almost all project leaders have completed their training and embarked on the same path of magic as Fong Bai. In addition, Su Shiping, Chi Peng and others who were impatient with melting steel and smelting iron directly worked together to develop a large-scale magic array and stabilize it. Although the power is far less than that of 672 mages working together, it is better in that it does not need to delay such a large manpower. Only a few skilled workers are needed to control large-scale mobile smelting and casting. Move it wherever it is needed and use it after installation. And based on the hands of the mages, a frequency amplification conductor and a perception enhancer were made. Similarly, as long as the arrangement is completed, the forger can transmit his forging power, and the perception enhancer can be used to perceive the vibration frequency and various states of the material. Almost in the blink of an eye, more than 600 mages were liberated and returned to their own project teams, leaving only dozens of people to install and control the magic array. Among them, Tang Wen won the prize and got the position of equipment manager. He was responsible for melting steel and smelting iron before the shift change. In addition, Fong Bogan and other forgers accompanied the forging. Originally, they thought that the 3 refinings were a very sacred thing. However, seeing such batch forging, they calmed down immediately. However, in this high-frequency, large-scale 3 refining forging process, in the process of seeing all kinds of steel, they became more and more skilled in forging. Fong Bai was a little surprised when he knew this. He laughed as he thought about it. If they don't force this group of people, they don't know what they can do. Gradually, in just 2 days, the interior of Tiangong Pavilion was back on track. The clouds were removed. The army was trained. The project team resumed work, and the laboratories were busy again. However, there were some changes from before. In the project team, the spiritual power that had been repaired covered the laboratory, the data room, the office, the main passage and other places. In addition, some mages and forgers surrounded the cave, melting bit by bit like ants moving. The silver-white steel slowly covered the cave. Chapter 272. The assessment begins. Deacon Quincy, why don't we go and clean up that group of players? They have been staying near this divine ruins for so long. Maybe there are some good things. A black-robed wizard looked at Quincy in confusion. Quincy touched the cuffs with 3 golden patterns and said nothing. Another person next to him said, yes, Deacon. They actually have a set of forbidden magic arrays. I think it is worth studying. We catch them, and when the elder comes, we can just present them to the elder. It is said that. The wizard suddenly lowered his voice and said, Elder Tianyu is very interested in players. Quince's heart was slightly moved, and the eyes of other wizards around him lit up when they heard it. And they also became interested. They naturally disdained a group of players who were not even at the master level. In fact, they still disdained even if they reached the master level. As we all know, the professional players have poor combat skills and lack combat experience. There is nothing to recommend them except fearlessness. For professionals of the same level, the natives can often beat several players, and it is more commonly known that an elite mage is equivalent to a master-level combat professional. As for the so-called hunting of a master-level monster, sneak attacks are killing, setting traps is killing, and the fisherman benefits from the conflict between the snipe and the clam, which is also killing. This does not mean anything. Should I take action first? Quincy was slightly tempted, but when he recalled the situation of being discovered by Fong Bai and the death of the shadow assassin, he suddenly had a little more concern in his heart and calmed down. Since there are doubts, let's postpone it. It was this caution that allowed him to stand out from the same batch of mage apprentices, step by step to become a mage, an elite mage, and even a deacon now. Quincy recalled Xiao Yi, who came to Red Maple City to set up a laboratory to study players. As an elite deacon, Xiao Yi is much younger than him, much more talented than him, and more valued by the elders. But isn't he dead now, waiting for me to avenge him? And he had a depressing premonition in his heart when he thought of going to find the group of players. This premonition also existed when he went to explore the cave before, and this premonition saved him more than once in the past. Thinking of this, Quincy became more determined in his decision. Listen to your inner choice and follow your feelings. Not to shrug. But I'm not an unorganized wild mage. Being cautious can help you live longer. Maybe this player has some adventures and some trump cards? Thinking of this, Quincy immediately gave an order. No. We will pay attention to the situation of the ruins of the gods. As for the group of players, wait for Elder Tianyu to come and listen to his instructions. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. But if Elder Tianyu comes, it's okay. I will report to Elder Tianyu when the time comes. Then should we send someone to keep an eye on this group of players, so that we won't be unable to answer when Elder Tianyu asks? No. Don't alarm them. Quincy thought of the past, and his heart was slightly depressed. And he said immediately, "Ah, this." The mages looked at each other, speechless, and their expressions when they occasionally looked at Quincy became strange. They had heard of Quincy's name in the tower before. It was said that he was the most timid deacon in the tower. He was always piled with triggered shields on his body, and always had displacement spells in his hands. He disappeared at the slightest disturbance. They thought it was an exaggeration before, but now they saw that they were really scared by a group of players. However, several black-robed mages with 2 golden patterns looked at each other, and their hearts moved slightly. Quincy recalled his premonition and immediately made up his mind to wait for the elders to come, and decided to restrain everyone from going. His premonition had never failed, although I don't know why. This is definitely saving their lives. Quincy considered it carefully, and even moved the station 10 kilometers away. The other mages didn't say anything. But at night, 3 mages left on the pretext of something, and their black robes disappeared into the darkness. 5 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, after taking the armor engine tester from Qipeng, Fong Bai went directly to the outside of the cave. After closing the door again, he looked at the players swarming in. There were too many people on the scene, and everyone whispered a few words to make the scene noisy. Fong Bai looked at everyone quietly and said softly, "Quiet." Fong Bai's figure was not big, but it sounded in everyone's ears. There seemed to be a magic in his voice that stabilized emotions, and everyone subconsciously quieted down. Mental broadcasting skills. This move made many players' eyes light up. And then Fong Bai's words sounded again. "Everyone who wants to participate, raise your hands." As soon as the words fell, all the players raised their hands. With a mental scan, Fong Bai found that there were as many as 4,000 or 5,000 people who signed up. After a simple screening, the mages who basically have the ability to improve the spell model. 4,000 or 5,000 mages. Fong Bai took a deep breath and said softly, "Okay, the exam is about to begin. Everyone get ready." As soon as the voice fell, a broken spell model was projected by Fong Bai. This is a very simple spell model. Once it is released, it is considered to have completed the exam. The first 1,000 people who release the spell will enter the next round. As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at the spell model floating in front of Fong Bai. This is a spell created by Fong Bai. The spell is very simple, and the broken part is left by Fong Bai on purpose. There are very few parts that need to be completed, but they are very clever, which is the key node that affects whether it can be lit. There are many ways to complete this part, some simple and some difficult. and they can all light up. But the higher the brightness, the stronger the strength. Relatively speaking, this is a classic question as a preliminary screening. The strength of the ability can be seen at a glance. When everyone was concentrating on studying the spell model, 3 black-robed mages in the dark watched coldly, and a ball of light was extinguished in their hands without revealing any light. They are playing house here. A 3-year-old child in the tower can fill the gap. Mage? Not even an apprentice. A mage said disdainfully, although some of the players began to light up. But no one's light was brighter than the light ball of the black-robed mage just now. I understand. After all, they are a group of players. Quincy is ridiculous. They were scared by such a group of players, and dared not move. Everyone smiled mockingly when they heard this, and there was a hint of disdain in their eyes. But sir, we will not be punished by Quincy for leaving the team without permission. Right? A mage with 1 gold pattern asked worriedly, and a mage with 2 patterns next to him waved his hand disdainfully. Don't worry. If it's us, forget it. Don't we have Brother Clark? Brother Clark has also broken through to the elite level and passed the assessment. He is only 1 step away from being a deacon. If we are appreciated by Elder Tianyu this time. Chapter 273. This is impossible. Okay. Let's end it here. Fong Bai saw the light coming out of the hands of the 1,000-person and immediately spoke out. The average level of this kind of player is beyond his imagination. In other words, modern talents with high education and broad vision have a unique advantage in the path of changing to a mage. Yes, most players are just garbage among melee professionals. The combat skills are poor. There is no combat experience. And there are even many bad problems such as fear of pain, high expectations, and low skills. It is simply rotten to the point of being rotten. But in the same way, in the field of research, in the field of learning, in the field of examinations, the truly top-notch, highly educated talents in reality can be a little arrogant in the game. It's not targeting anyone, including most mages. Everyone here. It's garbage. This is the change brought about by different times. Learning ability can really be cultivated in batches through elementary school, junior high school, and college, and from the initial contempt and disdain. The few black-robed mages who were secretly observing suddenly became a little suspicious and a little uneasy. The speed of these players is too fast. No. It's just basic common sense. It's normal. And it doesn't mean anything if it's faster. Clark shook his head repeatedly, denying the sudden idea in his mind. Fong Bai once again guided the remaining thousands of people to use the test paper to take the test. There was another question on the test paper, with similar difficulty. At this stage, players' job changes are no longer rare, and there are always various ways to change jobs. However, there are also many players who have not changed their jobs. Fong Bai naturally cannot completely eliminate them just because they have not changed their jobs. After a set of test papers, the mages who were not selected took the test together with ordinary players. Similarly, the first 1,000 players who completed and answered correctly were successfully selected. Very good. Thank you all for participating. The selected players, please prepare well and enter the second round of screening immediately. As for those who failed to be selected, thank you for your support. We have prepared a batch of iron ingots for everyone. Those who need it can purchase it at cost price. In addition, we will also provide some information about the surrounding monsters and ruins. Everyone who is interested can explore it by themselves. Fong Bai bowed slightly to everyone, and then led 2,000 players to the flat ground on one side. It can be seen here that the ground has been simply leveled, and there are 2,000 vertical wooden stakes on the flat ground. Looking at these wooden stakes, all players looked at Fong Bai. Not only the 2,000 people who were selected, even the players who were not selected did not leave, but chose to watch the excitement here. People always like to watch the excitement. Not only them. The 3 black-robed mages also watched quietly, but compared with the contempt at the beginning, they were arrogant. Now they are a little uneasy. On the field, Fong Bai directly threw a simple spell structure into the air, and under the gaze of everyone, he spoke. This is a spell structure that can release a sharp breath. The so-called sharp breath can be similar to knife aura and sword aura, which has a certain damage effect. However, the effect is very simple. It can neither fly nor cut. It is very crude. And the test questions are also very simple. Don't you all have a wooden stake in front of you? Fong Bai smiled slightly in the puzzled eyes of everyone. Develop a spell based on this spell structure. This spell must achieve the following effect. Release it 1 meter in front of the wooden stake, and then carve your name on the wooden stake. The more strokes are formed, the more natural the strokes are, the higher the score. There is only one chance. So don't worry about the brothers who haven't changed their jobs. There is enough draft paper. You can calculate it. And finally, I will release the spell according to the spell model you deduced. And your final score will increase by 30%. The duration is 6 hours. Now, start. Fong Bai's voice fell, and immediately caused an uproar. Countless players stared at Fong Bai with wide eyes, staring at each other, as if to verify whether they heard it wrong. However, there were quite a few players who looked calm and confident, while some were a little hesitant and started thinking quickly. Fong Bai paid attention to the reactions of every player, especially those who were calm and composed. However, the 3 black-robed mages hiding in the dark had the biggest reaction at this moment. Creation spell? Or is it a directional creation spell? Customized spell? Clark laughed angrily, and even found it a little unbelievable. The other 2 people couldn't help but laugh. After making sure that they had heard correctly, they sneered. Really funny. Is this Fong Bai here to recruit elite mages? Or the high tower standard? If it's to assess the improved spell, it's fine. But the creation spell? Is he joking? You know what? It's quite funny. Really funny. Just trying to attract attention. Clark sneered. And his uneasiness just now was swept away. And he even felt that he was really worrying too much. What was he thinking just now? Luckily, he didn't say it out. Otherwise it would become the biggest joke of the year. Clark shook his head repeatedly, cleared all the thoughts in his mind, and then continued to watch the fun, chatting and laughing with the 2 mages next to him, watching the excitement very easily. What's even funnier is that after only half an hour, a player raised his hand confidently to show that he had completed it. Poochie. Really funny. This is a popular joke recently. Before Clark finished speaking, he saw the player casting a spell at Fong Bai's signal. Swish. 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 Countless fine and sharp air whistled past like a gust of wind, and instantly fell on the wooden stake in front of the man. How is it possible? Clark didn't even finish his words. His eyes widened in disbelief. The next moment, a breeze blew, and the wooden stake turned into fine powder and drifted away with the wind. 2 vigorous and powerful characters with smooth strokes appeared in front of everyone. Lu Qing. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and look at the 2 characters quietly. This name was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. At this moment, even Fong Bai's face couldn't help but show a little strange color. This level is quite amazing. Silence. Clark was speechless watching the scene, and the words just now seemed to still echo in his ears. A joke? A joke? Clark looked at the spell structure, and then at the wooden stake carved into 2 characters. At this moment, Clark's defense was completely broken, because he found that even if he went up, it seemed that it was at most like this, and he couldn't even do it. This group of players had only been learning mage knowledge for a few days, but he had been learning it for a lifetime without realizing it. Seeing that the magic band team was not around, Fong Bai, who only had a dozen people around him, gradually became murderous when he saw that group of mages. Fong Bai was alone, and this was the best opportunity. Chapter 274. Fong Bai. Players. Clark said softly, quietly watching Fong Bai and these players. Originally, he planned to watch the excitement before taking action, but now he has given up. Attack immediately. However, Clark did not get too close, because he knew that Fong Bai could find them, and getting too close would alert the enemy. Clark directly began to prepare spells from a distance, and began to arrange the battlefield with the other 2. At the same time, Clark recalled the information about Fong Bai in his mind. Mechanical armor, terrifying brute force, extremely high physical strength, no spellcasting ability, physical fighting master in the forbidden magic area. After a while, ritual sites were completed one after another, and at the same time, spells in the spell slot were replaced one by one. For a mage, the rank is a very flexible thing. The strength of a mage depends entirely on the knowledge and power he possesses. The former determines the upper limit of the power a mage can have, and the latter determines how long it takes for the mage to exert this upper limit. For example, a professional mage has the ability to set up a master-level magic array, but because of his weak mental power, he needs various magic arrays to assist him and various materials to be piled up, which takes several days to complete. For an elite mage, it may take half a day or an hour to complete the arrangement, reaching the upper limit of knowledge. For Clark, as long as he is well prepared, even a master can be killed, let alone a mere elite warrior. Clark has never taken other professions of the same level seriously. Thinking of Quincy being scared like a turtle by a group of players, Clark showed a trace of disdain, thinking about something in his mind. His hands did not stop moving at all. After the magic array was arranged, it took more than an hour to prepare. In silence, a quasi-master level spell entered the ready state. Looking at Fong Bai, Karak's eyes showed a hint of coldness. The next moment, the movement in his hand loosened. Silently cast the spell. In an instant, the spell model in his hand burst out with a whale-swallowing momentum, and an elemental vortex formed, sweeping the water element madly. The quasi-master spell McPherson's frozen arrow. The terrifying element fluctuations here instantly alarmed Fong Bai and others. Fong Bai, Su Shiping, and the mages participating in the assessment all turned their heads to look. No mental power is needed, as long as the body can sense the power of elements. The elemental fluctuations coming from there can be detected. Everyone directly locked onto the 3 black-robed mages on a hill over there, and the azure arrows that quickly formed in front of them. The overwhelming pressure made everyone's face change. The feeling of the elements of heaven and earth being commanded by the master. Some knowledgeable players changed their faces. Fong Bai? Su Shiping also reacted and looked at Fong Bai quickly. The others also looked at Fong Bai in unison, reacted, and immediately calmed down a lot. Master level. Didn't Fong Bai hunt master level monsters before? Many people felt a little relieved, and even looked forward to it. The soul of fun awakens. However, they didn't know. How could Su Shiping not know? Hunting the master level dragon scale violent bear was under the suppression of the extraordinary army. It's not that Fong Bai is not strong, but although Fong Bai is strong, he has not reached the level of a master, and the time given to Fong Bai is still too short. And Zhang Zhong and the others stayed at home to guard the mage tower, and it would take time to come over. But now, Fong Bai, Su Shiping couldn't help shouting again. At this moment, the azure arrow had already shot out, and the air, the earth, and the trees were all frozen wherever it passed. In this process, all the water elements in the places it passed were swept over, causing the pressure of the azure arrow to rise with the wind, becoming more and more huge. But at this time, Su Shiping was stunned. I saw Fong Bai slightly pressing his palm towards him. It's okay. It's not a master. It's an elite mage. Oh, an elite mage? Huh? Su Shiping just said one sentence, but then he reacted instantly. Damn. Elite mages are even more difficult to deal with. But before Su Shiping finished speaking, Fong Bai walked towards the direction where the arrows were flying. While walking, he took off his coat and threw it back under everyone's gaze, revealing a high-tech mechanical belt around his waist and a round crystal pendant on his neck. Fong Bai grabbed the crystal around his neck with one hand and pulled it hard. The crystal disc was pulled down and slapped on the belt. Click! With a light sound. Su Shiping suddenly realized something and was shocked. Not only him, but all the players who were watching Fong Bai were stunned when they saw the scene. The next moment, as Fong Bai walked forward, a phantom of armor emerged, and it continued to emerge as he moved forward. Clang! A mighty full-body armor covered with dragon scales, and with dragon claws clasped on both shoulders appeared on his body. And at this moment, a sound with a strong mechanical texture rang out from all directions. Dragon scale armor. Armor. Combine. Clang. Hiss. 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 At this moment, no one is looking at the mage, and no one is looking at the arrow. What master? What spell? Is it important? Not important. At this moment, even combat effectiveness is not important. At this moment, it doesn't matter whether Fong Bai can block the spell or not. And it doesn't matter whether Fong Bai can win or not. It doesn't matter whether this armor increases combat effectiveness or not. It doesn't matter even if this armor reverses combat effectiveness. Fong Bai won. Amid the sound of people sucking in their breath, everyone widened their eyes, breathing rapidly, and even felt that they couldn't breathe. And at this moment, their performance fully proved one point. Pink eye is indeed contagious. At this moment, pairs of eyes are red, like rubies, redder than rabbit eyes. And at this moment, Fong Bai didn't look back, and deliberately shook his right hand. The hand armor made of fine dragon scales rustled. And then his right hand fell down. Caw-caw! Duh! The crisp sound rang out, as if ringing in everyone's heart. On the red eyes, only a card flew out from the waist and unfolded. When it turned into a person's height, Fong Bai reached into it. Clang! The same mechanical sound rang out again. Dragon pattern spear. The moment the sound rang out, everyone got goosebumps in the mechanical sound. And at this moment, more details were perceived by people. And the most obvious point was that the elemental power in the surrounding environment responded to the dragon scale armor, and was controlled by it. This extremely obvious feature made everyone look stern. Master level armor. The terrifying momentum rose up. And Fong Bai held the gun with both hands. A little cold light came first. And then the gun came out like a dragon. The dragon pattern gun and the azure arrow were wrapped with the elements of heaven and earth at the same time. And the needle tip collided with the wheat tip. Chapter 275 Dragon Wings. Ah! A high-pitched dragon roar echoed. And the azure arrow only stagnated for a moment in front of the dragon-patterned spear, and then shattered into pieces in the next moment. Bang! The azure arrow completely exploded, and the ice mist in the sky completely froze everything within the range, turning it into a world of ice and snow. And Fong Bai was also frozen in it. But before anyone could react, the dragon scales on the surface of Fong Bai's dark red armor moved rhythmically, and the iceberg outside was directly shattered. Bang! Fong Bai stepped hard, and the ground was not damaged at all. Not even a footprint was left. Only a slight vibration. In the slight vibration, Fong Bai shot out instantly. And in the silence, the armor on his body disappeared. Just when everyone thought something had happened, Fong Bai took advantage of the crystal disc that popped out of his belt, and pulled another crystal disc into it. Snap! 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 Armor fusion. The familiar voice sounded again. And the armor on Fong Bai's body suddenly turned into a set of dark red dragon scale armor that was more slim, more beautiful in lines, but thinner. Dada. During Fong Bai's leap, two folded steel plates popped out of his calves. The dark red steel plate with an inverted bow shape was nearly 1 meter long, and it was almost bent to the limit when Fong Bai stepped heavily on it. Swish! The steel plate rebounded, and Fong Bai shot out. When he landed again, the inverted bow-shaped steel plate was compressed to the limit again. At the same time, the zodiac signs of the magic circle appeared one after another on Fong Bai's body. Breaking the wind. Light and agile. The agility of a cat. Accumulating power again and again. And bouncing again and again. Fong Bai almost turned into a dark red shadow and shot out. And the weapon in his hand turned into a pair of claw blades about the length of his forearm at some point. And he almost rushed at the speed of a rainbow. But the next moment, a spell rain came towards him. Yes, spell rain. The magic array arranged in advance. The spell positions of the three mages. In the face of the sudden change, Clark changed his plan directly, and went all out except for the life-saving spell. In an instant, the elements of heaven and earth shook. At least hundreds of spells fell all over the sky, and Fong Bai's speed had been calculated in advance, blocking all the dodge space. Slow spell. Petrification spell. Vine entanglement. Ice spell. Greasy spell. Human domination. Swamp book. Elemental deprivation. Control spells of different attributes hit Fong Bai instantly, and spells bit and amplified each other, leaving no room for Fong Bai. Fireball spell. Stone throwing spell. Water arrow spell. Earth shaking. Fire meteor. Acid spell. One by one. Single. Ranged spell attacks followed closely, without any gap, without any breathing space. A scene like a natural disaster. The mage is so violent. As long as there is enough time and money, the mage can smash you to death with magic. If one doesn't work, 10 will do. If 10 doesn't work, 100 will do. If 100 doesn't work, 1,000 will do. And if there is enough information and intelligence, attack the weaknesses. And one magic circle can have the effect of 10. All masters will die here. After all, this seems simple. But in fact, the simpler the things are, the fewer flaws they have. The more crushing things are, the harder it is to modify. Bombing. Pushing. Smash him to death with money. What's more hateful is that the mage happens to be the richest profession. Many players, even Clark, held their breath. The first wave of control spells fell, and Clark watched Fong Bai turn the roulette wheel, and a phantom of armor appeared around his body. The thin armor disappeared, and then a heavy armor appeared on Fong Bai. The heavy armor was like a human tank, which was extremely bloated and directly blocked all control spells. When the spell took effect, a faint dragon roar sounded, and the thick dragon scales on the surface of the armor rose and fell, instantly shaking off all the spell effects. The next moment, as Fong Bai turned the gear on his waist, a heavy tower shield appeared in Fong Bai's hand. The tower shield fell to the ground, and he used his shoulder to support the shield. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was full of flames. The earth was shaking, and Fong Bai was directly engulfed by endless flames. Su Shiping, who was behind, was nervous. But at this moment, he suddenly found that a shadow stood up under the black-robed wizard, emitting strong mental fluctuations. Not good, Su Shiping shouted hurriedly. Fong Bai. Shadow. Mental attack. Clark, who was about to attack, was stunned when he heard the words and turned his head to look at the player. He actually discovered his attack? Clark showed a sneer. What if he discovered it? It's too late. Although he didn't think Fong Bai could survive this terrifying explosion that was enough to kill the master, Clark still prepared a mental attack against Fong Bai's weaknesses. The area of dozens of meters centered on Fong Bai was completely covered by the spell effect. Flames, poisonous gas, and shocks filled the air. The elements were extremely violent under the effect of the agitated spell, and at this moment no one could use their mental power to sense the situation inside. However, the flame slowly dissipated, revealing a tall figure inside. Su Shiping was delighted to see this and immediately shouted, Fong Bai. Mental attack. Too late. Unless your mental power is a solid lump of iron, you will definitely die. Clark sneered. And Su Shiping, who was originally quite anxious, was suddenly stunned when he heard it. Wait. What the hell? Solid lump of iron? Su Shiping looked at the solid spell position in his mind and fell into deep thought. In an instant, a shadow emerged directly from Fong Bai's shadow, and the strong mental power contained in it instantly penetrated Fong Bai's mind. Ding! Clark seemed to hear a crisp sound in his ears, and the next moment a fierce burning sensation came from his mental power. Ah! Clark cried out in pain without noticing it for a moment. The fierce burning of his mental power made his face twisted in pain, and an illusory flame even spread along his mental power. In the severe pain, Clark decisively abandoned his mental power, and almost instinctively activated the flying technique in the spell position, accelerating the flying technique and soaring into the sky in an instant. Swish! After just a few moments, Fong Bai's claws cut the two mages who were unable to react into several pieces, and their shields fell off like tofu. When Fong Bai suddenly jumped up but failed to catch Clark, and could only stand on the top of the mountain and stare at Clark. Clark's mental shock finally recovered and he regained consciousness. The first thing he did after waking up was to quickly rise to a height that Fong Bai could not reach no matter whether he jumped, threw or shot an arrow. Only then did he have time to feel his injured mental power being burned. Abandoning mental power led to damage to the source of mental power. Not listening to orders and taking people away without authorization led to the death of two mages. Clark's facial expression was completely distorted, and he stood in the void. He was in the sky, and Fong Bai was on the ground. One in the sky, one on the ground. Clark was not in a hurry to leave, and stared at Fong Bai in the same place, with extremely resentful eyes. Die! Die! I want you to die. No. I want you to live a life worse than death. I want to catch you and skin you alive. Clark was halfway through his words, when he suddenly saw Fong Bai silently turning the wheel at his waist. In an instant, a pair of dragon wings stretched out behind Fong Bai and Clark was stunned. Chapter 276 Quincy. Clark's ghost was terrified, and with a strong fear lingering in his heart, he turned and ran. Behind him, Fong Bai leaped up, and in midair, the dragon wings with a wingspan of more than 10 meters stretched out and flapped slowly. The surface of the dragon wings, like a metal film, was covered with fine dragon scales, and the wind blew as they slowly flickered. A series of magic lights flashed on the armor and the dragon wings. Finally, Fong Bai stopped in midair, looking at Clark moving away at a very fast speed. Fong Bai was not in a hurry at all, and gently turned the wheel, and a few more parts appeared on the dragon wings behind him. The dragon wings were folded and fixed, and with the two newly added jets on the dragon wings, Fong Bai stopped falling and instantly crossed the sky at a very fast speed. Puff! Puff! In just a few moments, he reached out to Clark, feeling Fong Bai getting closer and closer behind him. A strong fear lingered in his heart. No! 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 Clark yelled out of control, his eyes red. At this time, he couldn't help but recall Quincy's words and repeated dissuasion. And a feeling of regret surged in his heart. Thinking of Quincy, Clark turned around and flew in the direction of Quincy. Quincy! Quincy! Help! Puff! Clark looked down at the tip of the gun that emerged from his chest. The tip of the gun was covered with fine dragon scales. The fine dragon scales that were invisible to the naked eye instantly became natural barbs after piercing the flesh and blood, scraping Clark's flesh and blood. "I." Clark said the last word with blood in his mouth, and the tip of the gun trembled before he could speak. Bang! The terrifying power poured out. Clark's body was directly shattered into a blood mist all over the sky, without leaving even a piece of fragments as big as a fingernail. The remaining mental power was enveloped by a ball of illusory flames before it could disappear with the wind. Amid the terrifying wailing, Clark was completely wiped out from the world. Then, the flames ignited the blood mist and burned it all away. During this process, Fong Bai found that this flame was surprisingly useful, whether it was defending Clark's mental attack, burning his mind, or burning the remaining spirit and destroying the body. It was very useful. This flame is the main body of the Tempering God meditation method. It will continue to become stronger, and it will become stronger as the mental power realm becomes stronger, and it will never be outdated. Now it seems that the potential of this flame is quite large, and I can fully explore it in depth. For example, creating defensive counterattack spells, creating spells for dual attacks of the mind and the body. Fong Bai thought about it and felt that it had very high development potential for mental attack and defense, and it also had extremely high practicality. Sure enough, appropriate actual combat is not a bad thing for research. Practice makes perfect. Even weapons must be tested in actual combat, let alone mine. Fong Bai reached out to finish Clark's dropped robe, and with a sweep of his mental power, his brows suddenly frowned. Why is it so poor? Fong Bai saw that there was nothing in the robe except the remaining crystal powder and other spellcasting materials. There were no notes, no secret manuals, not even a spell book. An elite mage went out without bringing anything valuable. Only a few spell materials. There were not many materials left for setting up the magic circle. Thinking back to the magic circle that had just attacked him, Fong Bai was silent. You deserve to die. Fong Bai sighed and checked the black robe. He found that this black robe with gold patterns was an extraordinary equipment that had the functions of calming the mind, hiding the breath, and strengthening the mental power. In addition, it also had several constant shield spells. This comforted Fong Bai a little. There was a head-sized hole smashed on the black robe. Most of the magic circle on it was destroyed. Well, Fong Bai did it himself. Fong Bai was silent, thinking back to the direction Clark had just fled and what he had just shouted. Quincy. Right? The dragon wings behind Fong Bai folded again, and the whole person shot out, and his mental power expanded all over the sky. A pain in his mind made Fong Bai frown slightly, and then he continued to scan the net at high speed. On the other side, Quincy, who had already moved, looked at Fong Bai flying in the sky with the corner of his eyes. When he found Fong Bai eyes sweeping over, he closed his eyes instantly and was secretly shocked. What a sharp perception. The mages behind him looked at the movement over there at this moment, patted their chests with lingering fear, and then looked at Quincy with no more ridicule in their eyes, only admiration and gratitude. Last night, as soon as Clark left, Quincy forced them to move. They were very dissatisfied at the time, but had to move with the order. But deep in their hearts, they still cursed Quincy. But now, some are just afraid, and some are just grateful and admired. What cowardly! It is clear that he has a sharp perception, a clear consciousness, and a high foresight. Let's go. We can't stay here. We must leave now, Quincy said immediately, and the others heard it without any trouble and nodded repeatedly. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Sir, which way do we go? Stop talking. Sir, let's talk while we walk. Looking at the extremely cooperative and proactive mages, Quincy nodded. Let's go. This way. Quincy led his men away in a short while. Fong Bai withdrew his gaze in confusion. There seemed to be eyes watching him over there. But it seemed to be an illusion. Illusion? Fong Bai didn't believe in illusions. Fong Bai immediately shot out. During the mental scanning process, his brain was throbbing, and the energy of the engine in the belt was running out. But Fong Bai didn't care. He endured the pain and searched the area carefully. But he didn't find anything. Frowning slightly, seeing that the energy of the engine in the belt was about to run out, he immediately landed, and the dragon pattern steel plate folded on his calf unfolded and fell to the ground. Duh! 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 After several power-ups, Fong Bai shuttled between the mountains and forests at a very fast speed. The distance of flying in a straight line in the air. In the mountains and forests, you need to take a detour from time to time. Turn back, pass through the forest, and climb over the hillside. And the efficiency of traveling is extremely slow. It took Fong Bai a long time to get back to the range of the ore deposit. After entering the range of the ore deposit, Fong Bai jumped up again. The dragon wings behind him stretched out, slowly rose into the air in the strong wind, and then shot out, flying in a straight line. It returned to the range of Tiangong Pavilion in just a few blinks. Looking at the huge crowd of players, Fong Bai slowed down and stopped just when he came in front of the players. The thrusters dissipated, and the dragon wings stretched out and flapped slowly. In the whistling wind, Fong Bai descended at a very slow speed. The clothes on the players below rustled, and the skin on their faces was blown into wrinkles, and a circular space was spontaneously vacated. The height was reduced little by little, and finally the toes touched the ground, and the soles of the feet gently touched the bottom, and the energy was just exhausted. The dragon wings folded up and dissipated. Fong Bai, wearing dark red slim armor, stepped forward with dragon pattern combat boots. As he walked, the armor turned into dark red particles that drifted away in the wind. Chapter 277. Duh! 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 Fong Bai's crisp footsteps echoed in the crowd of players. Wherever he passed, players spontaneously made way for him. At the same time, countless people crowded over and looked at Fong Bai. Like a beautiful pantomime, the mechanical belt around his waist was like a black hole, firmly attracting everyone's attention. Su Shiping came towards Fong Bai, and the place where Fong Bai landed seemed to be exactly in the center of all the players. Su Shiping seriously suspected that Fong Bai had chosen the position deliberately. He slowly landed in the middle of the crowd, then removed his armor and transformed to reveal his true appearance, and then shuttled through the crowd. This behavior is simply too enviable. No, it's disgusting. Su Shiping seriously despised Fong Bai's behavior. Conceited, thick-skinned, shameless. If only he could transform. Su Shiping's heart was pounding, as if a little deer had epilepsy. Of course, Su Shiping would naturally not tell Fong Bai these. You know, Zhang Zhong is still thinking about how to please Fong Bai, how to flatter him, and get back his qualification to drive the violent bear mecha. However, Zhang Zhong didn't realize that many of his subordinates were secretly harming him. Well, Fong Bai's favorability towards him continued to decline. Su Shiping sorted out his expression, retracted his thoughts, and gave Fong Bai a thumbs up. Awesome. Broken voice. Hey, Loki. 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 Fong Bai smiled and said repeatedly with his eyes narrowed. It's just a master-level combat power armor. It just has some insignificant small functions such as transformation, flight, and weapon condensation. There are no advantages except being more handsome, stronger, and more awesome, Fong Bai said casually, and a group of people around him could only stare with wide eyes, breathing rapidly, and their mouths seemed to be planted with a whole lemon forest. Sour and terrible. But nothing more. Fong Bai was amused by this, thought about it, and said it out loud again. Forget it. I just tell you straight. Everyone was stunned. I'm going to show my cards. The armor fusion is very cool and handsome, especially when transforming, taking off, summoning weapons, and turning gears. I just want to ask you, am I awesome? Everyone paused for a moment, and then everyone cheered. Awesome. Broken voice. Everyone's cheers surrounded Fong Bai's ears. It was like a carnival. Fong Bai smiled. That should be the case. After all, he worked so hard for so long. Isn't it just to transform in public? Otherwise, why do he have so many transformation special effects? Isn't it just to pretend? To show off in front of people? Yes. Who wouldn't like an armored warrior who can transform? And at this moment, A voice suddenly rang out. I don't believe it. After shouting, a person looked at Fong Bai stubbornly, and the others looked over at once. And Fong Bai did the same. Under the gazes of many people, this person spoke slowly. I don't believe it. Unless, let me try. He couldn't help laughing as he spoke. And the boos from others echoed endlessly. TSK. Your calculations have jumped into my face. But what you said makes sense. And I don't believe it either. Yes. 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 I don't believe it either. Everyone stared at Fong Bai belt. Fong Bai smiled and opened his mouth. And his voice rang in the ears of all players. There will be armor warriors. And there will be transformations. However, armor warriors are exclusive weapons for professional mecha masters. And other professions cannot summon them. In addition, the summoning threshold is elite mecha masters. And the strength of the armor will be greatly affected by the different metals fused. As for when it will be available, please wait for notification. Anyway, I can tell you quietly that those who join Tiangong Pavilion can use it first. As soon as the voice fell, someone slapped his thigh anxiously. And this was someone who had been eliminated. Someone secretly clenched his fists. And there was a bit of determination in his eyes. This is the 2,000 people selected. However, at this time, many players also had a shudder in their hearts. This is Hao Wei, the president of the Lost Paradise Guild. This is Li Jiaming, the president of the Dynasty Guild. And this is Qi Yun, the president of the Kiang Swing Guild. One after another, the president suddenly thought of something. Their faces changed drastically, and they felt a familiar feeling. Only Zhao Yu of the Dynasty Guild and a group of guild presidents, who had never met Fong Bai, looked at Hao Wei and others inexplicably. What's wrong with you? Hao Wei and others did not answer. Before Zhao Yu and others had time to ask, they heard Fong Bai continue to say, the more than 100 people recruited this time all belong to the Tiangong Pavilion Cabinet, which is a full-time research institution. They are only responsible for research and do not need to deal with any miscellaneous matters. In addition, I will also recruit a group of outer cabinet members to be responsible for sales, engineering, construction, material collection, material production, etc. And the treatment will be preferential. In addition, the Extraordinary Army will gradually become a reserve army. And the best will join the Extraordinary Army, and will be equipped with advanced laboratory-level extraordinary equipment produced by Tiangong Pavilion, including but not limited to mecha armor. The recruitment examination for outer cabinet members is the same as the recruitment examination for inner cabinet researchers. Both test spell structure and select the best. However, the number of recruits will be relatively larger, and outer cabinet members can also participate in project research. After reaching a certain research contribution, they can be selected into the cabinet. Fong Bai mouth curled up slightly, looking forward to everyone's arrival. Gone! Zhao Yu slapped his thigh suddenly, turned his head to look at Hao Wei and others, but found that they were silent, but did not show any surprise. Seeing Zhao Yu looking over, Hao Wei and others pointed to the mage, who was maintaining order beside Fong Bai, and said, Did you see that mage? He used to be from our Dynasty Guild. The one who shouted over there. That one. And the three next to him used to be from our Lost Paradise. Don't look at me. Our Qi Yunxian people are in the army. Good fellow. Zhao Yu was silent now. What kind of person is Fong Bai? How come people have been poached from all guilds? And Fong Bai is so skilled. He is a habitual offender. Zhao Yu looked at Fong Bai with a vigilant look. Aren't you on guard? Why not? Didn't I hide so many people? They were dug out this time. Hao Wei said helplessly, then sighed and said resignedly, But don't worry. It's not all bad. After all, these people are from us, and we are not bad to them. They will keep in touch with us, maintain material and technical exchanges, which will help us and improve technology. After all, no matter what, the technical strength of Tiangong Pavilion is indeed strong and powerful. Just treat it as further study. Every time they exchange knowledge, they can bring a big breakthrough to our guild. Chapter 278 Shocked. So, think more positively. They are still members of our guild. They are just temporarily on a business trip. Hao Wei was silent for a moment. Business trip? I'm afraid it won't last 100 years. Zhao Yu was stunned. He didn't hear the second half of the sentence, but he took the first half to heart. Will Fong Bai not stop helping the original guild? What is Fong Bai stopping? Hao Wei suddenly became anxious when he said this. And the words came out of his mouth like pouring beans. He's a beast. Not only did he not stop it, he even openly supported this behavior and supported them in various places. Encouraged them to help the original guild and win the hearts of the people. If we take the benefits and don't care about people, then forget it. The relationship is completely cut off. But if we give all kinds of support and help, we pay the money, but all the benefits go to Fong Bai. The bastard. Hao Wei kept cursing and cursing. Zhao Yu was stunned. He thought about it carefully. I don't know why. I always feel a strong sense of déjà vu. Wait. Zhao Yu suddenly reacted and blurted out a sentence. Isn't this the victim? Hao Wei and others looked at him dimly, making Zhao Yu pat his shoulder when he was a little scared. Welcome to join. Hao Wei pointed behind Zhao Yu after he finished speaking. Zhao Yu looked back and saw the fiery eyes of his own guild members. His heart skipped a beat. Fong Bai didn't know about the little episode between these presidents. Although he knew that these presidents were coming, his mental power did not continue to pay attention to them. So he naturally did not know the specific situation. The recruitment and assessment of researchers continued, and the best 110 people were selected step by step. All these 110 people joined Tiangong Pavilion and became one of the cabinet research members. And then, all members of Tiangong Pavilion joined the assessment. Finally, the team of nearly 1,000 people was assessed and selected again. And finally, the best 110 people were officially released. I won't say much else. Our goal is to build the Violent Bear Mecha from scratch. The project team was officially established today, and it is called Project Team Number 1. After Fong Bai finished speaking, a group of mages responded immediately. After Fong Bai finished speaking, he looked at all the remaining people. After a few simple words, he looked at all the remaining players again. Hello everyone. Just like what I just said, you make a living with your skills. When Fong Bai was preparing to organize the second exam to recruit peripheral members, a corner on the edge of the Longwei area, the red-robed mage Alvin pondered slightly, looked in the direction of Tiangong Pavilion, and turned his head to look at Locke. You mean? The magic knowledge of that group of players is very strong. Almost as good as yours? Locke hesitated slightly, but still nodded. Alvin was slightly surprised. Very strong. They have already learned to improve the magic model. Locke was stunned when he heard the words, and recalled the scene of players creating magic models in the laboratory. But he was still silent and didn't say anything. Alvin didn't pay attention to Locke's state, but thought about it. Before leaving, Fei Rui told him to take care of Fong Bai if he met him, and asked him to send the incomplete ground film. A treasure. Now the ground film has been sent over. Take care of it. If you already have a certain amount of magic knowledge, plus Fong Bai own potential, Alvin pondered slightly. Forget it. Since the treasures have been delivered, let's just help again and help Fei Rui to deal with this Fong Bai relationship completely. No matter what, Fong Bai will remember this favor after all. Locke, come with me to find the Shadow Tower. It seems that it is Quincy who came? After Alvin finished speaking, he asked others to continue to pay attention to the situation in the Longmei area, and he took Locke to the area where the Shadow Tower mage stayed before. The two of them were very fast, and under Alvin's flying technique, they shot directly into the distance. It didn't take long for them to reach the approximate location and release a spell specifically used for communication between towers. Specific element fluctuations spread out, and Alvin quietly waited for a reply. In the far distance, Quincy, who was arranging a magic circle to converge his breath, was slightly stunned. He sensed this fluctuation and found the fire tower with a simple identification. Not only him, but others also recognized it. And someone shouted immediately, Fong Bai is too much. The fire tower is too much. Sir Steward, you must not reply. They have been together with Fong Bai for a long time. Maybe they want to catch us all in one fell swoop. Hearing the words of the mage, Alvin couldn't help but recall the fire tower mage he saw next to Fong Bai before, and a trace of haze appeared in his heart. And he immediately shouted in a low voice, it won't work here. Let's change places, and wait for Elder Tianyu to come and get us back. Okay. Okay. Then we will ask for it together. Many mages said in grief and anger, and immediately moved again. Alvin, who had not waited for a reply, was a little confused. He waited for a while, and gave up after confirming that there was no reply at all. After thinking about it, he turned and flew towards the direction of Tiangong Pavilion. Tiangong Pavilion. After Fong Bai sorted out the organizational structure of the outer pavilion, he handed it over to Tang Wen and Zhang Zhong to be responsible for the recruitment and assessment work, and he took more than 100 players back to the interior of Tiangong Pavilion. First, he gave the transfer certificates to the 12 players who had not yet changed their jobs. Fong Bai was more looking forward to and admired these 12 players. In comparison, the mage has stronger computing power and mental power. More importantly, the mage can release spells and can sense the power of elements. In other words, for the mage, spells can be touched and seen, which is concrete. But for ordinary players who have not changed their jobs, elements and spell models are too abstract. In this case, to reach this step, a complete mathematical model must be established. Use abstract mathematics to replace the direct and specific perception of the mage, and surpass the mage to gain the ability to create spell models. Once such a person changes his job to become a mage, obtains the elemental perspective, and obtains mental power, then his ability will definitely usher in a rapid growth. In comparison, although other players who have become mages are also excellent, they are naturally not as amazing as these players. Considering this problem, Fong Bai even gave a batch of mage job transfer certificates to ordinary players who ranked at the top but were not selected for free. Just as a favor, after completing the job transfer, Fong Bai team directly became all mages. Fong Bai led them into a laboratory, pointed to a computing unit, and said to everyone, "Everyone connect your mental power to this." Chapter 279. Did you just say that they are equally matched? Let's do this first. Everyone should get familiar with the basic situation. Settle down and communicate with each other. Well, there will be a meeting the day after tomorrow morning, and the division of labor will be specifically deployed at that time. After communicating quickly through the computing unit, Fong Bai asked the original members of Tiangong Pavilion to take the newcomers to settle down, and then turned and left. It must be said that this group of people has extremely high quality. They are basically geniuses among geniuses, and each of them has the ability to create spell models at will. Especially the one named Lu Yong among the mages, and the one named Zhong Chong among the ordinary players. Their performances are faintly disconnected from the more than 100 people. They are a whole level higher than everyone else, which makes it very smooth for Fong Bai to communicate with them. You can understand what you mean as soon as you start. When explaining, they understand it at once. And they can also put forward their own ideas with their own ideas. And they are also highly feasible. Their thinking is wild and unconstrained. And they are extremely meticulous. They have a strong inspirational effect on Fong Bai. And it really feels like meeting a soulmate in the mountains and rivers. Fong Bai knew that this time he had recruited the best players. Even the best talents in reality. This time, the poaching really touched the blood vessels of these guilds. Oh no! The arteries. Oh no! The hearts were poached. When he returned to the outside to watch the recruitment process of the outer cabinet, Fong Bai always felt that he was at the back. With a sweep of his mental power, he found that a whole row of guild presidents were staring at him with resentful eyes. Each of them like a woman in the boudoir. Fong Bai felt a little embarrassed. Forget it. I won't poach them next time. Hao Wei and others who were approaching felt a little comforted when they heard this. This Fong Bai was still a bit kind. Anyway, I poached them all. Fong Bai ran away immediately after saying this. Otherwise he was really afraid of being beaten. And Hao Wei behind him cursed. Fong Bai. You beast. Be a human being. Several presidents cursed. Fong Bai didn't dare to show his head. And he didn't get angry when he heard it. After taking the benefits, I was scolded by the victim. Let him scold me. Fong Bai dodged and watched from the other side. And then suddenly looked into the distance. Huh? The direction Fong Bai was looking at was empty. But soon two figures flew quickly in the air. Two red-robed mages. One of whom was Locke. And the mage in front of Locke. Deacon Alvin. He is Fong Bai. Fong Bai. This is Deacon Alvin from our fire tower. After Locke finished the introduction, Fong Bai nodded slightly. And before he opened his mouth, Alvin spoke first. Fong Bai. Right? Fei Rui told me about you, and asked me to take care of you. Alvin raised his chin slightly. His expression was arrogant. And there was nothing wrong with what he said. But his tone was as annoying as Locke before. Fong Bai guessed that it was not directed at him. It should be a habit, making people feel uncomfortable. But looking at the ground film, it was still uncomfortable. By the way, have you seen the mages from the Shadow Tower before? Alvin glanced at the lively scene around him. guessing that the shadow tower had not been there yet. And he immediately spoke. Don't think that they left so easily before. And there is no movement now. In fact, they like to play shady games the most. Lurking, assassinating, and sabotage are commonplace. They are all inherited mages. Not those wild mages you have seen before. And it doesn't mean that you will be the same if you change your job to a mage. Don't think that you are an elite level. But in a real fight, the weakest professional level mage can easily kill you, Alvin said casually. And Locke behind him couldn't help but open his mouth wide when he heard it. Looked at Alvin. And hesitated to speak. When he was reporting before. He absolutely didn't hide the part about being beaten. It's just possible that it's human nature. Or, probably, it should be beautified a little bit. Locke always felt that Fong Bai looked at him a little strangely. And looked at Alvin again, feeling a little guilty. How about this? You pack up your things and follow me later. I will guarantee your safety, Alvin said lightly. Fong Bai couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand when he heard it. He suddenly felt that Fei Rui's personality was actually quite normal at the beginning. It can be understood. At this time, Su Shiping just came over, lowered his head, looked at the tattered black robe in his hand, and said to Fong Bai without raising his head, Fong Bai, this robe seems to be still useful. If we dismantle it, we can make a lot of things. And it will also destroy the body. Su Shiping raised his head when he said this, and suddenly saw the robe on Alvin, and reacted. Oh, this is me. I will come later. Su Shiping put away the black robe without changing his expression. Turned around and left without changing his expression. But his steps became faster and faster. Alvin was confused. The robe just now. 2 golden patterns? No, that's not right. There is another hidden golden pattern. A 3-pattern elite mage who has not yet been promoted to a deacon. Wait, this robe. It's none of my business. It's not from the Shadow Tower. I picked it up. I don't know. Alvin was confused. Fong Bai said nothing. But it seemed like he said everything. Thinking back to the time when he went to the Shadow Tower just now, and there was no response. You know, the range of influence of that spell is quite wide. Originally, he just thought that the mages from the Shadow Tower had left. But now it seems that they really left? Alvin walked away in a daze. And even Fong Bai didn't respond when he greeted him. He felt that his tone just now was like a joke. A circus clown. He also shamelessly said something about taking care of you. And packing up and leaving to keep you safe. Alvin covered his face with his hands and tapped his toes frantically. At this time, recalling the previous observation of Locke with his spiritual power, he was hesitant to speak. And suddenly asked faintly. Locke. Locke suddenly felt a slight chill on his back. You said before that you and him are equally matched? Locke gave Alvin an awkward but polite smile. Tiangong Pavilion. Su Shiping came over casually with a black robe and asked curiously. Fong Bai. Was it the mage from the fire tower just now? The robes of their 2 families are indeed exactly the same. With the same specifications and styles. They are probably very close to each other. You let them see this black robe. Is it okay? So many players saw it. When I was chasing them, I also secretly noticed the prying eyes. It must be other mages from the Shadow Tower. So it is impossible to hide it. And there is no need to hide it. Besides, it would be hard to get rid of it if I don't reveal this. Fong Bai pondered slightly. After all, they just sent a generous gift. Such a big family. No matter how much. You have to be more patient. They are really gifting. Chapter 280 Magnetic Field. That's right. Broken earth veins are really good things. We have never heard of them before. Let alone looking for them. Su Shiping agreed. The broken earth veins have been arranged into a magic circle by them and Fong Bai, gathering the power of the earth veins to nourish the violent bare bones. The effect is excellent, far exceeding the normal use of elemental power to nourish. Su Shiping's vision is very sharp. As soon as he saw the broken earth film, he knew that this piece of earth film fragment could definitely become one of the core components of the violent bear mecha. At the same time, the main attack direction of the violent bear mecha can be determined based on this. Earth, fortress, power, firepower support. Because after fusing the earth film fragments, standing on the earth will have endless power. And you can even directly mobilize the power of the earth veins and merge with the earth. In the future, the earth film fragments will continue to improve the material of the violent bear mecha. Or even make another breakthrough and become a growth mecha. At least the Earth film fragments will give the Violent Bear mecha a glimmer of possibility. It is a treasure. It just so happens that this treasure was sent by someone for no reason. And it seems that there is no bad intention at present. It is okay to be arrogant to such a person. I can tolerate it. Su Shiping put away the black robe and asked, "By the way, Fong Bai, there was no time problem just now. How did your armor come out so quickly? And it is directly a master level armor. Everyone was stunned just now. Don't be too awesome. When it took off, everyone flew. Can this master level armor be mass produced?" At this time, Shiping also came over. He had been busy just now, and only had time to come now. Various key technologies have been broken through long ago. And I have also designed the armor. The only thing missing is the engine from Qipeng. Now that the engine is ready, it can naturally transform directly. As for the master level, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. No, it can't be copied. This is another experience of mine. It is basically impossible to copy. The dragon spirit is the absolute core of this armor that can give Fong Bai master level combat power. Whether it is the super strong magic resistance when facing control spells, or the absolute physical resistance when facing various attack spells. These are all indirectly given by dragon energy through gold element. If there is no dragon energy, it is not impossible for Fong Bai armor to directly give Fong Bai master level combat power. But it is obvious that there are still some key technologies that need to be broken through. The threshold between elite level and master level is too high, and the gap is too big. Of course, mass production of elite level armor warriors is naturally no problem. Now it is at most elite level. If you want to reach master level, you must think about magic arrays and core energy, or use special materials. And these too. Fong Bai pondered slightly. Master level armor will only be a special case. And the mainstream master level combat power still belongs to mecha. Otherwise, I would not form this project team at all. Otherwise, I would not continue the Violent Bear mecha project. Su Shiping and Qipeng were thoughtful after hearing this. They also understand the essence of the master level. That is high-level energy and consciousness. In order to achieve these two conditions, armor will indeed be difficult to complete. The specialness will also exceed that of mecha. The cost may also be far higher than that of mecha. Just as Fong Bai said, master level armor is just a special case. And they can't help but continue to think about the overall composition of master level mecha and mecha masters. In this process, what roles do armor, mecha, and mecha masters play respectively? Fong Bai did not interrupt their thinking. And he also entered into thinking. After a while, Qipeng retracted his thoughts, turned his head to look at Fong Bai, and waited until Fong Bai looked at him as well before he asked, "So how does this engine work? Give me some user feedback when you have time, and I will make targeted improvements next." The engine is powerful and violent, enough to support the operation of external or internal machinery such as thrusters and dragon wings. However, the energy consumption is too high, and the highly compressed semi-liquid gold elements stored cannot support the long-term operation of the engine. And ordinary gold elements are not qualified to make the engine rotate at high speed. So either reduce the fuel demand required by the engine, or study higher density fuels. You see, I started the game, and just a short while ago, the semi-liquid compressed gold elements inside have been used up. Qipeng carefully recorded, and Fong Bai continued. Second, the energy utilization rate of this engine should not be very high, and there should be a lot of room for improvement in the magnetic field array. I will write an idea for you later. You can try it. Improving the energy utilization rate is also a disguised way to increase endurance. Third, during the operation, I can feel the strong magnetic field spreading above the engine. Fong Bai pondered slightly, and then provided an idea under Qipeng's gaze. This magnetic field is very strong and powerful. I am thinking whether this magnetic field can be used, such as solidifying and condensing it to become an invisible shield? Or whether the strong magnetic field can be used to make some weapons related to the magnetic field to avoid waste. And this can also expand the use of the engine as much as possible. Qipeng was thoughtful after hearing this, but his movements did not slow down at all, and he recorded all these points in detail in his notebook. In addition to these, the engines, Fong Bai continued, and after a while, he simply handed the belt to Qipeng, asking him to study and test the projector, engine, energy warehouse and other structures inside, and even make targeted adjustments to the engine. And he directly used the computing unit to tell the two people the basic principles of Armor Hero. For the two, It is not difficult to learn the manufacturing technology of Armor Hero armor after obtaining technical information from Fong Bai and knowing many puzzles by themselves. After the oral description, Fong Bai said again, "I hope you can create your own unique Armor Hero as soon as possible." Chi Peng and Su Shiping nodded, without any unusual expressions. For them, designing and building such a set of armor is like playing. Fong Bai told them all the key technologies. The most they could do was to improve and modify it according to their own needs, and then go out in public. Ahem. Chi Peng and Su Shiping looked at each other, showing a similar look. But when they realized that it was the other party, they snorted coldly, turned their heads away, and left. Fong Bai looked at Chi Peng and Su Shiping, who left, and felt funny in his heart. These two people. Fong Bai stood there and looked for a few times. After finding that the recruitment examination for the outer cabinet members was proceeding in an orderly manner, he turned around and left. Chapter 281 Mage. Spiritual Power. Back inside the Tiangong Pavilion, Fong Bai happened to see the mage setting up a magic circle to melt iron and steel and cast the wall. Fong Bai went over to comfort him and promised to free them as soon as the job transfer personnel arrived, which immediately caused a cheer. Then Fong Bai continued to go deeper and came to a corner deep in the cave. There was a house here. The surface of the house was covered with silk threads like circuit boards, but it was crystal-like. Fong Bai pushed open the door and saw the structure. It was actually a computing unit. The computing power was not strong. It was not mainly used to provide computing power resources for the Tiangong Pavilion mages, but for public information storage, instant communication by mages, and issuing tasks and notifications. In short, this was an experimental internal site of the Tiangong Pavilion. However, because the computing power unit could not achieve remote connection, it was impossible to communicate remotely without the participation of the mage. So it was not even a local area network and could not be built. Among them, Fong Bai also set up simple regional isolation and key login to divide different access rights. Now it is considered to be in the testing stage, and the contents of different authority areas are roughly the same, with no difference. However, Fong Bai did not come here to check the test situation. He just took a simple glance and found the spiritual power dissipating in the house. Many spiritual powers with different fluctuations are all mixed in this small room. On the wall, a faint barrier restrains it in the house. The crystal core and the spell position can store spiritual power. The magic array in the house was developed and created by Fong Bai based on the crystal core and the spell position structure. However, as of now, the effect of this magic array is not very good. The spiritual power has obviously dissipated a lot, and some of it has fallen into silence, and it is obvious that it is about to dissipate. Fong Bai pondered slightly, without any treatment, but walked to another closed room next to it to check the spiritual power situation inside. Check one by one, confirm one by one, and then analyze according to different situations and different variables. After making some targeted improvements to the magic array, Fong Bai restarted the experiment. Then Fong Bai went to Chi Peng's laboratory. In the laboratory, Chi Peng started a machine, and the gold elements in the environment flowed in, while other elements were directly filtered by the array. Then, a large number of gold elements were processed by arrays one after another, and after one procedure after another, they finally turned into a relatively stable state. The golden mist-like liquid slowly flowed in the vessel, and when it flowed into the engine at the end, the two magnetic field arrays started at the same time. Buzz! 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 The rotor and stator trembled at high speed, making a buzzing sound. But the angle did not change at all, until Chi Peng's finger fell gently. Duh! The rotor rotated at high speed, making a whistling sound during rotation. Someone was responsible for testing and recording the performance and data during rotation, while Chi Peng focused on the magnetic field. The magnetic field strength of this magnetocrystalline engine is quite high, but most of it was still dissipated, which is a pity. Jiandon talked with Chi Peng about some ideas about the magnetic field array, and then left. One project team after another went around, and finally returned to the Mage Tower. At this time, Fong Bai focused his attention deep in his mind. According to Fong Bai understanding, in a normal mage's mental space, many spell slots will rotate around the first spell slot. The first spell slot is the original spell slot, which is the highest level spell slot, counting from the outside to the inside. The first circle, or the spell slots in the first ring, are called first ring spell slots. The second ring is called the second ring spell slot. The third ring is called the third ring spell slot. And so on. Generally speaking, the number of second ring spell slots is twice that of the previous ring. That is, the number of spell slots. And so on. Similarly, the level of a mage is also defined according to the highest number of spell slots. A mage with a maximum of 1 ring spell slots is called a first ring mage. And a mage with a maximum of 5 ring spell slots is called a 5-ring mage. And the first to third rings are called professional mages. And the fourth to sixth rings are called elite mages. However, these have nothing to do with Fong Bai. Fong Bai estimates that he will only have 1 spell slot in his life until he dies. Because all the spiritual power enhanced by cultivation was tempered into the original spell slot by the flame. There was no extra original spiritual power to condense a new spell slot. But this also brought me a microscopic field perception ability and spiritual attack defense ability far beyond that of an irregular magician. Fong Bai looked at the small spell slot in his mind that had a hideous crack. During the rotation, waves of pain were still transmitted directly to Fong Bai's soul and consciousness. The spirit was directly injured. This pain did not pass through the nerves. And it was a pain that could not be weakened or isolated by any method or any technique, directly reaching the soul. This is the wound left by the black-robed wizard's mental attack at that time. This crack directly spread to the 2 sides of the spell slot, which is extremely conspicuous. Fortunately, the spell slot has been refined by me into a solid one, so it has such a terrifying defense. If it was still just a hollow thin shell spell slot, I'm afraid it would have shattered on the spot. Fong Bai's face was quite solemn. The spell slot was shattered, and the severe pain to the point of losing self-control was the most basic. And it might even leave permanent trauma. And if it was more serious, it was not impossible to die on the spot. Shadow Tower. Fong Bai felt a little dreadful in his heart. These old-fashioned wizard forces had too much advantage in strength and foundation. But you messed with me. Fong Bai was silent. Master level is fine. If you come with another legend, I will run away. While thinking about the construction progress of the outer wall of Tiangong Pavilion, Fong Bai mobilized the void flame to burn and repair the spell slot in a targeted manner. However, although it is just a crack, it is very difficult to repair. Fong Bai estimated that if it were an ordinary mage, it would take at least half a month, or even several months to repair naturally. There is no simple trauma at the mental level, but that is for other ordinary mages. For Fong Bai, what a joke. A person who can melt spells to play would be afraid of such a small crack? Fong Bai muttered casually, and then continued to mobilize the flame to repair it. At the same time, Fong Bai also began to deduce defense measures based on the experience of being attacked by the spirit this time, deducing the flame defense structure and even the counterattack structure. After all, as a mage, it is impossible to suffer the same thing twice. Right? Then you are still a shitty mage. Wash your ass and go home to work as a blacksmith. However, the Shadow Tower still left a trace of haze in Fong Bai's heart. Chapter 282 Growing Elemental Metal or Veins. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. After completely repairing the cracks in the spell slot, Fong Bai opened his eyes wide. Although he had joked about running away before, Fong Bai knew what he was doing. The Mage Tower was here, so he couldn't just run away. His territory was here, so he couldn't just run away. Although the territory couldn't be promoted because there were no extraordinary buildings recognized by the territory. But Fong Bai knew that this was only temporary. He couldn't just give up the territory that even the ancient mages would rely on. There was also the Mage Tower. Not to mention the potential for further upgrades in the future. The 11 invitations that came with the territory steal were the greatest value. Fong Bai couldn't just give up. Fong Bai took a deep breath and sorted out his thoughts and his advantages bit by bit. In just a moment, Fong Bai knew what he was doing. The cave where he was located was deep in the earth, in a huge hematite mine, and he just happened to master the extraordinary forging method. The 3 refining forging method. This was their biggest advantage. Fong Bai arranged it immediately without any hesitation. With the resources of Tiangong Pavilion, one set of mobile arrays after another took shape, and the speed of stealing in all directions of the cave increased again. And this time Fong Bai also chose to use the warming array to shape the elemental metal wall in the interlayer between the quasi-3 refining steel. With the human and material resources of Tiangong Pavilion, the 2 projects were quickly promoted. But the price paid was that the materials stored in the treasure house of Tiangong Pavilion were reduced at a very fast rate. After the arrangement, Fong Bai came to a willow tree. This is a willow tree that also takes the path of metallization. At this moment, it has been completely metallized, and the vigorous roots are directly rooted in the iron mountain that Fong Bai smelted for it. And the steel at the root of the willow tree has become gray and fragile, like a product that has been completely rusted after thousands of years. Fong Bai's approach did not cause the willow tree to move. The willow tree had already gotten used to Fong Bai. It knew that it would be beaten even if it could not beat him, so it was unwilling to move. However, the willow tree only had this primitive instinct left. It had no intelligence to speak of, and it was unknown whether it could regain wisdom in the future. Fong Bai came under the willow tree and locked his eyes directly on the only golden branch on the trunk of the willow tree. The branch that originally had only golden spots had turned into pure gold under Fong Bai's deliberate cultivation, both inside and outside. Fong Bai nodded, and his hand instantly reached out to grab the golden willow branch floating in the wind. The willow tree did not react at first, but when Fong Bai exerted his strength and revealed his intention to attack, all the branches and roots went berserk. The iron mountain cast by molten steel burst directly, and the willow branches and roots attacked crazily like the tentacles of a monster. Feeling the familiar attack method of the willow tree, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. It's the same old trick. You really don't learn your lesson. Boom, 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 boom. After a while, a few willow leaves slowly fell, and after violently suppressing the miserable willow tree again, Fong Bai used dragon energy and Jin Su to transform into a huge pair of scissors. Kacha! Kachaka! The scissors burst out from the cutting point, and the dragon-patterned scissors closed at an extremely slow speed. Even Fong Bai felt very strenuous to cut this golden willow branch with the dragon-patterned scissors. It must be said that although the strength of this willow tree is not very good, the willow branches that grow out, the willow bark on the body, and the willow roots underground are extremely rare materials. Just like a spiritual medicine, it has no combat power, but it can breed priceless treasures. So Fong Bai suspected that this willow tree was also a similar spiritual medicine magic plant, and its field of expertise was not combat at all. Bang! After cutting through the tough willow bark and cutting off the inner core of the willow branch, Fong Bai made a crisp sound and looked at the willow branch. This thing is completely an elemental metal, right? Or a special kind of elemental metal, Fong Bai muttered. After testing, this willow branch has surpassed all the elemental iron wires, elemental steel wires, and elemental steel cables made by Tiangong Pavilion in terms of flexibility, toughness, tensile strength, etc. Except that it is slightly inferior in facing shear force. It has no disadvantages at all. After being cut off, the elemental metal fused inside will not change at all. It looks like an elemental metal. Looks like an elemental metal inside. Has the same properties as an elemental metal, and can be used as an elemental metal. This is an elemental metal. Fong Bai has also regarded it as an elemental metal. And even because of this, the importance and preciousness of this willow tree have reached a new level. In terms of the preciousness of elemental metals, being able to grow elemental metals continuously is simply a living vein. A goose that lays golden eggs. Growing it at home is basically equivalent to having a mine at home. Cut off a section of golden willow branches about 10 meters long, leaving behind the angry willow treasure mine, and the willow branches whistling in the air. Holding a 10-meter-long golden willow branch, Fong Bai came to the forging table after a long absence, about to face the high-level mage of the Shadow Tower. Fong Bai thought about his previous combat experience, and after thinking for a long time, he finally put the countermeasures in two aspects. First, absolute defense. At least a defense that the enemy cannot break in a short time, and has the qualification to be a turtle. Second, a decisive attack. At least it must have a defense to counterattack when attacked, and a defense that has a chance to threaten its life. Only with these 2 points at the same time, Tiangong Pavilion can barely be considered a fortress, and without the latter, even if Fong Bai builds a thicker defense, it will be worn out by the enemy one day, and it will be meaningless. The former has already begun to prepare, and now Fong Bai is actually thinking about the latter. After thinking for a long time, combining magic arrays, spells, rituals, modern weapons, ancient weapons, existing production and manufacturing conditions, mage capabilities and other conditions, Fong Bai finally locked his target on a weapon. This weapon is quite old, but Fong Bai used the knowledge of magic arrays and modern weapons to transform it in a targeted manner. While thinking, he opened the furnace, and the flame turned into a fire lotus in the air. and then placed the willow branch into the fire lotus. In the fire lotus, in the blazing heat, the willow branch shone golden, which was simply the best portrayal of real gold not afraid of fire. However, in terms of value, real gold of the same weight was not even worthy of carrying shoes in front of this willow branch. As time passed, the outer skin of the willow branch gradually softened in the flame. It was not until this time that Fong Bai took action, following the texture, and tore off the outer skin of the willow branch one by one completely and evenly, turning it into strands of golden wire. The complete and uninterrupted golden wires were suspended on the side, and the golden willow bark was peeled off bit by bit, leaving only the smooth willow stem slowly tempered in the flame. At the same time, in the number 1 project team, all the mages, led by Lu Yong and Zhong Chong, used their mental power to access the computing unit and clicked on the information package sent by Fong Bai. Chapter 283. Who? The flame licked the golden wire, on which Fong Bai used the power of the elements to weave an extremely fine structure, and the flame imprinted it on it. Bit by bit, the originally long willow stem was only about 3 meters long and only 2 or 3 millimeters thick. If you look closely, you can also see dense structural patterns on it. But even so, there is still a blank space for the engraved array. Bit by bit, the golden wire was intertwined on the surface of the stem, and the structure matched each other. When all the golden wires were wrapped around, a fine golden steel rope appeared in front of Fong Bai. Flexible, and with great tensile strength. Fong Bai looked at this golden steel rope that was smaller than his little finger. Even if the armor was combined with all his strength, it could not be pulled out of shape. Solid. Fong Bai had a new understanding of the solidity property. A trace of structure in the solidity property was applied to the weaving process and engraved inside the steel rope, which could increase its solidity dramatically. At the same time, the flexibility of the steel rope did not change at all. Just like a rope, the finished steel rope was swept into the fantasy space by Fong Bai. And in the fantasy space, Fong Bai injected a stream of dragon energy into it. Ah! With a dragon roar, an illusory dragon shadow appeared on the surface of the steel rope. And then countless fine dragon scales appeared inside and outside the steel rope. The entire steel rope was twisted into a hole, and it was a little thinner. The steel rope was dyed dark red by the dragon energy, and it had a faint crystal clear texture. If you listen carefully, it seems to be a dragon roar. Fong Bai took the steel rope that had completed the jump again and immediately tested its various properties. After a while, Fong Bai opened his eyes and brought the finished rope to the laboratory of Project Team Number 1. The laboratory was silent. Some people were scribbling and revising drawings. Some were constantly writing and calculating something. Some were conducting experiments with metal parts again and again. And from time to time, some people came back from the Mage Tower and brought back the verification results. However, no one spoke, making the atmosphere seem a bit weird. However, when Fong Bai connected his mental power to the computing unit, countless information immediately flooded into his mind. All the calculated data and the discussion process were fully recorded in it, and the mental power could read it. And the information was constantly being refreshed. And it was the mages who were connecting information, discussing, and even arguing. The efficiency of directly connecting mental power to mental power for information exchange is really too high. The content of a novel with millions of words may only take a moment to communicate. Not just text and language, but also images, videos, tastes, and feelings can be directly communicated. Except that the brain's ability to understand and accept will limit the efficiency of mental power transmission. This method has no disadvantages. The information density is completely beyond communication with the mouth. So after the initial familiarization and adaptation stage, everyone immediately gave up the inefficient communication method of language and text. After Fong Bai browsed it, he first imported all the information of the steel rope and the dragon pattern steel rope, and then participated in the discussion. The discussion was mainly about Lu Yong and Zhong Chong, and others were supplementary. It is difficult for our current materials to meet the strength requirements, so simply using the bow to accumulate power is definitely not feasible. If you want to achieve the standard of shooting a master-level master, you must cooperate with the corresponding magic array. In addition, the accuracy of the arrow and the magic breaking must also be considered. Fong Bai sensed the information transmitted to his mind, immediately sent out his draft, and then spoke out. Simply 3 refined elemental metal is definitely not enough. But after the dragon energy is integrated, It can form a dragon pattern elemental metal, and its various properties will be greatly improved. In addition, the solid structure can also greatly enhance the physical properties of the material. I have uploaded the relevant data. You can check it yourself. In addition, I will invite Chi Peng to participate in this project and help solve the magnetic field problem. When using the positive and negative bow arm bed crossbow to launch the crossbow arrow, the crossbow arrow will also be accelerated by the intervention of the magnetic field. Using the bow to obtain the most basic initial velocity, combined with electromagnetic acceleration, this should be able to meet the power requirements. However, the integration of Dragon Chi, the strength of the 3 refined elemental metal with a solid structure, will be beyond imagination. And how to string and stimulate it is another problem. In addition, such a powerful force is impossible for ordinary crossbows to withstand. But whether to use pure elemental metal or dragon pattern elemental metal or other needs to be discussed. In the process of shooting, do the crossbow arrows, bowstrings, and bow arms need to be integrated into the magic circle? Should the magic circle choose to break the wind or explode and penetrate? Finally, as Zhong Chong said just now, how to track and how to lock and aim is another problem. After Lu Yong and Zhong Chong found that Fong Bai joined in, they showed a slight greeting and then started to discuss. The two people who had already discussed the temper were still a little concerned about Fong Bai identity. But when they found that Fong Bai had no heirs and had a strong knowledge reserve, they immediately exposed their true nature. They started arguing. And this time, they would not give in even to Fong Bai, but insisted on their own ideas until they were completely rejected in experiments and arguments. As the saying goes, the more you argue, the clearer the truth becomes. This collision of thoughts made Fong Bai very happy. With more than 100 people cooperating and the help of the Mage Tower's fantasy space, the three people's arguments often came to a conclusion immediately. This led to more and more exciting arguments. And in this process, this bed crossbow, no, large crossbow cannon gradually became more specific and clear. And in this process, under Fong Bai instructions, Chi Peng, Su Shiping and many other project team leaders and elites from other project teams were also transferred from time to time to assist in the research and development of this giant crossbow cannon. Basically, the power of the entire Tiangong Pavilion was tilted to this project. And even the research and development of the Violent Bear mecha was suspended. But from another perspective, this can also be regarded as a preview of the Violent Bear mecha. Preview of weapon module. At the beginning, in order to engrave various functional arrays on the narrow bow arm, bowstring, and bow bed of the bed crossbow, everyone racked their brains to think. A simple array is simple, but micro-carving arrays are difficult. Superimposed arrays are difficult. Micro-carving superimposed arrays, or micro-carving super-complex superimposed arrays of at least a dozen arrays, is simply difficult. Everyone burst out with all their energy and wisdom, constantly communicating and exchanging, and constantly compromising, pursuing the most perfect solution under various compromises. This will be an ultimate work of art. But before it is shaped into a work of art, all compromises are unacceptable. I don't want to castrate any attributes. I don't want to compromise. But I have to. Huh? Wait. Aren't we using it for defense? Then why not build a large land-based base and engrave the array directly on the base? Chapter 284, Outer Pavilion Establishment. Why don't we trim it into a permanent building? And then arrange the magic array directly on our city wall? And then gather it around the crossbow bed as the core? Soul questioning. This sentence was like a wake-up call. And it woke everyone up in an instant. Although this technology can be used for the Violent Bear mecha later, there is no need for us to tie our hands and feet and waste the advantage. We need to develop a mobile version later, which is completely a matter for the future. Snap! All the original designs, the original precise array diagram that was like a modern top chip, were directly torn down. At this moment, all constraints were lifted. Based on the permanent base, the engraving space was not limited at all. The crossbow bed, which was originally only 3 meters square, and a few bow arms could be engraved with the magic array, can now be as large as you want. 10 meters by 10 meters, 100 meters by 100 meters. There is no problem as long as it is needed. Inspirations emerged one after another in everyone's mind, and the discussion became more intense. Inspirations kept colliding during the discussion, and in this process, the scope of the bed crossbow base became larger and larger. Gradually, a huge monster took shape. 3 days later, Fong Bai left the project team with great pleasure, and the subsequent research and development of the crossbow was completely handed over to Lu Yong and Zhong Chong. Fong Bai walked out of the Tiangong pavilion and came outside. At this time, the personnel of the outer cabinet were basically recruited. Fong Bai selected several trustworthy mages from the inner cabinet, and then cooperated with the newly recruited players to directly form a grassroots team. Engineering and Production Department, Sales Department, Mining Department, Security Department. One department after another was built, and Fong Bai directly rushed the extraordinary army of Zhang Zhong and other 50 people into the security department. In addition, 50 new people were added to it, but at present they can only be regarded as reserve troops. Without long-term running and training, their consciousness will be completely integrated into the military talent. Naturally, they cannot be blessed by the military talent, and they are not soldiers. After completing this step, Fong Bai also directly used the projection technique of the Lord Steel to condense the projection and directly sit in the outer cabinet office. Although the essence of Tiangong Pavilion is in the inner cabinet, the interests involved in the outer cabinet are too great. Fong Bai is sure that if he is not in charge, the outer cabinet will completely rot in less than a month and become a parasite of Tiangong Pavilion. This is unavoidable. There are hundreds of millions of funds flowing in, and all the people in the middle are newly recruited employees without any emotional foundation. Fong Bai feels that he does not need to test their moral level, and his moral level cannot withstand such a test. Fong Bai finds it incredible that it took a month to rot. So in order to prevent this situation, Fong Bai directly chose to project the projector. With Fong Bai by their side and ready to conduct inspections at any time, their moral level and professional quality will naturally rise sharply. Although Fong Bai does not understand these, he just does not want to learn and does not want to waste energy. For Fong Bai, as long as Fong Bai checks the accounts regularly, nothing can be hidden from Fong Bai. Fong Bai can find a way to match every account. The same is true for false accounts, because in addition to the crushing of learning ability and intelligence, the spiritual level is also crushing. Unless one's mental power is higher than Fong Bai, and one's mental control ability is higher than Fong Bai, and one can perfectly control all physiological reactions and mental fluctuations, no one can lie to Fong Bai. Compared with personal management, Fong Bai can accept taking time out of the fantasy space to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the outer cabinet on a regular basis. Anyway, the accounts and other information can be checked in the fantasy space, and there will not be too much waste of time in the outside world. However, Fong Bai did not say much at the beginning. He would check all the accounts after a while, and point out all the small problems and hidden problems that accidentally appeared in the accounts. In this way, they would naturally be afraid. After arranging everything and watching the outer cabinet system enter the operating state, Fong Bai left immediately, leaving only Tang Wen as the deputy head of the outer cabinet to carry out actual management. And if there are any problems, he can communicate directly with his projection. Although there are definitely various problems in the current outer cabinet system, it doesn't matter. They will naturally be discovered little by little during the operation process, and then improved and supplemented little by little. As long as the main direction is correct, it's fine. Fong Bai, who left, returned to the Magician Tower and took out the Dragon Ball. At this moment, the Dragon Ball has almost been exposed. During this period of time, Fong Bai has been injecting blood and qi into the Dragon Ball, and has never stopped. The blood and qi are continuously injected into it, and at the same time, strands of dragon qi are controlled by Fong Bai. And these strands of dragon qi are also the basis of Fong Bai dragon scale armor, and also one of the foundations for making the crossbow cannon. The versatility of dragon qi is simply too high. High energy is incredible. Each energy has its own spiritual instinct, just like a life. Fong Bai quietly watched the dragon energy swallowing and exhaling elemental power to restore its own consumption. If this energy is attacked with malicious intent, even if the person attacked does not die, this dragon energy will cling to him like a thorn in the flesh. Right? Even if this energy is not removed, even if the skin is scratched, it will be killed by this energy. Right? Fong Bai couldn't help but sigh. In fact, he felt that using this energy to fuse metal for indirect use was the most wasteful use. If the energy of the dragon energy really exploded, Master, wouldn't it be better to beat him directly? At least it doesn't have to be like now. And you have to consider whether it is enough to integrate several strands of dragon energy, and whether it can be done. It's like having the most advanced anti-material sniper rifle, and then swinging it to hit someone. There is no way. The recoil of this sniper rifle can shock the user to death. That's fine. But the more important thing is that this dragon energy can also tamper with consciousness. Fong Bai shook his head slightly and injected another strand of blood into the Dragon Ball. Immediately, as long as the Dragon Ball absorbs this blood power, it will spit out another dragon energy, and the last bit of stone skin on the Dragon Ball will fall off, and the whole Dragon Ball will be exposed. Fong Bai is cautious about this. If the real Dragon Ball is fully exposed, it is very likely to produce other changes. This change may be good or bad. Fong Bai doesn't know. However, Fong Bai actually understands one thing. That is, expanding the scale of dragon energy use is equivalent to burying time bombs. The more you bury, and the more you use, the greater the impact of the final explosion. Dragon energy, after all, is not Fong Bai's own energy. It has spirit. It comes from the Dragon Ball, from the real dragon, and at the same time, it is also controlled by the real dragon. Fong Bai's mind is tense, quietly watching the Dragon Ball absorb the blood power, and then watching the last piece of stone skin slowly peel off. Buzz. Chapter 285, Re-entering the Ruins Town. Ah! A dragon roar resounded in his ears, and the Dragon Ball shone brightly, as if a powerful soul was revived inside it. Fong Bai's perception was frantically warned, and under the dragon roar, the fantasy space deep in his consciousness was slightly vibrating. This dragon roar went straight to the depths of his consciousness. But suddenly, the dragon roar stagnated, and then became silent again, and the light was restrained. The sudden change made Fong Bai a little unresponsive. When he sensed the Dragon Ball, he found that his mental power could freely probe into it. But the next moment, the mental power that probed into it was directly torn apart. Fong Bai was not surprised at all. The dragon energy itself can erode consciousness and attack consciousness. It is normal to be able to directly tear apart mental power. He did not dare to probe into it. Wrapped in mental power, passively accepting the slight fluctuations transmitted from the inside of the Dragon Ball, and then using the perceived subtle fluctuations to reverse the situation inside the Dragon Ball. After a moment, Fong Bai was slightly puzzled. He seemed to have sensed a fluctuation belonging to a powerful soul. Judging from this wave, both the quality and quantity are extremely high. So high that Fong Bai feels insignificant even in front of a slight wave. Dragon soul? Is the real dragon still alive? This thought suddenly appeared in Fong Bai's mind. But he rejected it the next moment, because Fong Bai sensed the dead silence in the soul wave emitted, without any spirituality. Although the soul wave is active, it has no spirituality. From this point of view, this dragon soul is indeed dead. At least the consciousness has dissipated, leaving only a living soul shell. At this moment, Fong Bai's heart beat, and an extremely bold idea popped up in his mind. A classic scene in countless novels and TV shows. Occupy the magpie's nest. Use your own consciousness to replace the vacant consciousness of the real dragon, so as to control the powerful real dragon soul. But just the next moment, Fong Bai rejected this idea when he sensed the soul wave again. No kidding. Just now, Fong Bai felt that he was going to be wiped out in front of a wisp of soul wave. He couldn't even handle a wisp of soul fluctuations, and he still wanted to use his consciousness to occupy the magpie's nest. How big of a heart does he have? I'm afraid that the consciousness entered at this moment, and the person died in the next moment. Oh no! Fong Bai might not be able to hold on for the next moment. Shaking his head slightly, holding the Dragon Ball, Fong Bai gradually felt a wisp of regular fluctuations in his heart. A directional soul fluctuation. Fong Bai looked up at the direction of the Longway area, pondered for a moment, took a step forward, and immediately followed the fluctuations in the Dragon Ball forward, leaving Tiangong Pavilion and entering the Longway area. The fluctuations in the Dragon Ball pointed to the deepest part of the area. At the same time, when Fong Bai held the Dragon Ball, the dragon's might seemed to be unable to press on Fong Bai, and it seemed to bypass him. This made Fong Bai look down at the Dragon Ball in his hand. Obviously, these changes came from the revived Dragon Ball, following the fluctuations all the way forward. No matter how deep Fong Bai went, he didn't feel any dragon's might. The dragon soul in the Dragon Ball became more active, and the soul fluctuations it emitted became more frequent. But it still had no spirituality. Passing through the familiar scenery and going deeper, Fong Bai soon entered the ruins town. Looking at the familiar town, Fong Bai sighed slightly, but he did not stop and walked in faster. The dragon power here is almost condensed into substance. Fong Bai can be sure. With this kind of dragon power, he will definitely not make a sound if he resists it. But at this moment, with the Dragon Ball, there is no dragon power falling on Fong Bai. Walking to the core of the ruins town, looking at this piece of ruins, Fong Bai can't help but recall the scene when he saw the Mage Tower. At that time, there was no concept of the Mage Tower. But now think about it. A Mage Tower with more than 10 floors sounds horrifying. Its level is beyond imagination. No wonder his Mage Tower locked the plane coordinates and requested to start teleporting as soon as it found the evil god. Isn't this right? Originally, the Mage Tower might have been frequently looking for evil god copies to brush, and often caught evil gods to fill the experimental material library. When we reach that level, maybe we will compare who has more evil gods? Fong Bai muttered, and at the same time, he couldn't help but recall something. By the way, the coordinates of the evil god plane scanned at that time seemed to still exist in the Mage Tower. Theoretically speaking, as long as I want, as long as there is enough energy, I can open the teleportation array to the evil god plane at any time. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and the next moment, he wanted to slap himself. He was really arrogant. He dared to attack the evil god? He didn't want to die like this. Although the evil god has the word evil in it, it is also a god. A supreme god. He actually wanted to go to the god plane to steal things. And even wanted to attack the god? This is the supreme god. Let's talk about it later. Let's talk about it later. Fong Bai muttered. Then he collected his thoughts. Walked to the base of the original Mage Tower. Stood on the broken wall at the base and looked inside. Inside the base of the Mage Tower is a bottomless cenote. The light inside the cenote seems to be swallowed up completely. No objects or life can be seen. Standing in front of the cenote, Fong Bai's heart was throbbing. He could not see anything. He only felt that the cenote was like the mouth of a terrifying monster, swallowing everything. However, Fong Bai, who was holding the Dragon Ball, could sense that something that corresponded to the Dragon Ball was just below the deep pit. Without going down, just holding the Dragon Ball, Fong Bai had a picture in his mind. A dragon bone was lying at the bottom of the cenote. In the darkness around it, demons were lurking around, but they were all suppressed by the dragon's might. The picture flashed for only a moment, and the next moment Fong Bai returned to his normal perspective. He was still in shock and broke out in a cold sweat. In the picture just now, it seemed as if he was also suppressed by the dragon's might. It was extremely real. Fong Bai held the Dragon Ball in his hand. He couldn't help but recall the picture just now, and felt the Dragon Ball that corresponded to the Dragon Bone again. The Dragon Bone and the Dragon Ball have an extremely close connection, and Fong Bai sensed the fluctuations emanating from the Dragon Ball, and the Dragon Ball should be able to control the Dragon Bone. He groaned slightly, thinking that the control of the Dragon Ball should be in the hands of the Dragon Soul, and the soul had no conscious control and could only remain silent. At this moment, Fong Bai couldn't help but recall the bold idea from before. If I can really use consciousness to merge with the Dragon Soul and control the Dragon Soul, Fong Bai muttered to himself. Control the Dragon Bone. Looking around, looking at this huge dragon power area and extremely high dragon power intensity. What is this called in the words of the Fire Tower? God's relics. God-level relics. In other words, even if this real Dragon Bone is not God level, it is probably close. And if Fong Bai can really control the Dragon Bone. Chapter 286. God-level real Dragon Bone. If you can really control this real Dragon Bone. What Shadow Tower? What Master-level magician? Legendary magician? It's not targeting anyone. Everyone here is rubbish. Fong Bai couldn't help but slap his thigh. This ready-made opportunity is here. The soul is empty, and the Dragon Ball is in hand. But Fong Bai still sighed slightly. Forget it. There is no point in dreaming. For me, the awakening of this Dragon Soul can probably make me unaffected by the Dragon's might in this area of Dragon's might. Fong Bai stood here for a while, sensing the palpitating breath in the deep pit, shook his head slightly, and turned away. Just now, he actually thought of a lot of whimsical things. For example, after controlling the Dragon Soul, based on the Dragon Bone, integrating the most advanced technology, the most powerful formation, and the best materials to forge a real large armor. God-level mecha. This is a glimmer of ambition born in Fong Bai's heart. But Fong Bai must understand that the gap is too big, and his consciousness will definitely not be able to enter the dragon soul. The gap is really too big. So big that there is no room for operation. Otherwise, why would Fong Bai give up directly? God-level mecha. Fong Bai muttered to himself, shook his head, and returned to Tiangong Pavilion. During the time he was away, Tiangong Pavilion was still calm, and everything was running in an orderly manner. And it was during this process that the crossbow of Project Department No. 1 had been finalized. But there was a problem. That is, on the basis of layer by layer, the steel rope originally made by Fong Bai was not enough, and it could not withstand such a terrifying force. In desperation, Fong Bai had to come under the willow tree again, looking at the golden willow branches that had been broken for a long time. Fong Bai did not hesitate and cut them off at the root. In addition, Fong Bai also cut off a batch of ordinary metal willow branches. Then Fong Bai got busy. First, the willow branches were processed as expected, and they were woven into metal steel ropes that were smaller than the little finger bit by bit. These steel cables were woven into a steel cable as thick as a middle finger with a main trunk and 5 branches. Its strength reached an incredible level, and more importantly, the softness did not change much. After a while, several steel cables were all made, and Fong Bai left the oven with the steel cables. However, Fong Bai did not go to the laboratory of Project Team No. 1, but went directly to the gate of the cave. When Fong Bai went over, he saw Lu Yong and Zhong Chong standing at the gate. In front of them, Li Jie, the director of the engineering and production department, was leading people to arrange the formation, and then controlling the high-temperature flame to melt all the iron ore above the gate. The molten iron flowed down, and the space above the gate of Tiangong Pavilion was cleared bit by bit. All the players in the engineering department arranged multiple formations and started working at the same time. Although there was a cliff above the main gate of Tiangong Pavilion, it melted directly at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a platform above the main gate. An open-air platform with a length and width of more than 100 meters. The surroundings of this platform were all cleared, including the front. In this way, the gate of Tiangong Pavilion is equivalent to protruding from the mountain, which is more conspicuous. Behind the protruding part, the mountain gradually rises, and the increasingly thick mountain becomes the most natural protective barrier. When Fong Bai arrived, this step was already mostly completed. Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master. The mages present all signaled to Fong Bai, and Fong Bai nodded in response, browsing the entire drawing while waiting for the platform to be completed. The drawing was nothing else but the crossbow drawing designed before. After turning the mobile crossbow into a permanent base crossbow, with the participation of Fong Bai, the design of the entire drawing was quickly completed. And now Fong Bai is mainly here to carry out construction. The permanent base must complete the 3 refining, compound magic array constant, dragon energy injection and other steps. The construction is extremely difficult. In order to ensure the effect, it was finally decided that Fong Bai would carry out the construction himself. Time passed little by little, and as soon as the platform above the gate was completed, Fong Bai directly took over a magic array. The flames in the sky turned into a small fire lotus, and countless iron ores melted directly under Fong Bai hands. With the input of various spellcasting materials, the first magic circle grew inside the molten steel. The molten steel solidified, and the magic circle took effect. Buzz! The platform made a buzzing sound, and then began to absorb the power of elements and bind it inside. Elemental metal is formed, and this is just the beginning. On the large platform with a length and width of more than 100 meters, Fong Bai mental power left one trace after another inside the platform. Buzz! 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 From time to time, a buzzing sound foreshadowed the completion of one magic circle after another. One magic circle after another was superimposed. One magic circle after another took effect, and the magic circle was superimposed on the magic circle. Under each other's superposition, the veins gradually gathered to the center. Time passed slowly. At first, only Li Yong and Zhong Chong were watching from the side. Later, Qi Peng, Su Shiping and others also came. After they came, Fong Bai simply grabbed them to help stabilize some simpler arrays. This is a delicate job that cannot tolerate any mistakes. Time passed day by day. After 5 days, the array on this large platform with a length and width of more than 100 meters was finally stabilized. From the surface, there were dense lines everywhere, and even lines overlapped each other, layer by layer. I don't know how many arrays were piled up here. Anyway, after the completion, everyone, including Fong Bai, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were really exhausted. However, they could rest. But Fong Bai went directly to the center of the platform, the core position of all the arrays. There is a small platform several meters high here. All the arrays on the large platform are gathered on the small platform, and the dense lines occupy every corner of the small platform. For this reason, Fong Bai did not hesitate to use elemental alloys as materials for arrangement, so as to use all the space to carry the array as much as possible. Further up, a crossbow bed made of elemental alloy was permanently fixed on the small platform. 3 bows were fixed on the crossbow bed, which was about 4 meters wide and 10 meters long. In a staggered manner, the surface of the pure elemental metal material had fine structural lines and array lines. All the arrays on the large platform were connected to the crossbow bed through various methods, and finally all gathered on these 3 longbows and the long crossbow rail. The 8-meter-long crossbow rail was like a fork, hollow, but there was a metal crossbow suspended in it, and trembling slightly. The steel cable was connected to the 3 longbows and the gear set, and the magnetocrystalline engine embedded in the base was started. The powerful horsepower drove the gear set. With a creaking sound, the crossbow bed slowly opened. Electromagnetic track charging ready. Array charging ready. Start scanning. Ready to lock. Lock completed. Release. Chapter 287. Swish. Bang. Bang. Boom. The moment the trigger was pulled, a sharp whistling sound rang in the ears, accompanied by several white rings appearing one after another, and accompanied by several explosions. The target on the hillside in the distance exploded. There was a slight buzzing in the ears, but no one smiled, and Lu Yong went forward to inspect it directly. There is a problem with the air braking formation. The speed has not increased, and a lot of energy has been consumed by the air. Inspect all. Fong Bai was not left out, and immediately joined the inspection process. After a while, all the arrays were inspected, and 2 insignificant errors were found. An error that would have absolutely no effect if placed in the array alone. This degree of error is even within the extremely small tolerance range of the array. However, in the case of superposition of arrays, the 2 errors just caused the deviation of another array. The complex system was affected bit by bit, and finally caused the air braking formation to malfunction. Looking at these 2 errors, Fong Bai did not make any changes immediately. In fact, I dare not modify it at will, because this is not an error caused by a layout error, but because the density of the array pattern is too high. The array patterns squeeze each other and affect each other. Fong Bai simply deduced that if this error is directly fixed. 127. Fong Bai was silent in his heart and did not say it, but the others beside him spoke. 57. Lu Yong said. 62. Zhong Chong was not to be outdone. 31. Su Shiping suddenly fell silent after speaking. I am 31 too. Chi Peng and Su Shiping looked at each other, and this time the 2 did not fight, but were a little silent, looking at Lu Yong and Zhong Chong in front of them. The 2 felt that there was no point in arguing. The number they said was not something else, but the number of new errors that would be generated after modifying these 2 errors. Another name is the number of new loopholes after modifying these 2 loopholes. Although the more of this thing is not the better, the more it means the stronger the deduction ability, and more loopholes can be seen. Judging from the number of loopholes, Su Shiping and Chi Peng are obviously far behind Lu Yong and Zhong Chong. This is why the 2 were silent. Suddenly, Su Shiping stretched out his hand to Chi Peng. Cooperation. Chi Peng was silent after hearing this, and then slapped Su Shiping's hand away. Okay. Cooperation. As the few people were talking, some mages in the back were confused. Some were shocked, and some were staring at the array pattern under their feet, as if no one was there. At this time, Lu Yong, Zhong Chong, Su Shiping and others all looked at Fong Bai. Fong Bai had already completed the repair deduction in the fantasy space, and was about to start repairing. However, when he sensed the sight of everyone, he hesitated slightly and asked aloud, Lu Yong, if it were you who would change it, how would you change it? Lu Yong was slightly stunned after hearing this, and after a moment of hesitation, he had an idea and projected it on the platform with projection. If it were me, I would compress and modify the structure of the magic guide of the number 17 magic array. And then, Lu Yong dictated the steps one by one, and the changes in the magic array group were also marked with projections. After he finished speaking, Fong Bai nodded and stretched out his hand to fall again and again in the projection. At first, Lu Yong was a little confused. Then he was surprised, and finally fell into deep thought. Fong Bai waited quietly on the side, and immediately gave a targeted answer after Lu Yong asked the question. Not long after, Lu Yong suddenly realized and thought on his own. Fong Bai looked at Zhong Cheng, who also understood Fong Bai meaning and immediately made modifications. After Zhong Cheng finished the modification, Fong Bai also pointed out the problems of Zhong Cheng one by one, because the modification methods of each corner will be different. The loopholes pointed out are also different. Zhong Cheng is like this, and Su Shiping and Qipeng are also like this. After several people went through it, Fong Bai made targeted adjustments to the magic array, and with a few strokes, the entire magic array group was immediately revitalized. Watching Fong Bai go to debug the crossbow, Qipeng suddenly wondered how many loopholes Fong Bai had just found. Qipeng did it as soon as he thought of it, and he counted them immediately. And just a moment later, 127. Qipeng's voice fell, and the others turned their heads to look at Qipeng. At first, they were a little confused, but they reacted the next moment. Hiss! Several people looked at Fong Bai in unison. Fong Bai, who was debugging the crossbow aiming system, felt something, turned around and looked at everyone, nodded slightly, and then turned back to continue swinging the crossbow aiming system. But his voice rang in everyone's ears. I'm not as exaggerated and perverted as you think. Fong Bai paused slightly. Master, are you trying to say that you are not better than us? Qipeng scratched his head and asked. And Fong Bai paused. Well, don't think too much. It's still a little bit better than you. But it's just a little bit. After Qipeng interrupted, Fong Bai also thought of the right words and continued. If you have the chance, you can be a little broader. It's not that specialization is bad. But according to my understanding, the so-called magic. Fong Bai looked at the complex and precise crossbow in front of him, thinking and recalling. The so-called magic is actually the interpretation of the world. And the so-called research is the interpretation of the world. But no matter in the world exists in isolation. Any person and any matter has a circle of related things. You can know a person by directly understanding him, or by asking the people around him, or by understanding the shape of the air surrounding him. Even if you don't contact this person, you can understand him. The same reason is true for research. If you specialize in a person, you may be able to see it very clearly, but it is also easy to become one-sided. From the people he contacts and the environment he lives in. At least you can understand this from another perspective. People, I think I have some achievements and can be considered a genius now. But I am definitely not at the level of a cliff-level gap with you. Maybe you may be 9.6. I am 9.8. There is a gap. But the gap is not big. What is really big? Take Lu Yong as an example. Lu Yong may be 9.6 in the deduction of spell structure, and the others are 6 or 7. Zhong Cheng, you are 9.6 in the theoretical calculation of spell structure, and the others are 6 or 8. And Su Shiping, you are 9.4 in the gold element structure, and the others are 6 or 7. Qipeng, the magnetic field and power may be 9.5, and the others are ordinary. And me? Under the gaze of everyone, Fong Bai said calmly, I am 9.8. A light sentence, but it made everyone stunned. Chapter 288 Solidity, 100%. I know everything you know. And I know everything you don't know. Even in terms of talent and height. I am at the same level as you. So what? Fong Bai said calmly. And seeing that everyone had not recovered yet, he continued. Of course, people's energy is limited. You need to focus and specialize. In this way, you can go further and further on a goal. But sometimes it is often your shortcomings that limit you. In addition, we are all extraordinary people now. And we have the help of the passage of time in the fantasy space. Learning is not a very difficult thing. And learning will not take up a lot of energy. And we also have sufficient conditions, and have so many like-minded people. We just need to learn from each other, and teach each other. Expand your knowledge. Focus on one and supplement with many. Main. Grasp and study. Supplement. Learn all the time, and keep yourself at the forefront of knowledge accumulation. In this way, we can go further. Seeing that everyone was lost in thought, Fong Bai once again devoted his mind to the inspection of the crossbow. The learning process is very bitter, but it's cool after learning. Fong Bai tasted the sweetness. Inspiration in the research was like a spring. And there was nothing in Tiandong Pavilion that Fong Bai couldn't understand at work. Fong Bai has the ability to comprehend and understand any product. Fong Bai is also the only one who can truly gather the wisdom of the entire Tiandong Pavilion together to breed the most shining brilliance. Thinking of this, Fong Bai stroked his palm on the transformation belt, and then looked at the crossbow in front of him. For Fong Bai, the more researchers there are in Tiandong Pavilion, the more research results, the deeper the research results, and the wider the research scope, the better. For Fong Bai, money and power are fake. And it doesn't even matter whether Tiandong Pavilion is public or private. Even the pavilion master himself is not important at all. If someone else can make the research atmosphere better when he is the pavilion master, Fong Bai will not hesitate at all. Because for Fong Bai, more and newer knowledge is the eternal core interest. In the face of absolute core interests, everything is false. This is also the fundamental reason why Fong Bai can give up power and money, devote himself wholeheartedly, and even selflessly to Tiandong Pavilion, and teach every mage for free. In the eyes of others, Fong Bai wants nothing. But only Fong Bai himself knows that he has got what he wants. While thinking, Fong Bai checked the crossbow and tested it several times. After ensuring that there was no problem, he began to arrange defense measures. In addition, the large platforms at the other two angles also started slowly. While waiting for the completion of the large platform, Fong Bai continued his research regarding the first layer of the solid structure of the gold element. Fong Bai is becoming more and more handy. Or since Fong Bai turned to practice the meditation method of tempering the soul, he has become more and more proficient and handy in the research of the first layer of the solid structure of the basic particles of the gold element. Not for any reason. Just because from that moment on, Fong Bai mental power can directly penetrate into the gold element, directly perceive, and even touch the structure in it. This level of perception ability allows Fong Bai to directly refer to the real object for research, rather than just relying on mathematical models. There is a world of difference. But even so, Fong Bai still spent several decades in the fantasy space without stopping before gradually getting started and becoming proficient. The so-called entry. Fong Bai gathered all the threads for the first time in a long time and concentrated all his consciousness on the research in the fantasy space. The entire solid structure had almost no secrets for Fong Bai. And Fong Bai knew the entire structure of the first layer, except for the most core and most complex node. It was also the key node that connected the first and second layers. Fong Bai couldn't help holding his breath. If the solid structure is a spell, then each basic particle is a spell node. And each spell structure is the basic particle structure of the first layer. And this core point is the combination and overlap of spell structures. And each spell structure supports the core node of the spell model. In other words, Fong Bai research progress at this moment has reached 99.9%. Fong Bai devoted all his body and mind to the fantasy space and the first layer of the solid structure. The mental power sensed 99.9% of the solid structure. And while browsing these structures, it charged at the last trace of unknown fog. Fong Bai took a deep breath, and the solid structure was reflected in his mind. He quickly wrote and calculated on the paper with a pen in his hand. One mathematical model after another was inserted, and the data was calculated one by one. All the mysteries of the entire solid structure gathered in Fong Bai's mind, and the mathematical models used before were vividly displayed on the paper. Fong Bai felt as if he had entered a very wonderful feeling. The soul seemed to rise, and the perspective of the whole person seemed to rise with it. In a trance, the perspective seemed to change, and a huge solid structure enveloped Fong Bai. Being in it, Fong Bai's mind was running at a high speed. A trace of inspiration slowly emerged. At this moment, Fong Bai suddenly had a feeling. Inspiration came. And if you catch this trace of inspiration, you can break through. If you can't catch it, you may even stagnate. Realizing this, one data after another emerged in his mind, and one formula after another came up with the answer. But there was always something missing. No matter how hard Fong Bai tried, there was always a little bit missing. Always a little bit missing. Fong Bai, who found the problem, hurriedly used his mental power to connect to a computing power array in the Mage Tower. Buzz! As Fong Bai poured his mental power into it, the computing power array was fully activated in a series of buzzing sounds, and a huge computing power was directly connected to the mind. Supported by the huge computing power, Fong Bai suddenly realized. The core of the solid structure slowly unfolded in front of Fong Bai. At this moment, All the structures of the solidity characteristics were exposed to Fong Bai without any secrets. 100%. 100%. At this moment, an extremely happy feeling enveloped Fong Bai's heart. At this moment, Fong Bai wanted to laugh out loud. Joy surged from the depths of his soul. The flame in his mind couldn't help but surge, covering the entire space of his mind in the flame. At this moment, Fong Bai, who had a blessing in his heart, gathered his mind. At this moment, his mental power, blood and chi all poured into the flame of nothingness. And the flame surged, illuminating the entire space of his mind. The bright flame enveloped the small spell slot, and the temperature rose rapidly, tempering it again. Under high temperature and the warming magic circle, a trace of structure in the spell slot changed and was adjusted. Little by little, little by little, after the change was completed, the first layer of the solidity characteristic structure reappeared in the spell slot. The principle is the same, but very different. This is the best interpretation of Fong Bai mastery of the first layer of the solidity characteristic structure. And the moment it took shape, buzz. Chapter 289, a natural breakthrough. Buzz. Deep in the mind, the spell slot made a buzzing sound, and a light golden light steadily appeared on the spell slot, soaking every corner inside and outside the spell slot. The moment Fong Bai saw the spell slot, two words emerged in his mind. Solid. The mental power extended out. And at this moment a strong sense of security enveloped his heart. A careful perception. The depths of the mental power were soaked with golden light, making the mental power become solid. Returning to the senses of the small spell slot, the light golden light gave it a metallic texture, and the original small mud bean seemed to have turned into a small iron bean in the blink of an eye. If the wizard in the shadow tower is using mental spells to attack my spell slot, then it must be. Fong Bai recalled the principle of mental spells at that time. Using sharp mental power to cut through normal flexibility. It would be fine if there is no offensive perception. Hard against hard. Sharp against harder things. I don't even know how I died. Fong Bai sensed the changes in his mental power. After the structure was adjusted, the defense of the spell position increased, and the mental power was more difficult to be damaged. In addition, the consumption of normal use of mental power has also decreased, and the consumption of using mental power to penetrate matter has also decreased. It should be because the mental power is more solid. After Fong Bai roughly tested the mental power, he refocused his attention on the structure itself, recalling his previous understanding of the master level. At this moment, Fong Bai's heart moved slightly, and he extracted a portion of Do Chi with mental power, blood, and gold elements. Sensing the Do Chi structure, he performed targeted calculations on it, and mobilized the computing power array to calculate. Fong Bai's calculations were a little rusty because he had just mastered the solid characteristics. However, with the help of computing power, the answer soon emerged in his mind. It's great to have a computing power array. It can be calculated in one go. If I calculate it myself, it will take at least several hours. Fong Bai muttered. It's just that the consumption is a little too high. Otherwise, if it is popularized. Huh? Wait. Fong Bai, who was speaking, was slightly stunned. He turned his head to look at the computing power array and suddenly discovered a fact. I used the computing power unit to deduce the solidity characteristics. At that time, my mental power was only half left. I just calculated so much. How can I still have mental power? Fong Bai felt slightly that his mental power was clearly more than 1/3 left. Without hesitation, mental power poured into the array and began to calculate again. This time Fong Bai paid attention to the consumption of mental power and the operation of the computing power array. After a moment, Fong Bai finally confirmed that mental power with solidity characteristics is indeed more durable. Even the same strand of mental power can be directly used for a long time in the computing power array. Difficult to consume and durable. Fong Bai took a deep breath, and then a happy smile appeared on his face. After slightly recovering his mental power, he reconstructed the microstructure of Do Chi with the structure just calculated. A strand of light golden Do Chi emerged in the body, and the mental power could sense the solid feeling as soon as it was sensed. Solidity. Tough. Heavy. Durable. Fong Bai tested this strand of Do Chi bit by bit. The same strand of Do Chi had a completely different performance from other strands of Do Chi. A strand of Do Chi with the same energy weight. Such a strand of solidity, Do Chi can offset hundreds or thousands of normal strands of Do Chi. High-level energy. Absolute qualitative change. After comparing it with the energy inside the violent bear bone, Fong Bai was even more certain of this. Is this the legendary master-level Douqi? Fong Bai felt like he was dreaming. This came too fast. Can I start to break through to the master level now? Although he had high expectations for the research on solidity, Fong Bai didn't expect such a big surprise all of a sudden. What about fluctuations and oscillations? What about consciousness breakthrough? What about pushing the peak energy to qualitative change in extremely high-frequency energy oscillations? And then using a consciousness that is strong enough to interfere with reality to penetrate it? Fong Bai pondered. I was thinking about how to break through before, and I was wondering if this method of breakthrough is very difficult. It needs to be a coincidence. It needs to be just right. It consumes a lot of energy, and it is difficult. But how come I am so successful? Fong Bai looked at this strand of Douqi with solid characteristics. Even if it is left alone, there is no sign of any level drop. It is so stable that Fong Bai does not believe that it is the master level energy. It feels like a whole body. The field that is faintly emitted can easily affect the gold element. One after another. Fong Bai is sure and certain that this is the real master level energy. But everything is too simple, which makes Fong Bai feel lost. He had thought about the excitement caused by the master level breakthrough. Breaking through the master. Shouldn't this be a thrilling and story-filled process? It will be difficult to tell stories when you are old. Others break through in battles, break through in thunderstorms, and break through after thousands of miles of hard training. He is just in the process of research. And the breakthrough is plain and ordinary, without a trace of surprise or ripples. It's like others use flood to break through the bottleneck. But if they are not careful, the dam will collapse and fail. But Fong Bai is the flood flowing. All rivers return to the flow, and it sinks into the sea in a mighty way. Steady, plain, without any surprises, without any bottlenecks. Fong Bai mouth corners suddenly rose slightly. Maybe it's because the research on solid characteristics is more difficult than the master level breakthrough. Maybe it's because the master level has no secrets to me. So there will naturally be no bottlenecks. Becoming a master is just a matter of course. A sense of satisfaction lingered in his heart. Research, results, realization, growth. This fast feedback mechanism made Fong Bai very satisfied and gave Fong Bai more motivation to study. Open the attribute panel. But the level above is still elite level. Haven't you met the master level conditions yet? Fong Bai didn't care. When the breakthrough became a matter of course, it didn't matter whether it was displayed or not. Because each strand of fighting spirit is different. The structure cannot be forced into it. So Fong Bai made detailed adjustments to the solid characteristic structure according to the situation of each strand of fighting spirit. After such adjustments, every strand of Douqi became smooth. And soon all the Douqi in the body was converted. After Douqi comes the body. And a master level naturally needs a body that matches the master level. For normal monsters, it should be based on master level energy. As a seed that constantly infiltrates the body, tempers the body, and improves the essence of the body. You can only temper a master level body through subtle ways. But for me, Fong Bai thoughts moved, and a magic circle formed around him, and his whole body was shrouded in a special frequency. The master level Douqi continuously tempered the body, and Fong Bai mental power penetrated into the body, adjusting the structure of the gold element bit by bit. Features, solid. Chapter 290 Cheating a Child. Features, solid. It didn't take long for Fong Bai body to complete a certain transformation. 0.1%. 0.2%. 0.3%. Fong Bai body was transforming at an extremely fast speed. Although he didn't know the progress of other master level transformations, Fong Bai would not underestimate himself. My speed was definitely one of the fastest. Because this was the most direct and active transformation. Nothing else. To put it in a more mysterious way, this was the top level. Essential Breakthrough's secret method. It can definitely allow people to complete a master level breakthrough at the fastest speed. Fong Bai mouth curled up. The qualitative change of spirit and energy. The synchronous transformation of the body. Based on the solid characteristics, Fong Bai felt that his energy, spirit, and body were tending to be unified. The chaotic field on his body seemed to be integrated in this process. Gradually strengthened and manifested. Fong Bai, who had conducted in-depth research on the master level, understood that when energy, spirit, and body are unified, a qualitative change belonging to the master level will occur instantly. While practicing, He separated a trace of his mind to adjust a mental power laboratory in the number 1 laboratory, trying to integrate mental power with a solid characteristic structure. If the integration can be completed and these discrete mental powers can complete the qualitative change, then on the one hand, it can support longer in the consumption of the computing power array, and on the other hand, it can try to break through the key technology that the mental power naturally escapes and cannot be stored for a long time. Finally, Fong Bai even had a bold idea in his mind. The theory of the Cloud City is to collect the blood and mental power overflowing from the natural life of residents, and use blood and mental power to penetrate the elements of heaven and earth to integrate into clouds. At the same time, the city stores the cloud gas, and the cloud gas suppresses the city, so as to obtain the Cloud City and suppress all extraordinary things. At present, the blood and chi storage technology has been broken through, but there has been no progress in the step of mental power storage and consciousness penetration. But at this moment, Fong Bai couldn't help but have a bold idea in his mind. Use the solidity to collect and store the spiritual power of the residents, and then strengthen the concept of the solidity of the city, and continue to strengthen it. Can the solidity replace the unified consciousness? Can it integrate the blood and chi, and the spiritual power penetrate the elements of heaven and earth in one fell swoop? And the consciousness manifests? While the cloud gas condenses, it even strengthens the solidity, forming the cloud gas talent. Fong Bai's breathing was slightly rapid. Without any hesitation, he immediately separated his mind to experiment, and directly deployed some mages in the number 1 project team to take care of this experiment, because this experiment has something in common with part of the master level mecha project. They can promote each other and set off each other, and it will not cause a big impact, while transforming the body structure and studying at the same time. The joy that emerged from the depths of the heart filled the mind. At this time, Xiang Qiu's player walked over. He was Fong Bai's new secretary. He was also the first secretary, who completely integrated some of the work that Tangwen, Zhang Zhong and others had previously taken care of and functionalized it, responsible for uploading and downloading, handling work, and some trivial matters in life. Pavilion Master. A man named Fei Rui is looking for you in the fire tower. He is at the door now. The fire tower is generally called the fire tower inside the Tiandong Pavilion. It is simple and easy to pronounce, and has a clear direction. Fei Rui is here? Fong Bai was slightly stunned. He was currently in the process of breaking through the master level, and didn't want to go out. Although going out would not affect the breakthrough. When I read novels in the past, I always saw those protagonists who could obviously break through and become stronger by hiding. But they still went out to cause trouble, and go out to have fun. No matter how I look at it, it's uncomfortable. In Fong Bai understanding, it's so good to stay at home. If you can become stronger, just wait until you become stronger before going out. Not to mention that you are breaking through. No one will see it. However, Fei Rui. Fong Bai turned his head to look at the ground film fragments in the center of the warming array next to him, looking at the violent bare bones that were being tempered by the Earth's energy and looked heavier. And he groaned slightly. Okay, I know. Fong Bai nodded, withdrew his main consciousness, and sank into the fantasy space, and began to study the second-level structure of the solid property in the fantasy space. Fong Bai has tasted the sweetness now, so he will not be satisfied and will naturally study in depth. Start a new round of research. Well, there is no clue. It looks a bit difficult. Fong Bai was in a relaxed mood and didn't care. What is difficult or not? It is normal to be difficult. And the research is difficult. He walked to the door in the research, and passed through the quasi-3 refined alloy door corridors between the caves and caves to the door. He scanned with his mental power, and saw that there were mages practicing the tempering meditation method on guard. So he walked out through the open door. Outside the door, in the pavilion specially used for reception, a young mage surrounded by a group of followers raised his head and looked at the buildings here. When he saw Fong Bai, his eyes lit up. But then, he restrained himself and walked to Fong Bai's side. Ahem. Did you receive the ground film I gave you? Received. Oh, I'm glad you received it. It's just a small gift. Not worth much. Fei Rui said lightly, his chin raised. A sense of pride emerged. If he didn't think of the contribution value that had been reset to 0. If he didn't feel sad. Wow. It's so expensive. Fei Rui cried in his heart while thinking about the method of collecting followers taught by his senior brothers and sisters. I am now an elite mage. The master level is just like this. I can kill the master level without any suppression, Fei Rui said proudly. You will follow me, and get along well in the future. You will get the benefits. Fang Bai looked at this 17 or 18-year-old boy. He felt quite funny when he pretended to be calm and acted like an adult. He didn't dislike it. Just kidding. He is giving it to me. Let him be proud. Let him say a few words. What's wrong? Really? I'm still short of a piece of mulch recently. Can you give me another one? Ah? Fang Bai's polite performance made Fei Rui open his mouth slightly, thinking quickly. But the senior brothers and sisters didn't say how to deal with this situation. Didn't they say that he should bow down next? Why are you still asking? Fei Rui didn't react for a while. And when he saw Fang Bai showing a trace of doubt, he said immediately, Okay. But my contribution points are all used up. But don't worry. My senior brother still has a piece. He has money anyway. And he is not in a hurry to use it. I will steal it for you. Looking at Fei Rui, who was full of guilt, Fang Bai suddenly felt a sense of guilt. Why did he make himself look like he was lying to a child? It seems that he was really lying to a child. It's okay. No need to borrow. I'm just kidding. But there's no need to talk about followers. They are all friends. Do you look down on me? Fei Rui was anxious. Fang Bai was slightly stunned. And seeing Fei Rui's expression, he quickly changed the subject. No. How could it be? Oh, by the way, why did you suddenly come to me? Is there something? Really? Oh, I came to you this time because the trial is about to begin. Trial? What trial? Fang Bai suddenly remembered the trial invitation letter he had obtained in the ruins before, and suddenly realized it. Oh, that? When? As soon as Fang Bai finished speaking, he saw Fei Rui take out a trial invitation letter, and then said, Now. Before he finished speaking, a ray of light gradually lit up on the invitation letter. Chapter 291 Trial Field. Fang Bai saw the lines on the invitation in Fei Rui's hand light up. And after Fei Rui clicked it, it turned into a ray of light and fell to the ground. And the magic circle unfolded. Buzz? Come on. Let's go to the trial field together. This mage will protect you. Fei Rui patted his chest and said. At this time, Fang Bai noticed a slight fluctuation and turned his head to see that several of Fei Rui's followers had their invitations lit up. This. Fang Bai reacted instantly. There are actually runners. Fang Bai muttered in his heart, and suddenly felt something. Looking up at the sky. In the sky, a reflection of an illusory world seemed to emerge. There were deep grass and trees, undulating hills, and waterfalls with a huge drop fell into the pool. In the endless mountains, monkeys cried and tigers roared, exuding a wild atmosphere. And on the hills, the vigorous fruits and vegetables between the pools, the crystal vines, and the azure lotus swallowed and spit out the power of elements. And the amazing fluctuations quickly attracted Fang Bai's attention. Looking around, rays of light shot up into the sky and disappeared into the reflection, turning into extraordinary people appearing in it. Trial space? Realizing this, Fang Bai did not hesitate and immediately ran back to Tiangong Pavilion. He did not bring his trial invitation letter with him, but put it in the Mage Tower. When he arrived at the Mage Tower, the invitation letter lit up and emitted a spiritual fluctuation. The moment Fang Bai sensed it, a piece of information emerged in his mind. Test passed, elite professional. Conditions met. Yes. Enter the trial? Yes or no? Fang Bai quietly looked at the words that were almost identical to the style of the game invitation letter. The only difference is that this invitation letter actually has the option to refuse. TSK. No soul. Fang Bai said quite easily, and then chose to enter. Buzz. The invitation letter turned into a ray of light and fell to the ground, turning into a circular magic circle. Looking at the appearance of the magic circle, Fang Bai had a very strong sense of déjà vu, smiled slightly, grabbed a handful of energy plates, and then stepped into the magic circle. The moment he stepped into the magic circle, a message emerged in his mind. Elite Trial, the first stage is open. When the message emerged, Fang Bai found that the effect of the magic circle enveloped him. And then he turned into a white light and shot through the thick rock layer towards the reflection in the sky. Wrapped in the light, Fang Bai looked down at the earth and watched the rays of light shooting up at the door of Tiangong Pavilion. At the same time, in the church of Red Maple City, Kaming looked at the white-robed priest in front of him. A white magic circle in front of him was slowly rotating on the ground. The white-robed priest looked at Kaming with complicated eyes. The trial has not been opened for hundreds of years. Now it is opened. It is an opportunity and a crisis. Go. Just do your best. Master. I will definitely enter the third round. As soon as the voice fell, he took a step forward and turned into a ray of light soaring into the sky. Inside the Dynasty Guild, Zhao Yu stepped into the magic circle. In Red Maple City, Song Ji, holding a spear, turned into a white light and soared into the sky. In a courtyard, a man with empty hands and simple clothes stepped out into the wild, and a girl holding a magic staff pursed her lips and activated the invitation in her hand. In the Lost Paradise Guild's headquarters, the weak pharmacist stepped into the magic circle. In the Skeleton Sea Guild's headquarters, a fat man carrying a black coffin activated the magic circle. Trial invitations seemed to be more common than imagined. In the small Red Maple City, one after another, beams of light shot up into the sky, bringing one player after another, one indigenous after another into the reflection space in the sky. Standing on the ground, whether it is a transcendent or an ordinary person, you can easily see one figure after another in the reflection space. If you concentrate on observing, the picture in your eyes will quickly enlarge, and you can see a high-definition close-up of each person. Countless people looked up at this magical reflection space, looking at every plant and tree in it. Among them, the red spiritual fruit on the vigorous small tree on the top of the mountain, the azure lotus in the pool, and the crystal vines on the cliff attracted everyone's attention. Under the gaze, every plant of spiritual medicine became more and more moist. At this moment, outside the Red Maple City, under the protection of solemn guards, 3 young men and women in gorgeous clothes met. I didn't expect that the son of the Earl's family would come to such a remote place to conduct trials. I thought that only weak women like me would have such an idea. Holding a whip in her hand, the woman in leather clothes said delicately, with a charming woman in front of him. The man in gorgeous clothes seemed to be attracted by the white abyss. But when he saw the blood-red whip, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he snorted coldly. The direct descendants of the Archery Guild can come. Why can't I come? A man in white stood next to him, his arms over his knees, carrying an ice crystal longbow behind him, and several pots of arrows of various shapes. Seeing that the man in white had no intention of talking, the man in gorgeous clothes didn't care and looked up at the reflection space. I didn't expect there were 3 precious herbs. It's worthy of being a trial space. That little tree matches my attributes. I want it. You guys should choose it in advance. The man in fancy clothes said casually. Fine. As soon as the man in fancy clothes finished speaking, the man in white said expressionlessly, and the woman in leather clothes next to him smiled. Since the brothers have chosen, I will choose the lotus. But I want 4 promotion spots. The man in white still had no expression and did not react. And the other proud man chuckled. The promotion spots depend on your ability. Before he finished speaking, he activated the invitation letter directly, turned into a white light, and soared into the sky. And the guards behind him also soared into the sky. And the woman in leather clothes looked at the man in white next to him. That idiot is gone. Why don't we? Before she finished speaking, the man in white activated the invitation letter directly and disappeared in front of her. The woman in leather clothes stepped on the ground. Humph. You don't know how to be funny. Let's go too. As soon as the voice fell, another stream of white light shot up into the sky. The elemental power at the place where they left was turbulent. If Fong Bai was here, he would find that these 3 people were on the verge of breaking through the master level. After they disappeared, a little fat man looked at this side in a far corner. My goodness. Why are all these guys here? Can't I take advantage of the loopholes? The little fat man made a bitter face and clumsily activated the invitation letter with his hands wearing more than 10 rings, and also appeared in the reflection space. In the trial space, Fong Bai emerged from the white light, and there was an extra jade token in his hand. And a message also appeared in his mind. Crush the jade token to exit the trial. Any resurrection behavior is prohibited in the trial space. Phase 1. The trial begins. Holding the jade token, Fong Bai couldn't help but recall what Fei Rui said at the beginning. A feast for elite professionals. Chapter 292 with Spirit Grass. A feast for elite professionals. Does this sentence mean that only elite professionals are allowed to enter? Gather all the attention in the current area. This is a trial and a ritual. The final trial winner will become a legend. Fong Bai was a little confused before, but he understood it at this moment. Gathering attention should mean that everyone can see everything that happens in the reflection space. The winner of the trial will definitely attract the most attention. And ritual. Legend. These two words now have some speculation. Recalling an idea I had before. It seems to be similar to this. Gathering eyes. This should be the key to the ceremony. And finally achieve legend. The winner must be recognized by everyone. And eyes are also mental power and consciousness. Both consciousness and mental power have power. Especially consciousness. The attention of countless consciousnesses. Consciousness. Legend. And what I thought before. With a solid characteristic. To build solid city buildings and strengthen the solidity. Think of ways to integrate thoughts through blood and elemental power to form clouds. Fong Bai was a little happy. This trial is actually an answer. An answer that tells him that he has not taken the wrong path. Standing in a forest. Fong Bai mental power spread out. Carefully observing every blade of grass and tree in it. Trees, shrubs, vines, weeds, ants, insects, birds and beasts. Everything is extremely real. Without a single falsehood. The vibrant forest makes Fong Bai feel relaxed and happy. Is this a real space? Fong Bai was slightly puzzled. Looking up at the sky. But he could see beams of light falling on the ground one after another. Recalling the reflection he saw in the sky before entering. He groaned slightly. Maybe he was teleported to an area. And then all the cleanup of this area was projected into the sky for everyone to see. According to the invitation letter. This might be the work of the game official. Well, from this perspective, this seems to be a large-scale chaotic event. Those who didn't come in are all spectators. And players only have one life inside. And they will be eliminated if they die. Fong Bai thought about it, and suddenly felt a little bit pungent. But speaking of it, Fei Rui came in so close to me, but not next to me. So did he enter randomly? Yes. This is relatively fairer. Fong Bai walked in the forest. His mental power covering the surroundings. And his body quickly transformed under the resonance and warmth of the master-level fighting spirit. It won't take long for him to complete the transformation of his body. Completely achieve the unity of body and energy. Complete the unity of spirit, energy, and body. And truly break through the master. The master has entered the elite trial. Fong Bai muttered slightly. And then a smile appeared on his face. He likes this feeling. Although it's not good to bully weaklings. It's cool. But I guess there are others besides me who will break through to the master level after coming here. And some people will have the combat power of the master level. But they are definitely a minority. And I'm not afraid of anyone who comes to fight at the same level. Fong Bai has sufficient confidence. And the ultimate defense brought by the pure element metal body makes him feel safe. And the master level fighting spirit with solid characteristics can also bless the body's strength and various defensive effects. The mental power with solid characteristics is also unique in defense. And the solid spell position, like a small iron lump, is even more unique. More importantly, Fong Bai has a feeling. The strength of the body, where the solid structure is transformed, has been greatly improved. If all the integration transformation is completed and integrated, there must be another qualitative change. In addition, the unified integration of the spirit, fighting spirit, and body. 3 characteristics. Fong Bai face immediately showed a bright smile. Even Fong Bai gold element can be stacked in the form of a solid characteristic structure. Physical resistance, magic resistance, and mental defense are fully stretched, without any loopholes. And the consciousness has a fantasy space to suppress it. What is absolute defense? This is absolute defense. Fong Bai walked in the forest without any scruples. All weeds and shrubs could not stop him at all. With a clear goal, he went straight forward. The map of the trial space appeared in Fong Bai's mind. Although he had only glanced at it before, he had memorized it all. The 3 iconic locations are the high mountain with red spiritual fruit, the cliff with crystal vines, and the deep pool with azure lotus. The high mountain, the cliff, and the deep pool are roughly in one area, which is the core area of the mountain range. The 3 terrains are roughly triangular areas, forming 3 areas respectively. Fong Bai climbed up and looked at the surrounding terrain. I should be in the high mountain with red spiritual fruit. According to the roughly identified direction, he immediately walked towards the direction of the high mountain. He had his eyes on the conspicuous red spiritual fruit on the top of the mountain. Although he didn't know what effect it had. It was a spiritual medicine that occupied the center position in such a trial. Fong Bai didn't want to give up. But just as he was about to go forward, he saw a white beam of light falling about 500 or 600 meters away from him. Fong Bai glanced at it indifferently and continued to walk forward. But he turned his head and looked to the side not long after walking. Is this a spiritual medicine? Under the cover of Fong Bai mental power, a palm-sized plant continued to swallow and spit out the power of the wood element, causing the surrounding wood element power to be much purer and richer. Fong Bai did not hesitate and walked over immediately. When he approached the spiritual grass, he pinched it and grabbed a magic beast chameleon that was almost fused with the big tree. It's probably equivalent to the professional level. Pinching the palm-sized chameleon, Fong Bai smelled a fishy smell. It's poisonous. If you attack by surprise, it may cause some damage to the elite level. Crush the chameleon to death. Take out the crystal core, and peel off the animal skin used as the elemental material. Mimicry. Fong Bai used his mental power to sense the spell in the crystal core. He looked at it carefully for a while. In a few moments, the spell was completely mastered by Fong Bai. Professional level spells are too simple, Fong Bai muttered. After studying the structure of the solid characteristic, ordinary spell models were as easy as taking something out of a bag for Fong Bai. The structure of the solid characteristic is complex and profound. Although it is different from the spell model, the principle is roughly the same. It can be easily mastered with a little study. After trying the mimicry a few times, Fong Bai looked at the spiritual medicine again, perceived it at a close distance, looked at the details, and thought slightly. With spirit grass? Fong Bai recalled a book about spiritual medicine he had read. One of the most common low-level wood attribute spiritual medicines. Planting it can gather the power of the wood element. Taking it can speed up the cultivation of wood attribute fighting spirit. If it is made into a potion, it can be used to cultivate some wood attribute secret techniques. It is a first-level spiritual medicine. Chapter 293 Master Bird King. I don't know if it can be transplanted. Fong Bai used his mental power to take out the wood spirit grass along the root system. There was no damage to the root hairs. Then he put it in a small bag. It should be fine. After all, it is a spirit grass. Although the spirit medicine is different from the professional magic beast and magic plant, it does not have strong combat power. But the essence of life is not weak at all. It belongs to the extraordinary among plants. It has strong vitality and will not die easily. Spirit medicine, the darling of heaven and earth, is naturally close to the power of elements. It can produce various magical effects, but it cannot produce wisdom. It only has the most basic plant spirituality. Fong Bai thought about it. This is really amazing. The spirit medicine he encountered and understood is like this. Spirit medicine. Not only this with spirit grass, but also the iron tree at home is a kind of spirit medicine. It also has no wisdom. Only the normal plant spirituality of seeking good fortune and avoiding evil. From this point of view, the iron tree is much higher than the grade of this wood spirit grass. However, the willow tree at home is not a spiritual medicine, but another path of plants. Magic plant. The end of the magic plant is no different from the extraordinary and the magic beast. So what will be the end of the spiritual medicine? Fong Bai thought. A magical medicine that gathers the creation of heaven and earth, can revive the dead, and make people ascend to heaven in broad daylight? While thinking, while walking, the degree of transformation of the structure in the body was further promoted. The change in power made Fong Bai walking posture a little strange, but it was completely controlled in an instant and returned to normal. Fong Bai's strength is growing and changing every minute and every second. Judging from this progress, it won't take long to complete the transformation. The density of spiritual medicine is so high. Fong Bai, who was walking, suddenly walked to the right front. There was a dendrobium growing in the gap at the bottom of a boulder. The seemingly fragile and crisp leaves supported the boulder as big as a house, and slowly condensed earth and wood elements underneath. The gathered earth and wood elements caused the surrounding soil to seem to change. This should be the snake slough dendrobium, a second-level spiritual medicine, named after its shape resembling a snake slough and the frequent presence of poisonous snakes and other magical beasts around it. Fong Bai matched the contents of the book in his mind with the spiritual medicine in front of him bit by bit, and searched the area directly with his mental power. As expected, in the crack at the bottom of the rock, a small brown-yellow snake was spitting out its tongue. And if you look closely, there are also traces of fractures on the snake slough dendrobium, which should have been eaten by the snake, but not eaten up, but sustainable. Fong Bai was quite surprised. The second-level spiritual medicine has a strong effect on elite professionals, basically targeting elite professionals and magical beasts, and is very valuable. In the outside world, Fong Bai may not be able to find a spiritual medicine even if he searches the forest, and can only rely on players to collect and purchase it by chance. He didn't expect that it was everywhere here, and he had just walked in it. Has this trial space not been open for too long, resulting in a much higher level of spiritual medicine inside? Or is it normal? Fong Bai was a little surprised, and then realized that this trial space is really a treasure land. Even if he didn't do anything else, collecting spiritual medicine here and taking it out would be a considerable fortune. Fong Bai grabbed the boulder with one hand and lifted it up. With a thought, the land surged, and the snake-skin dendrobium floated directly towards Fong Bai. But at this moment, a voice sounded at the edge of the forest. Snake-skin dendrobium? A surprised voice sounded. Fong Bai turned his head and saw two adventurers in leather armor came out, staring at the snake-skin dendrobium floating in front of Fong Bai, revealing a trace of greed. The two people moved their eyes away from the snake-skin dendrobium and looked at Fong Bai. Although they were a little afraid to see Fong Bai lift the boulder with one hand, they were relieved when they saw that Fong Bai was a player. Players have no combat skills and no combat awareness. They are too bad, and the appearance and temperament of players are completely different from them. It is impossible to disguise them, and they are particularly easy to distinguish. It would be fine if it was in the outside world, but here, players only have one life. Boy, put down my dendrobium obediently, and I will let you live. Otherwise, your trial will end, one of them said greedily, while the other quietly retreated and went around to the other side of Fong Bai. Fong Bai looked at them indifferently, stretched out his hand to catch the dendrobium, and just as he was about to do it, he suddenly found something and stopped. Dare to hit him. Do you know who he is? The sudden voice from behind made the two stunned, and then they immediately became alert. Looking back, they saw a red-robed wizard flying from behind. But the next moment, they saw a big bird with fiery red feathers swooping down, and the gorgeous feathers were like flames. Shoo! A bird cried, and the flame swept, and the terrifying momentum instantly covered it. Master Beast King. Fei Rui's little face changed slightly, and a spell aura burst out from his body instantly. Water escape technique, fire ring resistance, gold shield technique, force field resistance, ice ring technique. Dozens of spells were cast in succession. But the air was the home turf of the Firebird after all, and Fei Rui fell into disadvantage in a few moves. He quickly moved to the ground and disappeared in front of everyone. However, the huge battle fluctuations were transmitted. From a distance, the flame shot up to the sky and ignited the forest. Dust, smoke, and wood chips flew in the air, and the rumble sounded like thunder. The sudden change made everyone a little stunned, and the two adventurers looked at each other, with a hint of cruelty in their eyes. Without any hesitation, they instantly clenched their weapons and rushed towards Fong Bai. The mage was targeted by the Bird King, and even if he didn't die, he had no time to take care of them. Kill the player in front of him. Take the dendrobium and leave. No one can catch them. The adventurer holding a sharp knife had a cold look in his eyes, and rushed to Fong Bai in an instant. The sharp knife in his hand showed no mercy, and stabbed Fong Bai hard directly at a tricky angle. Another adventurer holding a short spear also emerged from the side, and stared at Fong Bai waist. Kidney shot. The two of them used killing moves as soon as they started fighting, which was extremely cruel. The fierceness and decisiveness in their eyes were frightening. Adventurers, a profession that lives on the edge of a knife, are generally engaged in hunting monsters, guarding expeditions, and searching for spiritual medicines, but they are also very experienced in killing and robbing. However, the next moment, Fong Bai's body slightly turned, and he almost avoided the short spear. He grabbed it with one hand, and instantly grabbed the arm holding the sharp knife with the other hand. The adventurer in front felt that his arm was like being clamped by an iron clamp, unable to move at all, and his soul was surging. Boom! Boom! In a flash, the adventurer was grabbed by the neck and thrown to the ground, and the other adventurer was grabbed by the shoulder before he could react and fell forward violently. Boom! Fong Bai's expression did not change, and the two looked at Fong Bai in horror. How is it possible? The two did not dare to believe it, but the pain of the broken bones in their bodies made them believe it. Gritting his teeth, he did not dare to hesitate, and immediately crushed the jade card in his hand. Fong Bai saw a ball of white light covering the man, and instantly jumped closer, punching him in the face of his horrified eyes. It was like a pounding pestle. Chapter 294. Legend? No! The adventurer screamed, his eyes full of despair, and he subconsciously raised his hand. But he knew he couldn't stop it. But the next moment, boom! A huge sound rang out, and Fong Bai was repelled, and the adventurer covered by the white light was not hurt at all. Before Fong Bai could chase, the magic circle under the adventurer took shape, and turned into a white light, and disappeared on the spot with the adventurer. The same happened to another adventurer. Invincible frame? Fong Bai frowned slightly. As long as you crush the jade card, you won't die. Can you definitely get out? Yes. The defense magic circle released by the trial jade card is of a very high level. Since the records, unless they didn't have time to activate it. As long as the trialer activated the jade card, no one died. Even under the siege of the Master Beast King, no one died. Fong Bai couldn't deny it after hearing this. The punch he just burst out with his fighting spirit clearly shook the magic circle. It is indeed unbreakable now. Wait until he breaks through the master and try again. If it can't be broken, that's not certain. No one died. Fong Bai muttered. What did you say? Fei Rui didn't hear clearly, so he asked. Fong Bai looked at Fei Rui, who was calm and his hair was not messy. It was as if he was not the one being chased by the master-level Flame Bird King. Oh! I said your butt was broken. Fei Rui was stunned. And after reacting, he quickly covered his butt. When he found that it was really broken, his face turned red, and he disappeared in front of Fong Bai in an instant. At this time, 2 streams of light sank into Fong Bai's jade pendant from the place where the adventurer disappeared. Points 2. Huh? 2 points for eliminating 2 people? Fong Bai looked at the jade card, and a stream of information flowed into his mind. Fong Bai accepted it and opened his eyes. After the trial begins, there will be a ranking list, which can be viewed by both outside audiences and trial participants. Outside audiences can directly lock on a trial participant through the ranking list to view. In addition, the top 3 players in this trial field will become seeded players. Does this mean to be broadcast live on the homepage of the ranking list? With the homepage of the ranking list as a reward. Is this trial ceremony really centered on attention? No. It is not necessarily centered on attention. It may be the degree of spread, recognition, popularity, or consciousness tendency. There are gods in the game world. There are several god churches in Hongfeng City, the most important of which is the Church of Light. And since faith is power, it is natural that the degree of spread and popularity have power, and are gathered by the trial ceremony. It is still what Fei Rui said at the beginning. The winner is a legend. The stage after the master level is called a legend, which Fong Bai can't help but associate with. In addition, the bottom 50% of the trialists will be eliminated 10 days after the trial officially begins, and a batch will be eliminated every 10 days. At the same time, hunting monsters can also earn points, and eliminating the trialists will earn all the points they have. A big fight. Fong Bai took a deep breath and then smiled. I like it. In the reflection space above the Red Maple City area, the trialists were scattered in the huge mountains and were very inconspicuous, like a group of ants. Soon they discovered the existence of a high density of spiritual medicines. Rare and precious spiritual medicines from the outside world are everywhere here. This is a carnival. The eyes of the audience from the outside world, who did not receive the invitation, were red. But they could only watch with envy, as the trialists harvested precious and rare spiritual medicines. However, there are often monsters guarding the spiritual medicines, and the trialists have to clash with the monsters if they want spiritual medicines. The battle gradually took place, and those who can get invitations are often players, the best among adventurers, and except for 2 or 3 unlucky guys, few are eliminated. Battles were frequent, just like a TV series, and the attention attracted by the reflection space gradually increased. Adventurers who performed well in the reflection space also quickly increased their fame and popularity. If a chaotic battle broke out in it, the final winner would definitely be widely praised by countless players and aborigines in this land, and even written into local chronicles, compiled into stories by wandering poets, and recited in taverns accompanied by music. Exactly 1 hour after the reflection space appeared, everyone's trial jade cards in the reflection space simultaneously emitted a spiritual fluctuation. All trial participants received the information. Time is up. The trial channel is closed, and the trial space is sealed. The first stage of the trial begins, and the trial rules are as follows. 1. All points of the eliminated trialists can be obtained. 2. Corresponding points can be obtained by hunting monsters. Professional monster points. 3. The ranking list is opened, and after 10 days, the bottom 50% of the ranking list will be eliminated, and the second stage will begin, and the boundary barrier will be lifted. 4. The trial officially begins, Fei Rui said, and Fong Bai nodded beside him. At this moment, Fei Rui had changed his clothes, and the embarrassment just now was swept away. After a short search, the 5 followers also found 4. Obviously, for these well-established forces, some mechanisms of the trial space are not secrets, and they have already had ways to deal with them. Yes, the big fight is about to begin. The trialists not only have to face the threat of high-level magic beasts, but also have to avoid the pursuit of competitors. Even so, they have to squeeze into the top 50% of the ranking within 10 days, which means that they have to actively hunt magic beasts and competitors. After Fei Rui was attacked, Fong Bai found that not only were there a lot of spiritual medicines in this trial space, but also magic beasts, elite magic beasts, and master magic beasts were also quite dense. And more importantly, they were very active. Just like Fei Rui was attacked just now, flying in the sky is extremely easy to attract the attention of the Beast King, not only in the sky, but also underground. Fei Rui didn't dare to fly, and could only walk on the ground obediently. And on the ground, there were also a high density of elite magic beasts and master beast kings. So he had to be cautious and shrink his neck. What's more important is that under this rule, there will definitely be a chaotic fight between the trialists. It's okay. It's not a big problem. Fei Rui patted his chest and said, "This mage will protect you. With my strength, I can kill even a master beast king, not to mention the trialists." Fong Bai looked at Fei Rui, who was constantly showing goodwill and recruiting, and was happy. Fei Rui now seemed to be licking poo. Fong Bai quickly put aside the thoughts in his mind just now, and focused his attention on his body. The progress of the gold element characteristic structure conversion in the body has exceeded half, and the breakthrough master is just around the corner. And in the attribute panel, the title of Mecha Master Pioneer also contains a huge blessing power that Fong Bai feels. In the outside world, because Fong Bai normally opens the cloud gas for assistance, this power cannot be used and is a bit ignored. But now, Fong Bai smiled at Fei Rui and opened the ranking list. Chapter 295 Legendary Dragon Rider. First place, Otis Bartholomew. 23 points. Second place, Idisayul. 21 points. Third place, Sally. 21 points. 27th place, Fong Bai. 2 points. Fong Bai looked at the top 3 people, and there was a gap between them and the others. Even the 4th place only had 5 points. And it was really a bit outrageous to have more than 20 points. He must have known the rules of the trial a long time ago. And he has been hunting monsters or other trialists since the beginning. Fong Bai looked at the ranking list, and there were nearly 300 people on the list, which was surprisingly many. The trialists must be elite. And I didn't expect that there would be so many elite professionals in Hongfeng City. I didn't notice it before. And there are these 3 people in front. Are there these noble families in Hongfeng City? Fong Bai thought. And now he has a general understanding of the nobles in Hongfeng City. But there are indeed no such surnames. Beside him, Fei Rui was surprised. They are here too. Do you know them? Fong Bai looked at Fei Rui. If he remembered correctly, the fire tower was located in the suburbs of the royal city. If Fei Rui knew them, then these people, are they also from outside? Are they eyeing the treasures and promotion quotas in the Red Maple City trial space? Fei Rui looked bitter when he saw them and nodded. It should be. Otis Bartholomew is the 3rd son of Duke Bartholomew. He is currently a 3rd-year student at the Royal Supernormal Academy, and his strength ranks among the top 50 in the entire academy. Fei Rui saw that Fong Bai didn't care, and immediately spoke out. The Mage Tower is also affiliated to the Mage branch of the Royal Supernatural Academy. Although the Mage branch has a special status and is relatively independent, it also participates in the ranking of the academy. This is basically equivalent to the ranking of the young generation of supernaturals in the kingdom, with a very high degree of recognition and gold content. Fong Bai was serious when he heard this. If the mages of the Mage Tower were counted, there would be this level, and the gold content would be really high. However, the Mage Tower is actually a branch of the Royal Supernatural Academy. No wonder the names are so similar. And the old Duke Bartholomew is a legendary dragon rider. He is still alive, and is one of the top strong men in the capital, and even the entire kingdom. Before he finished speaking, Fong Bai became serious in an instant. Legend. This Odysseus has mastered the legendary fighting skills. At the elite level, he has a record of fighting against or even killing masters. This is a master-level supernatural in his prime. Fei Rui's little face was quite serious. Odysseus is the granddaughter of Earl Yule, and her family also has a legendary inheritance. It is said that Odysseus had an adventure, and was called the daughter of the devil. Ranked 53rd. Sally is the vice president of the Archer Association, a registered disciple of a legendary extraordinary archer. It is said that he was born a commoner. After his parents died, he lived alone in the wilderness for 10 years. Finally, he met the legend of Bassa in the wild, and was taken back to the Archer Association as a disciple. I don't know how many monsters and enemies he shot with a bow. Ranked 69. Although he ranks the lowest, he is the one I least want to meet. Fong Bai listened to what Fei Rui said, and suddenly found that he seemed to be a long way from the real extraordinary world. What he said suddenly made him re-understand the extraordinary world from another perspective. Listening to him chattering, Fong Bai suddenly asked, "Then what is your ranking?" "What? Ranking? Me? 99. Fei Rui said proudly. "Oh, 99. 99 is already very strong. Okay. The top 100 have master-level combat power. If it weren't for those 3 shameless people who came here to participate in the trial, I would definitely win the trial." Fei Rui suddenly became a little depressed when he said this. The mood changes of children are too unpredictable, which makes Fong Bai a little confused. What's wrong? According to ancient records, the top 3 in regional trials have a certain chance of obtaining legendary status. The 4th place will definitely not be there. My teacher promised me, if I can get a little legendary status, even if it is a regional legendary status, he will agree to let me set up a separate project team. But now, Fei Rui's words made Fong Bai think about it, and suddenly spoke out. "Okay, you gave me a mulch before. Then I will give you a top 3. Fong Bai put his hands behind his back and said lightly. Fei Rui glanced at Fong Bai, without any reaction. That look was as if he said, "Don't play anymore. How can you be so weak and give me a top 3? You brag about being the first. And you brag about being the top 3. Because the first place is mine. Then you can only be the top 3. Fong Bai grinned, and Fei Rui rolled his eyes. "You'd better follow me quickly. I can at least get you into the top 10 and help you advance." After Fei Rui finished speaking, before Fong Bai could say anything, he immediately felt that the other followers were looking at Fong Bai with envy and jealousy. "Lucky boy," a follower said while fighting the monster. They were fighting the monster, and this lucky boy didn't help. But he was still bragging. "Lord Fei Rui is really good to him," someone replied. "Wasn't it the same when he was with us?" Several people communicated quietly. Wasn't this what attracted them to follow? Fong Bai saw that no one believed him, and didn't say anything. And the monster didn't mean to help at all. He needed fighting spirit to nourish his body when he broke through the master level. Although fighting spirit can be recovered quickly after consumption, it will affect the progress of breaking through the master level and waste time. It's okay if he is alone. He should use it when he needs it. But now there are so many people. Why waste it? It's more practical to break through early than anything else. So many herbs. The petite Baishao walked in the dense forest. Her little face flushed, full of excitement and joy. Walking quickly, from time to time, she used tools to collect some herbs and used simple techniques to process them. During the process, from time to time, spots of light sank into her petite body, and she was controlled by it. She was wearing a white long skirt, and the spots of light that sank into her from time to time made her look a little more fragile, and her serious expression seemed a little lively, like an elf. Baishao walked briskly under a big tree and happily collected a green vine, which exuded pure element fluctuations. Obviously a spiritual medicine. She skillfully collected the part with strong medicinal properties on the spiritual medicine, and the various spots of light she waved while dancing with her hands combined and sank into the body of a furry monster. The angry monster saw Baishao collecting the spiritual medicine, and just when he wanted to attack, he found that his whole body was weak and powerless, and he could only stare with wide eyes and watched Bai Xiao collect the most concentrated part of the spiritual medicine in front of it. It was collected in a short while. Chapter 290-16 Building. My dear, I left some for you. Don't be angry. Bai Xiao touched the furry head of the beast. The eyes of the powerless beast were full of fear. The feeling of powerlessness made it want to run. But it didn't even have the strength to run. The weak girl in white skirt ravaged it with her hands and turned away, leaving only the bare spiritual medicine and the powerless beast. After Bai Xiao left, a series of light spots floated over. Gradually, the beast felt strong again. It jumped a few meters away and fled in fear. But after half a day, seeing no response, it reluctantly returned to the cave and guarded the spiritual medicine beside the cave. Looking at the bare spiritual medicine, the furry beast had an idea in his mind. The hairless two-legged beast is really scary. Bai Xiao walked happily in the forest. This place was like heaven to him. There were spiritual medicines everywhere, and all kinds of herbs everywhere. The medicinal properties were strong. She had never even seen many of them. You know, she has handled and studied almost all the herbs and spiritual medicines that can be found and bought in the Lost Paradise. This is also the fundamental reason why she can be promoted to the elite. And there are so many high-quality and diverse herbs here, with a very high density. This may be the perfect opportunity for her to become a master. She doesn't need to grab those high-level spiritual medicines. And even ordinary spiritual medicines are not important. Those herbs that have no fusion elements, are diverse, and dazzling are more important to her. However, not good. Someone is eyeing Bai Xiao. Hao Wei, who was looking at the reflection space, and Bai Xiao changed his face slightly. In the reflection space, a team of 5 people was walking in the forest. And suddenly a hunter spoke. There is someone more than 700 meters ahead. Only one. After the voice fell, the 5 people looked at each other, without discussion, and immediately scattered, turning into a net to surround Bai Xiao. Obviously, in the trial space, the trialers basically began to hunt in the form of teams. Often, a team of 3 to 5 people can not only hunt down the trialists well, but also avoid problems such as difficulty in distribution and difficulty in reaching consensus. Of course, there are still many trialists who walk alone after realizing it. But as time goes by, there are fewer and fewer of them. Elite-level extraordinary people are as agile as cheetahs in the forest, jumping and shuttling quickly in the forest. When Hao Wei found out, the encirclement had already been formed. At this time, Bai Xiao's family members ran to Bai Xiao to remind her. Okay, I know. The weak Bai Xiao nodded lightly. Her eyes rolled, and she immediately had an idea in her mind and prepared immediately. Not long after, he caught a trace of movement, looked up, and saw that an aboriginal elite professional did not hide after seeing Bai Xiao, and walked out directly, looking at Bai Xiao in a white dress. She was so weak that he couldn't help but stir up some ripples in his heart. It's actually a player. So lucky. And she's a female player. Players are very bad. And encountering a player is basically equivalent to picking up a point. This is basically common sense. Now players are the hot commodity in the trial space, and everyone is scrambling for them. In addition, there is a consensus among the natives. That is, female players are really beautiful, with an average high appearance. And there are all kinds of clothing and accessories, which are simply blinding. It makes them both fickle and loyal. The loyal ones like beautiful female players, and the fickle ones like the girl next door, the cool and handsome sister, and the charming lady. Thinking of this professional showed a trace of greed in his eyes. But he concealed it well and said gently, "Little sister, why are you here alone?" "Ah, I happened to come in and pick herbs here. Can you not kill me? I don't want to be eliminated so early. Otherwise, my best friend will definitely laugh at me," Bai Xiao said weakly. The adventurer in front of him looked at his teammates and reached a consensus after a few communications. Take him in the team first and find a way to cheat the trial jade pendant. After reaching a consensus, the Adventurer Alliance said, "Of course, as long as you give us the trial jade token, we will not only not kill you, but also protect you. With our protection, you can definitely enter the next round." The adventurer patted his chest and said, and the power of bewitching in his words enveloped the weak female player in front of him. The adventurer was excited deep in his heart, and his eyes were full of greed. If he could really cheat the trial jade token, then this female player could do whatever he wanted. "Really?" Bai Xiao said in surprise. Outside, Hao Wei saw this scene, and his face was slightly strange. Of course it's true. Okay. This is my trial jade token. The adventurer looked at the female player, and handed him the jade pendant directly. And then opened her innocent eyes. He couldn't help but be stunned. And then he was ecstatic. Okay. Okay. The adventurer took the trial jade token. And after confirming its authenticity, he finally couldn't help it. And a greedy look appeared in his eyes. Then, little girl. Let's go! The adventurer suddenly exposed ugly expression scared by Xiao. And she took 2 steps back in fear. You? What are you going to do? I won't go with you. Give me back the trial jade token. I won't go. You just agreed. Now it's not up to you. The adventurer grinned. And his companions behind him smiled, and watched him tease the female player. But suddenly, the horrified expression on Bai Xiao's face disappeared. And she snorted. Humph. Hooligan. Hey. Yes. I am a hooligan. The adventurer looked at Bai Xiao, with a grin on his face, and then saw Bai Xiao raise her leg to kick him in the lower body. But the action was too slow. And there were too many flaws. He had 100 ways to deal with it. No matter which one. He could easily block the attack. And he could also control the opponent. The adventurer showed a hint of interest on his face, ready to reach out and grab the female player's foot. However, he felt something was wrong as soon as he reached out. His hand seemed to have no strength at all. And his movements were extremely slow. His body was also as if it had lost its strength for a moment. But his perception was extremely active and sharp. And it was even extraordinary. Then he watched Bai Xiao slowly, with a leg full of flaws, and kicked out. Slow, full of flaws, but full of strength. Hiss. Outside the trial space, Hao Wei subconsciously clamped his legs together, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. And inside the trial space. Oh. The adventurer's facial expression was extremely distorted in the severe pain. But he couldn't even scream in his weakness. He didn't even have the qualifications to scream, and could only make subtle moans. The other teammates' faces changed drastically when they saw this. But they fell to the ground before they could react. They could only watch Bai Xiao pick up their companion's hammer and walk towards them. They all squirmed and retreated. But Bai Xiao still approached them, and raised the hammer clumsily to drop it between their legs. Bai Xiao was kind after all, and had never killed anyone. Snap! 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 As if they were afraid that it was not broken completely. Everyone hit it as many times as they wanted. Bai Xiao, with a flushed face, clapped her hands, took back her trial jade token from the adventurer, and snorted. Humph. Bai Xiao was about to say something, but a round of applause sounded in the forest. Snap, snap, snap. Chapter 297 The Crippled Wolf. A round of slaps came from the shadows, and Bai Xiao's small face suddenly became solemn, with a frown. A very smart girl. A thin adventurer wearing leather armor walked out of the shadows, with a simple straight knife hanging on his waist, and sunken eye sockets, making him look a bit sinister. His appearance made the 5 twisted people on the ground overjoyed, and they shouted hurriedly, Captain! Captain! Help us get revenge. This little girl is playing poison. Bai Xiao's face changed slightly when she heard the voice, and she turned and ran. Behind her, the sinister adventurer looked at the 5 people coldly. A bunch of trash. The sinister adventurer brushed his palm over his waist bag, and 5 detoxification pills appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, 5 pills flew into their mouths. He also took out a detoxification pill, and held it in his mouth. His whole body was shaken by fighting spirit, and it turned into a layer of barrier outside his body. Then he stepped lightly, and quickly shuttled between the forests at a very fast speed. At this moment, Hao Wei and the outside world finally found the information of this sinister adventurer. After reading it, his face changed slightly, and his voice sounded in Bai Xiao's ears through the phone. Bai Xiao, the person behind you is Can Lang, the captain of the first combat team of the Tianlang mercenary group. He is an elite swordsman with a cautious and cruel personality, rich experience, and strong swordsmanship. He has cultivated fire-attributed fighting spirit and is good at fighting. The flame has extremely high corrosiveness and adhesion. If you can't escape, quit the trial. Don't hesitate. Bai Xiao, who was in the game, did not answer, but Hao Wei knew that she had heard it. His eyes were fixed on Bai Xiao in the trial space, and Can Lang chasing behind him. Although Bai Xiao was wearing a white dress, her escape speed was not low at all. The white dress fluttered, revealing a bit of chic. As the white dress danced, invisible and intangible powder and energy spots floated in the wind. As the saying goes, medicine and poison are inseparable. Silently, a medicinal field was formed after the path that Bai Xiao passed. When Bai Xiao saw Qianlang crashing into the medicinal field, a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. The invisible and intangible light spots and powder immediately fell on Qianlang's shield. The light spots merged silently into the strands of Dou Qi without any abnormality, but lurked in it. As long as the Dou Qi flows into the body, the effect will occur. In addition, countless energy light spots and powders with diuretic, excretion, muscle strengthening, excitement, aphrodisiac, and sedative effects filled the air. In a sense, this is not an attack, but a gain effect. However, this is reality, not a game. And the Dou Qi shield will not pass directly because it is a gain effect. And the Dou Qi that formed the Dou Qi shield did not flow back into Qianlang's body. When she saw Qianlang's sinister eyes, Bai Xiao seemed to see a hint of ridicule. Bai Xiao's heart sank, and she finally understood the word cautious used by Hao Wei on the phone. People are stronger than you, and more cautious than you. Bai Xiao was a little desperate, but then she cheered up. She first used the extraordinary power of medicine to form a poison in her body that was enough to kill her immediately. And she always used the power of medicine to form an antidote to relieve the poison, constantly delaying the onset time. After completing this step, she spread her hands behind her, and suddenly a large area of colorful drug power spots was scattered. Gorgeous and colorful, the drug power collided and combined with each other, and instantly turned into a ball of gorgeous colorful smoke, like a rainbow. However, the rainbow was hidden in an amazing murderous intent. All the big trees and shrubs wrapped in the colorful smoke were quickly corroded and withered in an instant. The beasts within the fog range first had blurred eyes, and then began to rot inside and outside at the same time, silently turning into a piece of bones. But when Qianlang pulled out the straight knife from his waist and slashed forward, a flame knife broke through the air, and the smoke that was originally not blown away by the wind was broken, and Qianlang rushed out of it. At this moment, Bai Xiao finally felt a sense of despair. When she was about to crush the trial jade token, Hao Wei's voice suddenly rang out. Bai Xiao. Wait. Wait. I called Fang Bai. Bai Xiao was slightly stunned. Qianlang had already appeared behind her. A straight knife covered in flames fell directly on her back, showing no mercy and carelessness. At this moment, Bai Xiao's heart seemed to jump to her throat. Ding! Silently, a hand appeared behind Bai Xiao and grabbed the tip of the knife. Fang Bai, who finally arrived after being urged by Hao Wei on the phone, did not breathe a breath. He did not look at Qianlang who was attacking, but turned his head to look at Bai Xiao and smiled slightly. Fortunately, I arrived. Bai Xiao saw Fang Bai smiling gently. The tip of the knife close behind her seemed to touch her body. The flames burned her skin and her heart beat violently. Bang! 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 Bai Xiao's heart beat so fast that her consciousness was interrupted for a moment. However, he subconsciously took 2 steps forward to avoid the attack range of the crippled wolf. Hao Wei, who was outside, saw Fang Bai rescue Bai Xiao. He should have been happy when he saw the scene, but his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he had an ominous premonition. At Fang Bai home, Hao Wei's shout came from the phone in front of him. Fang Bai, stop showing off! In the trial space, Fang Bai rubbed his ears, as if he didn't hear anything, and casually let go of the straight knife in his hand. The stunned Qianlang saw Fang Bai showing such a relaxed look, and his fighting spirit burst out instantly. And his secret skills burst out, and his fighting spirit was a bit bloody. Fang Bai, be careful. He is a swordsman with the elite level of fire attribute, and his strength is very strong. Bai Xiao cried out, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, but also a bit of worry. And as she spoke, Qianlang's eyes showed a bit of cruelty, and the flames on the straight knife surged, and he appeared in front of Fang Bai at an extremely fast speed. Fang Bai was almost unprepared, and Qianlang's eyes showed a bit of hope. But the next moment, he saw Fang Bai put up a finger to block the blade. Ding! The sound of metal collision rang out, and a finger was like a pillar supporting the sky, and it didn't shake at all. Qianlang's eyes were horrified. Under the backlash, the knuckles of his hands broke. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran. But the next moment, Fang Bai caught up with him and pressed his palm on his back. Bang! Qianlang's back was intact, His chest was smashed, and his body fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiao opened her mouth slightly. She knew Fong Bai was very strong, but she didn't expect Fong Bai to be so strong. He actually killed this elite adventurer with one blow. So strong. Bai Xiao looked at Fong Bai, who was wearing a tight suit and wiping his hands lightly. Perhaps he hadn't recovered from the escape just now, and his heart was beating. Thank you. My name is Bai Xiao. We knew each other before. Well, I remember you. Bai Xiao, the pharmacist in Paradise Lost. I didn't expect you to enter the trial too. Chapter 298. Follow me. Ah. I came across an altar when I was collecting herbs in the wilderness mountains. There was this invitation on the altar. Then I saw the trial started. So I came in. Bai Xiao spoke softly, her face slightly red. Outside, the smile on Hao Wei's face gradually disappeared. Looking at Fong Bai and Bai Xiao, they were talking and laughing. And he dialed Fong Bai phone expressionlessly. The number you dialed is in use. Please call again later. Beep beep beep. Did you hang up during the call? Blocked? Hao Wei's eyes widened. Fong Bai actually blocked him? Unable to contact Fong Bai, Hao Wei could only watch the reflection space. Oh! How were you hunted down? I just ran into them, and they hunted down me. 5 of them were knocked down by me. The 5 I killed suddenly appeared. Oh! By the way, the 5 people should have been detoxified now. Before Bai Xiao finished speaking, 5 adventurers with ferocious faces rushed out. You guessed right. Any companions? Go to hell. The adventurer's eyes were full of resentment. Bai Xiao was startled. As soon as he raised his hand, he saw Fong Bai rushing out. The adventurer looked at the player, who appeared in front of him in horror. The weapon in his hand was instantly caught and crushed by him. The next moment, he was slapped in the chest. Bang! The back half of the body instantly shattered. Blood and flesh flew, and not even a trace of it touched Fong Bai's hand. The pupils of the other 4 people suddenly shrank, and they looked at each other, and their secret skills burst out, and their strength increased sharply. 3 arrows whistled through the air, and several adventurers formed a simple battle formation to encircle and suppress them. Fong Bai stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and a stick up to his eyebrows appeared out of thin air, and he swung it. Ping ping ping. The arrows flew, and Fong Bai, holding a long stick, crashed directly into the battle formation. This is the coordinated battle formation they usually use to hunt monsters. But there was no time to be happy. The moment they came into close combat, they felt a huge force coming. Ah! My hand! Be careful of his way of using strength. The moment an adventurer's weapon touched the long stick in Fong Bai's hand, the weapon was intact, but it seemed as if a bomb exploded on his palm. The fierce red spider lily made everyone alert, and they used their fighting spirit to bless and dissolve the power level by level. But even so, Fong Bai's powerful and heavy attacks still made their chests boil with blood and their hands numb. He has too much strength, but his reaction speed and movement speed are average. You guys hold him. I go kill that woman. Okay. 3 of the 4 people held Fong Bai and kept attacking, and the other one just pulled away. Bai Xiao became alert when she saw this, and the invisible and intangible medicinal power spread. But she had a doubt in her heart. The crippled wolf just now was easily killed. So why are these 4 adventurers, who are not as good as the crippled wolf, so troublesome? Fong Bai doesn't even need Do Qi. Isn't his physical strength too exaggerated? Fei Rui said beside him. And Bai Xiao looked at Fong Bai in surprise. Wait. No Do Qi. Bai Xiao opened her mouth slightly. Although she didn't practice Do Qi, she also knew about the professionals who practice Do Qi. For the extraordinary, fighting spirit is the real extraordinary power. Right? And at this moment, when another adventurer was about to rush towards Bai Xiao, Fong Bai directly ran into the blockade of the 3 people and hit the adventurer with a stick. The adventurer turned gently to avoid the powerful attack. But when the long stick fell, it was extended. Bang! Head exploded. Head exploded. Red and white burst out of the companion's head and sprinkled on their faces. Listening to what Fei Rui just said, suddenly, they completely collapsed. Devil! Devil! You are a devil! The 3 shouted nonsense, dropped their weapons, and turned around to run. But it would be fine if they were facing the front. When they chose to turn around and run in front of Fong Bai, their fate was already determined. Bang! 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 The 3 fell under Fong Bai's stick one after another. With a thought, The flames ignited, and the three were completely finished off. Then he directly burned them with the flame of nothingness. Now even if there was any mental power left, it was gone. With a casual throw, he threw the long stick in his hand away, and then it flew away with the wind. Bai Xiao ran to Fong Bai and asked hurriedly, Fong Bai, did you really not use Douqi just now? Douqi? Do you need Douqi to fight a group of elites? Bai Xiao's mouth slightly opened. Her face flushed, and Fei Rui next to her had an opinion when she heard it. Oh, do you look down on elites so much? Don't say you don't need Douqi. You can beat me with Douqi? Fei Rui was slightly proud. Ordinary elites may not be able to beat you, but obviously not me. Fong Bai smiled without saying anything. Hey, Fong Bai, is this your friend? Fei Rui saw that Fong Bai was convinced, and his chin slightly raised, quite proud, thinking that he had convinced Fong Bai. Yes, my friend, Bai Xiao, a professional pharmacist. Fong Bai was actually quite surprised after he said this. He didn't expect Bai Xiao to reach the elite level. However, if you think about it carefully, the logistics route has its own way of promotion, and it cannot be generalized. Bai Xiao originally came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. With a professional pharmacist, he is the best in the logistics profession, so it is natural that he can be promoted faster. Pharmacist? Fei Rui's eyes lit up when he heard this profession. And then he recalled Bai Xiao's previous performance and looked at Bai Xiao and said immediately, Bai Xiao. Right. Fong Bai has been convinced by my personality charm and followed me. You should follow me too. This mage will leave you a follower position. Ah? Follow? Fong Bai followed this mage? Bai Xiao looked at Fong Bai in surprise, and Fong Bai shrugged slightly. Bai Xiao looked at Fei Rui's tender face again, and immediately understood. Are you playing with the kids here? Fong Bai saw Bai Xiao's eyes rolling around, and he didn't know what she was thinking. He pointed at Fei Rui helplessly and said, Fei Rui, an elite mage from the Fire Tower, under the mage branch of the Royal Supernormal Academy. Oh! Hello Fei Rui. Nice to meet you. But I don't plan to follow you for the time being. Oh! No hurry. No hurry. Following is a big deal. You can think about it slowly. Fei Rui didn't care about Bai Xiao's rejection at all, and started thinking instead. Pharmacist? Pharmacist? There seems to be a page of pharmacopoeia in the tower. Fei Rui's eyes lit up. But then he became a little discouraged. All the contribution points have been used up to exchange for mulch with Fong Bai. But if it's gone, it's gone. Earn more contribution points to exchange for pharmacopoeia pages with Bai Xiao. Fei Rui was full of fighting spirit again. Fong Bai and Fei Rui were far away and didn't hear it, but a few followers next to Fei Rui heard it. Seeing Fei Rui in this familiar look again, they looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness, and shrugged at each other. Fei Rui started again. Chapter 299. Fong Bai. Hao Wei gritted his teeth and looked at the reflection space. The fork in his hand slid in the plate, making a sharp and piercing sound. The knife in his other hand cut the meat viciously, sawing back and forth, as if he was not cutting steak, but Fong Bai. In the reflection space, Bai Xiao also joined Fei Rui's team. The two followed Fei Rui. The attacking monsters were dealt with by followers and people. All dangers were isolated. The two chatted happily. This is not a trial. It is clearly a spring outing. Caw. Hao Wei's teeth were clenched and rang. He only hated that he had just lost his mind and asked Fong Bai to save people. This person was sent to Fong Bai. Can the corner still be saved? Fong Bai. Is your friend's personality? Bai Xiao asked quietly, and Fei Rui's ears moved immediately. Fong Bai used his mental power to separate his mental power, and then said, he's young and a little immature, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. He really gives good things. When Fong Bai told Bai Xiao about the mulch film that Fei Rui gave him, Bai Xiao opened her mouth in surprise. Ah? You're not his follower. So you just accepted it? Fong Bai shrugged. I didn't agree to it in the first place. He wanted to give it to me, and I told him that I wasn't his follower a long time ago. Why shouldn't I accept it? Just treat it as making friends. When he needs it, I can get something better or give him more valuable feedback somewhere. Friends. Reciprocity is the norm. After all, he's not a bad person. More friends mean more ways. Oh, so that's it. Bai Xiao scratched her head cutely, with a thoughtful look on her face. At this moment, A phone rang in Fong Bai reality. Wait a minute. I take a call. After saying this to Bai Xiao, Fong Bai paid some attention to answer the call. Hello. Who is this? When a familiar voice sounded from the other end, Fong Bai quickly glanced at Bai Xiao and immediately prepared to answer the phone. Is it President Hao? Bai Xiao immediately noticed this action and covered her mouth and laughed. Fong Bai nodded, and before he hung up the phone, the other end immediately said, Don't hang up. Business. Fong Bai stopped after hearing this, and listened to Hao Wei cursing on the phone. Part of this cursing was directed at Fong Bai, and part of it was directed at others. Listening to the words coming from the other end of the phone, Fong Bai's face gradually became ugly. Finally, Hao Wei added a sentence. Fong Bai. Kill them! Although Hao Wei hated Fong Bai, these were all internal players' affairs. Even if he killed Fong Bai, it would be fine. If he killed him a few more times, others would applaud. But once it involves things other than players, everything can be put aside. The game environment has become so bad that the players have already completed integration on major issues. In the game, Hao Wei looked at the reflection space full of chaos and looked at Fong Bai. Although he still wanted to call Fong Bai Gan Lin Yang, he couldn't help but hope that Fong Bai could be stronger. What's wrong? Bai Xiao, who was handing the bark to Fong Bai to break with his fingers, saw that Fong Bai suddenly stopped taking the bark. He looked up and saw that his face was a little ugly. Fong Bai took a breath and said immediately, Several groups of aboriginals have joined forces and are conducting a large-scale cleanup of players. Bai Xiao's face changed slightly. Fong Bai thought for a moment and made a decision in his heart. He removed the mental barrier and was shocked to see a pair of huge and resentful eyes in front of him. He saw that Fei Rui had been looking at him with resentful eyes, which made Fong Bai embarrassed for a while. Fei Rui, I have something to do. We have to separate for a while. Fei Rui knew that Fong Bai was really busy when he saw Fong Bai's face, so he nodded. Go. Go. I'm going to go alone after all. Fong Bai shivered. Goosebumps were about to appear, shuddered, and hurried away, while Fei Rui waved at him from behind. Call me anytime if you need my help. Just give a signal. Fong Bai waved back and said nothing more. But in reality, Hao Wei's voice came from the phone again. There are players being chased more than 1,500 meters southeast. Fong Bai did not hesitate, stepped lightly, and shot out instantly. Weeds and shrubs passed by him like phantoms. At lightning speed, Bai Xiao appeared next to Fong Bai, wearing a white dress, looking at Fong Bai's way of rushing with a little surprise. It looked fast, but, come on, Fong Bai. Fong Bai was silent when he saw this, covering his face with one hand. Be careful. There is a tree ahead. Bai Xiao's exclamation sounded, but Fong Bai seemed not to hear it and bumped into it headfirst. Bang! The tree trunk exploded, but Fong Bai didn't slow down at all. Bai Xiao opened her mouth slightly. Fong Bai's face looked better. He ran at full speed, but Bai Xiao caught up with him so easily that he almost couldn't hold on. There is no way. Although Fong Bai has great strength and high skill in using his strength, he can easily burst out at a very high speed. However, the pure elemental metal plus the dense gold stored in his body is basically equivalent to a solid block of metal with super high density. The tonnage is really too large, just like a tank in a car. Perhaps this is the only drawback of the mecha master profession. High defense, high attack, plus Fong Bai's own ability. He also has extremely high attainments and skills. The only thing is that the speed is a little bit flawed. But although it is a flaw, it is only relative. If placed outside, it is definitely not weaker than the normal elite level. Fong Bai looked at Bai Xiao, who easily followed his pace. So, Bai Xiao is not ordinary. Otherwise, he would not be targeted by Fei Rui. Does Fei Rui want to recruit followers with all kinds of garbage? In other words, research talents are actually not ordinary. Fong Bai recalled the scene when Bai Xiao was studying herbs and analyzing the potency of medicines. And he was as focused as when he was studying spell models. Puff! Damn it! The steel knife in the adventurer's hand easily landed on the weak point of the pumpkin hammer in the king's city, and cut his leather armor at an extremely tricky angle, leaving another bloody cut. The skills that were enough to hunt monsters were so weak in front of elite adventurers. And there were many flaws. Desperately fighting can only find flaws more quickly, and lose more and more miserably. Li Jing, who was rescued by Wang Chung, staggered and fled. There were 5 people in their group. 4 men and 1 woman, including a mecha master, a gunner, and an archer, except for no treatment. All kinds of positioning were very complete. But at this moment, everyone was covered with wounds and looked very embarrassed. Behind them, 5 or 6 adventurers were chasing and killing them. Just like hunting. Bit by bit, they consumed the last desperate strength of the prey, and left a wound on them from time to time. A thin boy with a pale face was already very weak. Suddenly, his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. An adventurer appeared behind him like a ghost. Li Chio. Li Chio. Chapter 300 Little Wolf King. Li Chio. Li Chio. When the 4 people exclaimed, a feeling of powerlessness surged in their hearts. I can't run away. I can't run away. I even lost the strength to fight. I was originally greedy to collect more spiritual medicines and hunt more magic beasts. After 10 days, I would get more harvests by eliminating them. I could exchange them for other various cultivation resources to continue to become stronger, or sell them to supplement my family. After all, spiritual medicines are rare, and magic beasts are also hard to find. This opportunity to become spiritual medicine with magic beasts everywhere must be seized and cannot be missed. But it was gone just at the beginning. Everything is gone. You can't take anything with you if you die. And at this moment, the phone call for help in reality rang. And it was automatically connected after being set. Hold on. Reinforcements are coming. Reinforcements are coming? Wang Chung was stunned, and a little hope surged in his heart. The next moment, he saw a man and a woman rushing out of the forest. 2 elite players? That glimmer of hope was instantly extinguished. Only 2 people? There are 6 people on the other side. Wang Chung used up his last bit of strength and shouted, Run! Run! There are 6 people on the other side. They are looking for players in a large area and encircling players. Run! They are coming! Before Wang Chung finished speaking, he found that the 2 people who ran out had been discovered by the native adventurers, and the 6 people immediately divided 3 people to surround them. From Wang Cheng's experience, this is like hunting monsters. The encirclement seems loose, but in fact every retreat has been blocked. Damn! 2 people can save a fart. Wang Chung burst out a swear word, squeezed out a bit of strength from his body, and shouted, Brothers! 2 brothers are here to help. Let's fight them. Anyway, it's just death. Catch one and beat one, and take one away, Wang Chung shouted. And at this moment, he saw the new player punching the adventurer with all his strength, looking at the fist that was like his own. Without any rules, Wang Chung immediately reminded, Be careful. The adventurer is very skilled and can release force. Before Wang Chung finished speaking, he saw the adventurer put his force release technique on Fong by hand and gently pulled it aside. Pull it aside? The adventurer was stunned. Bang! Gongji punched directly into the chest, and it exploded violently. Bang! Puff! The adventurer flew backwards and hit a boulder, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which seemed to be mixed with scarlet flesh. Wang Chung was stunned, and so were the other adventurers. At this time, a girl in white also came out from behind Fong Bai, waving her little hand, and ribbons composed of green light spots floated towards the 5 people. Countless green light spots poured into the bodies of the 5 players, and their injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. And in an instant, the exhausted body actually burst out with power again. Nani? Wang Chung was ecstatic, and instantly swung his weapon and rushed towards the remaining 4 adventurers. Brothers, grab your weapons. The faces of the 4 adventurers changed, and the next moment, the invisible and intangible power of the medicine spread. They were careless for a moment, and they suddenly felt a slight stagnation of their fighting spirit, and a feeling of urinary urgency, abdominal pain, headache, cough, nasal congestion, dry cough, and weakness in their limbs all came up. All the symptoms of grains and cereals broke out, and facing the players, who had a great momentum, the overall situation suddenly became one-sided. It didn't take long for all 4 of them to be seriously injured. 2 of them accidentally crushed the jade cards and escaped, and the remaining 2 were seriously injured and fell to the ground, to stop the teammates who wanted to kill them. Wang Chung looked at Fong Bai. Boss, you come. Seeing Bai Xiao was confused. Fong Bai lowered his head and said in her ear, Points. Elimination points. Oh. Fong Bai. Come on. Fong Bai? Boss, are you Fong Bai? A mecha master in the team was shocked when he heard this, and then asked hurriedly. Yeah. Fong Bai smiled. He had a good impression of these 5 players, and didn't mind saying a few more words. While talking and laughing, he shot 3 people to death. In the game, Hao Wei was relieved to see the rescue and victory in time, and his face was a little happier. However, when he recalled Fong Bai head lowered and talked in by Xiao's ear just now, his face suddenly changed. Fuck. What a fart of happiness. What a fart of relief. His nurse is going to die. In the trial space, Fong Bai asked after solving a few adventurers. What's the situation now? Are there other players in this area? Yes, boss. Wang Chung said after organizing his words a little. There are quite a lot of players in our area. At least dozens of people. Seeing Fong Bai was a little confused. Wang Chung thought for a while, and pointed to the west. There is a river at the foot of the mountain over there. There is a large field of wheat growing on a flat land in the river valley. All of this wheat is a spiritual medicine. Or spiritual fruit. Each grain of wheat is equivalent to a spiritual fruit. Fong Bai was shocked when he heard this. Spiritual plant wheat? We didn't find it. But another group of players found it. They wanted to collect it. But the place was occupied by a group of monsters. And they couldn't defeat them. So they called their friends and many players over. We also went there at this time. As soon as we got there, we were ambushed by a group of indigenous adventurers before we could get rid of the monsters. The leader was a man called Little Wolf King. Wang Chung paused slightly. He is very powerful. Many first-tier players couldn't survive a single blow from him. We all suspected that he was close to the master level. We didn't stop him and started to run away. We thought that the Little Wolf King just wanted to steal the elixir. But he didn't care about the elixir and started to chase us. One brother had a special profession and very good hearing. So he heard what they said at the time. Their plan was, kill all the players. Master Odysseus said that no player can be left in the trial space. No player can be left until the trial is naturally eliminated. They can't take away any elixir or any resources from the trial space. And the number of players is more than half of all the trial participants. As long as all the players are killed, everyone can advance to the second round. What if these players retaliate outside the trial space? One person said with some concern. Revenge? A young man with silver hair and vigor said unruly. If we don't allow players to obtain resources in the trial space and block the master level skills, players will not be able to advance to the master level. As long as there are no individual extraordinary masters, those players with assets will not go to war with us unless their interests are completely violated. They can't afford such a big loss. The unruly silver-haired man said disdainfully. Master Odysseus's analysis is correct. Players are still profit-seeking after all. The Little Wolf King looked at the unconscious player under his feet with disdain and crushed his head with one foot. Paw! Red and white fell to the ground. Chapter 301. I admit that I spoke a little loudly just now. Let's go! Fong Bai's face was very ugly. He couldn't stand this. If he was killed, he was killed. But to hunt down the player group on a large scale and block the resources above the master level. Can you let the natives bully you just for playing a game? I can't afford to lose this person. Fong Bai immediately walked in the direction pointed by Wang Chung. Wang Chung immediately got anxious when he saw him. Boss. Wait. They have at least more than 30 people besides the Little Wolf King. You can deal with the Little Wolf King. But we can't do anything to those people. They are indeed stronger than us. Wang Chung gritted his teeth and said. Seeing that Fong Bai was still determined to go, Wang Chung quickly looked at Bai Xiao next to him. Bai Xiao also looked at Fong Bai. Fong Bai, do you want to wait before going? Make a plan? After all, there are so many of them. 4 or 5 of them may not be your opponent. But when there are more people, after all, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. It's okay. I'm sure. Okay. Then I go with you. Seeing this, Wang Chung opened his mouth wide. And after a while, oh! Together. The 4 people who looked at him immediately followed Fong Bai with a cheer. Seeing this, Wang Chung shook his head. Forget it. I die if I die. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chung went offline and called Hao Wei. President Hao, help me. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Wang Chung seemed to hear the sound of teeth clicking. What's wrong? When Wang Chung told Hao Wei about Fong Bai's plan, Hao Wei was shocked at first. And then he recalled the scene he saw in Tiandong Pavilion before. and his brain calmed down immediately. Judging from the combat power Fong Bai showed at that time, as long as the opponent did not have a master-level combat power, Fong Bai would be completely swept away. Okay. Let him go. We will immediately notify other surviving players to come and help, Hao Wei said immediately, and then hung up the phone, pondered for a moment, and called Fong Bai again. Seeing that he was still on the blacklist, Hao Wei's face darkened, and he changed his phone to call Fong Bai. I will keep an eye on you, Hao Wei said viciously. Oh! Fong Bai seemed to be more excited, and Hao Wei couldn't help but blacken his eyes when he heard the words, and was speechless for a while. Hao Wei didn't speak for a long time, and Fong Bai didn't hang up. After a long time, he said in a calm voice, after solving the aborigines, I will kill you first. I will squat on your corpse. I will raid your house, and I will guard your resurrection point. Oh! Anyway, there is no master on the other side. I know you can sweep across. I and other presidents are together now, and we will try our best to gather all the players here. You fucking fight well. Hao Wei heard Fong Bai ask back before he finished speaking. How do you know that there is no master level on the other side? The top 100 of the young generation of the Yabang Kingdom all have master level combat power at the elite level, which is equivalent to the general master level. The top 3 in the current rankings are suppressing many elite level mages, and they are ranked around 50th in the rankings. What do you think their strength is equivalent to? Is this equivalent to the master level? Even if you don't talk about this, how do you know that there is no real master level? This trial is not. Yes, you can only be elite level when you enter. So can't you suppress the level and break through inside? If you break through inside, won't you be a real master level? Why didn't I think of it? Hao Wei instantly realized that he was influenced by the concept of games. This is a game. And it is definitely not just a game. Wait, how did you think of it? Are you sure it is feasible? Are there no rules and restrictions in it? Oh, there shouldn't be. Anyway, this is how I operate it, and I haven't encountered any problems yet, Fong Bai said casually, as if he was talking about eating hot pot tonight. Oh, so that's it. Hao Wei suddenly realized that he must have thought more comprehensively and more. Wait. What? What did you say? Well, it's just a master. Can't it be done casually? It's just like the armor transformation. It comes up casually, Fong Bai said calmly. His tone did not change at all. But if you look at him next to him, you will find at the corner of his mouth. Wow. Even firing Barrett is not so difficult to suppress. Wait. Where did you get the master level secret method? Where did the master level energy come from? Where did the master level job template come from? Wait. Mechanic? Did you create it yourself? Hao Wei said in disbelief. Since knowing the existence of the master level, no one understands the difficulty of breaking through the master level better than him. No one understands the troubles that the little Wolf King said about the master level resource blockade better than him. The master level breakthrough method, breakthrough experience, breakthrough resources, skills, job templates, including the most important consciousness tempering method, are all like high-level military drawings and production processes. Absolute secrets. All forces are worried about the monopoly of knowledge and resources. I was worried before. But now? Blockade? Blockade? Yeah. Didn't I kill a master-level violent bear? I have an idea after studying it. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Hao Wei couldn't help but curl up his lips when he heard this. Coincidentally, he couldn't suppress it. Fong Bai. What's wrong? Boss. I admit that I spoke a little loudly just now. Oh. It's too late. Fong Bai hung up the phone, and the corners of his mouth curled up, while on the other side, listening to the beeping sound from the phone, the arc of his mouth did not drop at all. Online. Push forward. Push forward. Invincible. Awesome. Fong Bai. God. What's wrong? A group of presidents looked at Hao Wei, who suddenly went crazy, and asked strangely. Hao Wei saw that these presidents were still there, and he calmed down immediately and said expressionlessly, Oh, nothing. I feel like he's hiding something from us. I feel the same way. Beat him? No. I really haven't. No. I want to beat you up. After all, I haven't killed you for so long. My hands are itching. Yeah. I haven't guarded your corpses or raided your resource points for a long time. I always feel like something is missing. So, if we have a chance to get together in real life, Come to my place. I arrange everything. One stop. I make it clear in advance that I won't go to a formal event. What formal event can it be? Aren't you guys insulting me? Then count me in. Count me in. I go too. How way? What's wrong with you? You must be hiding something from us. Brothers, beat him up first. Okay. Looking at the group of people ready to fight, How Wei instantly became timid. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to escape the beating. He was used to killing people before, so he couldn't say no when he killed them easily. Get busy with business. Fong Bai is still waiting. Why don't you call someone? After a long while of calling the group back to business, How Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help thinking, well, Bai Xiao has been poached. So should we send a few more beautiful pharmacists over? Chapter 302. Little Wolf King. Fong Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, which meant that Fei Rui was not around. Otherwise he would have to ask if the Little Wolf King was on the list. I can ask Fei Rui for a list when I have a chance. It's always good to know more. Fong Bai couldn't help but think about it. Among the thousands of elite supernatural beings in the whole kingdom, those who can rank in the top 100 have the power comparable to the master level and can fight against the master. How strong would the real number one be? What kind of elite supernatural being can suppress the elite of the whole kingdom? How many natural materials and treasures can be produced in such a vast area? It is impossible for me to have the opportunity. When Fong Bai saw the ground film that Fei Rui brought over, he understood this. Transform your body into the 3 refined elemental metal, and use it to ensure the physical skills. Have metal muscles, and fill your body with gold. Therefore, you get a solid 3 refined elemental metal body, which is even harder than ordinary master level weapons. Therefore, you get super strength at the limit breaking level. But that's all. Fong Bai didn't dare to imagine how strong the first place in the supernatural skills would be with countless opportunities. The most elite supernatural education in the entire kingdom. Not to mention the first place. Just being in the top 10 is enough for Fong Bai to feel the strength. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, threw these thoughts out of his mind, and continued to move forward. During the walk, players joined the team from time to time. Some came directly, and some were chased after escaping. So embarrassed. After joining the team, he was relieved, but he still cursed. The chasing adventurers turned around and retreated when they saw that there were too many people here. Fong Bai didn't have a good way either. His legs were short, and the distance was so far that he couldn't catch up for a while. And if he let others surround him, it would be easy for the other party to catch the flaw and kill 2 players before leaving. Even if he could kill them, it would be too troublesome. Rescue the players who came, and ignore the native adventurers. Fong Bai led the way, walking straight towards the river valley. And gradually, dozens of people gathered behind him. Bai Xiao wandered in the crowd, healing the wounded and restoring the strength of the exhausted, instantly making her the object of pursuit by all players. But even so, it could not hide a fact. Can Fong Bai do it? Should be possible. Didn't you kill a master before? But didn't that master die under the suppression of the extraordinary army? I'm not saying that Fong Bai is not strong. Fong Bai has always been strong. But it seems that he has always been strong in strength and defense. The player pursed his lips, and Wang Chung and others next to him were still bragging about the scene of Fong Bai in them. And the scene of Fong Bai and Bai Xiao running together was also telling a story. Everyone was slightly silent after hearing this. And you all know that the Mecha Master profession is invincible in defense, extremely strong in strength. But flexibility and speed are not what this profession is good at. I am worried that Fong Bai will be killed by the Little Wolf King. In this way, Fong Bai can hold the Little Wolf King back. But we can't do that. The adventurer was full of frustration when he said this. He used to be confident that players were invincible and could be good at everything, and even look down on the natives. This was true even if the natives were stronger than him. But this time, he was awakened in an instant when he fought with real knives and real bullets, looking down on the natives who are stronger than himself. Isn't this kind of arrogance another kind of nobility? Player? Native nobles? Don't laugh at your younger brother. Don't laugh at your younger brother. The adventurer clenched his fists. We can't even win 2 against 1. Not to mention that the other side has just as many people. We will be held back by then. I think it's better to take a long-term view. It's okay to die. At most 1 person will die. But if we die, won't those aboriginal nobles laugh even more? Everyone was silent. Those who can come here are the absolute elites among the players. But the more elite they are, the more they can't stand this feeling of powerlessness. The chest is stuffy, but they can't get angry. Who are they angry at? I'm weak. Who should I blame? But in fact, they are not weak at all. And many of them come from martial arts families. And there are also Sanda champions. But these things are completely incomparable to the combat experience and understanding of others' bloody battles, and the hard sweat they have left behind to survive. Fong Bai, who was walking forward, suddenly turned around, and everyone was stunned. I just heard someone saying discouraging words. Fong Bai said calmly, I thought he was saying I wasn't strong enough, and I was a little unhappy at first. But, sorry, I was judging you by my own standards. I want to say something very simple here. Others' fighting skills and experience are gained through risking their lives, and they are not afraid of death. You won't die, but because you think you can't let others get ahead of you, you think you are afraid of this? It's just a game. A few lives will be lost. Just fight hard. Now that you don't have enough fighting ability, I will take you to die a few times. At worst, you will die and come back to fight later. And you don't have to worry about me. Don't worry about getting me hurt. I can't die even if you all die. Fong Bai's witty words did not cause laughter, and everyone looked at Fong Bai in silence. Fong Bai was also silent for a moment, and said after a moment, Do you know how to fight the boss? I don't need to teach you. Right? Everyone was stunned. And Fong Bai continued, If you can't beat 1-on-1, or 1-on-2, then 5-on-1. No. To be precise, it should be 6-on-1. And I brought a Nani. The Nani will support you from behind. Do you dare to fight this boss? Everyone was silent. And after a moment, someone suddenly spoke up. Boss, I have to say that your speaking ability is inversely proportional to your R&D ability. But, damn it. Brothers, form a team. Form a wild team. Kill him. After the voice fell, the crowd became noisy a moment later. Elite 5% Mecha Division. Weapon Tower Shield. Find 2 more meat shields. 2 archers. 2 tanks. 1 bow. 1 spear. And 1 assassin. The team became lively, and the previous dullness was swept away. Fong Bai saw this scene and his mouth curled up slightly. But he cursed. What was the name of the one who said I had poor speaking ability just now? The one with the gun. His name is Song Ji. Right? Okay. I remember him. Fong Bai curled his lips. If the battle is indeed lacking in experience and full of loopholes, but the team formation and cooperation are completely instinctive. After a while, this huge team directly turned into a strategy team with 9 complete characters. Looking at this scene, Fong Bai muttered, That's more like it. Beside Fong Bai, Bai Xiao looked at Fong Bai with some concern. Fong Bai gave Bai Xiao a reassuring look, and the group came to the river valley in a mighty procession. The group of adventurers had also received the news long ago, and were ready to fight. Chapter 303 The Situation of the Capital. Only a dozen people? Fong Bai frowned, as he looked at the aborigines standing at the mouth of the river valley. How many more people are there? And? Wang Chung. Which one is the Little Wolf King? Wang Chung looked around and said in surprise. Boss, the Little Wolf King is not here. He must have taken people to other places. But the one in the middle wearing heavy armor is the one who was with the Little Wolf King before. Lucky. They are not all together. God help me. But there are still a dozen. Nearly 20. Chi-Ji said faintly. And Wang Cheng's tone stagnated. And many players and aborigines outside were also paying attention to this scene. And they couldn't help but have this idea in their hearts. The difference in the number of people is still too great. The players were only prepared to deal with 9 aborigines. The players' hearts gradually sank. Not long after, Wang Chung came to Fong Bai and said, I asked? The Little Wolf King is now in a cave over there. And he took half of the people with him. Wang Chung pointed to a high mountain near the center and said, Behind that mountain, a barrier loomed. Fong Bai now knew that it was the barrier that isolated the second stage, and it would be automatically lifted 10 days after the trial started. And considering the distance, the Little Wolf King would not be able to get back in a few hours. President Hao and his team have arranged people to keep an eye on them in real time, and they will notify us immediately if they come. Fong Bai nodded slightly, and Wang Chung asked, Then what should we do next? Big boss? With our configuration, we can only fight 9 at most, unless we reorganize the team again. But, It's okay. Leave the rest to me, Fong Bai said lightly, and walked straight forward. Song Ji, who was holding a threaded spear next to him, narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Everyone, follow my instructions. Wang Chung turned his head and looked at Song Ji's glasses with only a slit. Wang Chung was silent for a moment, and then spoke out. Prepare for battle. One by one, the players clenched their weapons, and their palms were wet with sweat. In front of the valley, Mig in a gray robe looked at Fong Bai indifferently. Fong Bai. Right? Fong Bai raised his eyebrows and looked at Mig in surprise. Do you know me? You killed my uncle. Which one? Fong Bai interrupted Mig and asked directly. Sorry. I've killed a lot of people recently, so I may not have any impression. Mig didn't make a fuss after hearing this, but shook his head slightly. You are really as arrogant as described, and only a rural place like Red Maple City can make you arrogant. I haven't seen such an arrogant player for a long time. Fong Bai suddenly recalled something he had heard before. The players in the royal capital are in a very bad situation. As the political and power core of the Yabong Kingdom, there are a large number of high-level extraordinary people there. Masters, even legends. In front of the high-level extraordinary people with many means, all the means of the players have been greatly suppressed. This is the area where real players are completely suppressed, unable to resist and powerless to resist. No matter where the players hide, they can be easily tracked. And if the players intend to make a big noise, they may even be predicted in advance by the astrologer. And it is obvious that the extraordinary professional in front of him is from the capital. Or, he may have been from Hongfeng City, and later went to the king's capital array. In an instant, Fong Bai's mood was not so beautiful. Mig looked at Fong Bai with a change of expression, sneered, and then grabbed a huge flag next to him and smashed it to the ground. Buzz! The military cards on more than a dozen extraordinary people made a buzzing sound, connected with the extraordinary people's aura, and instantly connected with the battle flag. Buzz! A strong iron-blooded evil spirit rose into the sky, and even the elemental power in the surrounding environment was quickly infected by the iron-blooded evil spirit. Although it could not be controlled, it could also enhance their array to a certain extent and affect the release of other spells. And when all these forces were gathered on that flag, a powerful momentum rose to the sky the moment Mig held the flag. Just like a master, Fong Bai looked at this scene, his eyes slightly condensed. Mig sneered. The foundation of a true noble is far beyond your imagination. Do you really think that you can defeat a noble just by defeating a few country barons? Elite level? All who come below the master will die. Unless you are a master. Poochie. Master? I am not. I am still a little short. But? Everyone sensed the powerful momentum. And under the gaze of all the players, Fong Bai pulled off a round chip from his neck. Everyone was stunned. And there seemed to be background music in the environment. Under the gaze, Fong Bai slapped the round chip into his belt. Caw caw caw. As he walked, a shadow emerged and finally materialized. Clang. Amid the sound of metal collision, a murderous dark red armor appeared in front of everyone. And then a mechanical sound sounded in the environment. Armor fusion. In the back, everyone widened their eyes and looked at the armor in disbelief. In a manner in Hongfeng City, Hao Wei and other presidents couldn't help but marvel at the armor again. And those who had never seen Fong Bai transformation before stood up suddenly. And the reflection clearly does not transmit sound, but the mechanical sound seems to still ring in their ears. Armor fusion, everyone's eyes were red. And behind Fong Bai, Song Ji, who was holding a spear and was ready to fight to the death, saw the moment the armor was combined. And his face was full of astonishment. And the next moment, the terrifying momentum pressed towards Mig. Master? Looking down at Mig proudly, his face was full of astonishment and disbelief. The next moment, he reacted, threw the battle flag in his hand, turned around and ran without hesitation, which was decisive. And Fong Bai stood in place, and the steel plate folded behind his legs slowly unfolded. Bang! 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 After several jumps, a pair of dragon wings condensed silently on his back. Huh? Huh? The wind whistled, and Fong Bai shot out instantly, and the 3 or 4 meter long spear in his hand turned into the most brutal weapon in high-speed flight. In the whistling sound of breaking the wind, Mig was instantly pierced and lifted up. And with the vibration of the spear, everything in Mig's body was shaken into mincemeat. Mig, who was flying in the air, had a look of fear and despair on his face, and there was no trace of noble majesty or composure. Fong Bai shook his head disdainfully. So weak. I thought you were so strong. And you are in the capital? Unfortunately, it is the capital that is strong. The high-level extraordinary people in the capital. Not you. You still say I am arrogant. But you are arrogant. Right? Fong Bai muttered. And the head that had been lifted up in his hand for a long time shot out instantly and stuck on a wooden stake. In an instant, the bodies of the remaining dozen people stagnated. Chapter 304. Dang! Miguel's hideous face fell on a tree stump in front of him. Seeing his hideous face, everyone was shocked. Fong Bai turned around, and the dragon wings behind him, which were more than 10 meters long, flapped slowly, keeping him suspended in the air. The body on the tip of the spear was gently shaken by the spear and exploded into a ball of blood mist. Fong Bai threw the spear down casually, and the spear instantly turned into golden mist and dissipated. The next moment, Fong Bai's fingers gently turned the gear on his waist, and the projection shot out, and the golden mist poured into it. Clang! Clang! With a strange sound, a longbow and a pot of arrows appeared in Fong Bai's hands. The material is purely composed of elemental gold, mixed with magic arrays, solid characteristic structure, and the bow body is almost 3 fingers thick. This iron bow is almost synonymous with brutality. No one knows how much power can burst out from the elemental metal with 3 fingers thick and solid characteristics. Fong Bai casually took out an arrow from the quiver. The arrow was as thick as a thumb, made of pure elemental metal, and had no feathers at the back. If an outsider saw it, it would look like a thin short spear. At this moment, the short spear was placed on the thick iron-covered bow, and the string was slowly pulled. Bang! 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 The iron-framed bow was only pulled to 60% or 70% by Fong Bai and stopped. Then he locked the adventurer, who was about to run with his chi. Bang! A large white circle appeared around the arrow the moment the bowstring was released. Whoosh! With the short spear as the center, the air was directly shot out, and the shock wave accumulated at the front of the short spear exploded the moment it touched the adventurer. Boom! The moment he was hit, the terrifying power poured out, and the adventurer was completely blown to pieces, without any residue. The remaining adventurers were terrified when they saw the scene. At this moment, everyone felt that they had been locked by Fong Bai aura, and any slight movement would be met with a thunderbolt strike. Fong Bai saw that they were no longer running away, and said lightly, "If you want to live, challenge the players. If you lose, you will die. And if you win, you can leave." Fong Bai pointed at Song Ji and others and said, "That's them. One person challenges a small team. If you win, you can leave." Wang Chung, Song Ji, and others have not recovered from such a rapid change. What happened? The next moment, "Big Brother is awesome! Big Brother is awesome!" Countless cheers rang out, and everyone was extremely excited, and the players rubbed their feet in their hands. However, when the desperate elite adventurers rushed up, the smiles on everyone's faces disappeared completely, and they felt a huge pressure as soon as they came into contact with the adventurers. But what made them excited was that although the pressure was great, although they might die if they were caught by the flaws, but it was no longer unbearable. At this moment, the valley entrance instantly turned into 9 small battlefields, and the battle was fierce. In addition, there were several adventurers left beside, looking at Fong Bai. At Fong Bai's signal, they did not dare to move at all, but waited tremblingly by the side. On the other side, the green light spots in Bai Xiao's hand fell like a torrent, blending into the injured players one by one, quickly healing their injuries and restoring their physical strength. Fong Bai also slowly landed on a high ground nearby, quietly looking at the thick iron bow in his hand. With a thought, his mental power spread out, and directly sensed the spiritual medicine in the valley in a large area. After searching for a while, Fong Bai soon saw a bunch of spiritual medicines floating in the wind by the river. Is it really wheat? On the steep earth slope beside the river, spiritual medicines were scattered, hidden in a pile of weeds and shrubs, and were not noticeable at all. If it weren't for Fong Bai's abnormal mental power and keen perception, ordinary mages would not be able to sense these spiritual medicines that looked like weeds. I don't know how they found it in the beginning. Fong Bai looked at these spiritual medicines quietly, and recalled that he suddenly found that this spiritual medicine was not in the range of the spiritual medicine book. A spiritual medicine that has never been discovered? Fong Bai was slightly stunned. He felt that the fluctuation was gentle, and the medicinal properties were obviously mild. And considering the high density, the yield of this spiritual medicine is not low, and the difficulty of planting is not high. And all these combined, Fong Bai couldn't help but mutter to himself. Spiritual Valley? If there is really a spiritual medicine that can be planted on a large scale and can be used as a meal, then even if the medicinal properties are low, its value is inestimable. The specific medicinal properties need to be tested. But with white peony here, it should not be difficult to test. Fong Bai was thinking and paying attention to the battlefield, when an aboriginal in the magic circle not only did not run away, but also wanted to kill the player. Fong Bai had an idea. The adventurer was instantly locked by Fong Bai's murderous intent. His movements trembled. His fighting spirit was chaotic, and he missed the opportunity in an instant. Not to mention killing. He also lost the chance to escape. You are playing a partiality game. Fong Bai doesn't play any fair and just tricks. He is a player, so he should get his ass in the right place. It's okay to run away, but you want to kill people? It's so funny. The battle continues, with Fong Bai stopping them. The fighting power of these people has actually increased in despair. It has intensified further. Sir, this way. A short, ugly-looking transcendent sniffed and said with a smile. The little wolf king did not hide the contempt and disgust in his eyes. In such a small place, no one deserves his respect. If it weren't for this trial, he would never come to such a place in his life. He wore light gold slim armor and entered the cave through the crack in front of him. Old Ross, you have taken us to several caves. You'd better not take the wrong way. A person behind the little wolf king said sinisterly. No. No. The smell is getting clearer and clearer. It must be here. He has the smell that adults are looking for. The man wanted to say something, but was stopped by the little wolf king, who raised his hand. Stop talking. Keep moving forward. In the deepest part of the cave, Zhao Ling was talking on the phone with other players. When he heard that the person outside was the little wolf king, he tapped his hand on the ground. Little wolf king? Zhao Ling lowered his head, but he couldn't hide the coldness in his eyes. He stroked the wound on his chest. This was the injury left by that old Ross. That old Ross was like a disgusting hyena. He couldn't be shaken off or killed. He was ambushed and almost died on the spot. Zhao Ling stroked the wound, stimulating his senses with the pain, as if he was about to make a very important decision. Suddenly, Zhao Ling, whose face was as pale as gold paper, raised his head, pressed his hand on the remains of a locust tree next to him, and let out a faint sigh. Chapter 305 Talent again. Alas! Zhao Ling's weak voice echoed in the cave, and his coughing made his face even paler. A dark locust tree beside him had no leaves. In the darkness, the hard branches looked like a demon with bared fangs and claws, and only Zhao Ling, who was beside him, could sense the shocking active Yin energy. Zhao Ling opened the attribute panel and looked at an attribute page on it. A page that Zhao Ling secretly inquired about and no one else had. Talent. Talent Undead Legion. Effect. Can contract the undead with a flag. The undead will not die, and the flag owner will not die. Negative effect. Weak body. Frail and sickly. Rejecting all non-dead energy. Status. Not activated. Activation conditions. Transform the undead and condense the flag. Zhao Ling reached out and gently stroked the word talent on the attribute panel. Is it you who made me weak and sick since childhood? Zhao Ling had a bad health since childhood. When she was born, she almost died suddenly. During her growth, she was accompanied by diseases and had to go to the hospital constantly. I thought it was a physical problem before, but I didn't expect it to be a physical problem. And it was also a talent. It's just that I didn't know it before. There is no extraordinary power in reality. So although there is talent, it can't be revealed. I just think it's a disease. It was only after entering the game that it was reflected in the game's data panel. For a moment, Zhao Ling was overwhelmed with emotions, sighed slightly, and a wisp of death energy flowed out of his body and sank into the locust tree. The Yin energy of the locust tree was fully activated. As the Yin energy raged, various materials arranged in advance around it glowed one by one, and the ritual was activated. A three-dimensional magic circle enveloped Zhao Ling and the locust tree. If Fong Bai waited here, he would find that this magic circle was actually similar to the Mecha Master's cultivation magic circle he spread. In fact, This is indeed derived from the Mecha Master's cultivation magic circle, and it is improved from it. Formed by existence and actions have really affected many people. Under the effect of the magic circle, the yin chi became more and more agitated, and even formed a huge vortex, which gathered all the high concentration yin chi inside the cave, in the area that ordinary people cannot perceive. The yin chi roared. If ordinary people without extraordinary abilities enter here, they will be confused by the overly dense yin chi and death chi, and have hallucinations. It will take less than 3 or 5 minutes for the overly dense death chi to infect the blood and chi, hurt the origin, and return home and suffer a serious illness, shortening their lifespan by decades. And if they stay a little longer and die here, it won't take long for the fire of the dead to ignite and become a new undead. In the core area of the ceremony, the concentration of death chi is still several times, dozens of times more. In this environment that is fatal to ordinary people, Zhao Ling is more and more comfortable, as if he has returned to the mother's womb that gave birth to him, growing naturally, comfortably, and thriving. Zhao Ling and the locust tree swallowed the gathered death chi together, and there was also a huge vortex gathering inside the locust tree next to him. Gradually, the dead energy and essence of the branches on the edge of the locust tree were all drained away. The breeze blew slowly, and the branches turned into powder and disappeared, followed by the branches, bark, and trunk. Little by little, before you know it, the locust tree was left with only a trunk that was as thick as a goose egg and about 2 feet long. Under the gathering of the locust tree, which was already dense in texture, the trunk was like a flawless natural black jade, with a majestic dead energy inside. Once the flagpole was completed, Zhao Ling withdrew his hand, and the black coffin on his back fell to the ground and automatically opened upwards. The dead energy inside, which was so dense that it condensed into a mist, slowly flowed. Zhao Ling lay in it. At this moment, the core of the ceremony turned into a black coffin, and the extremely dense dead energy in the cave sank into the black coffin in the vortex. Suddenly, tick! The dead energy broke through the critical point and liquefied and dripped on Zhao Ling. Silently, without pain or itch, the vitality in the flesh and blood fascia melted, and the flesh and blood also disappeared. Finally, only the bones were left soaked in the liquid dead air, eliminating the last vitality. At this moment, Zhao Ling's breath was extremely weak, even disappeared, and then accumulated little by little, and increased little by little. However, there was no vitality belonging to the living creature in the breath, only dead air. At the same time, strands of dead air and soul power merged together to form a half-real and half-virtual silk thread. The silk thread gathered from the flagpole of the locust tree, passed through, and finally extended from the upper part, turning into thread ends flying in the air and turning into cloth. As time slowly passed, a flag rang in the dead air. At the top of the flagpole, the spearhead like black jade swallowed and spit out a few sharp weapons. And in the black coffin, Zhao Ling was undergoing the final transformation. Puff! A ball of green flame slowly beat inside the skull. Zhao Ling's clumsy movements made a crackling sound. "Sir, it's right in front," Old Ross said flatteringly. But suddenly they felt a gust of cold wind and a slight chill on their backs. The most sensitive little wolf king felt something was wrong. It seemed that we had crossed the boundary between yin and yang and arrived at the area of the dead. As we moved forward, this feeling became more and more obvious. At this time, the little wolf king suddenly discovered that an elemental fluctuation had erupted from the depths of the cave. What ritual field fluctuation? The little wolf king's face suddenly changed, and he locked on to the direction of the elemental fluctuation and rushed over. As he moved forward, he was accompanied by a faint wolf howl. The little wolf king's sudden advance made the two of them a little confused, but they still followed him subconsciously. However, at this time, Old Ross tripped over something, and when he looked down, he saw a skeleton. Many people should have died in this cave, and there were skeletons everywhere, which made the cave a little gloomy. Old Ross had a vague premonition in his heart, and his steps paused, but after a pause, he gritted his teeth and followed. Not long after he left, the death energy on the skeleton flowed and gathered, and strands of green light flowed on the bones, and finally gathered in the skull. Puff! A faint green flame flickered slowly, reflecting the skeleton's bones, with a faint metallic luster on it. The internal structure of the cave is complex, with caves within caves. After turning dozens of corners, The little Wolf King finally came to the position where the elemental fluctuations were the strongest. In front, a flag was erected in the middle of a pit, and the flag was moving without wind. Next to the flag, a black coffin was sitting on the ground, with some sundries and some clothes next to it. The little Wolf King recognized the players he had chased before as soon as he saw those clothes. Among the sundries, the little Wolf King instantly stared at one of the broken rusty knives. However, the strange situation made the little Wolf King a little afraid to act rashly. Behind him, Old Ross and the others arrived. They saw the ritual field, flags, black coffins in operation, and the chilly feeling, and their scalps suddenly felt slightly numb. And at this moment, caw. Chapter 306 Sea of Steel Skeletons. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones rubbing against each other made them extremely uncomfortable. At this time, the ritual field slowly dissipated, and a pale skeleton hand stretched out from the black coffin. In an instant, it seemed as if there was an electric current from the coccyx to the top of the head. The little Wolf King felt something was wrong. Looking at the broken knife, he kicked his feet and instantly appeared next to the black coffin wrapped in a wolf shadow, grabbing the broken knife. But before he could grab it, a dark bone hand blocked it. Dang! The sound of metal collision. The skeleton hand was shaken back. But the next moment 4 or 5 skeletons ignited flames and pounced on the little Wolf King. When Old Ross saw this scene, he recalled the skeletons he had seen along the way. His face changed drastically, and he turned and ran. The man next to him had a gloomy face. Although he wanted to cling to the little Wolf King, he turned and ran, and the little Wolf King found that more and more skeletons around him were revived and stood up, which reminded him of a rumor. Necromancer? The little Wolf King showed a wolf claw with one hand and grabbed it. The wolf claw that could split gold and iron stopped abruptly after only breaking a few bones, and the recoil made him feel a little painful. The aura of these skeletons was obviously not strong, even worse than that of an ordinary person. But at this moment, the little Wolf King felt that he was facing professional level. This gap between aura and strength was a bit uncomfortable. Thousands of thoughts echoed in his mind, and they were unified in an instant. Kill the mage first. The little Wolf King moved his body, and instantly shook the skeleton away under the wrapping of a wolf shadow, and came to the sky above the black coffin. Looking at the thin and pale bones, even full of tiny holes, the loose and easily broken skeleton was even worse than the bones of ordinary people. The little Wolf King was overjoyed, and one claw immediately fell towards the skull containing the soul fire. The claw was wrapped by the wolf claw that seemed to be real, and Xiaoling undead fire was slowly swaying before it fell. Dang! The claws landed firmly on the top of the head. Although the bones were fragile and even osteoporotic, the little Wolf King felt like he was hitting a copper wall. Bang! The terrifying recoil force even broke the wolf claws. But Xiaoling's skull was not damaged at all, and there was not even a scratch. However, in the area that the little Wolf King could not perceive, the other skeletons trembled slightly. The skeletons in the entire cave trembled slightly. Xiaoling awkward voice. The soul beat slowly, and the mouth opened and closed, as if he wanted to say something. But between the opening and closing of the mouth, no words were uttered. Only the fingers lightly tapped. Kakaka. 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 Old Ross, who was running away, found that all the skeletons along the way began to move, and a faint green flame instantly ignited in their skulls. Avoiding one skeleton after another, there were more and more din sounds coming from the front. Continuously. Suddenly, in a passage connecting caves, the desperate Old Ross stopped and looked forward with a pale face. In front of him, dark human-shaped skeletons and animal-shaped skeletons crowded together like a tide. The adventurer, who was running behind Old Ross, also arrived. He saw that the stopped Old Ross was a little confused, and the next moment he saw the skeleton group, and the bones of the skeletons were reflected in the piles of dark green soul fire. It was like cast iron. Dark, solid and heavy. His face changed drastically. Seeing that Old Ross turned back and ran, he only hesitated for a moment and hurried to catch up. But he ran a few steps and was hit by the skeleton group again. Seeing this, the two of them gritted their teeth and rushed over with their weapons. But the skeletons made of black iron were extremely hard. Although they were not strong, they were powerful and powerful. Crashing into the skeleton group was like crashing into a swamp. Just when he wanted to retreat, He found that the way back had been blocked by the skeletons. The crazy skeletons were clacking. They could not make any sound. Only the soul fire was jumping slowly. These crazy skeletons rushed forward, hugging legs, waists, hands and weapons. In just a few pauses, the skeletons were overwhelming and pressed down on his head, forming a skeleton ball that was biting and wrapped around each other. Just a moment later, 2 shrill howls sounded. After a while, the howls disappeared, and the skeleton ball slowly dispersed, leaving only 2 remains of flesh and blood that were eaten away. One by one, the skeletons took steps again and rushed towards the depths of the cave. And this was just one direction. In other directions, there were also groups of skeletons crawling from the ground and rushing to the deepest cave, where the black coffin was. The little wolf king attacked Zhao Ling like a mad wolf. But although Zhao Ling's bones seemed weak, they broke with a pinch. But in reality, it was like a fusion of copper and iron walls. It would not leave any marks if you hit it, but would be injured instead. Zhao Ling could not be hurt, but was constantly impacted on the mental level. Under the mental shock, there was a constant stream of skeletons attacking. In a trance, the little wolf king found that he was actually entangled by a snake-like skeleton, and countless skeletons were biting towards him. Damn it! The little wolf king's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect to be so embarrassed in such a small place. There were so many people watching outside the trial space, and even the family's assessor saw it. So the score would definitely be reduced. The little wolf king was ashamed and angry. But he was not blinded by anger. He knew that if he didn't leave now, he would really be unable to leave. He stared at Zhao Ling, as if he wanted to remember Zhao Ling's mental fluctuations in his heart. Despicable player. You wait. I was careless this time. Wait for the next time. I will grind you to ashes. The little wolf king gritted his teeth and said. His body was covered by the wolf shadow in an instant. The next moment, the little wolf king spit out a mouthful of scarlet blood from his mouth and sank into the wolf shadow. The wolf shadow was stained red by blood. And the next moment, it was forcibly sank into the body. Awoo! The proud wolf howl echoed inside the cave, and the impact caused the skeleton's soul fire to vibrate slightly. The next moment, the wolf king's body expanded rapidly. His hands turned into sharp claws, and thick wolf hair emerged on the surface of his body, and sparks burst out in the collision with the skeleton. The sharp claws, wolf head, and wolf hair were vague, as if the wolf king could not support its appearance. However, a huge force still surged out of it, directly breaking the iron bones of the snake-shaped skeleton, blowing away all the surrounding skeletons, and rushing out of the skeleton group. But in the next moment, countless steel skeletons poured out from the entrances of the caves and merged, turning into a huge group of skeletons that wrapped the wolf king again. The wolf king's face suddenly changed when he saw the scene, and the next moment countless human and alien skeletons rushed towards him. At the same time, a jerky and slow soul wave echoed in the cave. That was Zhao Ling's voice. Zhao Ling said slowly and unfamiliarly, "Next time? No. Next time. Skeleton. Assemble." Chapter 307. Skeleton Assembly Technique. The clumsy soul fluctuations echoed in the cave. At this moment, all the skeletons moved. The bones surged, folded, combined, and embedded. The traces on the metallized bones clearly turned into universal slots at this moment. The skeletons folded, surged and combined with each other, and turned into a huge monster in a blink of an eye. The 10-meter-high monster concentrated all the pressure on the main axis similar to the spine. But at this moment, the pale bones that appeared at the main axis of such a steel skeleton monster were like ordinary people, and they looked very fragile. But under this huge pressure that was enough to twist even steel, these pale bones were not shaken at all. Just these pale bones supported the entire monster, and the soul fire flowed along the bone connection, all gathered on the pale bones. The highly condensed and almost liquid soul fire burned fiercely, and the huge energy pressure did not cause any damage to the bones. Under such a gathering of energy, Zhao Ling felt the powerful energy and used it to drive his own skeleton. The axis moved, and this huge monster started to move step by step, faster and faster. The little wolf king, who was exhausted in the group of skeletons, suddenly looked up and saw a monster rushing over, and the folded claws made of bones grabbed it fiercely. Damn it. Go to hell. The little wolf king gritted his teeth, and a wolf-shaped bronze sculpture was thrown out, with a piercing wolf howl. A wolf fawn instantly locked the core breath of the skeleton giant and shot straight away. The little wolf king's mouth curled up slightly. He was waiting for this opportunity. No matter how strong the summoned creature was, it didn't matter. As long as the main body died, everything was a castle in the air. The wolf fawn was extremely sharp, but there was no breath emitted. It turned directly into a strange curve and shot out. Without any dodging, it was about to penetrate the steel skeleton hand to kill the existence inside. However, at this moment, between the surging bones of the big hand, a pale bone took the initiative to show up to meet the wolf fawn. Ding! Ding! A sharp and piercing sound rang out, and all the skeletons present trembled. If you look closely with a magnifying glass, you will find that there is a tiny tooth mark on the surface of all the skeletons, and it is still slowly expanding. However, the wolf fangs only lasted for a moment before they were blown away and turned into powder in the air. The sneering little wolf king was shocked when he saw this, and his eyes widened. The next moment, a big skeleton hand came with an overwhelming death aura. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce battle broke out in the cave, and no one was alarmed except the audience outside the trial space. A moment later, the little wolf king, whose face was as white as gold paper, with broken arms and legs, and a half-open chest, turned into white light and flew into the sky with an unwilling expression. You wait. You wait. I will find you and turn you to ashes. The little wolf king's gnashing voice echoed. But the next moment his pupils shrank in the white light, and he watched in horror as a pure death energy crossed the sky and intercepted the white light column. Bang! The pure death energy exploded and fell. And the weeds, trees, insects, ants, snakes and beasts on a hilltop decayed and turned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the white light column rushed into the sky without any damage. The little wolf king in the white light column was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. But the next moment, he came to his senses and felt ashamed of his behavior just now. Zhao Ling. The little wolf king stared at the name on the leaderboard and gnashed his teeth. Above the trial space of Red Maple City, the little wolf king's name turned gray and fell directly to the bottom of the list, while the word Zhao Ling rose rapidly in a constant flashing, quickly climbing to the front. On the ground, a pale skeleton looked up at the sky with its empty eye sockets. In the surrounding caves and on the hills, dark skeletons stared at the sky with their dark eye sockets. The densely packed skeletons looked up silently, and the dark eye sockets seemed to be looking at the audience outside who were paying attention to this place. Suddenly, the audience who were paying attention to this place felt a little hairy in their hearts, until the pale skeleton lowered its head, and its jaw kept opening and closing. Zhao Ling looked at everything around him curiously, or reflected it. After all, he no longer had this function. The so-called vision, seeing, is nothing more than the reshaping and reflection of all the fluctuations around with the soul fire. There is no vision, smell, touch, taste, or hearing, but this way of perception is not bad at all. Zhao Ling adapted to this new way of perception little by little, and around, skeletons gathered one by one. The bones of each skeleton are dark and exude a metallic luster, or metal. These undead skeleton soldiers are of extremely low level and have very poor combat effectiveness. They are basically invincible and can be killed by ordinary people, so they can only cause damage by forming a sea of skeletons. At the same time, this type of undead is the easiest to obtain and has the least contract burden. Therefore, it is the most common and weak cannon fodder in the undead world. However, Zhao Ling deeply studied Fong by Mecha Master's transformation array. While improving his own transformation ritual, he also gained a deep understanding of the Mecha Master profession. Thus, he took advantage of the characteristics of metallization and completed the metallization of the skeleton soldiers under his control after paying a huge amount of resources. The defense of the metallized skeleton soldiers was instantly maxed out, and the skeletons strengthened by this active metal instead promoted the strengthening of the soul fire. You know, after the Mecha Master's full metallization is completed, he is an elite existence. Although the full metallization of pure ordinary metal makes the Mecha Master extremely weak. At the same time, the skeleton only has bones, and has not completely changed jobs. It can only be said that it is borrowed from metallization, which has led to another weakening. But no matter how much it is weakened, it can basically be equivalent to a first-level peak professional. A sea of skeletons composed of first-level peak professionals with high defense. At the same time, according to the special combination, attack, and defense design of the talent characteristics, the universal grooves left on the steel skeleton for this purpose, etc. So although Zhao Ling had just gathered all the resources to complete the transformation and activation of the undead, in fact, his preparations were beyond many people's imagination. It was for this reason that Zhao Ling was able to show extremely terrifying strength immediately after completing the transformation of the undead and activating his talent, and killed the little wolf king. Zhao Ling stood there thinking, and the long flag at his hand rang. The flag that seemed to be virtual and real exuded a breath of air, the breath of the undead, connecting the various skeletons all over the mountains. After a moment, Zhao Ling retracted his thoughts, suddenly stretched out his hands to look at his hands, looking at the skeleton on his body, and had some concerns. One obviously belongs to the real world. In this world, he is not a human being, or even a living thing, but a skeleton with only a skeleton left. Zhao Ling's heart palpitated, and his heart sank slightly. Although he did not regret it, he still had some concerns. And just at this time, a voice came from outside. Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling. Hurry up and make the skeleton stop for a moment. Stop for a moment. Several players were being chased by several skeleton soldiers. Chapter 308 Ritual Structure. Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling. Make them stop. Several players who were chased by the skeleton soldiers jumped up and down and shouted, which seemed to be quite urgent. However, the skeleton soldiers are generally at the top of the professional level, and the players who can enter the trial space are at least elite level. Even if their combat power is poor, they will not be chased and hacked by a group of professional top skeleton soldiers. They just don't want to hurt these skeleton soldiers. The sensitive Zhao Ling was silent for a while, and ordered the skeleton soldiers to move aside. The three of them walked in, and came directly to Zhao Ling. When they saw Zhao Ling's current state clearly, their eyes widened. Zhao Ling was also a little nervous at this moment. Although he had made the decision to abandon his flesh and transform into a skeleton a long time ago, he himself did not notice that when he really completed the transformation, his heart was already unbalanced, and he had ignored many things. And at this moment, the player in front of him said in surprise, Zhao Ling, where did you get this new costume? So cool. Can you help me get one too? But not this color. I want it. The player raised his palms from his ears. Dye it in gold. Not only did he think so, the other two players beside him were also quite curious and excited. At this moment, Zhao Ling suddenly realized, yes, it's just a costume. At least it's still a game for now. As for the future, let's talk about the future later. At least, I can complete the transformation from human to skeleton. So why can't I reverse it? Even if it can't be reversed because of talent, can't I still find a way to restore my human body in the state of undead? The performance of the three people made Zhao Ling feel a little relieved. But in fact, he was still a little depressed. Zhao Ling can definitely be called a genius. Sometimes geniuses think more, and can think of more. In addition, the mental power in the game will be synchronized to the real body according to certain rules. This is also the only source of real extraordinary at present. If it is said that the spiritual power of ordinary mages is synchronized to reality with no harm, then what about the soul fire of the undead? Will the soul fire be synchronized to the real body? What will happen if it is synchronized to the real body? You must know that as an undead, Zhao Ling's soul fire is not only composed of the soul, but also the dense death energy. Even the soul of the undead is dead. This is a thorough transformation and qualitative change. Zhao Ling's soul fire moved slightly, and a soul wave spread out, and his words emerged in the hearts of the three people. This set of costumes can't be dragged down when you wear it. I'm afraid that you will affect your real body, so you don't do it. Zhao Ling just finished speaking and wanted to say something, but suddenly felt something, and the skull turned 180 degrees, and the dark eye sockets stared at a player behind him. What's wrong? The player looked at Zhao Ling in confusion, and Zhao Ling pointed his finger at his hip. I saw a perverted hand groping up and down there. Oh, I was wondering where this hand went. It turned out to be... The player's expression did not change at all. However, he jumped out suddenly the moment he said the last few words. However, before he could leave, Zhao Ling raised his hand and grabbed him. The moment he raised his hand, the dark skeletons began to change their states and surrounded him in a way that they bit each other. In an instant, they turned into a cage and trapped the player inside. In the cage, The locked player was placed in a big letter shape by the skeletons and sent to Zhao Ling after locking their joints. At this moment, the three players couldn't help but widen their eyes. Zhao Ling reaction speed just now, the details of controlling the skeletons, etc. All of these made them widen their eyes. These skeletons seemed to have undergone a complete qualitative change from the original stupid skeletons. If they were a group of rabble before, they are now a group of elite soldiers who cooperated tacitly. He didn't even have the strength to fight back just now, although he didn't use his full strength. This is enough to explain the problem. Recalling the changes in the rankings before, the three people couldn't help but take a breath again. Zhao Ling, did you really kill the little wolf king? Killed him head on? Obviously. Although they may have heard it from the players outside, they didn't see it with their own eyes. So the three people still felt it was very unreal, which made them lock on Zhao Ling and wait for Zhao Ling's answer. Under the gaze of the three people, Zhao Ling's soul fire beat. His jaws closed silently, and his soul waves spread. Oh! Little Wolf King? So he is the Little Wolf King. Yeah. He's pretty strong. I remember this name. The three people subconsciously took a few steps back, only to feel that they were still showing off. What about Zhao Ling, who was originally approachable and had the same strength as them? At most one level higher? Why did he change his costume and feel that he was completely changed? Does this costume also increase attributes and strength? How did you become so strong? The three of them were distressed. They came to save Zhao Ling immediately when she was in trouble, but they were afraid of Zhao Ling's strength. Zhao Ling's faint voice sounded. Don't keep staring at my spine. That's not my weak spot anymore. My weak spot is the fire of the soul. As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Ling instantly felt their eyes shifted away and focused on the fire of the soul. There was a slight silence, and the surrounding skeleton soldiers immediately surrounded them. Hey! Stop! Stop! Zhao Ling, we are mainly worried that you will be confused by this sudden surge of power. We have no other bad intentions. Really? No. You just want to kill me. You don't have any other bad intentions. Right? The three of them nodded frantically, and then looked at Zhao Ling sincerely, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Subconsciously took 2 steps back, but suddenly looked at each other again, and the three of them instantly rushed toward Zhao Ling. In an instant, the three of them were hung on the trunk of a skeleton tree, hanging upside down, showing Zhao Ling an awkward but polite smile. Zhao Ling looked at them dimly. My soul fire is my weak spot. You hit my weak spot. Right? But what makes you think that hitting my weak spot will break my defense? Paw paw paw. The three of them covered their faces with their hands, and then blocked their ears in unison. Listening to my brother showing off is more painful than killing them. Zhao Ling sneered. The sound of the soul fire was useless even as cement was poured into the ears. The little wolf king is dead? Fong Bai was slightly surprised, listening to what Hao Wei said. What? Not yet at the master level, but only at the elite level? Fong Bai was even more surprised when he heard it. It was not Fong Bai's blind guess that an elite player would kill an elite level native prodigy with his strength. He didn't need to ask to know that it must be a numerical crushing. Is there any abnormal profession born? Or did he get some powerful equipment? Fong Bai shook his head slightly, after remembering the name Zhao Ling in his heart. He was excited about Zhao Ling's appearance. Close your eyes happily, and let your mental strength penetrate deep into the earth, sensing and capturing its veins carefully. Chapter 309. The breeze was blowing, and Fong Bai's armor had fallen off. He leaned against a tree, one leg flat and the other bent, feeling very comfortable. Fong Bai sensed that Bai Xiao was healing the injured players. She could certainly heal the wounds in combat, but if the wounds were a little serious, it was better to check carefully and treat them quietly. No players died, and no aborigines died. 5 aborigines had to activate the teleportation jade card to end the trial in desperation, and the rest fled in panic after injuring the players. Except for Fong Bai. No player could crush the aborigines, so that they didn't even have time to activate the teleportation jade card before death. So no aborigines died. And not all aborigines were nobles. As adventurers among the aborigines, although they had obtained the same status as nobles because of their status as extraordinary people, but this thing was only regarded as a threshold, a necessary condition, compared with the real nobles who have real power, territory, and inheritance. They are extremely scarce in terms of both the inheritance of skills and the natural treasures. Otherwise, They would not complete various tasks as adventurers, hunt monsters, and venture into dangerous places to obtain cultivation resources. For them, there is a risk of death in everything they do. At least there is a treasure like the teleportation jade card in the trial space. The opportunity is extremely rare. Maybe it will only happen once in this life. Moreover, they even borrowed money to prepare to come in. They can't let the opportunity slip away. There is hope here. Maybe they can turn over in the next moment. If they can't advance, then they can collect herbs and hunt monsters. They can also make a lot of money and directly earn enough cultivation resources for a considerable period of time. And this is the fundamental reason why Fong Bai threatened them. But they didn't leave immediately. They were also miserable. As long as there was a little hope. Why would they flee immediately because of the possibility of death? Such cautious and miserable people can't cultivate to the elite level. In fact, this group has also triggered some deep thinking among the player group. The education they received was useless, and could only be regarded as education in the past. But with the actual application in the game world, in the continuous development, these specialized educations seem to gradually transform into 3 words. And this education and the current situation make them think. It seems that they cannot regard the natives, nobles, and adventurers as a whole. And even the word nobles cannot be used as a whole to be hostile. Not everyone is an enemy. Unite everything that can be united. Gradually, the mentality of some people began to change. Fong Bai is the same. After thinking for a moment, retracting his thoughts, Fong Bai once again focused on this land. And his mind couldn't help but recall the quick glance before entering the trial space. The overall map appeared in his mind. And Fong Bai once again recalled what Hao Wei said to him when he talked about Zhao Ling. There are a lot of dead air and yin qi accumulated in those caves. And the concentration is extremely high? Fong Bai felt something in his heart. And his consciousness sank into the fantasy space. And then projected the terrain he saw at that time. A mountain, a cliff, a pool, and then depicted the cave full of yin qi. Looking at this projection, he pondered for a moment, and then drew the terrain of the trial space bit by bit, turning the whole thing into lines that overlapped and intertwined with each other. For points, a mess of lines. Fong Bai added and subtracted while thinking, and constantly adjusted on the 3-dimensional level. Gradually, the line map became 3-dimensional and simple. Although it still had no beginning or end, it was incomplete and looked like a 3-dimensional random line. Perhaps to outsiders, it was just a child's doodle without any deep meaning. But Fong Bai could see some rules and beauty in it. His palm waved in it, outlining a line from time to time. The outline lines were mixed with the original lines, and they were very conspicuous anyway. They could be seen at a glance. And they felt abrupt. Fong Bai removed them again and again. And there was no change in the descriptions again and again. The original lines were messy, but they were like a natural stroke of genius. No matter how Fong Bai added or repaired them, it was superfluous. After a few attempts, Fong Bai stopped his behavior. Too complicated, too high level. Fong Bai thought for a moment, and stopped trying to repair it. After a pause, his mental power was fully spread out, constantly sensing the depths of the earth. The earth's qi was stagnant in the depths of the earth, and the mental power was struggling. However, with the research on the fragments of the ground film, Fong Bai still managed to use his mental power to sense and search. He searched for the gathering place of every kind of energy in the depths of the earth, searched for all the earth veins and water veins, and sensed their direction and strength. Fong Bai turned it into lines bit by bit, and drew it on the entire 3-dimensional figure. The amount of information perceived by the mental power at one time was extremely large. These lines made of information appeared in the entire incomplete figure. Although it made the figure look more chaotic and even more irregular, it was not abrupt. At this moment, Fong Bai understood that his previous guess might be correct. Bang! 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 Fong Bai opened his eyes and looked at the sky with his heart contracting slightly excitedly. The ordinary blue sky was reflected in Fong Bai's eyes, and there seemed to be chains and lines interweaving on it. But in just a blink of an eye, all these strange images disappeared. As if it was an illusion. Fong Bai's mouth curled up suddenly. He was looking forward to it more and more. The biggest opportunity in this trial space is not some magical medicine. Now, the most precious thing is obviously the trial space itself. Fong Bai wanted to get out at this moment and measure the trial space with his footsteps. But thinking of the situation of chasing players in a range, he immediately suppressed this impulse. although the Little Wolf King was dead. The Little Wolf King was just a person who did things. The source of this matter can be attributed to Odysseus. Fong Bai's eyes were fixed on the name leading on the leaderboard. Top of the list, Odysseus. Seeing this name, Fong Bai felt a little heavy in his heart. According to Fei Rui, the top 100 of the younger generation have the ability and record to fight against the masters head-on without losing, and can even win. Those who can enter the top 100 are all true geniuses. The true brilliant crystallization of the extraordinary civilization of the Yabong Kingdom. And this ranking often rises one step every 10 places. Odysseus, who can rank around 50 on this list, is born in a legendary family, and must have legendary secret skills. Fong Bai can't believe how terrifying such a person's strength will be. It can even be said that Fong Bai has no confidence in his heart. After all, he is only elite level. Fong Bai silently sensed the progress. At least for now. Chapter 3:10 Dispersion. It is not advisable to meet Odysseus before breaking through the master level. Fong Bai said silently. He really has no confidence now. It is easier said than done to deal with Odysseus. Although he still has a few trump cards. Although he can use the dragon scale armor to forcibly increase his strength to the master level. But compared to turning out the trump cards, Fong Bai prefers to use strength and numbers to crush the past with a mighty force. While Fong Bai was thinking, Wang Chung and others had packed all the spiritual medicine wheat in bags and brought them to Fong Bai. Fong Bai glanced at it and saw a total of 24 plants, with roots wrapped in mud. And even the smallest root system was not damaged. Obviously, there was also a plan to transplant them. And the 24 plants, obviously all here. Fong Bai pointed at the wheat and was stopped by Wang Chung as soon as he opened his mouth. Boss, don't say anything else. These are all yours. No matter what you say, we will not take them. This is what we all mean. After Wang Chung finished speaking, Song Ji beside him also nodded. Boss, if we take more, it would be shameless. Just take them all. We might be able to plant these spiritual grains when we take them back. Obviously, they knew exactly what Fong Bai wanted to say. Fong Bai paused for a moment, but he didn't hesitate and collected all of them. The two smiled and continued. Boss, what should we do next? Now the Little Wolf King is dead, and the remaining brothers are basically out of danger. Fong Bai naturally understood the implication of Wang Chen's words, which was that he didn't plan to look for Odysseus. Wang Chung saw that Fong Bai's face was different, and he continued immediately. It is said that someone saw Odysseus kill a master-level monster, and his strength is extremely strong. We are too weak to help. If you go alone, there is really no need to go. Fong Bai nodded when he heard this. I understand what you mean. So what are your plans now? Wang Chung paused slightly and said after a moment. We plan to disperse and look for elixirs and monsters on our own. We really can't beat the elite aborigines. Since we can't beat them, we just hide. We've figured it out. We can't always rely on you, boss. After all, you have your own things to do. And what you get from your own activities for a day far exceeds what you get from helping us. So we unanimously discussed and decided that we will disperse next. There are people outside the trial space who are responsible for observing the positions of the aborigines and telling us in real time. We hide one by one, and then look for opportunities if we are a little bolder. We can even go to the direction of the elite aborigines and take away the benefits in advance. It's disgusting to death. As for you, boss, do whatever you want. This is a trial, and it's also an opportunity for you. Don't worry about us. Go and fight for our players and gain face. It's best to suppress all the aborigine nobles. Fong Bai looked at Wang Chung, then turned his head to look at the group of players. When they saw Fong Bai looking over, they immediately looked over. Wang Cheng's voice was not small, and Fong Bai did not deliberately isolate himself. With the sixth sense of an elite transcendent, he could hear everything clearly at such a close distance. They did not raise any questions or say any objections. So Fong Bai naturally understood the meaning clearly. Suddenly, Fong Bai felt that this group of players was quite interesting and cute. Wang Chung, Qi Ji and others said goodbye to Fong Bai again, and then left together. In Fong Bai mental perception area, everyone scattered and left in various directions, looking at their firm and resolute steps. Without any hesitation, it is obvious that the map navigation service mediated by reality has been launched. In a blink of an eye, they all disappeared within Fong Bai mental range, and he was the only one left. Fong Bai was silent for a moment. Then he packed up all his things and left the valley. while walking on the ground. Fong Bai played with a broken flag and a soldier card in his hand. There are more than 30 such soldier cards. Fong Bai used his mental power to sense them, but found that his mental power was separated by a layer of magic array film and could not penetrate into them. However, Fong Bai tried again and found that this magic array film was like a net. For normal mental power, the mesh could not be penetrated by any means unless it was attacked by force. This should be a magic array specially designed to prevent prying. However, Fong Bai's face looked a bit weird at this moment. If the mental power of a normal person is a whole iron wire with a diameter of 1 centimeter, then Fong Bai's mental power can be regarded as a steel rope woven from 100 0.1 mm steel wires. When combined into a steel rope, they are separated into filaments. And these filaments are also the basis for Fong Bai to perceive the microscopic field. The entire barrier that mental power could not penetrate and was firmly blocked. When Fong Bai pushed his perception ability to the limit, his mental power suddenly rushed in, and the structure and magic array inside were all visible, and instantly appeared in Fong Bai's mind. At this moment, Fong Bai's face became even more weird. After a moment, Fong Bai turned his head to look at the battle flag. The battle flag fluttered in the wind. It seemed that it had gone through a lot of time and countless battles. It was covered with knife marks and arrow holes, and it looked a bit broken. However, if a person with a keen mind looked directly at it, he would instantly feel a burst of iron-blooded murderous aura. If you close your eyes, what is in front of you must not be just a flag, but more like a whole silent iron-blooded army. This breath alone touched Fong Bai deeply, and when he noticed the magic array all over the flagpole and the flag, recalling the scene before, based on the soldier card and the battle flag, a group of elite professionals burst out with master-level combat power. Although the Aborigines have not developed chi and blood, nor have they developed cloud chi, they have not explored collective transcendence. There is no cloud chi transcendental army system. But there is another way. If my analysis is correct, the basis of this transcendental army should be resonance. Fong Bai was delighted to find that there was also a sealing array on the battle flag. But it was of no use to him, and he could still perceive it freely. And it was the content perceived here that made him make a bold guess. If it is not unexpected, the real transcendental army among the Aborigines must have been cultivated before the job change. From the occupation, job change method, strength and other aspects, they should be kept consistent as much as possible. Then they will form a whole with the shape of the soldier card. This is the transcendental army route of the Aborigines. The cloud chi route is the equality of all beings, suppressing all transcendence, and then using consciousness to penetrate the elements of heaven and earth to form talents. Each soldier is still an individual, and more of them are fighting together. Heavy troops, and this military formation route based on resonance. Chapter 311 Succubus. This kind of military formation should use soldiers as nodes of the formation and military flags as the core. The soldiers are shaped into a whole military formation, and the momentum and strength are gathered together to create an extraordinary individual with super strength. The collective forms the individual, and the emphasis is not on the soldiers, but on the army. Fong Bai thought silently. Both have their own advantages and disadvantages. Relatively speaking, the cloud route is more in line with the needs of players, but we can also draw some essence from the military formation route. In the fantasy space, Fong Bai analyzed the internal formation of the battle flag bit by bit. The other part of the consciousness was controlling the body to prepare to leave. First, the magician held up the elixir, the battle flag, etc., and then walked forward. While walking, a set of light and slim dark red armor appeared on his body. The sound effect was turned off by Fong Bai, and everything was silent, with only the sound of mechanical surging. After the armor emerged, the curved steel plate folded at the cap popped out to support Fong Bai, and then Fong Bai disappeared in this area while leaping, with various items floating behind him. The mechanical structure on the armor needs an engine to drive it, and the engine needs energy to run. The raw materials for making semi-liquid elemental energy are free elements between heaven and earth. But just like there is oxygen everywhere in the environment, but you still need a factory to make pure oxygen. The production and packaging of this semi-liquid elemental energy require a matching large permanent solid magic array, and a very complicated production process. It cannot be made in the wild, and the energy carried is not much. So Fong Bai will also use it with caution. However, if you don't use mechanical dragon wings, thrusters and other machines, just wear armor and use elastic steel plates, Naturally, you don't need any mechanical operation, and you won't consume energy. As for maintaining the existence of the armor, this will not generate any consumption. Fong Bai is no longer a 3-minute man now. Everything is very comfortable, but the floating package and battle flag behind him make him look very uncomfortable. This is not magical. Fong Bai looked back at the floating items behind him, feeling a little helpless. Why is there no storage equipment? Aren't storage rings and storage bags standard equipment for going out? Aren't these things a must-have for mages? Fong Bai couldn't help but complain. No wonder these transcendents and nobles with a little ability and power would bring a group of followers when they go out. If they carry their own packages without followers, they would lose their image as young masters or nobles. In fact, Fong Bai also asked Fei Rui, and Fei Rui told Fong Bai that it's not that there is no storage equipment. It's just that it's extremely rare. Because of the materials, ordinary storage equipment is difficult to preserve from the ruins. Over a long period of time, the storage space inside will often collapse directly, leaving the storage equipment as ordinary things. A very small number of storage equipment with extremely high materials can be preserved, and they are also taken away by the truly top dignitaries and strong men, and it is difficult for others to obtain them. As for manufacturing, because the calming stone, which is specially used to manufacture stable space equipment, has been extinct in ancient times, so there is no other way to obtain space equipment except digging in the ruins. Fong Bai shook his head and shifted his attention away. His mental power spread all over the ground, like a huge sled, or like a huge scanner that scanned everything above and below ground into the fantasy space. On the other side, Ka! Odysseus tore off the thigh of the tiger in front of him and threw it to a ground dragon. The ground dragon opened its ferocious mouth and bit the tiger's leg directly. The tiger's scarlet blood dripped on the ground, bursting out with an amazing murderous aura. The murderous aura that burst out in an instant when the tiger's body was torn apart made the extraordinary person next to him step back several steps in a row. His face flushed slightly, but he continued to speak. Master, this is what happened. Odysseus gently rubbed the head of the ground dragon. The head of the ground dragon was covered with thick scales as big as a palm, like pig iron. The ferocious ground dragon was unusually docile in front of Odysseus, without any ferocity. Eat quickly. Eat quickly. After eating this tiger, you should also complete the transformation, Odysseus said softly, and the earth dragon roared, and immediately lay on the tiger's thigh and began to feast. As the pieces of blood and flesh went down his stomach, it was like a blood bomb exploding in his stomach, and the blood of the earth dragon began to surge. Odysseus took the initiative to release his aura, and his aura merged with the earth dragon. A stream of special fighting spirit circulated between him and the earth dragon, and began to temper the earth dragon's body with secret methods to assist the earth dragon's growth. As a knight profession that can fight head-on with mages of the same level, dragon knights naturally have a variety of professional secrets. Among them, mounts are also an important part of their combat power. Unknowingly, the terrifying aura has enveloped several mountaintops, as if there is a mountain-sized earth dragon crawling on the ground, and its figure is like a god overlooking the world. At this moment, everyone was forced to retreat to the area outside the two mountains, and at this time, the whisper of the god sounded in their ears. Undead? Armor? Another lucky person who obtained the heritage of the ancient wizard civilization. Dragon 27. Dragon 28. Go. Give them a chance to kneel before me and surrender. As the voice fell, two cloaked men in black robes appeared silently, knelt on one knee in the direction of Odysseus. An almost overlapping figure sounded. Yes. The two looked up, and the narrow eyes revealed between the gaps in the cloaks showed a burst of enthusiasm. Silence was restored here again. Only the earth dragon and the figure were getting bigger and bigger, and the elements of heaven and earth had solidified. In front of him, a high mountain broke through the clouds, and a small tree on the top of the mountain was full of red spiritual fruits. However, it was separated by an invisible barrier, and no one or object could pass. On the other side of the mountain, the demon girl shrouded in the shadow of the devil turned her head and looked in the direction of Odysseus. The demon shadow on her body exudes a breath of chaos, filth, and desire. Just looking at it will make people's hearts surge and react. The succubus shadow rushed in that direction, and her tongue licked her lips charmingly. Under the shadow, the demon girl's eyes showed a little charm, which then turned into struggle. After a moment, the demon girl closed her eyes, The demon projection is getting more and more corrosive. And its autonomy is getting stronger and stronger. Is the abyss approaching? The demon girl murmured to herself. And suddenly, she didn't know whether her decision was right or wrong. I don't know if it's an illusion. At this moment, her face showed a bit of holiness. But it was only fleeting. And in the blink of an eye it was replaced by charm. And her eyes were as charming as silk. A high mountain. 3 areas. The last area is empty. No one. Any force occupies it. And the long-armed archer doesn't know where he went. Only a little fat man with rings on his hands secretly peeked. But he retreated in the end. Chapter 312 Metal Body. Is it the limit? Xiao Ling, who was contracting the undead, paused slightly. He felt that his soul could no longer bear the contract of the undead. But I haven't contracted all the steel skeleton soldiers I prepared yet. Xiao Ling was a little helpless. In the process of preparing to activate his talent, he prepared a lot of undead. He thought it was a little too little. But he didn't expect that he couldn't contract it. I won't hurt the skeletons until they die. I feel a little unsafe with just so few skeletons. Xiao Ling rubbed his forehead. Behind him, the steel skeletons all over the mountains and plains exuded a metallic luster under the sunlight. According to different classifications of skeletons, they were transformed into military formations one after another and arranged neatly. The military formations were mighty and continuous. And the dead energy gathered and broke through the clouds. Xiao Ling looked at it and shook his head slightly. Too few. Still too few. I have to find a way to increase the strength of the soul. Xiao Ling pondered slightly. It was naturally simple to increase the strength of the soul. For skeleton soldiers, the body and soul fire are one. The stronger the skeleton is, the more dead air it stores, and the purer it is. The soul fire will naturally be more vigorous and stronger. Of course, if the soul fire is stronger, it can also temper the skeleton in turn. The two are complementary and inseparable. And Xiao Ling body at this moment is equivalent to the most ordinary person's skeleton. And some may have osteoporosis due to physical problems. It can be said that the strength of the skeleton of any steel skeleton soldier is many times that of Xiao Ling. Although the soul fire is a little stronger, it is only equivalent to the soul strength of the magician among the elite extraordinary people. Of course, the soul fire is stronger than the skeleton. The soul fire can be used with the pure dead air to improve the strength of the skeleton. But this can only increase the strength of the skeleton to the level of the soul fire. It is impossible to say that the soul fire warms the skeleton, and the skeleton in turn improves the soul fire. How can you step on your left foot and ascend to heaven? In fact, there are ways to quickly improve physical strength in the game world, and at a low cost. And Xiao Ling also knows how to do it. It can even be said that this is the fastest, most cost-effective, and almost side-effect-free method in the entire game world so far. The Mecha Master Steel Body Quenching Method. And there are 3 levels: Youth Version, Deluxe Version, and Exclusive Version. Suitable for people of different economic strengths, including all incomes. If the skeleton is tempered with steel, and then combined with the soul fire and the quenching of death, it can definitely greatly improve the strength of the skeleton in a very short time. Xiao Ling did this before, and these steel skeleton soldiers came from this. But now, it is said that Fong Bai is the only player suspected of tempering his body with pure elemental metal so far. Therefore, he created a myth of defeating the master level directly at the elite level. In the case of backward skills, combat skills, and skills, he used his physical strength to resist the attack and crushed and killed with his physical strength. Xiao Ling took a deep breath. He knew the value and strength of this. If Fong Bai fighting skills, secret skills, and techniques were stronger, then perhaps he could truly reach the master level combat power at the elite level. This level of inheritance is absolutely top-notch. Xiao Ling was naturally obsessed with it. In the past, it might have been difficult to have enough money to buy, enough strength to fight for, and to keep the elemental metals needed. There was no such exclusive technology to fuse these elemental metals, so he didn't dare to hope for it. But now, Xiao Ling looked at the army of steel skeletons behind him. Kill! Countless skeletons looked up to the sky. Their jaws kept opening and closing, without making any sound, only the sound of bones rubbing against each other. However, in the field of soul fluctuations, the soul was shaking. Countless dead air gathered, and a dark cloud emerged. Under the dead air, all the attributes of life in the trees and the earth were being eliminated, and this area was being transformed into a land of death bit by bit. and life was not allowed to exist. However, as soon as the cloud of dead air appeared, Zhao Ling controlled the undead to contain the dead air and turned it into dead air. All the dead air of the undead was restrained, and no damage was caused to the outside world. Necromancers and coffin bearers can exist as legitimate professions, so naturally they will not be unable to control the cloud of death. Otherwise, they would have been banned by all the professional masters. After all, what profession is not a living life? In fact, even as an undead, Zhao Ling likes life and hates death, and he doesn't like the lifeless place of death. This is the essence of Zhao Ling thinking formed in the education of more than 20 years. This is an important part of personality, and it will not be transformed just because it is transformed into an undead. Because in the final analysis, consciousness is still this consciousness, which is determined by thinking. Many things can change, but this cannot. This represents the cognition of life, and then the cognition of oneself. That is the absolute core of consciousness. If this point is shaken, it will be interesting. Zhao Ling shook his head slightly and began to think about another question. That is, since the body can be metallized, can I use elemental metal to create another body? A body with life characteristics. Zhao Ling's heart was slightly moved. A body with both death and life characteristics. Just thinking about it can understand its extraordinariness. However, the most cutting-edge research and real secret skills of the Mecha Master are in the Tiandong Pavilion. In Fong Bai hands. I remember Fong Bai also entered the trial? It seems that I have to go to find Fong Bai. As soon as Zhao Ling thought about it, the entire undead army started to move. Mighty and mighty. All over the mountains and plains. But not long after walking, he was stopped by two powerful auras. Zhao Ling looked forward solemnly, and saw two tall black-robed figures standing in front of him blocking the way. Go ahead. Hurry up. We still have to catch the rat called Fong Bai later. Don't worry. It will be quick. Long Urshiba stared coldly ahead with his narrow vertical pupils, and took off his hood under Zhao Ling's gaze. In a flash, a face covered with tiny dragon scales appeared in front of Zhao Ling. Long Urshiba stood on a high mountain and looked down at Zhao Ling. Expressionless. His Highness Odysseus Bartholomew invites you. Please go with us. Odysseus? Number 1 on the list? Zhao Ling was a little surprised. But when he looked at Long Urshiba, he narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of displeasure. Is this the attitude of the person who invited you? It seems that your master doesn't have much family education. It's okay to say nice things, but to endure like this? No matter whether the situation is strong or weak, the player has never been weak. Looking for death. Long Urshiba's face changed when he heard this, and he scolded. You have to go today, whether you want to or not. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying aura rose to the sky. Dragon 28 and Dragon 27's bodies instantly expanded, transforming into two terrifying dragon beasts 4 meters tall and rushing over. Chapter 313, Magic Array Cluster. Just an elite level undead. A thing like an ant. A deep roar came from the dragon beast's mouth. Its iron-like angular muscles, thick scales, dragon claws that could split gold and jade, and powerful pressure all showed their terrifying strength. The two dragon beasts were like two fighting machines. The steel skeleton soldiers could not break through their defense, and were easily swept away by the two dragon beasts. This is their confidence. It is indeed as they said. The elite-level skeleton soldiers are just a group of ants in front of them. He casually broke the spine of a steel skeleton soldier, and a trace of contempt flashed in Long Urshiba's narrow vertical eyes. Although these steel skeleton soldiers were a bit out of reach, they were just a group of scattered soldiers, and could not pose any threat to them. However, at this moment, Zhao Ling, who was in the middle of the undead army, stole a glance at the sky, then posed the coolest pose and pressed the assemble button with one hand in the air. Buzz! In an instant, the soul fire of all the undead in the undead army burst out, spreading and gathering like water waves, and after continuous compression and condensation, it still completely enveloped Zhao Ling. At this moment, the entire undead army directly turned into a whole, like a giant beast crawling on the ground. Roaring. Crack, crack, crack. Countless steel skeletons surged, and a huge skeleton monster formed. Zhao Ling floated up directly, and sank into the chest of the skeleton monster. Buzz! The power from the soul fire flowed through the body, turning it into a whole. The feeling of death and suffocation instantly enveloped Long 27 and Long 28. The two of them changed their faces and turned around and ran. But the next moment, the terrifying shadow covered the two of them. Boom! 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 Soon after, the undead army continued to advance, and the dragon beast transformed by Long Urshiba was locked in a skeleton cage. The fire of the undead on the skeleton cage burned fiercely, and at the same time turned into chains to bind Long Urshiba inside. At this moment, only the undead were left. But Zhao Ling tried the power just now bit by bit. His talent can disperse the damage he suffered to each contracted undead. Zhao Ling had been thinking before whether he could condense the power of the contracted undead in the opposite direction. Just now, he tried it lightly, and it was indeed possible. But there are some requirements for distance, and the operation is also a little unfamiliar. Zhao Ling became more and more proficient, and controlled the chains formed by the soul fire to burn the soul of the dragon beast, so as to achieve control over it. A dragon beast that can transform. It's just right that we can't go to Fong Bai empty-handed. So let's take this person with us. Fong Bai might be interested in this situation, Zhao Ling muttered, and then walked forward with the skeletons all over the mountains. At the same time, he also started to find someone to contact Fong Bai. If you want to find someone, you must inform him in advance. Master, Dragon 27 has been eliminated, and there is no news about Dragon 28. Odysseus's young and handsome face suddenly became gloomy, as if he felt his anger. The earth dragon next to him roared at the man in front of him, and his ferocious fangs directly pierced his throat. Odysseus touched the earth dragon's head to calm it down, and he also said calmly, "In this case, you go to Dragon 26. Go and bring the person back to me." The Dragon 21 in front of him heard it with a stern look. "Yes." But after the voice fell, there was a bit of hesitation on his face. "But master, after we all leave, you, although Val is still transforming, I have already ascended to the master level. Do you think anyone in this trial space can hurt me?" Odysseus said coldly, and Long Urshiba was still a little hesitant. "But master, the master has ordered." Hearing the word master, Odysseus' eyes showed a trace of anger. "So are you going to disobey my order?" The murderous intent in Odysseus' words made Long Urshiba's spirit tremble, and a bit of fear appeared on his face, and he hurriedly said, "Yes." After a while, Long Urshiba and his guard shot away, leaving only Odysseus still sitting in the same place. The figure in the sky became more and more solid and majestic, like a god coming to the world. "Zhao Ling is looking for me." Fong Bai, who was walking between the mountains, received a call and immediately replied and agreed. At the same time, his steps did not stop, and he explored and measured the trial space bit by bit around it. In the continuous scanning, the terrain projection of the trial space in the fantasy space became more and more detailed. After a moment, Fong Bai consciousness sank into the fantasy space, watching the projections gradually being completed in front of him. And bit by bit, the energy flow route and the location of the congestion were all depicted as points and lines. This is what Fong Bai realized later. The mountains, rivers, and terrain are all false, or they are all one-sided. What really matters is the energy flow and congestion they represent. They just happened to overlap before. And with the flow of energy, everything became much clearer. 1 node. 2 nodes. This is a structure. What a wonderful structure. Fong Bai looked at the gradually clear line diagram and said softly, he guessed correctly before. Everything in this trial space can be reflected and watched by anyone. In addition, there are rankings and transmission functions. It is because there is a huge array, or a cluster of arrays that covers the entire trial space. In fact, this is not surprising. It is just a cluster of arrays. What is really strange is the way of array arrangement. This huge array actually accommodates energy and circulates energy in the way of mountains, veins, and rivers, and is formed and operated in the way of storing energy at the confluence nodes. In this process, the elements in the trial space circulate continuously, and some unexpected factors that change the terrain will not cause the array to fail. This array arrangement method is unheard of, and the technical difficulty contained in it makes Fong Bai amazed. Fong Bai even felt that this was no longer a simple formation using the terrain, but a formation using the heaven and earth, with the entire trial space arranged into a huge magic array cluster. Or, can the mountains, terrain, and water flow constraining the flow of energy also be equivalent to the mountains, terrain, and water flow taking shape along with the flow of energy? can it be understood that it is not arranged in the trial space? But the formation forms the heaven and earth. The formation forms the space? Faintly, Fong Bai seemed to see a brilliant wizard civilization that could hold the stars in one hand, refine them into formation materials at will, and re-evolve the space with the magic array arranged at will. Those wizard towers are towering, stacked between the stars. Bang! Suddenly, a bowstring broke. Immersed in the fantasy space, Fong Bai suddenly felt a fatal crisis. When he exited the fantasy space, he saw an arrow rapidly enlarged in front of him. Sharp and aggressive. Chapter 3:14 Terrifying Archer. Bang! The moment the bowstring snapped, the arrow was already in front of him, and the sharp breath emanating from it stung Fong Bai eyes. Although Fong Bai had immersed his main consciousness in the fantasy space. In fact, Fong Bai footsteps did not stop, and he was still moving forward continuously, scanning the terrain. But at this moment, the arrow seemed to be firmly locked on Fong Bai eyebrows, and he could not get rid of it no matter what. The eyebrows stung. Fong Bai could only close his hands and clamp the arrow fiercely. At the same time, countless gold elements directly derived and condensed between his hands and eyebrows, blocking the arrow in front of him. It sounds slow, but in fact it was only a moment. The time was too short, and the arrow came too fast and suddenly, and Fong Bai had no time to do these. The next moment, he felt an unprecedented terrifying force, like a hammer rubbing the palms of his hands and slamming on his head. In front of this iron hammer, there was an extremely sharp arrow, and there was an extremely strange power lingering on it, as if anything in front of it would be broken and decomposed. The gold element that formed the elemental metal was quickly broken and decomposed in front of it, and the arrow hit the dragon scale armor and Fong Bai head heavily. Bang! Boom boom boom! Fong Bai instantly flew backwards, smashed a rock wall, and fell deeply into it. Dust flew everywhere, and the world seemed to fall into silence again. In the big pit, Fong Bai, who was dizzy, pulled the heavy pure metal arrow from his forehead with one hand. A penetration hole appeared on the surface of the dragon scale armor, revealing the forehead that was pierced by nearly half a centimeter. Golden sticky blood oozed out, and then flowed back into the body. The gold element surged. The wound on the forehead disappeared, and the penetration wound on the dragon scale armor also closed directly. The drowsy Fong Bai now had time to see who attacked him, but there was no figure within the coverage of his mental power. At this moment, a voice sounded. Hey, not dead? This voice was quite surprising. Fong Bai's face changed when he heard it, and he jumped up suddenly. The next moment, 3 arrows fell into the pit one after another. Boom! 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 The horrible explosion directly flattened the mountain where the pit was located. Interesting. The dragon wings behind Fong Bai spread out, and he flew into the sky in an instant. He looked directly in the direction where the voice came from, and saw an ordinary-looking, unremarkable man in white standing thousands of meters away. The only thing worth noting is that the man in white's arms reached his knees, and he held a purple longbow that was nearly 2 meters long in his hand. At this moment, the longbow string was like a full moon. Swish, swish, swish. An arrow turned into thousands of stars and fell down, densely packed and directly blocking all of Fong by dodging space. He stretched out his hand and grasped it, and a stick as high as his eyebrows appeared in his hand. With a sweep of the stick, the starlight in front of him was swept away, but the spread dragon wings were instantly riddled with holes. Fong Bai's body fell down, and the next moment his dragon wings were repaired. With a shake of his wings, he rushed forward instantly. But Fong Bai saw the long-armed man in white clothes smiled slightly, stepped lightly, and instantly floated backwards, always keeping a distance of several thousand meters from Fong Bai. With his bow and arrow in hand, Fong Bai instantly felt a fatal feeling again. The moment he noticed it, he was hit, and Fong Bai only had time to block it with his hand. Boom! Fong Bai smashed into a mountain again, his stomach churning, his blood surging, and a deep crack appeared on the stick in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Before Fong Bai could react, a continuous stream of arrows shot in from a distance. Boom 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 boom. The earth exploded and vibrated, and this long-armed man in white clothes actually showed firepower comparable to that of a rocket launcher by himself. Boom boom boom. After dozens of arrows bombarded the hill, the whole hill was flattened by arrows. Dust and fog rose up, and there was no movement, and silence returned again. However, the long-armed man in white clothes in the distance did not mean to approach at all, but drew his bow and arrow again. The arrow, like a short spear, was placed on the bow, and the elements of heaven and earth gathered like a whirlpool. The wind was howling between heaven and earth, and the terrifying power gathered from the bow to the arrow. Fong Bai, who was hiding in the dust and fog for only 1 second, could not bear it. Damn it! Fong Bai cursed inwardly, and the dragon wings behind him spread out again, flying at a very low altitude, approaching the long-armed man in white clothes at a very fast speed. But the next moment, the long-armed man in white clothes slightly adjusted the angle of the arrow in his hand, and Fong Bai felt suffocated, and the elemental power in front of him seemed to have fallen into silence. He quickly dodged and hid behind a mountain. Boom! The short spear-like arrow hit the mountain, and the terrifying power poured out. Everything in the place where it hit was turned into powder, and the terrifying shock swept across the mountain. Boom! The top of the mountain broke and slowly fell to the ground. The remaining force of the arrow shot out, brushing past Fong Bai, and the terrifying shock swept Fong Bai, and the arrow fell to the ground. Boom! A long trace spread over 1,000 meters. The shield on the surface of the armor was broken layer by layer, and the dragon scales on the sensitive model dragon scale armor also shattered piece by piece. Fong Bai stared at the long-armed man in white clothes thousands of meters away, and he also looked at Fong Bai, and then drew his bow again. A trace of anger flashed in Fong Bai's eyes. Being attacked for no reason, and even feeling life-threatening. How long has it been since he encountered this? This time, Fong Bai was really angry. He exhaled in one breath, opened the attribute panel, and entered the title page. Mecha Master Pioneer. Where? The moment the title was worn, a phantom stood up behind Fong Bai and then merged into Fong Bai's body. At this moment, the blessing that came out of thin air instantly enveloped Fong Bai in all aspects. Soul, mental power, body, armor, combat skills, driving instincts, etc. all-round rise. At the same time, the terrifying will permeated the dragon scale armor, among which the will from the dragon was of extremely high quality, but the quantity was too small, and it was directly suppressed. Without worrying about the erosion of consciousness, Fong Bai directly connected the dragon energy with his body. Buzz! A dragon energy was enough to force Fong Bai to the master stage, and the dragon energy integrated into the dragon scale armor is more than 1 or 2. More importantly, the power condensed in the phantom is integrated into Fong Bai, and it is even stronger than the power given by the dragon energy. It directly suppresses and integrates it, and uses it for Fong Bai without causing any changes or erosion to Fong Bai's body. After all, although the dragon energy is strong, the quantity is too small, and it is a rootless source. The power blessing of the Mecha Master title comes from the number and power of the Mecha Masters who have changed their jobs. Now that Fong Bai has announced it for free, now that Fong Bai sells iron ingots for cultivation at a low price, and now that the Mecha Master is the cheapest, most cost-effective, and fastest improving profession, Fong Bai no longer knows how much powerful power is gathered in this title. He has already stopped wearing it because the blessing power is too strong and may affect his own cultivation. Fong Bai only knows that the terrifying energy gathered in the title has faintly made the words Mecha Master Pioneer break away from the attribute panel. You can even touch it. The terrifying power fluctuations faintly form a domain around Fong Bai. Fong Bai, who controlled this power, raised his head and looked expressionlessly at the long-armed man in white. Did you enjoy the shot? Next. It's my turn. Chapter 315 Legendary Method. Buzz. The long-armed man in white felt his mind go blank, and he looked up subconsciously, as if he saw a huge monster looking down at him in the sky. For a moment, it seemed like another illusion, but then he found that his body and consciousness seemed to have stagnated, unable to move, unable to think, looking at the armored figure approaching quickly in a few flashes. In this person, he actually saw a faint feeling like his master. How is it possible? The long-armed man in white gritted his teeth, and his tenacious consciousness burst out with amazing power at this moment, and his consciousness seemed to break free from the shackles. However, the body is still what it should be. Consciousness must succumb to reality after all. In a few moments, Fong Bai appeared in front of him. The long-armed man in white felt a crushing pressure from the level of life. The armored figure in front of him was clearly not tall, but it gave him a feeling that he could not see the top no matter how he looked up. When the armored figure came in front of him, all the energy in the surrounding heaven and earth lost contact and control. At this moment, apart from the fighting spirit in his body, he could no longer mobilize any elements of heaven and earth. It was not that he fell into silence, but when the person in front of him arrived, all elements succumbed to him. He was like a 1-year-old baby facing an adult in front of him, without any ability to resist. At this moment, the heart of the man in white clothes with long arms sank to the bottom of the water, and a feeling of powerless despair surged in his heart. How could such a terrifying person appear in the elite trial field? Domain prototype. This is already a field that the top 10 of the younger generation can touch. Right? How could a legendary seed that is set in stone appear in the trial space of such a small city? This thought flashed through the mind of the man in white clothes with long arms for the last time. And then all thoughts froze under the terrifying pressure. Fong Bai fell on the man in white clothes with long arms, and he had guessed the identity of this person. The third on the list. Sally, the vice president of the Archers Association. A disciple of a legendary archer. Only a legendary disciple can bring Fong Bai such a strong dominance. You know, after Fong Bai armor was combined, he had the real master-level combat power. Even so, he was suppressed and had no power to fight back. How could an ordinary person do this? Even if he had broken through to the master level, it would be impossible. This was the first time Fong Bai suffered such a big loss in a head-on battle since he changed his job to a mecha master. He was not so wrong when he fought against the master level for the first time. However, Fong Bai did not seem to realize that under the all-out suppression attack of a master-level terrifying archer, the most serious injury he had suffered was just a skin break between his eyebrows, which healed in the blink of an eye. Fong Bai only felt very aggrieved at this moment. The bow is good? Fong Bai reached out to take the purple wooden bow from Sally's hand, put it on his back, took off the quiver on his waist, looked at it for a few times, threw it behind him, and was immediately caught by the magician's hand. At the same time, Fong Bai also carefully felt the current state, the huge energy from the dragon energy, the terrifying will blessing from the title, and the power blessing merged with each other at this moment and turned into a whole. The power blessing brought by the title is secondary. Although it is huge, it is more of the icing on the cake. What really caught Fong Bai's attention was the terrifying will blessing implemented in the title, and the terrifying energy that erupted after the dragon energy was released. The two bite each other, restrict each other, and merge with each other. Finally, under Fong Bai's control, a field covering the surroundings is formed. The field is very rough, but everything in the field is controlled by Fong Bai. Energy can be locked, will can be suppressed, and the powerful master-level strongman is as weak as a child in front of him. Erase the ability to control the elements of heaven and earth. Suppress the circulation of fighting spirit in the body. Suppress the activeness of will, and the master-level life is at hand. This feeling, Fong Bai's heart was filled with blessings, and a word slowly emerged in his mind. Legend? Use secret methods to condense the degree of praise and the will blessing brought by the attention. It is extremely difficult to improve one's own will, so implement the will of thousands of shadows to bless oneself. Add the ultimate and super limited energy to form a field that completely suppresses the small world. Is this a legend? Fong Bai couldn't help holding his breath. This is simply a genius idea. The first person to walk the legendary path is definitely a genius. Legend. Fong Bai thought about his title blessing and dragon energy. A ready-made legendary path seemed to be right in front of him. But Fong Bai couldn't help but have another idea in his mind. Legend. While thinking, he scanned Sally and found that Sally didn't carry anything on him except a bow and a few pots of arrows. It should be given to the followers to bring. Fong Bai's eyes fell on the last two things of Sally. A teleportation jade pendant. An arrowhead. Looking at the arrowhead hanging on Sally's neck, Fong Bai felt an extremely restrained will in it. The level and strength are higher than what he is now. Legendary Archer Bassa? Fong Bai reached out and took off the teleportation jade pendant on Sally's body, without moving the arrowhead, and a thought came to his mind. The gold element responded instantly, condensing the elemental metal into one magic circle after another in front. Buzz, 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 one after another. The magic circles developed based on the solid characteristic structure took shape, and the surrounding elements responded at an extremely fast speed, instantly turning into one after another with a diamond texture shield. It looks very thin, But if you use your mental power to go deep into the microscopic structure, you will find the beautiful and perfect internal structure. Just one look and an idea merged in my mind. Solid. At the same time, Fong Bai will and the energy of dragon energy all penetrated it and turned into part of the domain. The domain seemed to have become more solid. Can this method be used to increase and strengthen the strength of the domain? This thought flashed through Fong Bai's mind. And at the same time, the hand on Sally's head gently pressed down. Don't kill the body. Just destroy the consciousness. This is one of Fong Bai's attempts not to trigger this arrow. It started relatively smoothly. Fong Bai began to directly destroy Sally's consciousness. And Sally has not even woken up until now. Or in other words, he has never fallen asleep. Nor can he wake up. But he has been completely suppressed and lost all consciousness activities. However, at the moment when the soul source was about to be hurt, an extremely sharp breath appeared in Fong Bai's perception. Fong Bai instantly felt a will covering Sally's body and soul will, protecting it. And it was not until then that Sally suddenly opened his eyes and gasped as if he had a nightmare. As if he was being chased by a legend. He was horrified. But the next moment he found that it was not a nightmare. He was really being killed by a legend. The desperate fear surged in his heart again. Chapter 316 Ba Sa is powerless. Despair. The nightmare of childhood seemed to shroud his heart again. But the next moment, Sally felt a warm and secure feeling protecting him. The next moment, he found that the arrowhead given by the master was slowly floating up. And it will burst out with a powerful force. Buzz. Fong Bai felt that his field was forcibly divided. And a brand new field protected Sally. The next moment, a voice sounded. Let my apprentice leave. And I will give you the secret method to enter the legendary realm. And I promise not to pursue your tempering of my apprentice for any reason. A figure wearing tight clothes, with wrinkles on his face, but a strong body and a mountain atmosphere appeared in the field. Fong Bai raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, and found that what the legendary archer Ba Sa said seemed to be true. Although he has not reached the legendary stage yet, he also has some feelings. Naturally, I understand that legends focus on will and implement their own will between heaven and earth. Lying in such a state has a great impact on his own cultivation. In addition, Fong Bai, who has such a strong will under the blessing of the title, can also perceive it directly. Ordinary people can't deceive Fong Bai with their true or false. Under double inference, Fong Bai found that what he said seemed to be true. No matter what the reason is. No matter how Sally is beaten. As long as he is not killed. Not only will he forgive the past, but he will also directly give him a secret method that can enter the legend. His. So generous. Fong Bai looked at Sally in front of him and shook his head slightly. Your master is really generous and really cares about you. Under this layer of protection, those with backers will give him face. Those without backers will definitely be attracted by this breakthrough method. And you really won't die. Sally's heart was beating. And the projection expression in the field was relieved a little. Until Fong Bai spoke again. Then Legend Basso. Do you know why I attacked your apprentice? Basso's projection was stunned. Although his thought was attached to the arrow pendant. It was dormant under normal circumstances for long-term maintenance. And only kept the most basic life alert for Sally. It was really unclear what happened. I was walking in the mountains by myself. Fine. I didn't provoke anyone. And didn't pick up any treasures. Your apprentice ran over and attacked me with an arrow. If the arrow didn't kill me, I would shoot another arrow. Arrow after arrow. Before Fong Bai finished speaking, Basso's projection's face turned black. Just after being promoted to a master, he took the initiative to attack the half-stepped legendary strongman who had initially condensed the field. This, being beaten to death, is justified. And no one can say it's a problem. The weak actively provokes the strong. It is a capital crime anywhere. Basso's face was dark. He turned back and glared at Sally. And then looked at Fong Bai again and said, the technique to advance to the legendary level. And a favor from me. You can cash it out at any time. And I will do my best within my ability. Before Baseo finished speaking, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. Baseo's projection changed his expression. And instantly pulled his hands. And a bow emerged from it. Draw the bow and put the arrow. And the extreme sharpness gathered in it. And at the same time, Sally behind him flew out directly. Fong Bai watched the sharp arrow shoot out instantly. And thousands of thoughts flowed in his mind. Sally wanted to kill him. And he killed Sally. This was natural. And Fong Bai didn't want to let him go. At least this little bit of chips was not enough. Not enough at all. In fact, Fong Bai could deceive Baseo's projection. Not to mention the favor. And the technique to break through the legend would definitely be obtained. Because Fong Bai could feel that as long as he nodded and agreed, the Baseo projection would immediately give him the technique. This Baseo projection didn't seem to worry that he would go back on his word or lie. Thinking of this, Fong Bai immediately gave up the idea of cheating. Since you want to kill, just refuse directly. Kill directly. Don't be smart and do some fancy show operations. The thought turned back. The field shrank, and all the strength was integrated into the layers of golden magic arrays in front of him. Baseo's projection looked helplessly at the half-stepped legendary professional in front of him. He had never seen such a cautious person in his life. A half-stepped legend, who had initially condensed the domain, actually arranged a defensive magic array as thick as a mountain in advance to kill a professional who had just entered the master. The entire domain of the person, the magic array, are all extreme defenses. How could there be such a cowardly and extreme person? Baseo's face, which was already dark, became darker this time. With a flash of his figure, the much more illusory Baseo once again sank into the arrow pendant around Sally's neck. And his voice sounded in Sally's mind. You can do it. A new master challenging a half-stepped legend in the domain. You dare to do something that I don't dare to do. It's not surprising that you are beaten to death. Run. Run with all your strength. Whether you can escape with your life depends on your luck. The Baseo projection that was immersed in the pendant revealed a bit of depression and disappointment in his words. He thought that Sally might die. And he might die for many reasons. But he would never think that it was because Sally went to kill the half-stepped legend with the domain. And then was hunted down and killed by the half-stepped legend. Even if it was Master Sally. Baseo wanted to say it's his fault. It's his fault. It's his fault. Master, didn't you just kill him? Sally was shocked. He just saw Baseo draw his bow. Baseo is a legendary archer. In Sally's impression, in addition to being a legend, his master never missed when he drew his bow. When a longbow is drawn, there must be an echo. But Fong Bai actually survived. Sally fled desperately. And soon, he noticed the approach of the huge momentum behind him, and the blockade of the domain. At this time, the arrow pendant on his neck once again radiated a ray of light that enveloped Sally, breaking the blockade of the domain directly. And Sally's speed was much faster. And the terrified Sally felt the threat of death approaching. And his brain worked quickly. Under normal circumstances, he would never be able to escape. It is impossible for the master to survive in front of the half-stepped legend of the domain. This is an existence that is all-round crushing in terms of combat power, speed, and controllability. His teleportation jade token was lost again. And the only thing he can rely on to survive now is the power left by his master Baseo. Once Baseo's power inside the arrow is completely exhausted, and he is chased by the people behind him, then he will definitely die. He must come up with a way. He must come up with a way. The information about the trial space was flowing frantically in his brain. And Sally was looking for every possible chance to survive. Suddenly, Sally's mind flashed. And he thought of a piece of news. He gritted his teeth, changed his direction slightly, and shot out under the cover of the white light of the arrow. Behind him, Fong Bai took one step after another, chasing after Sally at a very fast speed. Sally's speed was too fast, like an arrow that had been released from a string. And Fong Bai couldn't catch up at all. But Sally couldn't get away from his pursuit at all. After chasing for a while, Sally changed direction from running aimlessly, which attracted Fong Bai's attention. Hey, this direction is... Chapter 317 Ancient Battlefield Relics. Hey, this direction is... Fong Bai suddenly felt that this direction was familiar. Not that he had been here before, but he had guessed it. He tried his best to catch up with Sally. He was not in a hurry to catch up. And now, he was even less anxious. Of course, there was no point in being anxious, because he really couldn't catch up. The old legendary strongman was too abnormal. Even a wisp of thought and a fighting spirit could contain amazing power. Fong Bai touched his flat forehead and recalled the invisible arrow that was as powerful as a bamboo, and the powerful consciousness impact contained in it. It was like a toothpick piercing a piece of bread. Although the bread was big, it was too soft in front of the toothpick. The distance from a half-stepped legend to a legend was greater than the distance from an ordinary person to a half-stepped legend. If it weren't for the solid barrier prepared in advance. If it weren't for the title in his consciousness, and the increasingly heavy fantasy space suppression. Fong Bai would have died just now, and would have exited the trial space, touching the wound on his forehead that had healed. Fong Bai silently chased after Sally. If he had run away at the beginning, Fong Bai might not have been so generous. But Sally caused Fong Bai to lose a legendary skill, and a favor from the legend of Baseo. Fong Bai felt that if he didn't chase him to death, he would lose a lot, although it was not very reasonable to think so. Sally could shoot him at will, so it should not be a big problem for him to think so. As Sally fled and changed his direction, Fong Bai suddenly felt that he didn't think too much. This was not a coincidence. Fong Bai tracked directly to a foggy plain in front of him. The plain was very large, and the foggy vision was not clear. In the end, Fong Bai came directly to a cave in the high mountain next to the plain. Fong Bai looked at the plain, estimated the location, size, and data one by one, and immediately knew that he had found the right place. He followed Sally directly into the cave. The cave was surrounded by traces of axe splitting and stone smashing. It was obviously not a natural existence, but a man-made development. There is no news about the other two people. Only Sally came. This means that this is not a common place, but an opportunity for Sally? This artificially opened cave should be the source of Sally's opportunity. Fong Bai went deep into the cave, and the cave gradually widened at the deepest position. Suddenly, the cave suddenly became clear, and an extremely large underground world appeared in front of Fong Bai. For some reason, he could not sense any breath in the cave. As soon as he entered this underground world, he instantly sensed the extremely strong aura of soldiers in death. Looking at the broken auxiliary weapons and gray skeletons not far away, and taking a look at the style and pattern of the weapons, Fong Bai understood that this was probably the remains of a battlefield a long time ago. That is, the ancient battlefield. Huh? The cold wind whistled, and a strange whistle sounded in the underground world, like the howling of ghosts and wolves. And Fong Bai stood in place, capturing the traces left by Sally's deep battlefield ruins, and carefully screened the mental power in this area, but did not sense any traces of Sally's existence. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and did not enter the ancient battlefield immediately, but sat down. The moment he sat down, a shadow flashed, and countless gold elements quickly filled it, and a recliner appeared directly in front of Fong Bai. This movement was natural. Lying on the recliner, swaying, his mental power covered every inch of space around the cave entrance. But his consciousness sank into the fantasy space, and came to the line drawing. Hey, Fong Bai won't leave yet. He looked at the traces left by Sally in the ruins of the ancient battlefield, and had a feeling that Sally didn't go there, but was at the door. Although there was no basis, Fong Bai believed in this sixth sense very much. So Fong Bai paused. Moreover, this ancient battlefield with gusts of gloomy wind and strong death made Fong Bai feel a little uneasy. And there might be danger. Fong Bai was even less anxious. Even if Sally ran away, it didn't matter. After leaving the trial space, it would be okay to find out where Sally lived in the morning and kill him at night. The ancient said, if you hear the truth in the morning, you can die in the evening. But Fong Bai still felt that Sally hadn't left. This sixth sense had existed for a long time, but it became clearer and more sensitive after wearing the title. So Fong Bai was very sure. Lying on the recliner, Fong Bai looked unguarded. But Sally, who was hiding in the dark, was sweating profusely, and still didn't dare to move at all. Fong Bai suddenly felt that this Sally had a bit of a protagonist flavor. An orphan, adopted, became a genius, escaped, triggered the ancient ruins. Well, all that's missing is to use the ancient ruins mechanism to kill the villain, and then get a huge opportunity for myself. Fong Bai said silently in his heart, and then laughed. So I'm the villain? Entering the fantasy space happily, a new area was added to the overall terrain projection of the trial space. At the same time, Fong Bai pointed out two very clear black dots on the line map. One is the location of the cave where Xiao Ling was before, and the other is at Fong Bai feet. Both environments have extremely high concentrations of dead air. Both are in the trial space, and both are at the intersection of energy veins. It is difficult for Fong Bai not to connect them, and Fong Bai also determined this key node based on these energy veins. At this moment, Fong Bai hand-drawn line drawing has already faintly had the outline of the array, and according to Fong Bai experience, whether it is the cave where Xiao Ling is, or the cave he walked through, it seems that they should not be preserved in this array diagram. The dense dead air below is more like a roll as the energy source of the array. This cave and the cave are like loopholes formed at the intersection after the array has been running for a long time. Fong Bai was silent, looking at the array diagram and continuing to deduce. And his mental power quietly sensed every breath in the ancient battlefield. Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in Fong Bai's mind. Wait, isn't this trial space built on a huge ancient battlefield? Fong Bai's eyes immediately scanned the hand-drawn line drawings and projections, quickly scanning one key node after another, while using the ancient battlefield as energy. It also seals this ancient battlefield at the bottom of the trial space. Fong Bai's heart thumped. To be able to serve as the energy source for such a huge trial space and maintain the existence of such a large trial space, this ancient battlefield must be extremely special. Or there must be something extremely special inside. It can be used, and it also needs to be sealed. Perhaps this is where the real treasure of the trial space lies. At this moment, the phone rang, and the caller was Hao Wei. Fong Bai just asked Hao Wei to help use the rankings in the outside world to see where Sally is. Letting him run away is just a joke. How could he run away in the trial space? What a joke. However, as soon as the phone was connected, Fong Bai received an astonishing news. Chapter 318 Sally. Dead. What? Sally and I have disappeared from the trial space? Fong Bai asked in surprise, and then got the accurate answer from Hao Wei. Neither the naked eye zoomed in to search nor the ranking list was used to locate the two. But both of them were still on the list and had not been eliminated. At this moment, Fong Bai suddenly looked back at the cave. Just now, I didn't feel any dead air in the cave, as if I was isolated. So, that is the boundary between the trial space and the ancient battlefield ruins? Then why was Zhao Ling not isolated? He was also within the range of the dead air. Or, the loophole on Zhao Ling's side was even more serious. So serious that the dead air in the ancient battlefield ruins had leaked into the cave outside. This is also the reason why there is a strong dead air there. However, because it was just the leak of dead air, it actually still belonged to the trial space. So it was not isolated. Thinking of this, Fong Bai immediately gave up the plan to use the live broadcast function to find Sally, and turned to directly scan with the prototype of the domain. Since the mental power cannot sense it, then use the domain to scan the land inch by inch. Fong Bai has almost absolute control in the domain. With this level of control, Fong Bai doesn't believe that Sally can still hide. The only price is to spend a little more time and effort. Fong Bai doesn't need this little time, so he can waste it. But Sally couldn't bear to see Fong Bai waste so much, and he suddenly jumped up not long after the beginning, turning into an arrow and shooting into the ancient battlefield. He was hiding at the edge of the battlefield, and entered the ancient battlefield almost the moment he appeared. Fong Bai was about to take action, but he saw the angle of Sally's advance. From the analysis just now, that is where many energy veins in the magic circle interweave. The place corresponding to the energy interweaving node is very close to where Fong Bai is. According to Fong Bai inference, this node may be dangerous. However, this idea only appeared in his mind, and then he thought about it again in the fantasy space. Fong Bai's body did not waste any time or hesitate. He came behind Sally in an instant, fixed Sally, and took him back outside. From beginning to end, nothing was disturbed, and no impact was caused. This made Fong Bai breathe a sigh of relief. Sally, who originally had a glimmer of hope in his eyes, was completely desperate. Fong Bai saw that he wanted to say something, and wanted to communicate with him to see if he could ask him some skills, secrets, and legendary knowledge points. But the previous thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This Sally is like the protagonist. This thought passed through Fong Bai's mind. Seeing that Sally was about to speak, Fong Bai immediately raised 100 vigilances. A force sealed Sally's mouth, while Sally's eyes were wide open. A finger gently touched his forehead. Puff! Sally's pupils dissipated, and the whole person was completely dead at the spiritual level. His eyes were full of disbelief. But Fong Bai did not react at all, and his finger tapped again. Puff! The physical body was completely annihilated. And then the flame of nothingness fell, burning all traces of the reserve spirit and physical body. Sally could not say a word from beginning to end. Sally, a registered disciple of the legend of Baseo, a master archer ranked in the top 100 of the Yabong Kingdom, died silently in this corner. There was no ripple, and the arrow pendant had already exhausted its energy and turned into a mortal object. Only then did Fong Bai have time to enter the ancient battlefield and start exploring. The ancient battlefield was scattered with various armors, weapons, puppets, vehicle wreckage, and various fortifications. However, Fong Bai checked and found that these things had completely decayed under the erosion of time and death, and turned into mortal objects. The magic array patterns and elemental power inside had completely disappeared, and the sophisticated equipment had completely lost its meaning due to rust. Fong Bai looked at it twice more out of curiosity at first, but then he stopped looking at it. They were just some debris that were not even scrap metal, with no use value or scientific research value. The skeletons looked even paler and heavier under the nourishment of the dead air. He picked up a skeleton and weighed it. Instead of drying up and becoming lighter, the bones became heavier. It was heavy and cold to the touch, like steel of the same weight, with a strong dead air inside. If Zhao Ling was here, he would tell Fong Bai that this was a skeleton of the undead that was tempered with dead air through regular channels. At this moment, Fong Bai had not realized this, and he was weighing it while muttering, "It's just strange. Such good bones. Such a strong dead air. This skeleton is not dead yet." Before Fong Bai finished speaking, he felt the dead air flowing, and in a blink of an eye, it was about to form a soul fire symbolizing the undead in the skull. Fong Bai paused slightly, directly pinched out the dead air, and extinguished it before the air condensed, and continued, "It's not an undead yet." Fong Bai looked at the skeleton twice after saying that. "Well, it's not." Fong Bai dropped the skeleton and continued to move forward quietly. The existence of fortifications, permanent turrets, vehicles, weapons, armor, tall puppet wreckage, etc. made the terrain of the ancient battlefield a bit rugged, and Fong Bai couldn't help but sigh. What scale of war could leave such a magnificent ancient battlefield ruins? What are the identities of the two fighting parties? Why did they start this war? Fong Bai thought while moving forward, and at the same time silently calculated the locations of several energy veins intersecting in his mind. Then, he calculated the direction of the ancient battlefield based on the position he entered. Then he approached the target direction all the way, and the buildings and permanent defenses became more and more dense. But these buildings and permanent defenses were all blown up, leaving only some debris in place. Going deeper and deeper, Fong Bai became more cautious as he got closer to the calculated coordinates. The aura of the whole body was restrained, and the slightly abrupt life breath in the dead air disappeared without a trace. Fong Bai was like a dead object, walking in the ruins without even alarming the undead skeleton next to him. The closer he got, the more careful he became. Finally, Fong Bai came to the edge of a castle-shaped building. Fong Bai stopped just as he reached the edge. The thick black fog-like death air enveloped the periphery of the castle ruins, blocking Fong Bai's sight. But the rhythm and ripples of these death air made Fong Bai understand that there must be an undead in this death air. A very powerful undead. Fong Bai paused for a moment, made some preparations, and then approached a gap in the castle wall little by little. This castle in the midst of war was still tall, and the gap seemed to be torn by the claws of some beast, with hideous marks on it. Entering it, Fong Bai took a breath. Chapter 319 Half-Step Legend. The breeze blew gently, but the black fog of death surrounding the castle did not move at all, and it was slightly swaying. In the middle of the black fog of death, a dog with only a skeleton left was crawling on the ground, and its bones as hard as steel were breathing out the thick death, and the soul fire in its skull was slowly beating. Undead skeleton dog. The breath emitted by this undead skeleton soldier made Fong Bai feel a little palpitation, and the death in it made Fong Bai sense some of the breath of extinction. Half-step legend. Fong Bai sensed the strength of this undead skeleton dog in an instant, and it had reached the standard of a half-step legend, and was only one step away from a true legend. How did this undead dog reach the half-step legend? Fong Bai felt a little strange, looking at the undead dog and the pile of skeletal weapons next to it, but they were all rotten and had no value at all. Suddenly, Fong Bai saw the undead skeleton dog raise its head, and the soul fire in its skull slowly beat. After becoming an undead, all its perceptions were carried out by the soul fire. This kind of raising its head and looking around with its eyes was just the remaining instinct in its soul. Fong Bai's heart tightened, and he thought he was discovered, and he quickly stabilized his body breath. However, the undead skeleton dog's alert state only lasted for a few moments, and then disappeared into the castle in a leap. Gone? Fong Bai was slightly stunned, but immediately reacted, although he didn't know why the skeleton dog left. Since it left, it was a good opportunity. Fong Bai immediately launched his mental power and scanned the entire castle thoroughly. Although the castle was large, it was just a thought in front of Fong Bai, who didn't need to hide, and the situation of the entire castle was clear in his mind. But unfortunately, Fong Bai didn't find anything valuable. Everything was completely decayed in the thick fog like death, and an unknown amount of time. Seeing this, Fong Bai couldn't help but fall silent. What is the special significance of this place? As one of the nodes, is it because the death energy here is relatively strong? It is easy to breed powerful undead? After thinking for a long time, Fong Bai did not get the answer. So he hit again. Not long after, the half-stepped legendary undead skeleton dog returned to the castle, and laid down at the same place where it was originally. After it stopped, Fong Bai found a skull in its mouth. A ball of soul fire in the skull was beating violently, emitting soul fluctuations equivalent to the master level. Fong Bai raised his eyebrows slightly. Master level undead skeleton? Did this skeleton dog go out hunting just now? But the undead still need to eat? Can't the death energy directly sustain their survival? While thinking, Fong Bai saw the skeleton dog move his position, lifted a stone where he was lying, revealing a pool of dark spring water. Fong Bai eyebrows jumped, and he was shocked. Fuck. There's actually a pool of spring water hidden underneath? But I didn't sense anything with my mental power just now. Fong Bai suddenly became alert, opened his eyes wide, and watched the skeleton dog push the skull into the dark spring water. The dark spring water, which was originally calm without a single wave, began to ripple. The spring water was very shallow, and a basketball-sized skull could only be soaked halfway. But the effect was very strong, because as soon as the skull was thrown in, the violently beating soul fire continuously released the fluctuations of wailing and pain. Then, in the spring water, the skull was corroded and melted bit by bit, and gradually, the whole skull was completely submerged in the spring water until it disappeared, and the violent fluctuations emitted by the soul fire became fainter and fainter. When the skull completely disappeared, the fluctuations of the soul fire reached the limit, and then became flat, and even disappeared. The soul fire did not disappear even though it lost the skull, but floated in the spring water, and the color gradually faded. The originally deep color gradually dissipated, becoming lighter and lighter, slowly turning gray, and then slowly turning white. Finally, it turned into a pure milky white color, which gave people a very pure and clean feeling at first glance. At this time, the soul fire that was originally the size of 2 fists was only the size of a peach pit. At this time, Fong Bai looked at this white light ball, and his soul sent out an instinctive desire. It was like being hungry and seeing chickens, ducks, apples, rice and corn. The kind of instinctive hunger. The soul swayed slightly, but was immediately controlled by Fong Bai will. Fong Bai took a deep breath, and his eyes never moved away from the soul fire. The next moment, the skeleton wolf opened his mouth and inhaled the white soul fire. Huh? The white soul fire went into the skull through the mouth and sank into the soul fire of the skeleton dog. Fong Bai instantly felt that the soul fluctuations of the skeleton dog were a bit stronger, and the soul fire was also a bit purer. Fong Bai looked at the powerful soul fire of the skeleton dog and the skeleton that was tempered to be extremely powerful by the death energy. When the soul fire is strong, continue to use the death energy to strengthen the skeleton. When it is equal, go out to hunt other undead to absorb the fire of the undead. Fong Bai now knows how the skeleton dog got the strength of a half-stepped legend. He finally knows what is really special about this node. Needless to say, it must be this spring water. While thinking, the skeleton dog carefully stretched his head above the spring water, and his skull approached the water surface little by little. A trace of water vapor rose up and directly sank into the soul fire of the skeleton dog. The head of the skeleton dog was constantly eroded, and the soul fire fluctuated violently. Not long after, the skeleton dog moved the dog head away, and then covered the spring water with a stone slab again, and the whole dog lay on the stone slab. A moment later, the huge death energy above the castle was affected, and a vortex gradually formed around the undead skeleton dog. The dense death energy became purer under the tempering of the soul fire, and then part of it was absorbed by the soul fire, and part of it flowed into the skeleton, repairing the damage to the dog's head and constantly tempering the skeleton. Fong Bai was silent, recalling the white soul fire just now, looking at the increasingly pure soul fire of the skeleton dog, and even sensing the increasingly clear thoughts in it. Fong Bai took a step forward. The moment he moved his footsteps, the skeleton dog raised his head, and the death energy in the sky stagnated. The initially formed domain isolated the soul breath and energy breath on Fong Bai body. But it could not cover Fong Bai body, and could not cover the sound. So Fong Bai was discovered at the first time. But it didn't matter. Looking at the skeleton dog that appeared behind him and bit Fong Bai stretched out his hand and twisted it, and a heavy battle axe condensed in his hand in an instant. He was the first to arrive, with the powerful strength and physique given by the dragon energy, the driving skills, combat skills, and reaction ability given by the mecha master. In an instant, an axe fell on the lumbar spine of the skeleton dog. Bang! Chapter 320 Black Spring. Bang! The skeleton dog slammed to the ground. But the next moment it turned over again and attacked Fong Bai. Huh? Fong Bai looked closely, and saw that there was only a scratch on the skeleton dog's lumbar spine. What the hell? After colliding with the skeleton dog for several rounds, he looked more closely, and saw that there were only a few scratches on the skeleton dog's dark skeleton. Such a strong physique. Fong Bai was really speechless, and fought with the skeleton dog again. After a few attempts, Fong Bai suddenly felt a little numb. This skeleton dog didn't seem to have any special abilities. The only thing it had was extremely strong defensive ability. The skeleton was really made of steel and iron. Even Fong Bai dragon-patterned heavy axe couldn't cut it open. Even if he chopped it with all his strength, it only left a scratch. You know, Fong Bai current strength has definitely reached the level of a half-step legend. He took on the heavy attack of the same level, and only left a scratch on his body. This is unreasonable. This is unscientific. Fong Bai stared at the skeleton dog. Although this skeleton dog is a half-step legend, it does not have the prototype of the condensed domain. But Fong Bai feels that it is still very difficult and definitely worthy of the strength of a half-step legend. Although Fong Bai has formed a prototype domain, Fong Bai took a shortcut after all, and the prototype domain has very few functions. It can only play the most basic role of isolating external elements, suppressing spiritual will, and suppressing the body. Apart from this, the only thing worth mentioning is its extremely high strength. After loading the solid feature, Fong Bai felt unstable, and the light domain became heavy and stiff. What followed was solidity. Solidity. Still solidity. Solidity from micro to macro. From energy to matter. Even this kind of solidity can be given to other people or materials. This dog's soul fire cannot be suppressed, and the body cannot be suppressed. But the control of the external dead air can be suppressed. But this dog doesn't mobilize the dead air, and is only focused on using bones like fine steel. Fong Bai only felt a headache, and he suddenly realized that if he faced a real legend, the more dependent he was on the external environment, the easier it would be to be suppressed to death. On the contrary, specializing in physical strength and power, or storing extraordinary power in the body for strong control, can retain a certain combat effectiveness in the legendary domain. Similarly, after the battle between legends, the competition for control of the elements of heaven and earth, and the suppression of the enemy's domain, the final victory or defeat may be attributed to the strength of one's own body, the amount of energy obtained by one's strong control, and the quality. In addition, it is the strength and control of the domain. Fong Bai suddenly had an idea and included the skeleton dog in the range of the domain, isolating its control of the dead air and suppressing its soul fire. Woof! The soul fire seemed to be a little angry and emitted a trace of mental fluctuations. Intelligent? Fong Bai was stunned. This is actually an intelligent undead? But he reacted immediately. It has not yet been born with intelligence, but it may be in the future. Perhaps the purity of the soul fire will allow the undead to regain intelligence and consciousness. While thinking, Fong Bai cut down the skeleton dog with an axe, leaving another scratch on the skeleton dog. The domain not only suppresses the enemy, but also blesses itself. The so-called domain, one of the meanings is that the area under your absolute control will be stronger, whether it is reaction or attack strength. These changes will change according to the different attributes of the. In general, there must be a lot of all-round enhancement. But it is a bit outrageous that it is only a scratch on the skeleton dog. Fong Bai was speechless and changed his method immediately. As soon as the thought moved, the domain instantly condensed into layers of solid structures covering the bones of the skeleton dog. Every key, every gap. At this moment, the skeleton dog froze. But before Fong Bai could be happy, the highly condensed and compressed domain was actually broken into gaps under the dog's claws and teeth. Wait, this skeleton dog can actually damage the domain? Fong Bai felt something was wrong at the time. The domain actually existed, but was illusory. But now it was actually destroyed by the claws of the skeleton dog that existed only as matter. He was slightly shocked and immediately went all out, covering it with layers of solid properties and forcibly locking it. Although the skeleton dog kept struggling to move, it still couldn't escape. Not long after, the skeleton dog's head was taken off by Fong Bai. There were still no serious injuries on the dog's spine. The dog's head was taken off only because a section of the spine was taken off. Using the domain to suppress the soul fire, he lifted the skeleton dog's body with his hand. However, the skeleton dog, which was the size of a yellow cow, had a heavy skeleton, and it felt like lifting a small mountain. It's so heavy. How dense it must be, Fong Bai said softly, looking at the skeleton dog head. First transformed into a pair of pliers, removed all the dog teeth one by one, and then lifted the stone slab. Under the stone slab, a pool of black spring appeared. Even so, it still did not emit any breath. If Fong Bai had not seen it with his eyes, he could not even confirm the existence of the black spring. This conflict between visual and mental perception made him feel a little uncomfortable and a little uncomfortable. How did this form? Fong Bai frowned tightly, closed his eyes, and entered the fantasy space. After a few moments, he threw the skeleton dog head into the black spring. His movements were skillful, and he didn't know how many times he had thrown it. After the skeleton dog head fell into the black spring, the part that came into contact with the spring water slowly corroded and melted, just like falling into sulfuric acid. However, the spring water did not bubble, and it was still pure. Pure black purity. The dog bones that Fong Bai could not shake disappeared in the spring water. Bit by bit, the wailing of the skeleton dog's soul fire echoed in his mind, and his eyes watched the skeleton dog head completely sink into the spring water. The huge, rich soul fire was reacting extremely violently in the black spring, and the soul fire seemed to be boiling. Countless impurities evaporated in it, and countless pigments were dispersed in it. The soul fire shrank at a very fast speed, and the color faded. At this moment, Fong Bai observed the changes of the undead fire from a close distance. He watched the soul fire change from being full of impurities to being pure. This reminded Fong Bai of the previous behavior of seeing the skeleton dog stick its head into the water vapor, using the black spring water vapor to quench the soul fire and preserve the soul fire. Now the change of the soul fire seems to be a super enhanced version of the previous behavior. Even the goal is the same. That is, to make the soul fire pure. At this moment, Fong Bai suddenly realized that this black spring did not seem to be a toxic or harmful thing. While thinking, the soul fire in the black spring slowly turned into milky white. A fist-sized pure soul fire floated quietly in the black spring. Chapter 321. A ball of milky white soul fire beats slowly in the black spring. Fong Bai has seen this scene many times in the fantasy space. However, a feeling of hunger still comes from the depths of the soul. This is what the soul needs and desires. Fong Bai can clearly perceive that as long as he absorbs this ball of soul fire, his soul power will definitely be greatly enhanced. This is pure soul power without other impurities. However, Fong Bai did not move at all, recalling the mottled soul fire of the skeleton dog, without any intelligence. Recalling the thick death aura, Fong Bai cut off the idea very simply. People can follow their feelings, but they must not follow their instincts. Those controlled by instincts can only be beasts. I always feel that I may be able to make great progress after absorbing it, and my soul will be greatly enhanced. It can nourish consciousness and nourish spiritual power, which is of great help to cultivation and scientific research. It all looks good, but I always feel that there are hidden disadvantages and may bury hidden dangers. Fong Bai thought, and then shook his head slightly. Maybe I am the kind of person who doesn't know how to seize opportunities, is not decisive at all, and can only watch opportunities slip away in vain. Fong Bai complained to himself, but he still insisted. It's better to have your own soul. Don't always add some fancy things to it. With a thought, the soul fire was taken into Fong Bai's hand, and he looked at the black spring for the time being. Fong Bai thought that compared with these soul fires, perhaps this black spring is the real treasure. No, not maybe. Definitely. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly, and after rejecting the temptation, a joy from the heart surged into his heart. Unconsciously, the intensity of consciousness has also been slightly improved. Facing temptation, Rejecting temptation is an effective way to exercise willpower. Referring to the purification process of the pure white soul fire and the tempering process of the skeleton dog, Fong Bai deduced in the fantasy space. This is not difficult. It didn't take long for Fong Bai to master a simple tempering method. With a thought, Fong Bai mental power captured the water vapor above the black spring. Sizzle, sizzle, as if an egg was put into hot oil. Fong Bai mind echoed with this sound. The burning pain from the mental power instantly made him grit his teeth and tighten his mind. The dark red armor on Fong Bai's body dissipated silently. The dragon energy gathered, and the title was also removed. In an instant, Fong Bai's strength fell from half-step legend to elite level, or half-step master. The drop of a whole level suddenly made Fong Bai feel lost and very uncomfortable. This is why Fong Bai is not willing to wear the title. Being too strong can easily make people fascinated, raise their horizons, and raise their perspectives. But this will easily make Fong Bai ignore the things under his feet, which will increase Fong Bai's sense of urgency. This is a great influence on Fong Bai. But Fong Bai still restrained it freely. The next moment, the erosion from the black spring water vapor has covered Fong Bai's body and mind. And Fong Bai has no time to think so much at this moment. At this moment, in just a moment, Fong Bai instinctively used Do Qi, Jin Su, and mental power to form a layer of solid characteristic structure to resist the erosion of the black spring water vapor. Although there was no gain from investing a lot of time in the fantasy space to study the solid characteristic structure of the second layer, there was no understanding, and the research progress was still zero. But the application of the first layer of solid structure has reached perfection, and it is so familiar that it cannot be more familiar. It's easy to do. Fong Bai almost doesn't need to control his consciousness. Do Qi, Jin Su, and mental power will subconsciously form a solid characteristic structure to face the threat when facing a threat. Fong Bai was so skilled that he even felt that he could form a preliminary domain entirely due to his understanding and mastery of the solid characteristic structure. The energy of dragon energy and the will of the title meshed with the solid characteristic structure as the basis, thus forming the most basic domain. Of course, this is just a guess, but Fong Bai control over a layer of solid characteristic structure can also be seen. And this control even continued to improve as Fong Bai engraved it into every bit of his body and every inch of flesh and blood. When Fong Bai completed a master-level breakthrough through this, it would truly become an important part of Fong Bai Foundation. The death energy of the Black Spring was pervasive and instantly penetrated into Fong Bai's body and mental power. In an instant, a burning sensation from the inside out came from every corner of his body, even from his mental power. In an instant, Fong Bai clenched his teeth, as if the pain of the ants biting him almost made him faint. But his strong willpower still allowed him to hold on and not lose consciousness. And he kept the last bit of spiritual clarity in the crazy pain frenzy. However, the pain all over his body caused his muscles to twitch, his teeth to clench, and his beast-like growls also echoed inside the ruined castle. In pain, Fong Bai couldn't help but grab the ground with his trembling hands. Crack! Bang! The stone slabs on the ground broke inch by inch under Fong Bai's hands. Even Fong Bai couldn't release his mental power very accurately. Fong Bai realized at this moment. It turned out that he couldn't even release spells under extreme pain. Even his mental power began to tremble, and he couldn't complete the spell model at all. Fortunately, Fong Bai didn't intend to release spells, but to push his only spell slot out of his mind space. But even this extremely simple action was extremely difficult for Fong Bai to complete. The pain surged like a tide, which directly formed a kind of mental attack. After failing several times, he barely pushed the spell slot out. The small spell slot was like a small golden bean. Small, solid, and solid, giving people a heavy feeling at first glance. The next moment, a trace of black spring water vapor was introduced into the spell slot. The water vapor seemed to have no volume, and seemed to be extremely small. It sank directly into the spell slot without any hindrance, and then began to corrode. Buzz! Fong Bai's head was buzzing, and his mental power dissipated in an instant. The pain that reached his soul made Fong Bai's consciousness blank and shocked for a millisecond. Fortunately, the structure of the first layer of the solid characteristic in the spell slot was constant, and barely resisted the erosion of the black spring water vapor, allowing Fong Bai to regain consciousness. After resisting the first wave of impact, Fong Bai felt that the subsequent pain seemed to be much lighter, and he was able to breathe heavily. However, Fong Bai did not stop his movements at all, and continued to use his mental power to guide the black spring water vapor to his body and spell slot respectively. Fong Bai body and spell slot are absolutely strong in terms of defense and strength. Fong Bai is confident that his profession, the materials he consumes, and this body are absolutely the best among all elite extraordinary people. The spell slots that were burned and tempered to a solid state by the flames of nothingness were absolutely the best among elite-level spell operators in terms of spell slot strength and defense. Not to mention the computing power or mental strength. But in front of the black spring water vapor, they were defenseless and instantly riddled with holes. Chapter 322. Riddled with holes in an instant. No matter how strong the physical strength is, the magic defense does not exist in front of the black spring water vapor. It is not fragile, but it is ignored and cannot play any role. It is like real damage, directly ignoring defense and causing 100% damage at the core. But Fong Bai analyzed the reason in the fantasy space. It is not a real damage rule. Reality is not a game. It is impossible to set it as real damage, which will definitely cause real damage, even if it is set. The only possibility is to directly mobilize the world rules to ignore defense. So after a detailed analysis in the fantasy space, Fong Bai found that the reason why the black spring water vapor ignores defense is not the rules, but the characteristics of this spring water. It is like X-rays can penetrate the human body, just like neutrinos can penetrate the earth. Whether it is the human body or matter, it seems to be a full hole, but in fact 99% of it is empty, because the smallest particle atoms that make up matter are composed of atomic nuclei and electrons. It is like the sun and planets in the solar system. There are gaps in the middle. As long as the particles can pass through this gap, they can naturally pass through at will. Of course, this does not mean that the black spring water vapor is based on this penetration principle. Atoms are just the source of Fong Bai inspiration and do not represent anything. But no matter what, the black spring water vapor is smaller. It can naturally penetrate the body defense, penetrate the spell defense, and corrode everything fragile inside. The same body, the same structure, strong defense, good structure is preserved, and the poor structure is corroded into holes. The same is true in the spell. The body and spell appear intact, but in fact they are riddled with holes. Fong Bai breath is also trembling, and his life is like a candle in the wind. Fong Bai mental power stopped receiving the black spring water vapor. At this moment, he was extremely weak. He even felt that even an ordinary person could be stronger than him. Even a random movement, a random move, and a random stand-up would cause the collapse of his body structure. But at this moment, Fong Bai's heart was excited. Although his body was worse than ever at this moment, it was cleaner than ever. Although the structure is riddled with holes, what remains is the best. Gold panning in the sand. What is panned away is sand. But what is left is gold. Fong Bai is physically weak, mentally weak, but his will is extremely excited and joyful. First, the spell slot. The flame of nothingness slowly burns. The spell slot is compressed again, and the solid structure inside is formed again. The spell slot that was originally as big as a little finger is now completely left with only plastic BB bullets. But the mental power that surges out of it is unprecedentedly pure and delicate. The perception range has not changed, but the fineness and microscopic degree of perception have reached a new level. Fong Bai mobilized his mental power as soon as it improves slightly. There are two kinds of gold elements in Fong Bai body. The first is the gold element absorbed by the professional level body tempering. This part of the gold element is completely integrated with Fong Bai bones, muscles, tendons, internal organs, etc., becoming Fong Bai unshakable foundation component, and achieving Fong Bai elemental metal-like body and properties. This gold element is completely integrated, and even Fong Bai cannot mobilize it or separate it. Even if he wants to change the structure, he needs to adjust it bit by bit with water grinding. It takes a very long time to adjust the whole body. And this is also the fundamental reason why Fong Bai has completed the transformation of fighting spirit and mental power, but has not yet achieved a breakthrough. The second type is the additional gold element absorbed by Fong Bai body after the metallization and quenching. This gold element is stored in the body, and can be called and combined into metal at any time. That is the basis for armor transformation and summoning weapons. At this moment, Fong Bai uses meticulous mental power to control this part of the gold element to surge in the body and into the body. Although Fong Bai body has been metallized, he has not lost his life. And naturally, he has not lost his vitality. Metal with vitality naturally has the ability to grow and heal itself. Fong Bai has a very strong physique, and his self-healing ability is naturally not weak. With the addition of this gold element, Fong Bai's self-healing ability is even more stimulated to the limit. The body is like a precision instrument, running at full power and high speed under the supply of this energy. Countless gold elements merged in the cells and swarmed out. Under the meticulous control of mental power, they continued to grow along the holes left by the black spring water vapor and fill the gaps. Fong Bai originally thought that the damaged structure was already perfect. But at this moment, under the pervasive scouring of the black spring water vapor, the loopholes, defects, unsuitability, and bloated parts were all washed away and collapsed, and pointed out a better direction for Fong Bai. Among the holes left by the black spring water vapor, this set of structures derived from the first layer of the solid characteristics of the gold element has derived new changes for the first time. This change may not be stronger, more perfect, or better, but it is definitely more suitable for Fong Bai. On Fong Bai, it can burst out a more powerful effect with less consumption. Under the surge of gold element and the command of meticulous mental power, Fong Bai momentum rose steadily. And soon he returned to his peak state again. The peak of elite level aura emanated, and Fong Bai majestic momentum gave people a heavy and solid feeling. And Fong Bai found that there seemed to be an extra layer of solidified gold element in his body. Sensing this, Fong Bai's eyes lit up. Then without any hesitation, he immediately used mental power to pull the black spring water vapor to his body again. The body's defense still seemed to be non-existent in front of the water vapor. The familiar burning feeling came from every corner of the body again, and the pain was like a tide, constantly surging to the last trace of clarity in the spirit platform. However, unlike before, the spell position was not involved this time. So after experiencing more extreme pain, the next level of pain was easier to accept and felt less painful. Fong Bai endured the pain and even had time to think. Or it could be called a diversion of attention. As for the body, as long as there is enough gold, I can continue to refine it with the help of the black spring water vapor. After the gold stored in the body is used up, there is still a lot of stock, which can be used slowly. No rush. Fong Bai killed a lot of natives. These people are elite professionals. At least they are in the state of elemental alloy. And some are even pure elemental metal. After a set of weapons and armor, there is no shortage of gold converted from elemental metal for the time being. This is also the confidence of Fong Bai to start refining again. But the spell slot is different. Once the spell slot is consumed, it is really consumed. It must be strengthened and restored through meditation over time to absorb part of the power of the elements. For now, it is okay. It can maintain the structure after being compressed into the size of a BB bullet. If it is compressed again, Fong Bai is afraid that the spell slot will collapse directly. So he dare not use the spell slot to join the quenching. Unless. Chapter 323. Unless. Fong Bai recalled a quick glance before entering the trial space. There are three most eye-catching spiritual medicines in the entire trial space. A vine, a spiritual fruit, and a lotus. All three are surrounded by the high mountains in the central area, blocked by the barrier connecting the sky and the earth. The barrier will not disappear until the second round of advancement. If I'm not mistaken, that lotus is the quasi-fourth level spiritual medicine of the spiritual system. The dream lotus. Fong Bai tried his best to recall the characteristics of the lotus, and then compared it with the characteristics of lotus spiritual medicines in various spiritual medicine books he had read. Finally, he nodded with certainty. Yes, it is the dream lotus. Fong Bai said with certainty. The magic plants and humans with combat capabilities, and the magic beasts are generally divided according to the level of cultivation. That is, professional level, elite level, master level, and legendary level. Spiritual medicines are divided into levels according to their effects and medicinal power. That is, first level, second level, etc. The first level spiritual medicine is benchmarked against the professional level, and the fourth level spiritual medicine is benchmarked against the legendary level. In other words, the fourth level spiritual medicine can play a significant role in the legendary level. The quasi-fourth level does not actually exist. It is just a stage in people's colloquial language. It is used to represent the spiritual medicines in the third level that are extremely strong in medicinal properties, surpassing the third level, but far from reaching the fourth level, or some very rare scarce and powerful spiritual medicines that are far more expensive than the third level. As a rare spiritual medicine of the spiritual system, the Dream Lotus is listed as a quasi-fourth level spiritual medicine for two reasons. I haven't been promoted to a master yet, and even the spell position has only touched the threshold of the spell position. The third level spiritual medicine is more than enough for me, and the quasi-fourth level spiritual medicine is enough. If I can grab the Dream Lotus, it will definitely be enough for me. And the spell position can also participate in this rare tempering. Fong Bai immediately paid attention to the time, and then immersed himself in the tempering again. A tree that is moved will die, but a person who moves will live. People have the strongest adaptability, and habits are the most terrifying things. The pain that was originally unbearable did not seem to hurt that much after getting used to it. It still hurts, but it is no longer at the level that could make Fong Bai lose consciousness at any time. His tolerance threshold for pain has been greatly improved. He endured the pain like a tide, got used to the pain like a tide, knew it was painful, but still took the initiative to endure such pain. Unconsciously, Fong Bai willpower also quietly improved. It is easy to improve this thing, and it does not need to be very special. Days of persistence, patience, or sudden enlightenment may improve a little bit of willpower, and it will not be a small amount after accumulating day by day. But it is not easy to say it is simple, because no matter how to improve it, the improvement of willpower may be only a little bit, maybe 0.0001, and it can only be improved by accumulating day by day. Then it is also possible that because of something, willpower suddenly decreases by 0.5. This thing is extremely volatile, so it is extremely difficult. However, Fong Bai was lucky in that although the fantasy space added a great burden to the consciousness, its long-term existence also anchored Fong Bai consciousness. Although this could not allow Fong Bai to improve his consciousness and strengthen his willpower, it could anchor it. In other words, he would not fall. This was the most amazing thing. Fong Bai, who discovered this, felt it was outrageous and incredible, and thought about the principle of this thing more than once. It was simply too abnormal, but without any thoughts. He just used it like this. So, feeling the improvement of his willpower, Fong Bai even began to enjoy the pain. But his willpower did not improve. Enjoyment cannot hone the will. It will only corrode the will. Well, maybe ending the enjoyment can. A structure of infinite merit and vitality suddenly appeared in Fong Bai's mind, which made him laugh. The next moment, the pain like a tide hit him, and made his smile disappear without a trace. A moment later, Fong Bai's body became riddled with holes again, and his breath fell directly to the extreme. Fong Bai felt like he had worn out everything and was empty. He stopped drawing in the black spring water vapor, and the gold element was once again absorbed by Fong Bai's body as a consumable for cultivation. The gold element that had originally been refined and controlled by Fong Bai was accepted, contained, and swallowed by his body without any hindrance. With the supplement of nutrition, the holes corroded by the black spring water vapor at the microscopic level were filled one by one. Just like the body will become stronger after healing from an injury, Fong Bai's metallized body still has such characteristics. In addition, every time the black spring water vapor corrodes, it can find the holes in Fong Bai's body and corrode them. Every time it corrodes the gaps in Fong Bai's body at the microscopic level, it can expose them. Every time Fong Bai repairs, it replenishes the holes, and every time it repairs, it fills the gaps. Every time it repairs, the density of microscopic particles per unit area in Fong Bai's body will be increased. Between the back and forth, Fong Bai's body becomes more and more dense from a microscopic perspective. The whole body's momentum gradually recovered in this process until it reached its peak. And after reaching its peak, it was a little stronger and more solid than at the beginning. And on this basis, the difference between the solid structure derived and the original one gradually increased. Fong Bai found that this black spring was simply a holy object for body refining. No, it cannot be said to be a holy object for body refining. This black spring is not only limited to body refining, but also can be used to refine mental power and spells. This is a holy object for refining, whether in material structure or mental structure. Even in the field of forging, the same material, the same 3 refining forging, as long as it can withstand the spring water quenching, the strength and density will definitely be greatly improved. It's doubled. Fong Bai took a long breath and couldn't wait to leave the spring water again to turn into water vapor and start refining. But the spring water rising on its own is not enough for Fong Bai whole body refining. Because every time Fong Bai completes a refining, his body will be denser and stronger, and the black spring water vapor will be more difficult to corrode. And the consumption of completing a round of refining will also be a little greater. So it is necessary to directly draw the spring water. Another round of quenching began, and Fong Bai breath quickly fell to the extreme. However, this time Fong Bai did not use gold element to repair it directly, but took out the extraordinary weapons and armor he had won. The extraordinary equipment that can be used by elite professionals is gradually extraordinary. Each piece has a constant array of various effects and has various effects. Only in this way can it be used as extraordinary equipment, not just elemental iron ingots. Each piece can be sold at a very high price. Some equipment with powerful arrays or excellent effects has an extremely high price. Normally, the equipment is sold, and then the money is used to buy elemental metals. But Fong Bai can't wait that long now. Chapter 324. Time. In Fong Bai's opinion, the black spring water is more precious than anything else. It is a treasure that cannot be bought with any money. Fong Bai tried again, but he had no way to take the spring water away. In this case, it is just a batch of extraordinary equipment. Just a premium between some equipment and materials. It is just a few times the value. Anyway, it is not the first time for him to do such a bull-chewing peony thing. Besides, Fong Bai despises this the most. What premium between equipment and materials? Is this looking down on him as a forger? If he really gets angry, he will buy a batch of elemental metals to forge weapons and sell the equipment. Those nobles will fight for it, whether they are friendly nobles or hostile nobles. Even the hostile nobles will let others buy it on their behalf. This is the strength of Fong Bai after integrating the 3 refining forging method and the extraordinary forging method. It has the effect of extraordinary equipment and a constant magic array, and also has the ultimate physical strength, defense, and sharpness. If a small amount is released, it will definitely be a good thing that will be snapped up and sold at auctions. Who? After a while, the flames burned fiercely and turned into a blue fire lotus. Now Fong Bai no longer needs to look for wood, ignite charcoal, and turn it into a fire lotus. He only needs to use his consciousness to turn the fire element into fire to produce a constant flow of flames. The blue fire lotus is suspended in the air. Each piece is of high value. Others cherish it very much and can't even see a scratch on the weapon. Fong Bai directly throws the equipment into the fire lotus with disdain. It melts, is stored, and condenses in the scorching high temperature. Finally, under the effect of the ritual, it turns into a little bit of golden light and sinks into Fong Bai's body. Fong Bai's body absorbs the gold element to repair and strengthen his body. He calculates with all his strength in the fantasy space and deduces a new solid structure. After a while, a round of quenching is completed. The ritual stops, and Fong Bai again draws the black spring water to turn it into water vapor to start another round of quenching. At this moment, in the pain like the tide, Fong Bai tried his best to ignore the impact it brought, sinking his mind into the fantasy space, and further personalized the structure of his body and the solid structure. The solidity of the gold element is very strong, but Fong Bai's own solidity is definitely more suitable for Fong Bai. As time passed, the water level of the black spring dropped little by little, and there was no need to mobilize mental power. The momentum emanating from Fong Bai's body became more and more terrifying. If it was originally like gold, solid and shining, then now the light is restrained little by little, becoming deeper little by little, like an abyss, and like a mountain, heavy, attracting winds from all directions and standing still. The price is that the extraordinary equipment is reduced little by little, and the black spring gradually bottoms out. Huh? No more. Fong Bai, who was enjoying the tempering, suddenly found that he could not attract water vapor no matter how he tried, and the black spring was completely bottomed out, without a drop. Fong Bai used his mental power to perceive carefully, and found that the black spring was not cut off. This is a spring, with water constantly flowing out of it. However, Fong Bai discovered that this spring was not like a normal spring that flowed like tears, nor was it like a crack that seeped out water. Its endless spring water actually started from the microscopic level. Its drops of water were so small that they could even pass through microscopic elementary particles without damage. This is the root of the black spring water's magical effect. But at this moment, the spring water was actually flowing out drop by drop. In other words, This black spring actually accumulated from the microscopic particle level, recalling the shallow spring water at the beginning. Fong Bai thought it was too little at first, but now it seems. My God! How many years did it take to accumulate the first pool? Fong Bai was stunned. But this also meant that he could not complete the tempering of his body with the newly emerged spring water. Fong Bai poked the spring with a weapon and found that he could not poke it at all. This was a whole piece of stone. Too hard and too big. Planning to take a bath. However, when he was testing, Fong Bai found that the bottom of the spring was not stone, but some crystals. Fong Bai did not hesitate and pried it up immediately. After a while, Fong Bai had more than 10 thumb-sized black crystals in his hand. With a mental probe, he immediately sensed the extremely pure and rich death energy. This pure and rich energy seemed to be a solid body compressed from pure death energy. Maybe it is really compressed from pure death energy. This should be considered an elemental crystal. Right? Pure death energy. If used to arrange necromancy arrays, rituals, or for necromancers, should be of high value. Fong Bai put away the death energy crystals at the bottom of the black spring, and seeing that he could not break the black spring he stood up and left. There should be more black springs in this battlefield than just this place. Right? Fong Bai looked into the depths of the battlefield, where countless breaths that made Fong Bai palpitate were deposited, even from a long distance. Fong Bai, who was so powerful, could still palpitate. That can only be a legend. It may even be more than just a breath that Fong Bai inadvertently sensed. The deepest part. Endless darkness. Death. Like the breath of the abyss. Great terror. It was like an ancient beast lurking in the depths of the ancient battlefield, choosing people to devour. Just a breath could make Fong Bai breathless. But fortunately, it was only a moment. After a moment, Fong Bai could no longer sense this breath, as if it was an illusion. But a breath of air pressed Fong Bai to breathless. Just a breath made him depressed and unable to extricate himself. As if there was only this breath left in the world, and only the great creature in front of him. Just the memory made Fong Bai's heart palpitate slightly. Fong Bai shook his head. This is definitely not the only black spring. A mere half-legendary undead could not possibly guard such a spring. The only explanation is that springs are not rare. It is even very likely that every key node of the ancient battlefield exists. If you want to find it, according to the roughly drawn trend chart and structure, you may be able to find the magic array node, and thus find the corresponding ancient battlefield node. Fong Bai pondered, and finally sighed. I still have to find the black spring. He actually had another consideration in his mind. That is, the undead at this node are all half-legendary. Will the undead at other nodes be legendary? Fong Bai's heart beat violently, and finally sighed and stood up. In the process of getting up, Fong Bai felt a sense of stagnation and restraint, as if he was wearing some weight-bearing clothes. Get up. Take 1 step forward. 2 steps. 3 steps. Fong Bai felt a heavy feeling with every step, as if something very heavy was moving. Heavy. Difficult to shake. Crack. 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 As Fong Bai left the spring, the stone slabs under his feet broke with a crack. Chapter 325. Crack. 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 The ground crackled wherever Fong Bai passed. The hard stone slabs were like thin crackers, breaking into pieces under Fong Bai's footsteps. Fong Bai also felt a little difficult to deal with. At the beginning, he metallized all the elements of his body and stored a large amount of gold in his body, which had already made his weight reach the order of tons. The word tonnage can really be used. In this case, Fong Bai can still stand firmly on the ground without leaving any traces with the help of skills. But now, although all the tempering has not been completed, the weight of his body is already several times that before entering the trial space, and it is probably close to 10 tons. The sudden surge in tonnage made Fong Bai a little uncomfortable, so that the stone slabs under his feet broke into pieces. I can't bear it. I can't bear it at all. But in just a moment, Fong Bai used his skills to get familiar with his current weight, and transferred the weight to the surrounding area of dozens of meters by controlling the strength and unloading the force. In this way, the stone slab under Fong Bai's feet was saved, and Fong Bai walking returned to normal again. However, my dragon wings are probably useless. At most, they can help me move and turn in the air, or glide and accelerate. After all, the dragon wings are not real dragon wings, but mechanical creations condensed by Fong Bai, with their own power limit and carrying limit, suddenly surging to nearly 10 tons. This is really unbearable. If I want to fly, I can only wait until I break through the master level to gain the flying instinct. A mere 10 tons. For the master level. It's just flying. Wait. Fongbai suddenly realized that he had not yet completed the tempering. Now he is so heavy before the tempering is completed. So wait until the tempering is completed. No. Not that. The master level flying instinct should. Maybe. Probably. Maybe let me fly. At this moment, Fongbai suddenly felt like a lump in his throat. But after a long time, Fongbai let out a faint sigh. And when he walked, all kinds of objects behind him floated and followed. What can I do? I have come to this point, and I can only go all the way to the end. Let's go wherever we go. Fongbai shook his head slightly, adjusted his mentality, and broke the bones of the skeleton dog in his hand. The bones of this skeleton dog are very unusual, and the damage of the half-step legendary level can only leave scratches on it. In addition, the dog's claws can break the domain without any extraordinary energy blessing, although it is only the prototype of the domain. This domain-breaking power still attracted Fongbai attention. A considerable part of the fight between legends is determined by the confrontation of the domain. If this domain-breaking power can be studied clearly, it means that there will be more confidence in the struggle at the legendary stage. Moreover, the half-step legendary strength of this skeleton dog is completely supported by this skeleton, which is quite extraordinary and really aroused Fongbai curiosity. While studying the skeleton dog, he calculated according to the map he detected to find the location of the next node. No matter how heavy it will become in the future, Fongbai will not easily give up the road of continuing to temper his body. Heavy. Sometimes it represents strength. Can a punch thrown by a person weighing 1 ton be the same as a punch thrown by a person weighing 10 tons? Kaming ran for his life. The wound in his chest made him feel severe pain, and every step was a piercing pain. He mastered a lot of light magic that could heal wounds, but he didn't dare to use it at all. There was no way. The ancient battlefield ruins were full of death energy. Although light fighting energy and death energy were not absolute enemies, and they were absolutely in conflict, but this kind of light fighting energy, the magic released here not only had half the result with twice the effort, but also caused a violent fluctuation of death energy. Just like water falling into a frying pan. And once the powerful undead around were alarmed, it would be certain death. After all, this ancient battlefield ruin still belonged to the realm of the undead. But the few people who were chasing him made Kaming grit his teeth. The people chasing him behind him exuded a strong stench of fran. Exactly the same as the one on Kaming's wound. One evil spell after another fell, and tentacles swept over, bringing out countless whistles. The flesh and blood of Kaming's wound even gradually twisted, and tentacles grew faintly, and deep in Kaming's wound, a dry tentacle could be seen faintly penetrating into it. Several tentacles suddenly protruded from the ground in front of him, and Kaming's footsteps suddenly stagnated. The transmission jade card in his arms had already been crushed, but there was no magic at all. With tentacles in front and pursuers behind, his body became weaker and weaker, and a trace of despair emerged in Kaming's heart. Looking at the approaching people, Kaming gritted his teeth and stabbed the big sword in his hand to the ground. Under the gaze of several cultists, rays of light and fighting spirit flowed from the tip of the sword. Bright punishment. The light bloomed, and Kaming was covered with flames. The surrounding dead air exploded and boiled instantly when it came into contact with the light fighting spirit, and the fluctuations of light spread out instantly. But before Kaming could attack, the several cultists chasing behind him disappeared directly, without any intention of fighting with Kaming. Seeing this, Kaming gritted his teeth and growled. Still want to run? How can it be that easy? Leave them all to me. In an instant, Kaming burst out with a stronger fighting spirit, and the flames were 3 feet high. The dead air in the range melted away like snow, but the violent waves expanded again. Kaming, who was originally full of scruples, didn't care at all. He prayed and cast a divine spell. Holy strike. Charge. Sword pick. Holy light. Cut. In just a moment, a cultist died in a scream and turned into a rotten corpse. Kaming, who was completely desperate and showed his strength, finally showed the powerful strength of a paladin. Even without a mount, he chased and killed all the cultists chasing behind for hundreds of meters. The bodies of several cultists were all purified under Kaming's holy light. But Kaming didn't feel any joy. Instead, his heart sank even more. He knew that those who were chasing him were just some small characters. The real troublesome person is still behind. But unfortunately, he can't see it anymore. Kaming was silent. In all directions, countless undead spirits awakened by the violent fluctuations of death energy woke up, and then caught his breath of life. All the undead spirits suddenly went crazy and rushed over like a tide. Among the undead tide, professional and elite levels were everywhere, and there were also many master levels. Kaming even saw stronger existences among them. The feeling of suffocation lingered in Kaming's heart, and he had to use the light fighting spirit in his body again. If he didn't use the light fighting spirit and relied on the physical body to fight, he would definitely die. If he used the light fighting spirit, the conflict between the light breath and the death breath would only attract more terrifying undead spirits. On a distant mountain, a 2-meter-tall black armored figure, like a violent bear, glanced at him and said sarcastically, "Huh? A paladin? Nothing more than that." Chapter 326. When he dies, I will transform his body into a spirit. The undead paladin will surely be favored by my lord. Next to the black armored figure like a violent bear. "A horse," Hunchback Man said enthusiastically. "Poochie." The figure like a violent bear sneered. "Ebony Lee, the paladin is my prey, not yours. You don't have the final say on how to deal with his body." "Blood Bear, Lord Xiao said that I have full command." Ebony Lee's hoarse voice sounded, and when he raised his head, the half-corroded face in the cloak was exposed, and the red blood and muscle lines connected the exposed white eyeballs. While speaking, the facial muscles twitched, ferocious and terrifying. "Lord Xiao is here. This is also my prey. You have crossed the line. Do you want to disobey Lord Xiao's order?" After the voice fell, Blood Bear wanted to speak, but when he recalled some things before, a trace of fear immediately appeared in his eyes, and he endured it. Humph. The two of them stopped talking and looked at where Kaming was. At this moment, the two of them suddenly looked in another direction. In that direction, a man was walking, and there were many items floating behind him, including spiritual medicine, weapons and equipment, and some miscellaneous things, which was spectacular. Why are there more people coming? Isn't it said that the method of entering the ancient battlefield ruins in the trial space is an absolute secret? It's okay if a paladin came, but why is there another one now? How many people know about this ancient battlefield ruins? When Wumuli saw this figure, he couldn't help but say, and the blood bear next to him said disdainfully, "What if more people come? After entering this ancient battlefield, I got the Lord's attention. No matter how many people come, they will die. Besides, I don't need to do anything. These undead can bury them all." When Wumuli heard the words of the blood bear, a trace of haze flashed across his face hidden under the cloak. Although Master Qiao gave him the management rights, this blood bear was watched by the eyes of the gods, and became more and more undisciplined. Faced with the conflict between the two deacons in front of him, the believers behind him trembled and dared not make any sound, for fear of attracting their attention. Fong Bai looked at the flames in front of him that were about to break through the clouds. When he saw who it was, he was speechless. "I thought it was someone else. So stupid. It turned out to be him." It's normal for Kaming to have an invitation letter. But then again, when did Kaming become so reckless? Fong Bai was slightly puzzled. Isn't Kaming in my memory quite cowardly? Fong Bai thought about it for a while, but didn't understand it. As soon as he thought about it, his mental power spread out instantly, covering the area where Kaming was with mental power, and directly filtering the violently fluctuating death energy like a sieve. He combed the death energy with extremely subtle control, and controlled the fluctuations within a small range bit by bit. At the same time, he scanned the area and confirmed that the strongest one was only a half-stepped legendary corpse. Then he relaxed, folded his hands in front of his chest, and leaned against a stone to watch the show. At the same time, he also used his mental power to pay attention to the contact point between the light breath and the dead breath, paying attention to the reaction bit by bit. This intense reaction was no longer like ordinary elemental repulsion. Fong Bai even felt that it was a bit like an explosion. Once it touched, it was like dry wood touching a raging fire, and it exploded instantly. While observing the principle, he watched Kaming fight, just short of holding a watermelon. Among the countless undead, Kaming, who was as dead as ashes, abandoned all his concerns, and the flames of fighting spirits soared into the sky. One after another, He could easily use various magics to extinguish one soul fire after another. The great sword in his hand, shining with white light, was like a sickle to harvest the undead. From Fong Bai's perspective, his strength was definitely at the master level. What's more important is that there are always 3 golden shields rotating around Kaming's body. For Kaming himself, the shield is illusory, and does not affect the active attack at all. But for the undead, these 3 shields can not only resist the attack, but also continuously strangle the approaching undead. In addition, as a paladin, Kaming adds various states to himself, restores his physical strength, and slashes with a big sword. In addition, he continuously releases divine spells to kill enemies. When he was accidentally injured, 2 consecutive divine spells fell on his head, and the injury was healed instantly. Fong Bai called him a rogue. It's a pity that this is a profession exclusive to the Church of Light, and players can't change their profession. Otherwise, this profession is absolutely useful. But I'm afraid the difficulty of changing the profession will be very high. Fong Bai muttered with interest. However, Kaming's heart was full of despair, because 3 master-level skeletons had already taken action. The holy shields rotating outside his body were broken one after another, and the attacks of several master-level skeletons made Kaming overwhelmed and instantly fell into a disadvantage. Am I going to die here today? Master, I will still disappoint you. It's a pity that I died here, and there was no one to collect my body. There was no one watching. It would be fine if I died, but I died silently without shocking the whole audience. Kai Ming was disheartened. At least there was someone nearby who saw me, so that my heroic deeds as a master of group battles before my death could be spread. Maybe decades later, I will become a heroic story in the mouths of wandering poets. There really is someone. Desperate Kai Ming's eyes blurred, and he seemed to see a person who looked familiar. Fong Bai. It's good that Fong Bai is here. At least the player won't die, and he can bring some words to my master, Kai Ming said to himself. And then he laughed. Too desperate. Are you hallucinating? If Fong Bai comes, how could he not help me? Could he just sit there and watch the show? Thinking of this, Kaming immediately understood that it must be an illusion, and hurriedly rubbed his eyes and blinked. But Fong Bai was still there, with his hands folded in front of his chest, half leaning on the stone. Judging from his expression, he seemed to be in a good mood. Kaming frowned. Damn. There are undead trying to confuse me with illusions. Open! Kaming's eyes flashed with golden light. Fong Bai was still there. Not only was he there, but he also waved at him. Kaming was stunned. Fong Bai? While Kaming was stunned, a huge bone club smashed Kaming's holy shield. And the big bone club, with a gust of evil wind, instantly hit Kaming. Kaming subconsciously blocked it, and the huge force made his posture deformed. And a rusty broken gun instantly seized the flaw and pierced Kaming. Kaming was unbalanced, and couldn't use his strength. He released several spells in succession, but they were all pierced by the rusty gun until Kaming. The shadow of death completely enveloped Kaming, and he felt desperate. But the last thought in Kaming's mind was, this is a shameful death. It's embarrassing. Chapter 327 Divine Art. My life is over. Kaming was not afraid of death. Death was just a new journey to the kingdom of light for him. Kaming only hated that he died too miserably, and could not die like a hero. This meant that he would not be praised at all in the stories of the bards. If he was praised at all, he would only be a supporting role or a clown. Such a reputation would not be legendary at all. This meant that even if he died, it would be basically impossible for him to become a legendary hero or even a holy spirit. For some people, when they die, they don't care about the floods after they die. But they are different. Their reputation after death is very important. In sorrow, Kaming struggled hard, but faith was not so useful sometimes. Despair enveloped his heart. And suddenly, whoosh, 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 shio. Several whistling sounds broke through the air, and the soul fires of the master-level undead were directly shot and exploded by arrows faster than sound. In just a moment, the area around Kaming was cleared. Kaming, who thought he was dead, suddenly realized something was wrong. He turned his head and saw Fong Bai walking slowly towards him, with the bowstring of the purple longbow in his hand vibrating slightly. Kaming subconsciously felt that the purple longbow looked familiar, but he immediately put it out of his mind. Then he looked at the master-level undead that were directly shot by the soul fire, and only then did he react. But he was also confused. You, You? This? 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 Can't only elites enter the trial space? How did you get in? I'm elite. Fong Bai looked at Kaming in confusion. Kaming glared and pointed at the master-level undead that was killed by an arrow and shouted. You call it elite? Elite kills master. Isn't this a routine operation? And the main thing is that the bow is good and strong. Fong Bai waved the purple longbow in his hand. And Kaming saw that the bow looked more and more familiar. But at this critical moment, he didn't care about much and said quickly. Okay. Okay. Elite level. Then elite level. But let's go now. There is another powerful undead here. I suspect it is a half-step legend. If we let that undead come, we really can't escape. Before Kaming finished speaking, he heard Fong Bai's voice. Here. Already here? Kaming's face turned pale when he heard it. Looking at the Death Knight, who walked out of the group of undead. The breath, like the abyss, crushed over and made Kaming's brain blank. After a moment, Kaming woke up from the shock of the momentum. But the incomparable fear still lingered in his heart. Looking at Fong Bai, who was rushing towards this side, Kaming bit his tongue, used the pain of that moment to break free from the fear, and rushed up suddenly. Ah! Fong Bai. Run! I'm going to fight it! Kaming rushed up suddenly, and the next moment Kaming flew out at a faster speed and fell to the ground. His eyes wide open. His face was like gold paper. And he was dying. Fong Bai. Run! Before Kaming finished speaking, he saw the undead knight stab Fong Bai with a spear. And then a barrier seemed to appear in Fong Bai's hand. The barrier was put on his hand like a glove. And then Fong Bai grabbed it with one hand. And the tip of the undead knight's spear was firmly grasped. Unable to move, Fong Bai looked at Kaming in confusion at this time. As if he was very puzzled by his behavior just now. Kaming's eyes widened suddenly, feeling the wounds on his body, and looking at Fong Bai's relaxed look. He almost died without catching his breath. At this moment, Kaming really doubted his life. What on earth did he do? Fong Bai shrugged slightly when he saw Kaming's appearance, and took off the undead knight's head in a little time. A soul fire was beating violently in it. This undead knight has many means, and various dead air combat skills emerge in an endless stream. But he was instantly silenced by Fong Bai's domain prototype, which was not as troublesome as the skeleton dog. In addition, although the strength of the skeleton of this undead knight is not low, it is far from the strength of the skeleton dog that Fong Bai cannot break. Is the skeleton dog special? Or is it because of the black spring? Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and walked towards Kaming with the head of the undead knight. He put the skeleton head aside, and helped Kaming deal with his injuries. He used his microscopic mental power to help Kaming smooth out muscle fibers, bone fragments, comb cells, and dissolve blood stasis. Kaming struggled to release divine magic. On the top of a distant mountain, Wu Mili looked coldly in the direction of Fong Bai and the others. Seeing this, Xue Xiong showed a cruelty in his eyes, and said in a rough voice, I go and catch them. Xue Xiong looked at their fighting power, although he didn't know what their strength was. But Xue Xiong knew that they were true geniuses and strong men. If he went there with his true top strength, he would be courting death. He would not have the ability to fight back at all. But now it has the gaze of the gods on it, and cruelty is revealed in the blood bear's eyes. What he likes to see most is a supernatural being who is much stronger than himself kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy. And then he will crush the person to death like crushing an ant. No matter how strong a supernatural being is, he is nothing but an ant in front of the gaze of the gods. Emily said nothing when he saw this. With the gaze of the gods on him, no supernatural being could defeat him. Kaming barely struggled to release a few healing spells to stabilize his injuries, while Fong Bai was interestedly sensing the process and principle of the spell release. Fong Bai found that this was completely different from the way a mage casts spells. Divine spells, magic spells look like magic, but after careful perception, it is found that there is a world of difference between the two. The principle of magic is to use the magic model to move the elements of heaven and earth to release the magic effect. But magic is different. Magic spells only need to trigger a unique expression to summon the magic effect. The essence of its magic is actually to directly call the magic spells reserved by the gods. It is essentially a magic spell released by the power of the gods. Divine arts can only be released by gods. Once the gods are gone or the gods no longer protect them, the believers will immediately lose the power to release all divine arts, even the simplest and easiest divine arts. Then they will have nothing but relatively strong mental power. Fong Bai thought. But it's not that safety is not good. Divine arts are easy to release, with a low threshold, and are completely foolproof. Moreover, as spells released by gods, divine arts often contain different concentrations of divine power according to different divine arts. Although the amount is negligible, the essence is extremely high after all, and it can easily achieve effects that many spells cannot achieve. It can only be said that there are pros and cons. If you can take both into account, it's almost enough. Fong Bai watched Kaming release divine arts to treat him. The injury he just suffered was indeed very serious. If it was a little more serious, he would have died. At that time, he ran too fast, and Fong Bai couldn't catch up. Watching him treat, he couldn't help thinking at the same time. And suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to him. Chapter 328 Sacrifice of the Evil God. It would be great if the two could be shared. Taking the essence and discarding the dross. A flash of inspiration came to Fong Bai's mind. The essence of divine arts is the spells that summon gods through directional rituals. Or it can be seen as an exchange system, where believers pay for faith in exchange for faith coins. When the faith coins reach a certain amount, they can be directly used to exchange divine arts. Then at this level, gods do not necessarily seem to be a necessity, as long as the two conditions of directional rituals, spell release system, and remote spell delivery can be met. It seems that anyone can use this method to cast spells, and as long as the level of the builder of this system is high enough, and the essence is high enough, the same effect can be achieved. Countless inspirations emerged in Fong Bai's mind, but he calmed down again immediately. This idea is good, but Fong Bai also knows that the difficulty is too high. It is so high that even if there is inspiration, it is impossible to realize it, and it is not practical if it is realized. More importantly, Fong Bai seriously doubted that if he dared to build this kind of inspiration that completely copied the divine art system, won't the punishment of heaven come after me in the future? Isn't this obviously digging up the roots of the major churches? Fong Bai shook his head slightly. Although he was quite interested in the gods, he didn't like the gods to be interested in him. Finally, with the help of one divine art after another, Kaming's injuries gradually stabilized, and the first sentence he said after recovering his breath was to shout, "Fong Bai, go quickly. I use the light divine art and the light fighting spirit. The battle just now will definitely cause a huge fluctuation of death energy. It may attract legendary undead," Kaming said anxiously, and Fong Bai pointed directly to the sky. Kaming was stunned, and saw that the boiling death energy beside him quickly became stable without spreading out, without causing any fluctuations. He rubbed his eyes, and opened the door to recover. "What's going on?" "And Fong Bai, weren't you just an elite when you came in? How come you are so strong now? Have you broken through to the master level?" "No. Master level is not enough," Kaming said confusedly. Fong Bai smiled. "Master level? No. 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 I am still an elite, and I haven't broken through to the master level yet." Kaming typed a question mark. Although there was no evidence, he felt that there was something wrong with Fong Bai. A big problem. Seeing him like this, Fong Bai couldn't help but ask back, "Hey, why are you here? Did you come in by accident?" The strength of the undead in this ancient battlefield ruins is generally strong, and there is a strong aura of death everywhere. You come in with light attributes and sacred attributes. Aren't you looking for death? Fong Bai's words were too direct. Kaming opened his mouth, and then closed it again, because his actual experience left him speechless. If it weren't for Fong Bai, he would have been chased and killed here by the cultists. Thinking of the cultists, Kaming suddenly shuddered. "Wait, Fong Bai. Let's go. Fong Bai. Let's go now. We can't stay here. I forgot to tell you that I was not attacked by the undead at the beginning. I came to hone my fighting skills with the undead and use the death energy to temper the bright fighting spirit. But I definitely didn't come to die. Under normal circumstances, I can't use the divine arts with bright and sacred breath here. I know this is to seek death. But at that time, others forced me to do it. A group of cultists." Cultists? Fong Bai couldn't help but recall the sacrifice he encountered when he just joined the game, and the endless gaze of the gods. "Yes, I broke into a sacrifice of the evil god here. This time, a group of cultists sneaked in and held a sacrifice after entering the ancient battlefield ruins and circumventing the trial rules. I don't know the main purpose of their sacrifice, but I know that one of the cultists has been watched by the evil god," Kaming said slowly, his face full of solemnity. "What do you mean?" Fong Bai. You should know that our church is not on the same extraordinary path as you. I know. It's the gods. Kai Ming shook his head when he heard that. No. It's not the gods. Fong Bai was stunned when he heard that, and looked at Kai Ming in surprise, but saw Kai Ming laughing. This is just a misunderstanding of us by the outside world. Cult members don't count. The extraordinary path taken by real church members does not rely on gods. The gods are the end of our extraordinary path, but not the source. Our real extraordinary source is the world. Just like our Church of Light, our source of power is the light of the world. The source of the power I release also belongs directly to the world. Kai Ming saw Fong Bai confusion and laughed immediately. You think that at my level? How can I directly mobilize the power of the world? I can't mobilize it. But our gods can. Of course. Our gods may not be able to do it very finely and meticulously alone. But we believers can. We have a cooperative relationship with the gods. And also a superior subordinate relationship. Together we regulate the entire world. Manage the light of the entire world. And help the world grow. We are actually the most orthodox world management force. And this is also the fundamental source of our granting of royal power. Of course, due to some changes in recent years, the royal power has gradually risen, leading to a collision between royal power and divine power. But this does not affect the orthodoxy of divine power, because we have a compilation. And this system is not a secret among high-level extraordinary people. It is also a common sense. Fong Bai was shocked when he heard this. Before this, his understanding of gods had always been limited to the convergence of faith. It was born out of faith. But it was also controlled by faith and influenced by faith. If you go deeper, it is also a god who masters the rules. Or a god who masters the rules because of faith. But Kai Ming's words completely overturned Fong Bai's inherent impression of gods. Church me. There is such a church? Shouldn't the church be a villain organization? Does it represent ignorance and darkness? Fong Bai didn't react for a while. And Kai Ming continued. Relatively speaking, cults are more in line with your impression of gods. They originated from believers and originated from gods. In fact, this is also the standard for distinguishing cults from orthodox religions. Not the winners and losers. But although they are different in essence, the church system still has one thing in common. That is, the power of believers and gods comes from the same source. And they are all powers under the same system. And believers and gods are closely connected. And because it is within the system, with the permission and cooperation of the gods, after paying a certain price, our power can expand instantly. Even if an ordinary believer can meet the conditions for the descent of gods, it is not impossible for the gods to directly descend and kill the legend. Of course, this condition will be very harsh, and the believer will die instantly. But it can still be done. Fong Bai gradually understood what Kai Ming meant, and his face became serious. The evil god's gaze is based on this principle. Chapter 329 Escape. The evil god's gaze means that the evil god has focused a part of his attention on this person. Every move and experience of this person are under the evil god's gaze. And the evil god's power can be poured in at any time through the connection of faith. Then different prices will be paid according to the different theories used. According to my intelligence and information, once this evil god directly pours power regardless of the believer's life, it can even directly burst out with legendary strength. Of course, under normal circumstances, it is not the case, because the cultists are generally poor. And this kind of believer carrier that can carry power is rare, and it is a precious resource for the gods. If the evil god is not forced into a hurry, it should not be wasted like this. As long as this evil god is not in the chaos camp. Fong Bai heard the words without hesitation, and with a thought. Kai Ming floated directly, and then ran away directly. If you can fight legends, why stay here and not seek death? Although Fong Bai is not afraid of death, he can't throw his life away too casually. While running, Fong Bai couldn't help but think about a sentence. Are believers who meet the conditions also a valuable resource for the gods? Is this because the gods cannot easily come down to earth to show their power? Or is it that the struggle for faith can only be restricted between believers? Even the evil gods have to abide by this set of rules. It should not be a covenant, but some rigid conditions that restrict them to death. Thinking of this, Fong Bai couldn't help but recall one thing. If nothing unexpected happens, this trial space and my magic tower should belong to the same ancient magic civilization. When I was locked by the evil god, the first thing the magic tower did was to lock the space coordinates of the evil god and ask me if I would like to start teleporting. The coordinates of the evil god are still kept in the magic tower. Then the manufacturing materials of the Territory Development Order are also divine, which shows that the gods are a valuable resource and consumables for this ancient magic civilization. Is the trial space created by such an offensive magic civilization so easy to get along with? Even the cultists ran into the trial space and brought the evil god's gaze in to make trouble. And they didn't care? It doesn't taste right? Fong Bai muttered. What did you say? Kai Ming, who was lying flat and floating behind, asked in confusion. Fong Bai thought for a while and asked, will the trial space not impose sanctions on the evil god's gaze? The evil god dared to enter the trial space. Isn't this asking for a fight? Kai Ming was stunned. I haven't really thought about this question. Maybe? But we are not in the trial space now. We are in the ruins of the ancient battlefield, which has been isolated from the trial space. Even if there are sanctions in the trial space, they will not fall here. Oh, that makes sense. Fong Bai was thoughtful. And the next moment, he felt something was wrong. Looking back, he saw a figure like a violent bear approaching them at a very fast speed. And every step he took was shattered. During the running process, the figure swelled rapidly, and thick gray bear hair emerged one by one. The hands, feet, head, and chest swelled one by one. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge violent bear that was 5 or 6 meters tall. On the head of the violent bear was not a head, but countless waving tentacles. The scarlet eyes on the top of the tentacles made people palpitate. At the same time, the terrifying momentum of the violent bear spread out, and Fong Bai suddenly felt suffocated. Behind him, Kaming's face turned red under the terrifying pressure, and he shouted with all his strength, "Run! Run!" The evil god's gaze can give believers legendary power, powerful domain-breaking power, and can even forcibly break through the legendary domain and kill the legend. But it can't give believers a domain. This may be related to the believer's own basic quality is too low to master the domain. This is the only flaw of the god's gaze, and it is also our only hope to run away, while it will not easily activate the legendary power. Run! Run as fast as you can. While Kaming was speaking, the tentacle violent bear suddenly stopped and slammed its huge bear paw on the ground fiercely. Boom! Like a raging sea, the brutal force rolled up the mud and rocks, and surged towards Fong Bai like a wave. At the same time, the tentacles on the head twisted, and eyes of various shapes looked at Fong Bai. A series of magical effects surged towards Fong Bai silently. Fong Bai only felt his body stiffen, as if he was about to be petrified. At the same time, his mood suddenly became irritable, and he looked around and suddenly didn't know which direction to go. And suddenly, a violent desire surged in his heart, making Fong Bai have an urge to kill back. The myriad changes in this moment made Fong Bai stagnate in place. No matter how Kaming called, there was no response. No matter how Kaming used magic to remove it, it was useless. It's not that the magic is weaker than this effect, but the strength of the releaser is very different. At this time, the mud like a wave came to Fong Bai's feet, and it exploded like a bomb, and the terrifying power poured on Fong Bai. Ping! The prototype domain integrated into the solid structure was shattered first, and the remaining power exploded on Fong Bai. Bang! Fong Bai was instantly knocked into the air, and the horrible pain made him wake up. At this time, Kaming, who was hit by the aftermath, was dying again, and Fong Bai himself was also cracked inch by inch. His legs and abdomen were all cracked from the inside to the outside, and none of them were intact. Half of his coccyx was directly crushed and fractured, and the pain swept through. However, Fong Bai, whose pain threshold was greatly increased, did not lose consciousness. He gritted his teeth, filled the cracks with gold to temporarily restore them, and then turned the wheel on his waist. Crack! The dragon wings formed behind him, but this time they did not flap. Instead, they were pierced through by a solid main shaft. Then, the magic arrays took effect one after another, and the thrusters roared. Finally, they did not fall, but slid forward at a high speed. Roar! The violent bear behind chased him frantically, throwing huge rocks at Fong Bai, but they were dodged one by one. The violent bear seemed to have no tricks, and could only throw huge rocks in vain. They chased for more than half an hour, and it was unknown how many meters the violent bear had chased before it retreated in boredom. Fong Bai and Kaming ran for another 10 minutes before they stopped. The high-speed attack and the tense escape made Fong Bai gasp for breath. Kaming, who had barely recovered a little, said with relief on his face, I survived. I survived. Fortunately, this cultist was too low level, and his methods were crude and simple. Fortunately, he was reluctant to explode his legendary power. Fortunately, he did not load the instinct mode and still maintained his sanity in the battle, which limited his instinctive talent and combat power. Fortunately, fortunately, Kaming's heart was beating violently. He couldn't believe that he actually escaped from the hands of the evil god. He knew this, so he was even more incredible. However, he also understood that this was entirely due to Fong Bai. It was Fong Bai who risked his life to save him. Otherwise he would have died. At this time, thinking of the attack Fong Bai had just suffered, he hurriedly looked at Fong Bai nervously. Chapter 330 The more I endure, the angrier I get. Fong Bai. How are you? Kaming looked at Fong Bai anxiously. He wanted to prepare a healing spell. But then, he remembered that his healing spell had no effect on Fong Bai. Fong Bai did not reply. The gold element in his body surged, fixed the wound, corrected the wound, and then the mental power that penetrated into the microscopic field directly guided the gold element to repair the broken cells and promote their healing. At the same time, the body quickly absorbed the gold element stored in the body, and promoted the healing of the body's injuries in the same way as before. After a while, Fong Bai took a long breath, opened his eyes, looked at Kaming, and shook his head slightly. I was injured just now, but I'm fine now. Fong Bai's body is completely made of elemental metals. And it's not ordinary elemental metals, but elemental metals with life. So for Fong Bai, as long as there is enough gold element, and as long as the mental power can still function normally, the multiple injuries can be healed in a very short time. High defense and fast healing speed. This is Fong Bai's current body. After helping Kaming deal with his injuries again, Fong Bai's face was still not looking good. Kaming, as a person who had experienced it personally, had almost died twice. So he was very clear about the situation. And he also understood Fong Bai's feelings very well, and even felt the same way. After a moment of silence, Kaming spoke. I can understand your current mood, but there is no way. The other party has a complete plan, and they have legendary combat power. We can't do anything to them. We are not afraid of death. But there is no need to die in vain. Wait until we are stronger in the future. We are slowly looking for trouble with them. As for now, just bear it for a while. Yeah. Fong Bai nodded. His face was not looking good. Be patient. Be patient. Be patient for a while. Be patient. Be patient. What the hell? The more you think about it, the angrier you get. Seeing that Kaming still wanted to persuade, Fong Bai immediately said it in advance. You don't need to persuade me. I know what's going on. I can't bear it. It's not like you're sending yourself to die. It doesn't matter if I die. You can't be impulsive. Impulsiveness can easily kill you. But I'm different. I can't die. I can be resurrected after death. I can't bear it at all. Playing a game and still holding back. I must kill them. Fong Bai punched down, and a huge rock next to him was instantly smashed. Kaming wanted to persuade him, but when he thought about it, it was indeed true. And he was also angry, seeing that Kaming didn't persuade him anymore. Fong Bai immediately heard it. Kaming, do you know the specific location and purpose of this group of cultist sacrifice? I know the place. It's in, Kaming said immediately, on a high mountain in the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Wu Meili looked at Shui Xiong gloomily. You let them run away. You let the paladin run away. The blood bear, who had returned to normal human form, heard Wu Meili's accusation as soon as he went up the mountain. A trace of displeasure flashed across his face, and he said angrily, They just ran away. Just two masters. They are nothing under the power of my lord. So what if they ran away? After saying this, Blood Bear also punched the boulder next to him in anger. Bang! The boulder exploded, and Blood Bear cursed. They should have died in the first blow. Too slippery. Wu Meili thought about it, and said nothing more. At the same time, he was a little disapproving. Indeed, with the attention of the gods, let alone two masters. Even if they are two legends, what does it matter? They still have to die. Anyway, after a full-scale outbreak and entering the instinctive state of the gods' attention, the one who died was this wild bear with muscles in his head. And the credit he made in the end was his. Wumuli didn't want to go to the kingdom of God to serve the gods. He hasn't enjoyed enough in this world. He wants to gain powerful strength. He wants to get everything she wants. He also wants revenge and enjoy the glory and wealth of this world. Thinking of this, Wumuli secretly looked at Shui Xiong with contempt. Only this brainless wild bear. Guard the altar. And kill anyone who comes close. Don't let anyone interfere with the ceremony, Wumuli said. And Shui Xiong showed a ferocious smile. No problem. As long as someone dares to approach, I will grab his 2 feet and tear them in half bit by bit. None of them took Fong Bai and Kaming, who ran away, seriously. If they ran away, they ran away. The reason they kept it secret was just to avoid unnecessary trouble. But it didn't mean they were afraid of trouble. What if it spread out? Even if all the trialists in the Broken Love space joined forces and came, what would happen? How can legends be challenged by numbers? Even if all the trialists came, it would only add a sacrifice to the ceremony, making the ceremony more luxurious. So they really didn't worry about Fong Bai, Kaming, and the others coming again. And they even looked forward to it. It's just that this is an infinitely high and infinitely large area, where there is no light, only a violent and all-dissolving breath. There are storms from time to time. A being hidden in the darkness twisted its body, and its eyes of various shapes opened, and the surroundings became extremely distorted in an instant. At the bottom of the behemoth, there was a huge rocky land, on which various twisted plants and ferocious beasts were fighting in chaos. The awakening of the behemoth made the whole area chaotic, and a massacre unfolded on the rocky land. While the massacre was going on, countless chaotic creatures woke up on the earth, and then participated in the massacre, died, or became stronger. Outside the membrane that wrapped this space, there was endless emptiness, and it seemed that there was no matter in the outside world. Only faint starlight shone. And looking forward, a completely transparent wall that reached the sky blocked the way ahead, and nothing could leave a mark on it. This wall has a curvature. No, it is not a wall. It is an extremely huge sphere. At this moment, the behemoth hidden in the membrane opened its eyes and looked at the transparent sphere that filled the whole world and the entire field of vision. After a moment, the behemoth twisted its body uneasily, as if it felt something. Something bad seems to be happening. In addition, Fong Bai, you must pay attention. Once the ritual is formed, it will form an environment that is favorable to the cultists. The cultists can use the ritual rules to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses, and even force you to lock on, once you do not follow the ritual rules. It is extremely easy to cause the evil god to lock on and pollute, because the ritual that directly connects to the gods is one of the places closest to the gods. The larger the scale of the ritual, and the higher the level, the more so. Fong Bai recalled the time when he faced the cultists in Hongfeng City, and nodded immediately. Well, I know this. Kai Ming was stunned when he heard this. And then he remembered that Fong Bai had already gone through an evil god ritual. So he felt relieved. It's not that he is relieved about the evil god, but that he is relieved about Fong Bai. If he can't die even after doing this, then he must really not die. Chapter 331. Move at the command. As long as you don't die, it doesn't matter. Kaming is lying flat now. Why should he compete with a person who will not die? What is there to compete with? He is better than Fong Bai. Okay. What Fong Bai can't tolerate, he can tolerate. In fact, for Kaming, death is not the end, but the beginning of another journey. But things before death can still determine some things after death. Life is only once. It is better not to die. Fong Bai saw Kaming quietly finish class and start to perform magic to heal his wounds. He used his mental power to help him calm the fluctuations of death. And then he started to think. He gradually had an idea in his mind. For a real mage, losing a battle never means anything. There are painful lessons in the history of supernatural beings. Never make an appointment with a mage in advance, whether it is to agree on the time or the place in advance. Never give a mage enough preparation to sleep, unless you are also a mage, or your strength can completely crush the mage's knowledge level. Otherwise, you will know how extreme and disgusting the magic array clusters specially created and arranged according to your strength, skills, combat habits, equipment, body shape, hobbies, preferences, and even DNA can be. Fong Bai thought for a moment, and then made a phone call. Hello? Hao Wei? Help me. Yeah. Yes. That's it. That's it. Yeah. That's right. Thank you for the trouble. Fong Bai hung up the phone and immediately took Kaming to move quickly, while separating his mind and sinking into the fantasy space. In the fantasy space, with a pull of both hands, the topographic map of the trial space, the incomplete magic array line map, and the corresponding node map of the ancient battlefield ruins. Three-dimensional projections emerged one by one, compared and intertwined with each other, and Fong Bai research began. In the ancient ruins, Kaming looked at the hurried Fong Bai and hesitated to speak, and spoke after a while. Fong Bai, I think you can put me down first. I can do it. You are so badly injured. It's okay. Don't be polite. With our relationship, I will definitely not think you are a burden. Kaming opened his mouth and looked bitter when he heard this. Fong Bai has said this. So is he still afraid that Fong Bai will drag him down? Fong Bai will not die. He will. Kaming's face turned red. But he just didn't know how to say this. No matter how he said it, he couldn't say it, until Kaming suddenly realized that Fong Bai did not go to the ceremony site, but searched in this area, as if he was looking for something. Aren't we going to the ceremony site now? Oh, then it's okay. Kaming returned to the high ground again with intelligence, looking at Fong Bai and couldn't help asking curiously. Fong Bai, what are you looking for? Yeah. Yes. A kind of spring water. Spring water? Kaming was a little confused, and saw Fong Bai climbed up and looked, frowning tightly. It should be in this area. There is no way it can be wrong. Not 100%. But at least it is close. Fong Bai frowned and searched. After searching for a while, he walked towards a valley with half a leaf and half doubt. Before he got close to Kaming, he hurriedly said, It's dangerous. Don't go there. There is a ghoul that is at least half a step legendary. What Kaming didn't expect was that Fong Bai became more excited when he heard it. At least half a step legendary? Yes. It may be higher. I am too weak. I only know that it is very strong. But I don't know how strong it is when it falls to the ground. But I've seen it hunt master level undead. And the master has no ability to resist under it. Kaming was afraid that Fong Bai didn't pay enough attention. So he hurriedly added, However, hunting master level undead? Fong Bai was happy when he heard this. That's it. I know I didn't find it wrong. Before he finished speaking, Fong Bai immediately quickened his pace. But Kaming was a little doubtful about his life. Why did Fong Bai get more and more excited as he spoke? And fell to the ground. Did you understand what he was saying? Is there something wrong with Fong Bai or him? Fong Bai suddenly found a corner for Kaming to put him down. And he also cast a few warning spells casually, looking very normal. So, is there something wrong with me? Kaming looked at Fong Bai, who left excitedly. And this question popped up in his mind. This immediately silenced him. In the trial space, Wang Chung received a call from Hao Wei, and nodded immediately after hearing it clearly. Okay. I understand. The reader coordinates 13 and 17. Right? Okay. I saw the map you sent me. Okay. No problem. Wang Chung looked at the coordinate map sent by Hao Wei, found the area he was responsible for, memorized a few landmarks, and went online again. When several teammates saw him online, they immediately said, Let's go! They were preparing to hunt a rare professional level peak monster, and while taking the monster materials, they also picked the special second level spiritual medicine. This was ordered by the customer, and the price was not cheap. They had already set off. But Wang Chung received a call from Hao Wei, so they stopped. But to the surprise of the others, Wang Chung simply waved his hand. No. Fong Bai asked us for help. After the words fell, the few people looked at each other immediately. And without saying anything else, a player spoke up. How long will it take? I call and explain to the client. Captain, what's the matter? Fong Bai wants to help. We are not human if we hesitate. Yes. Captain. Okay. We are all brothers. Fong Bai is not difficult. It's almost equivalent to drawing a map. It's better to be more detailed. We are responsible for here. Wang Chung said it very carefully, and the few people listened without hesitation. After discussing for a while, they divided into 3 groups and immediately ran along the energy flow in the area according to the matching perception plan and numerical standards. Although they cannot perceive the earth veins, the existence of the earth veins will directly affect the surrounding terrain, energy direction, and distribution. as extraordinary people who have received higher education. Sensing energy and observing terrain is not a problem for them. Not only them, but also the players who received the call in the trial space. Some were collecting herbs. Some were hunting down monster tigers to get whips. And some were mining. No matter what they were doing. No matter what guild or force they belonged to. The moment they received the call, they all put down their work and started running. The players turned into light spots and scattered to the corners of the trial space, like a net wrapping the entire trial space. The trial space, which was originally busy with its own activities, became very lively in an instant. Looking at this scene, Hao and others were suddenly full of emotion. Some of these players were simply because of Fong Bai's second move, and some of them were because their guilds had a good relationship with Fong Bai. And then the guild drove them to move. But no matter what, one fact cannot be concealed. From the source, these people were all moving for Fong Bai. Just one sentence. A few words. Chapter 332 Calculation. Unconsciously, Fong Bai has already had such appeal? A guild leader suddenly said with emotion. That would be fine. But the more important thing is that none of them felt wrong. This is done in a way that makes people feel comfortable. After many guild leaders sighed, Hao said after a moment of silence, Fong Bai is a man who has no regrets in everything he does. He is tactful, capable, and not afraid of losses. And he has no ambitions. He is willing to suffer losses. Strictly speaking, every guild and every player owes Fong Bai. But Fong Bai doesn't think so. He still treats everyone equally and sincerely, which makes people convinced. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then laughed with relief. Fong Bai is probably the only one who can be on good terms with all players and all guilds, even in terms of power. No matter how ambitious the guild is, they will not be afraid of Fong Bai, because Fong Bai himself has the ability to absolutely sweep away the power of the players in Red Maple City, completely unify the power, and completely swallow up the benefits. In addition, there are also job transfers for mecha technicians, sales of training consumables, exchange of extraordinary military training methods, sharing of knowledge and information, etc. This is enough to bring great benefits to the city. Even the humble Fong Bai doesn't care. So why should they worry about Fong Bai? Are they worried that Fong Bai will take away their land? Everyone looked at each other and laughed. Looking up again, the players were spreading out, running on the ground like hard-working ants, transmitting the collected data one by one to Fong Bai through reality. In the Tiangong Pavilion, Fong Bai projection appeared out of thin air, and the mages were already prepared. The computing array floated up. The spell slots of the mages were added to the computing display, and while sharing the consumption of the computing array, they also merged their own computing power into the array and became part of the array. This requires the time of many members. So this is a very luxurious way to play. It takes up the time of the most expensive research members. But no one cared about this at this time, and everyone was fully engaged in it. The calculation array is used to calculate various repetitive and regular tasks, and the magician's spell slot is used to perform various fuzzy calculations. This moment is the organic combination of human brain fuzzy algorithm and computer algorithm, which successfully complements each other and brings out the advantages of both. The data transmitted through reality was assigned by Fong Bai to different people for preliminary processing, and turned into drawings. One by one, the details on a projection became more and more abundant. Before long, the prototype of the map appeared. Under the exploration of one player after another, data sources are continuously gathered and processed. Finally, under the aggregation of countless data, a projection map of the trial space appeared in front of everyone. In this projection map, the flow of energy inside the trial space and the crisscrossing of the earth veins are revealed on it. Beautiful. Perfect. Fong Bai looked at this projection map. His face was not relaxed at all, but full of solemnity, because Fong Bai knew that the next step was the real problem. The next step was the real challenge. Fong Bai took a deep breath and immediately began to arrange tasks. Divide into groups. Analyze each vein and each energy flow in the energy trend chart. And then find out the components of the magic circle. The players in the trial space did not leave, and they were still on standby. According to the different division of labor, Fong Bai led different groups contact the corresponding trial players. And then this big project began. One by one, the players rushed around again, arranging rituals, sensing energy, etc. under the guidance of the magician groups. After a series of specialized tests, The data was returned again, and a new round of analysis experiments began again. After rounds of feedback, countless data were summarized. In this case, the originally complex energy trend chart was gradually simplified. It is extremely difficult to arrange the magic circle, but how to just find out the veins of the magic circle and then sort it out is difficult. But it is not impossible. Just like the more advanced the fighter, the more beautiful it is. The same is true for the magic circle. The more advanced, the more perfect, and the more advanced, the more beautiful it is. In this case, if you want to remove and separate it, in addition to the knowledge reserve and deduction ability of the magic circle, the perception of the beauty of the magic circle can also play a very important role. The simplified energy trend chart is getting more and more beautiful. In the trial space, although the projection organization research was condensed in the Tiangong Pavilion, the trial space was not put down. Kaming waited quietly in the dark, and also looked in the direction of the half-step legend. The ghoul? Suddenly, Kaming saw Fong Bai walking back, without any trace of battle on his body, and was stunned. Then he reacted. Fong Bai, you didn't go. I told you. This ghoul is very, very powerful. Kaming stopped talking halfway, and looked at the long gray nail in Fong Bai's hand, which was wrapped with a rotten smell. Ghoul's nail? Kaming couldn't continue talking after he got the nail, and was slightly silent. He didn't even feel the fluctuations of the battle. Is Fong Bai already so strong? Kaming couldn't help but think back to when he just met Fong Bai. At that time, Fong Bai could only rely on a special extraordinary equipment to make him look straight. But now, he can easily kill even a half-step legend. Kaming was filled with emotion, and Fong Bai walked in and gestured to the ghoul's nail in his hand. Well, you're right. This ghoul is very strong, and I'm afraid it's only a little bit away from the real legendary level. When a half-step legend comes, he must die at its hands and become its food, Fong Bai said seriously, with a serious face, which made people believe and saw him subconsciously. And Kaming was no exception. But looking at the ghoul's nail in Fong Bai's hand, Kaming couldn't be solemn no matter how solemn he was. Although it was very strong. You still killed it. Obviously. You are stronger and more powerful. Right? After Kaming finished speaking, Fong Bai looked at him in surprise. You actually figured it out? Kaming was speechless. Fong Bai was just slapping him in the face and pretending to be in front of him. Too deliberate. Too deliberate. Kaming was simply contemptuous. How could he know such a person? Kaming had a contemptuous look on his face. If you hide the ghoul nails first, the effect will definitely be better. After Kaming finished speaking, he suddenly realized and his heart moved. Huh? Kaming's eyes lit up, and he took notes silently. First, second, and then everyone dislikes Fong Bai. But everyone wants to be Fong Bai. Fong Bai smiled when he heard this. Am I that kind of person? I never hide my awesomeness. Ugh. Chapter 333 Heart divided into 12. Preparation for the 31st deduction. Su Shiping spoke. And the results of each group were all gathered together. And a three-dimensional projection, like stars, slowly emerged. The fine nodes and lines made it look like a galaxy. This array is actually a cluster of arrays, which is integrated by many different and common arrays, with common energy, common veins, and common composition. At the beginning, it was okay. And the main vein sorted out seemed to be just generally complicated. But in the process of specialized tests, some mages found that this array seemed to have many small veins. So, the overall plan was adjusted, and the small veins began to be sorted out. Then, it was out of control from then on. This is like the Yellow River system and the Yangtze River system. Many people can draw the Yellow River and the Yangtze River in one stroke. But when the first-level tributaries, second-level tributaries, third-level tributaries, fourth-level tributaries, and even fifth-level tributaries are included, it will be a nightmare. This array cluster is like the product of dozens or hundreds of main trunks of the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, with 1 to 5 tributaries interweaving, contacting, and merging with each other. The deduction becomes more difficult each time, and the amount of data becomes more and more incredible. By the 20th time, the mage's brain had crashed, and by the 30th time, a large number of mages crashed directly, and finally only barely completed the deduction. What's even more terrifying is that the complexity of the projection deduced by the 30th time has greatly increased compared to the 29th time. Obviously, there is a lot of content behind this, and maybe it's just the beginning. Suddenly, Fong Bai was in a trance, and the projection flickered as if the signal was bad. Huh? Fong Bai. What's wrong with you? Su Shiping asked aloud. Fong Bai reacted and shook his head slightly. It's okay. Something happened to the main body. Fong Bai waved his hand. And Su Shiping didn't say anything when he saw this. He knew that Fong Bai's main body was in danger now. Continue the deduction. All the mages of Tiangong Pavilion participated in it, with a computing array as the core, dozens of computing arrays as branches, and a huge computing power group that integrated the computing power of all mages to carry out the 31st deduction. This is also the capital that Su Shiping dared to start the deduction again. Countless wisdom flashed in the minds of the mages, and infinite data flowed between the computing arrays through mental power. Everyone was concentrating, and the fire of wisdom flashed in it. This scene suddenly made Fong Bai's heart calm down unprecedentedly, and his soul seemed to float high, transcending reality. Suddenly, the pain of tempering the body with black spring water was also separated. At this moment, Fong Bai felt like he was in a dream, knowing that it was pain, and would be afraid of pain, but he could not experience the pain personally. In this state, Fong Bai easily separated his mind and soul, tempering and studying at the same time, which might have been disturbed. But from this moment on, the two thoughts were completely isolated, and they could sense each other's situation and existence, but they would not be affected. And this is like the head and octopus of an octopus. Integration and consciousness, as one, but also independent of each other. Fong Bai quietly sensed this ability, and then a thought came to his mind. Two more independent thoughts emerged. 4 things in one mind. Tried again, and it became 8 again. Finally, he continued to work hard, but did not make a breakthrough. He did not reach 16, but only 10. But even so, Fong Bai was still very satisfied. It should be able to be improved to 12 after becoming proficient. But there is no need to increase it to the limit at once. Leave a little margin to adapt to the situation. 10! Fong Bai murmured, which means that he can study 10 projects at the same time. Of course, this requires sufficient computing power resources to support it. If there is no external computing power, 10 projects can directly cause the brain to crash at one time. 2 thoughts are divided to guide the experimental projects in the trial space, and to study them personally. 2 thoughts are divided to carry out some research on mechanical structures, magic arrays, spell models, and weapons. Another 2 thoughts are used to endure the pain of body tempering and optimize the solid structure. Gradually, Fong Bai immersed himself in the tempering of his body. With this technique, the situation that he could not be distracted to do other things during the tempering was changed. Fong Bai directly used a ritual to refine the gold element, led the tempering with one consciousness, and guided the body to recover and optimize the structure with one consciousness. At the beginning, the body was damaged very quickly and repaired very slowly. Often, it would take more than an hour to stop for half an hour of tempering. However, with the strengthening of Fong Bai's body and his own proficiency, this time changed little by little. The tempering time became longer and longer, and the stopping time became shorter and shorter. Time passed little by little, and gradually, the speed of damage and repair reached the critical value, and the two completely offset each other. At this moment, Fong Bai's body tempering speed reached its peak. His body was like a dry earth devouring rain and dew in hunger, absorbing nutrients continuously, constantly increasing density, weight, and strength. In the cave, next to the corpse of the ghoul, Kaming looked at Fong Bai, who was absorbing the black spring to temper his body. And suddenly, he was eager to try. It turns out that Fong Bai used this kind of spring water to temper his body, and it looked very painful. However, only those who endure hardships can become superior people. Fong Bai was able to quickly become stronger from the original professional level to the stage where he can kill half-stepped legends now. There must be an extremely superior way of training. There is an example, Kaming said excitedly, and made a decision immediately. He seemed to have seen himself like Fong Bai, who had the strength of a half-stepped legend and went back to compete with his master first, and then inadvertently showed the strength of a half-stepped legend and beat his master hard. Then, in the master's grateful and gratified expression, he told the master how he became so strong, and gave the master the method. Kaming was deeply moved, and turned his head to look at the black spring under a rock wall in the deepest part of the cave. The shallow layer of black spring water was as black as ink, but it was clear to the bottom, giving people a sense of conflict. At this time, Kaming suddenly found that the ghoul head and the undead knight head that Fong Bai had just thrown in were thrown in. These two half-stepped legendary heads were corroded in the black spring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kai Ming suddenly calmed down and looked at the half-stepped legendary head that was being corroded. Wait, this body? It's better not to practice. At this time, Kai Ming suddenly reacted and looked at Fong Bai in shock. Fong Bai has been guiding the black spring water death energy to practice in batches, and has never stopped. Gurgle. Kai Ming's throat moved, and he suddenly realized how terrifying Fong Bai body was. Chapter 334. Horror! Fong Bai, who was a half-stepped legend, actually used the spring water that even his body couldn't bear to temper his body. Fong Bai seemed to have noticed Kai Ming's gaze, and he opened his eyes and turned his head to look. Just facing Fong Bai's eyes, Kai Ming felt a heavy feeling as if a mountain was pushing him across. Although it was slow, it was extremely heavy and unstoppable. It took Kai Ming a moment to break free from this look, and at this time, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He admitted that Fong Bai was very strong, but he didn't expect that he could be suppressed by just a look. Kai Ming's heart was severely traumatized at this moment. Suddenly, want to learn? If you want to learn, I teach you. Kai Ming was startled at first, and the next moment his traumatized heart was instantly intact. And the sun after the rain pierced through the haze and shone in his heart. Really? But I can't stand this water vapor. I guess a little bit of water vapor can corrode me without leaving any residue. Okay. Fong Bai nodded. Kai Ming was stunned and looked at Fong Bai. At least you have enough self-awareness. Fong Bai said happily. It's good to have a clear understanding of yourself. I hate people who are too arrogant and have no self-awareness. As for the rest, I can teach you. Fong Bai said without any hesitation and started to explain directly. After Kai Ming had a basic understanding of the profession of Mecha Master, Fong Bai began to talk about the advantages and disadvantages of Mecha Master. Finally, after completing this series of processes, and after careful consideration, Kai Ming finally decided to learn Fong Bai method of tempering the body. That is, the profession of Mecha Master. Paladin. Mecha Master. Fong Bai said softly. Mecha Paladin. Fong Bai was slightly shocked and became more interested and excited. Being able to resist and fight. Isn't this a natural protagonist panel? Fong Bai did not hesitate and started to prepare immediately. After a while, a strand of thought immediately began to prepare for the job transfer ceremony and process. After Kai Ming started, Fong Bai completely devoted his whole body and mind to tempering his body. The black spring water vapor that his mental power drew became more and more dense. Later, Fong Bai even seemed to be wrapped in a thick black fog. The corrosiveness of this black fog is unknown to be many times stronger than that of Aqua Regia. A normal person might disappear in an instant. Fong Bai looked unharmed inside. Only the breath emanating from his body rose and fell. And then? Huh? Gone? Fong Bai was stunned. The black fog on his body had long been consumed. And he looked directly at the black spring below the dodge. But there was not a drop of black spring in the shallow spring pit. Only the black spring at the microscopic particle level fell from the wall and settled in the pool. However, although the black spring was gone, Fong Bai was not disappointed at all, and was even in a good mood. He could happily give Kai Ming a few pointers from time to time. Fong Bai projection in Tiangong Pavilion is the super large laboratory of the project. At this moment, there are corpses everywhere, and the mages are lying on the ground without any image. But each of them is jubilant, including Su Shiping. He also fell to the ground excitedly. But his eyes and face are also full of fatigue. Too tired. Too tired. Each of them has really reached the limit this time, squeezing out every bit of computing power. Everyone is trying their best. The mages fell into a deep sleep, and could only use this most primitive method to restore the consumed energy. Only a few people forced themselves to enter a meditative state, and entered the deepest level of meditation under such extreme conditions. This is conducive to the growth of their mental power. And Fong Bai did not interfere with these, but just moved the sleeping mages from the laboratory to the camp beds one by one. They did not react at all to being moved when they fell asleep, and they rolled over on the camp beds and continued to fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, at the end of Fong Bai's sight, above the projection spell, a huge galaxy slowly rotated. This is the perfect result they got after trying their best. That is, the 31st deduction of the trial space array cluster was a complete success. With the efforts of all the mages of Tiangong Pavilion, The trial space array cluster successfully deduced to the 6th layer. The array that looks like a galaxy slowly rotates. And this extreme beauty makes Fongbai intoxicated. This is simply the ultimate shining pearl of array learning. Of course, Fongbai knows that this array is not just this part. It is not naive to think that there are only 6 layers. The reason why there are only 6 layers now is that Fongbai and his team can only deduce to the 6th layer. This is the limit of Fongbai and his team, not this array cluster. However, Fongbai can be sure that the main trunk of the array has basically been depicted. This is very sure, because the 2 black springs should be this and this. Fongbai picked out 2 insignificant points among the starry stack projected. The smallest, located at the intersection of the 6th layer energy veins, was the 2 black springs Fongbai had found as the energy hub of the 6th layer. It was only the 6th layer. When Fongbai saw this, he was shocked. Let's not talk about the effect of the black spring. Let's talk about the undead occupying it. The strength of the undead occupying these 2 springs has reached half a step legend. This is basically the highest combat power below the legend, which is equivalent to the strongest in the entire ancient battlefield area. One may be a coincidence, but at the same time, Fongbai has to consider one thing. That is, the strong will naturally seize better resources. Maybe there will be a mismatch of manpower at the beginning, but as time goes by, each resource point will be occupied by people with corresponding status and strength. Either the strength of the undead occupying it will increase, or it will be occupied by a stronger undead. So, what kind of undead spirits are occupying the black spring under the 5th layer energy hub? Fongbai heart jumped with 2 words. Legend? Thinking of these 2 words, the main body in the ancient battlefield couldn't help but shrink his neck subconsciously. The projection in Tiangong Pavilion couldn't help but cast his eyes on the main trunk nodes above the 1st layer, or even the core where all the trunks converge. The core of the magic array cluster that was as dazzling as the sun. Gurgle. Fongbai throat moved slightly. This is getting outrageous. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be surprising. At least not surprising. After all, this is a terrifying big boss civilization that dares to locate the evil god in any magic tower. Can locate the evil god, and also opens the transmission by default. This is the case for a magic tower. Not to mention the super large space, like the trial space. Chapter 335. God. Fongbai read out these 2 names. Perhaps because he had been on the path of transcendence for a long time. He felt the heaviness of God when he read these 2 words. He even felt a sense of awe. Don't say you don't believe in God or respect God. Before the game world appeared, before Fongbai changed his job to transcendence, he really didn't believe in God. And it didn't matter. He didn't have any awe for the so-called gods except for laughing, watching the fun, and not getting close to me. Even if he occasionally felt a little awe when visiting temples and dojo, it was completely the psychological suggestion brought by the grandeur of the buildings, the hugeness of the statues, and the incense of monks, Taoists, and believers. The temporary awe that tourists feel in their hearts when they are inside is fleeting, because they know that it's all fake. But now it's different. Knowing that gods exist, and knowing that gods are overwhelmingly powerful. Even if you don't believe in them, you will still guarantee the most basic awe. Not to God, but to be powerful to the level of gods and keep awe of their status. Translated, if you can't beat him or provoke him, then don't provoke him, because he exists objectively. But such a heavy and awe-inspiring word appeared here. Fongbai didn't think that any gods would guard beside a spring and be sealed in this trial space. For a moment, Fongbai became more and more curious. What is inside the core energy hub? In addition, according to the latest information, the terrain of other trial spaces is exactly the same as that of the Red Maple City trial space. Just like 2 mirrors that are exactly the same on the matrix are decorated with different things into 2 different appearances. Basically the same. Then in this case, does the ancient battlefield in this trial space exist in every one? Or is it just this one? Or are these actually just fake? No. The materials and treasures inside must be real. And this adjective is not very appropriate. Projection. This thought naturally emerged in Fongbai mind. Maybe the trial space is unique. And the trial spaces all over the world are just projections. As long as the energy is sufficient, there will be as many as you want. This can also explain why, after thousands of years, the number of these trial spaces can still accurately match these large population centers in the game world. Maybe it is a temporary scan to determine how many population centers that meet certain standards. and then project and divide the area according to the number. Fong Bai thought silently, and after thinking for a long time, he still shook his head slightly. I don't need to worry about so much. These can be explored slowly later. I just need to complete my goal now. But although he said so, Fong Bai still made a decision. He was about to contact Hao Wei, but when he saw everyone sleeping soundly on the bed, he paused slightly. At this time, Su Shiping, who was meditating, sensed Fong Bai gaze and turned his head to look. Fong Bai pondered for a moment and still spoke out. Sure Ping. Let everyone rest for 8 hours first. After 8 hours, the deduction task is over. And all the mages secretly change the original pairing method and divide the responsibilities of the players who cooperate with our search. Then teach them directly to construct the detection ceremony in the simplest way. The specific content of the ceremony will be told to you later, and you can familiarize yourself with it. In the next few days, we will not try to deduce again, and we currently do not have the ability to do so. We will focus all our energy and attention on data collection and information collection. I want every energy flow trajectory in this trial space. And I even want to find a way to explore the energy flow trajectory left behind before. I want to collect all this data. It doesn't matter if we can't deduce it now. With the original data, we can deduce it at any time when we have the ability in the future. This array cluster contains extremely wide content and is simply all-encompassing. This is the most precious wealth in the entire trial space. Let's not talk about the ancient spell structure. Array, energy flow, energy conversion, constraint, seal and other related knowledge analyzed. Every successful deduction in the future will be the best verification and the best test of the knowledge we have mastered. Every deduction in the future will be a transformation of our Tiandong Pavilion as a whole. Every time it is completed, the overall quality of our Tiandong Pavilion will be stronger. Su Shiping couldn't help but be moved when he heard it. And he also reacted. Indeed, in the process of calling on all mages to cooperate with each other and work together to tackle the trial space array cluster, the mages' vision and overall view have made great breakthroughs. In the process of continuous research, error correction, and re-research, each of them must rack their brains and put all their minds on research, and then discuss, instruct, and even quarrel with each other. The knowledge accumulated and learned in daily life and research is melted and absorbed and consumed in this communication and this process of racking the brains. The spark of wisdom became more and more dazzling in the friction. Suddenly, Su Shiping found that any outstanding person in Tiandong Pavilion could be the absolute core of a large guild scientific research department in the outside world. Talents with the same qualifications gradually opened up a world-like difference in such training. Human potential is not static, and this process seems to be the best way to improve. Ordinary people become talents. Talents become geniuses. And geniuses become geniuses. And those who are already extremely excellent will be even more different from those at the same level. This kind of growth is really true. And it is also what Su Shiping felt personally. Su Shiping's heart gradually became hot. This kind of opportunity is not common. But it allows Tiangong Pavilion to repeat this state continuously, allowing all mages to concentrate and devote themselves to it. Fong Bai is indeed right. These detailed and micro data are the most precious wealth in the trial space. No one else. And these data can also become the most solid foundation of Tiandong Pavilion, and become the powerful resources of Tiandong Pavilion. Su Shiping's fatigue was gone, and he discussed with Fong Bai enthusiastically. After mobilizing some computing units again, a ritual with extremely low deployment threshold, extremely low operation threshold, but superior perception precision appeared in their hands soon. Of course, it is difficult to have such a perfect ritual in the world. A little more here and a little less there. The price paid for this ritual is that although the layout is simple, it has extremely high requirements for adaptability, and extremely high difficulty for more environmental calculations. However, this is just right. Just matching the current situation. Now the Tiandong Pavilion is remotely paired and cannot be present on the scene. Although the ritual is difficult, both Su Shiping and Fong Bai have sufficient confidence in the members of the Tiandong Pavilion. Chapter 336. You take responsibility for this matter. And besides, Fong Bai pondered for a moment, then said, these players are willing to give us face, and put down their own things to help us. No matter what. We can't let them suffer. Fong Bai took Su Shiping to the projection. And the projection, like a galaxy, slowly moved, exuding a thrilling charm. The light spots on it move quickly, shining like the current in the brain nerves, adding a bit of mystery to it. If ordinary people keep watching the flashing and moving of the light spots and try to remember them, their brains will crash in a few seconds, and they will not be able to leave any traces or impressions in their brains. Even just looking at it will make you dizzy, and without strong enough mental power, there is no way to watch it for a long time. Even if an ordinary magician can barely watch it at night, he cannot remember it. Because if he wants to remember this 7-layer magic array cluster including the trunk, he must remember every detail and record it in a non-stop calculation. But the computing power required is too high. So high that even if they can deduce it, except for the large computing array in front of them, no one in the entire Tiangong Pavilion and no equipment can record it. In fact, Fong Bai knew in his heart that it was not that there was no conventional way to record this array cluster, but they just hadn't found a way yet. In Fong Bai understanding, mathematics is the best conventional method. Isn't it just the state of motion? Isn't it just a complex state of motion? Mathematics is used to describe these things. Mathematics is the best tool for analyzing the world. Although I know this method, I am still powerless. First, there is no such high level of mathematics. Tiangong Pavilion does not have talents in theoretical mathematics for the time being. However, they have begun to prepare for recruitment. And Fong Bai and others are already learning, because they realize that they may need to use mathematical tools to comprehend the rules of the world in the future. Using mathematics to describe abstractions is simply too useful. But now Tiangong Pavilion still does not have the corresponding mathematical level. Second, this array cluster is not complete. It has only reached the 6th level, and the content is not complete, and mathematical formulas cannot be derived. Of course, for the real big guys, that is to deduce the complete formula directly based on the previous information, and then actively deduce the following content in reverse. But the problem goes back to the first point. After looking at the galaxy-like projection for a long time, Fong Bai felt a little dizzy, and moved his eyes away, and said to Su Shiping, based on my current understanding of the trial space, these energy hubs, these fields, friction and collision, and areas with highly concentrated energy are very likely to have high-level spiritual medicines or spiritual minds. I will develop a set of simple rituals based on this principle. We won't say much. At least everyone who helps us makes a lot of money. It must not be less than what they originally made in the most ideal state. This matter is left to you to be responsible for, even if you have to free up time to collect data at the end. We can't let them work hard and lose money. Okay, I understand. Su Shiping nodded heavily. Seeing this, Fong Bai didn't say anything. With a thought, his mind returned to his body in the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Fong Bai's body has already left the black spring deep in the cave and taken away the pure dead air crystals accumulated at the bottom of it. Walking on the road, Fong Bai and Kaming did not make any sound, and the surrounding undead were also in deep sleep and were not awakened. Although the density of undead in the ancient battlefield ruins is extremely high, it is not to the extent that it is difficult to move. The most dangerous factor in the ancient ruins battlefield is the extreme sensitivity of the undead to the breath of death and living beings. Just like Kaming's previous burst of bright fighting spirit directly attracted a large group of elite undead, a group of master undead, and even a half-stepped legendary undead, the slightest movement will easily attract a large number of undead to wake up and attack. Although it will not directly attract a half-stepped legendary undead, but attracting a group of elite or a master level will also be fatal. But Fong Bai can move around in it without seeing anything. Kaming recalled a battle he had seen before, and his heart suddenly jumped up, and a terrifying idea came into his mind. And he said in disbelief, "Have you condensed out of the domain?" Fong Bai looked at Kaming strangely. "You just discovered it. But it's not a complete domain. Just a prototype. And it hasn't really condensed. Just some understanding." Kaming's heart was suddenly turbulent when he heard this. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder he can walk freely in this ancient battlefield ruins without being discovered by any undead. Domain. Domain. The area controlled by oneself. This is a semi-independent state of isolation between the inside and the outside. Almost equivalent to two spaces. Using the domain to isolate the aura. How can the effect be bad? This is more shocking than discovering that Fong Bai has the strength of a half-step legend. What really shocked Kaming was, there are many types of half-step legends. Some because of the physical body, some because of the energy, some because of the spirit, and some because of the condensation of the prototype of the domain. These are all necessary conditions for the promotion to legend. But the condensation of the prototype of the domain is the real strong threshold that limits the breakthrough of the legend. I don't know how many half-step legends have been stuck and Fong Bai condensed the prototype domain, which means that the legend is a smooth road for him, and it is completely a matter of time. In other words, others are half-step legends, and Fong Bai can now be regarded as a legend. Kaming's heart pounded. Legend? This is the real top power. The appearance of each legend, his life story, and every battle are stories that wandering poets compete to spread. Legends are truly national defense forces and deterrent forces. There are not many in the entire kingdom. More importantly, when it comes to the legend, even gods will pay attention to it to a certain extent. In other words, he officially jumped out of the mortal stage and entered the vision of the gods. This will be respected anywhere. Moreover, as a player, Fong Bai has no possibility of premature death, and he is bound to become a legend. Suddenly, he found that there was a quasi-legend next to him, and he was a good friend with him. Kaming was suddenly overwhelmed with emotions. To use the words Kaming heard from the players, he was afraid that his brother would suffer, and he was afraid that his brother would drive a Land Rover. However, Kaming looked at Fong Bai with a tremor in his heart, and Fong Bai suddenly smiled when he saw this. Don't think too much. It's just an accident. I can't directly advance to the legend like this. Why? Why not advance if you can? Kaming was stunned and asked quickly. Didn't I say that this embryonic domain was due to an accident? Before I break through now, I may become a legend. But, Fong Bai said calmly, I will only be a legend. Chapter 337. Fong Bai calm words rang in Kaming's ears, making Kaming stare at him in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. Suddenly, he realized that the gap between him and Fong Bai was no longer just talent. The heights were completely different. Kaming opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. Fong Bai glanced at him, thought about it, and said after a moment of silence, You only watched that to become a legend? Since you said that the God of Light is only the upper position of your route, not the source, then why can't you be the next God of Light? Even stronger? Kaming opened his mouth wide and couldn't speak. Don't be afraid to think. If you don't even dare to think about it, how can you succeed? Is there anything incredible about becoming a god? Since you said that the gods are on a path and a system, then I probably understand. Then this means that the God of Light also became a god from a human, and was formed by the system. He is a human. You are also a human. He is in the system. You are also in the system. What's wrong with that? How can you do it if you don't even dare to think about it? Fong Bai said as he walked forward. And the mental power at the microscopic level directly turned the mental power into microscopic particles. Observe at the microscopic level in a posture that no one can detect. Collect information, and finally summarize and decode it into corresponding information. Although this is cumbersome and not direct enough, it causes a delay in the mental power's perception of the state at the macroscopic level. But it also has a unique advantage. As long as the microscopic field cannot be observed, Fong Bai mental power will never be discovered. Even if the microscopic field can be observed, it may not be possible to distinguish the mental power mix between the microscopic particles. In other words, with this technique, Fong Bai mental power cannot be detected by others, and Fong Bai can sense other extraordinary people and other strong people unscrupulously. Relying on this technique, Fong Bai can sense all the powerful undead within a radius of several thousand meters clearly, without any omissions. Ordinary undead, professional undead, elite undead, master undead, etc. There is also survival of the fittest among the undead. And there is also devouring and hunting. The undead follow their instincts to fight. Fight. Plunder the undead fire. And devour the soul fire that is already muddy and muddy. All this is imprinted in Fong Bai mind. Fong Bai bypasses the strong among them, and then bypasses all nodes above the 6th floor according to the drawings of the magic array cluster, always cruising on the edge of the ancient battlefield ruins. Not long after, Fong Bai brought Kaming to a crack. A narrow black spring in the crack is crystal clear, and a jade-like human skeleton lies next to it. Although the skeleton is in human form, it is 4 or 5 meters tall, with thick bones, just like a giant. And looking at its skeletal structure, it should not be a human. It should be a kind of giant. It is said that there are still giant bloodlines in this world, but they are extremely rare. According to the wandering poets, there are brave men who have encountered active mountains during their adventures, and had friendly exchanges with them, and obtained precious treasures given by the mountains. This mountain refers to a kind of hill giant. When this giant sleeps, over time, soil accumulates on it, and birds bring seeds, and gradually it becomes a hill. Fongbai thinks that this skeleton should also be a monster or humanoid with giant blood. The breath exuded by this giant skeleton is not surprising, and it is also a half-stepped legend. This further confirms Fongbai previous speculation. But this is not important. Fongbai is just curious now. What level of war is this? Who are the two sides of the war? Why are there so many different corpses left here? Fongbai was thinking, and Kaming behind him had been silent for a long time. While thinking, Fongbai shook his head slightly, and immediately walked up, which immediately startled the giant skeleton. Looking at the awakened giant skeleton, Fongbai walked straight over, and just as he approached, he heard Kaming suddenly shouting behind him. Fongbai, be careful. The physical strength of the giant bloodline is far superior to that of humans, and they are very good at body training. Even if you have a strong physique, you can't. Before Kaming finished speaking, the giant skeleton suddenly slapped him with a palm. Fongbai supported himself with one hand to catch the giant skeleton's palm, and looked back at Kaming. First, there are not so many impossibilities. Second, your words are too long and too slow. If it were a normal person, he would be beaten to death before he could finish listening to your words. Kaming stared blankly at Fongbai holding up the giant skeleton with one hand. This behemoth made Fongbai look even smaller and more powerful. But at this time, Kaming found a thin film on Fongbai's hand. It seemed to be. It is the prototype of the domain. My body is not strong enough to this extent at present, Fongbai said. And Kaming was relieved when he heard it. Fongbai is very strong. So strong that he knows that he can kill a half-stepped legend. But these are not as strong as Fongbai's physical body resisting the impact of the half-stepped legend. However, Kaming was in a trance, and did not pay attention to the word Fongbai used. Fongbai said currently. This currently refers to now. This now can be this month. This week. Of course. It can also be today. Fongbai grabbed the giant skeleton with one hand, and the domain in his hand quickly extended upwards, wrapping the bones of the giant skeleton bit by bit. Be careful. Giants usually have an elemental attack that they are good at, and the skeletons they transform after death may also have elemental attacks. Before Kaming finished speaking, Fongbai felt the huge amount of earth elements gathered in the giant skeleton's body, and the next moment it burst out. Only then did Fongbai hear clearly what Kaming said. Fongbai was speechless. You said it just in time. I almost didn't know what it was doing with this move. It was like an explanation. Kaming scratched his head embarrassedly, and then saw Fongbai being blown away by the shock. At this moment, Fongbai felt like an earthquake, and the wave from deep underground just landed at Fongbai's feet. Bang! Earthquake? Fongbai's face immediately became serious, and he rushed forward with all his strength, and a fierce collision was triggered instantly. During the opening and closing of the big fist, the gaps on both sides were instantly blown open, and the gravel flew, and the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. The cracks even collapsed directly, but were blown open by the two people again, and they fought again. In the fierce battle, the tiny Fongbai and the huge giant skeleton expanded violently, and Fongbai was knocked out again and again, and was injured again and again. In the terrifying head-on collision, Fongbai actually fell into a disadvantage, which made Kaming's heart clenched, until he found out. Damn, Fongbai didn't even use the domain yet? Kaming only realized now that Fongbai was actually using armor and strength to fight against the giant skeleton, who was best at physique and strength. Chapter 338. Although he was at a disadvantage, almost defeated, and suppressed continuously, Fongbai was indeed fighting head-on. And more importantly, Fongbai's body actually resisted. His body was so strong. Kaming was no longer worried about Fongbai, and continued to shut himself up. Fongbai was once again beaten into the mountain, and after smashing a mountain, he was also addicted. And then he propped up the domain. Although the giant skeleton was strong, it did not form a prototype domain after all. When Fongbai was serious, he was quickly defeated by him, and his head was taken off. Looking at this black spring, Fongbai was slightly happy. Finding the black spring is not only necessary for tempering the body, but also a verification of his deduction results of the trial space array cluster. And the coordinates deduced from the results can accurately find the black spring, which means that their deduction is correct. This level of array cluster architecture is a domino effect, and Fongbai cannot find the black spring if there is any error. This also means that Fongbai plan can be officially implemented. Thinking of this, Fongbai turned his head to look in the direction of the evil god ceremony, with a sneer in his eyes. Wait! Evil god? Sacrifice? Recalling the tragic scene when the evil god was sacrificed in Bagtown, Fongbai's eyes were full of coldness. I will sacrifice your second uncle's grandmother. No one knew the bold idea Fongbai was brewing at this moment. This idea made Fongbai sneer even more. A moment later, Fongbai guided the water vapor of the black spring to turn into black mist to temper himself. After saying a few words, Kaming stayed aside in silence, staring blankly at Fongbai using the black spring water vapor to temper his body, and did not react at all. The spring water vapor like black mist enveloped Fongbai's body, and the extremely fine black mist particles all tightly wrapped Fongbai's body. Under the guidance of the spirit, it directly contacted the body and penetrated into it continuously, almost wrapping Fongbai in a low-density immersion method, without any omission. It seemed no different from before. Because of the black fog, Kaming couldn't see Fongbai condition clearly, but what he didn't know was, in the place he couldn't see, the water vapor transformed from the black spring water became more and more difficult to corrode, and the corrosion was slower and slower. And after each round of tempering, the holes left on Fongbai's body became fewer and fewer, so that Fongbai needed to spend longer time each time to temper. At the same time, Fongbai consumed less and less gold every time he repaired his body, so that some of the extraordinary equipment that was originally thought to be short-lived was left. While tempering, Fongbai Fantasy Space was also constantly researching and deducing design, thinking, structure, energy, etc. In the long time in the fantasy space, problems were solved one by one, and Fongbai's plan gradually improved. However, Fongbai was not in a hurry to start the layout, but continued to ponder and polish. What he was going to do was simply too shocking, and anyone else would probably not dare to think about it. So it had to be almost perfect. Fortunately, there was plenty of time in the fantasy space, so Fongbai was not in a hurry. The water of the black spring was gradually decreasing, and the giant's huge head was placed aside. The black spring in the crack could not accommodate this huge skull head. Of course, Fongbai had never intended to use the spring water to melt the skull head. The height of the black spring water was gradually decreasing, and under the guidance of the spiritual power, it turned into an increasingly dense black mist that enveloped Fongbai's body. Gradually, this pool of black spring also saw the bottom, and was finally completely squeezed dry. Looking at the microscopic spring water that seeped out bit by bit, looking at the empty black spring. At this moment, Fongbai's plan in his mind was completely deduced, and finally sorted it out. After confirming that there was no problem, he opened his eyes. With a thought, the giant skull opened its mouth, and a ball of sluggish soul fire floated in front of Fongbai. Although this ball of soul fire was sluggish, it was still the size of a football and emitted extremely powerful fluctuations. Half-step legend. Although there was only a ball of soul fire left, although it was already extremely weak, but with the word legend attached, it should not be underestimated. Such a soul fire, let alone other things, can easily kill Kaming in 1 second. In fact, Kaming also clearly recognized this point, so he had no intention of getting close at all. He was not as skilled and daring as Fongbai, who tempered his body directly next to a ball of half-step legendary undead fire. He was not afraid of death. Kaming was watching from afar at this moment. I saw this ball of soul fire floating in the air, and Fongbai mental power kept probing into it, first compressing it bit by bit. When the soul fire the size of a football was compressed to the size of a fist by Fongbai, the soul fire finally felt a bit of stagnation. It was like extremely thick smoke, and like a semi-solidified liquid. In this state, Fongbai mental power continuously left one mark after another in it. Condensed spiritual power, dragon energy, and strong willpower. The three are organically integrated in the soul fire in a solid structure, successfully imprinted in it independently, and can be relied on even if it is separated from Fongbai. This is the basis of Fongbai's plan. The thought flashed in his mind, and Fongbai used this method to leave one array after another, one structure after another in this soul fire. The arrays are connected and coordinated with each other, and gradually turn into a densely packed large area between the continuous chain links. These arrays are connected together, and there is even a hint of array clusters. A bit of the flavor of trial space array clusters. This time, it is not just the ordinary members who have made progress in the deduction, taking a comprehensive view of the overall situation and participating in the research. Fong Bai will only learn more from it than the ordinary members. Of course, what is currently shown is only similar in appearance, far from reaching the level of the trial space array cluster. But even so, this array group looks complicated with a hint of roundness and satisfaction. After the magic arrays were imprinted, soon, the fist-sized soul fire was already filled with dense magic arrays. Then, Fong Bai threw it into the black spring water. Bang! The fist-sized soul fire expanded instantly, burning with death energy as fuel. And the magic array inside also expanded. And there was a trace of operation. But before it could continue to expand, it was restricted by the spring water. Even if there was no blockage above the crack, it could not be crossed. Fong Bai was not surprised by this, because the black spring was also restricted. This was a natural effect formed naturally, and it was no worse than his magic array. Watching the soul fire burning inside with death energy as fuel, gradually turning into the flame of the undead, Fong Bai turned around and left the crack. Kaming was stunned by his impetuous look, and soon saw him carrying a series of undead skulls back. Each one seemed to be no weaker than him. Chapter 339. Roar! The angry roar shook Kaming's mind. This kind of soul-shaking made Kaming's brain dizzy, and he recovered after a while. Master? Kaming looked at the skull on the top with lingering fear. He was floating, and actually thought that he was similar to him. All of them are masters. Kaming opened his eyes wide, and watched Fong Bai holding a series of master-level undead heads, opening them one by one like hands, taking out the soul fire, and throwing them into the black spring. Who? The soul fire fell into the flame, and immediately burned violently from the inside out. The flame was burning, which sounded tongue-twisting. And it looked even stranger. The undead flame, which was continuously supplied with death energy, quickly devoured the master-level soul fires, and quickly became vigorous. And the engraved magic array also became more powerful, and the flame became more vigorous in this devouring. The arrays are densely connected inside the flame, and the complicated spell nodes and magic lines are dizzying. However, although it is dense, in order to ensure the normal operation of the array, to determine the establishment of the spell model, and to prevent interference between different spell nodes, there are still a lot of necessary gaps inside. Although it looks dense, only 1 in 100 or 1,000 places where the array is actually engraved exist, and the rest are mostly blank. But this is just an appearance, and only real experts know how much technical content there is. In the soul flame space that is barely the size of a fist, ordinary people can only engrave a simple array at most. And even a simple array cannot be stabilized. But Fong Bai can directly stabilize dozens of them, without affecting each other, and also complete the serial and parallel connection. This is due to Fong Bai's superb array, stacking technology, and spell node sharing technology. This is a practical technology derived from the theory of domain, and Fong Bai has written more than one paper to discuss it before. However, in Fong Bai's opinion, this gap is still a bit too much, but it cannot be left. And although he can stack a large number of magic arrays in the same space, it is like the difference between a 2-story building and a 20-story building. Although one floor is more than the other, the area of the foundation is still not much different. The magic array can be small, but it is limited, because the spell nodes and element pathways will emit a certain domain. Since it is a domain, it will interfere with each other. The principle of the spell structure is to use this mutual interference method to form a spell effect. The interference between domains requires a certain space buffer, and the closer the distance, the more difficult it is to control. If there is no space, if all are piled up together, the stacking of domains will be meaningless. This may be the limitation of the spell model. And this is the ceiling of the spell model. No matter how high the skill is, even if it reaches the pinnacle, it will be limited by the ceiling and cannot break through. This is not a problem of people, but the limit of the system. Fong Bai thought about this question, frowning slightly. Although he recognized this problem and what was limiting him, there was no good solution for the moment. What should I do if I am limited by the upper limit of the existing system? No way. It is impossible to directly build a system by myself. Right? How is this possible? Creating a profession is easier than this. However, I seem to have created a brand new profession. So, after a long time, Fong Bai still shook his head. Creating a system is something that can be said with words. If there is no idea, it is better to study how to stack the array. Although it cannot be reduced, the same area has 10 constant arrays, which is basically equivalent to compressing the array to 1/10 of the original. However, although he thought so, Fong Bai still had some other ideas in his mind. In the Black Spring, a half-stepped legend and nearly 10 master-level soul fires merged together, burning slowly in a highly concentrated state. At this moment, the soul fire seemed to have filled the entire Black Spring, and it was constantly compressing itself, making the soul fire more and more viscous. At this moment, both the soul fire and the magic array inside had accumulated power slowly, and were ready to go. It only took a gap to burst out with earth-shattering power in an instant. But at this moment, they were all locked by the effect of the Black Spring Eye, and restricted within the range of the Black Spring. Fong Bai saw this and raised his hand, looking at the 2 remaining skulls in his hand. Kill them all. But they are all full. Fong Bai knew that there was no room for anything inside, and these were enough. After thinking about it, he took out the 2 soul fires. After all, it was the same sentence. Since we are here, it would be rude not to do something. He left a few magic arrays on the 2 soul fires respectively, and did not throw them into the Black Spring, but directly arranged them outside one side of the Black Spring. After the arrangement was completed, he took Kaming away. Fong Bai did not rush to find a new Black Spring, but returned directly to the second Black Spring he found. He copied the same method and engraved a large number of magic arrays based on the soul fire, and stuffed them into the Black Spring. Then it was the first one. After all the arrangements were completed, Fong Bai recalled the structure of the magic array cluster and deduced silently. It didn't take long for him to lock the location of a Black Spring. He went there and absorbed the water vapor of the Black Spring to temper his body. After all the water was consumed, he took the soul fire of the half-stepped legend and used the waste of the Black Spring without water to arrange the magic array. One Black Spring after another, tempering again and again, and setting up one magic array after another. Under such tempering, Fong Bai body tempering finally came to an end. Even if the Black Spring water was directly poured on Fong Bai, it would not cause much damage. Fong Bai could even soak directly in the Black Spring without suffering very serious injuries. Under such tempering, the effect of the Black Spring has reached its limit, and the solid structure that Fong Bai modified to receive the destruction of the Black Spring has basically reached its limit. The current solid structure is not better or stronger than before, and may even be much worse. But it is definitely the most suitable for Fong Bai. Before, Fong Bai might only be able to perform 80 points out of 100 points. But now Fong Bai can play 120 points out of 100 points. In this process, the new solid structure is also quietly fixed in Fong Bai body. Fixed in every corner. Up to now, there are almost only a few flaws left, and it is easy to complete 99.9%. Only 0.1% left. Fong Bai mind suddenly emerged. He is only one step away from completing the tempering of his body, with solid structures all over his body, and truly breaking through to the master. And he is only one last temper away. One step away. Chapter 340. The last tempering. After this tempering, I can break through to the master level, Fong Bai said softly. His mood at this moment was quite complicated. From the research on the solid structure just completed in the Tiandong Pavilion, to incorporating it into the mental power and fighting spirit bit by bit, to find the path to break through to the master level, from the continuous tempering after entering the trial space, and then using the Black Spring water to temper the breakthrough progress caused by the regression. Finally, after so long, Fong Bai finally came to the last moment of the breakthrough. Kaming beside him heard Fong Bai words and nodded casually. Breakthrough master? That's it. For them, breaking through the master basically has no problem. Just like Kaming, he had a combat power close to the master level before the breakthrough. Although he still can't fight with the master level professionals, he is still a little short of the top level genius of the kingdom. But breaking through the master is no problem. Not belonging to the top. Not because he is weak, but because others are too strong. So Fong Bai will not react to the problem of breaking through the master. Master? Oh, that's about it. Until, suddenly, Master? Kai Ming turned his head to look at Fong Bai. and suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened. Well, what's wrong? Just as he was about to temper, Fong Bai turned his head to look at Kai Ming. It's just a master. Is it worth being surprised? Master is not worth being surprised. I'm not surprised at all that you broke through to the master level. But you are not a master yet. This is very surprising. You are not a master yet? Kai Ming asked word by word. And Fong Bai nodded. Yes, not yet. I came in at the elite level, and have been preparing to break through to the master level. I just completed the last step and reached the edge of breaking through to the master level. I haven't broken through to the master level yet. Kai Ming turned his head to look at the half-stepped legendary undead next to him, who had been taken off the soul fire for standby. This is called a master. No. Elite level? Kai Ming was silent. He also had a basic understanding of the kingdom's genius list. Although he failed to enter the list, he actually knew a lot of things. After all, he also had a background. The Church of Light is not weak as a background. The system of this organization with gods is absolutely perfect. As a member, Kai Ming can easily learn a lot of things. So he also knows that the basic condition for entering the top 100 of the genius list is to defeat the master level at the professional level. Here it is not just the combat power comparable to the master level, but the ability to defeat the master level. Although the real top prodigies have not yet broken through to the master level, ordinary master level professionals can only become their followers or generals. It is said that there are only a few such top prodigies in the entire Yabong Kingdom. The 9 princes of the kingdom, the Son of Light of the Church of Light, the legendary seeds of the Warrior Guild, etc. The total number of top prodigies will never exceed 5. And Kai Ming knows the Son of Light of the Church of Light the most. He is known, even seen, and contacted. It was that time that made him know how terrifying the real prodigies would be. Although they are all of the same age and professional level, they are completely different, and he can hardly compare with them. But at this moment, Kai Ming suddenly wanted to ask a question. Can the Son of Light of their Church of Light really have the combat power of a half-stepped legend when he is at the elite level? Kai Ming held his breath. He knew Fong Bai was strong and talented before, but he didn't know exactly how strong and talented he was, and he didn't have a very specific understanding. But at this moment, he suddenly reacted and equated a person in reality with a legendary kingdom genius. It was like suddenly finding out that his best friend was the boss of a Fortune 500 company, and that his best friend was the most dazzling king. He fell into a dream with mixed feelings in his heart. Seeing Kai Ming was stunned and didn't speak, Fong Bai was a little confused. After thinking about it, he turned around and prepared to break through. At this time, Kai Ming suddenly asked, "How on earth did you manage to kill a half-stepped legend when you have a rudimentary domain at the professional level? I thought you had been a master for a long time. You know, the top geniuses in the entire kingdom, the top geniuses who gather the resources of a large force, are almost at this level. Top geniuses also have this strength?" Fong Bai couldn't help but be amazed when he heard this. There are really elites with the strength of a half-stepped legend? He was just taking advantage of it. But others can actually have this strength on their own. Incredible. I just happened to be there. It's not that far-fetched. And I'm definitely not as good as those top geniuses. So don't think too much. Fong Bai said it very sincerely. Kai Ming was stunned when he saw this, and couldn't help scratching his head. What Fong Bai said didn't sound like a lie. Kai Ming was confused. In fact, Fong Bai did not lie. But in fact, Fong Bai overlooked a very important thing. That is, the title gave him powerful strength and will, and the dragon energy gave him powerful energy. The suppression of the two, the combination of the two, and the weaving of the solid characteristic structure allowed him to master the prototype of the domain and the strength of a half-stepped legend. Fong Bai thought it was a coincidence, a trick. His real combat power was very weak, and with the dragon scale armor, he was only at the master level. But he ignored that the dragon energy was his opportunity. The power he mastered. The power without side effects. The power that could be mastered forever. The title was obtained from his pioneering profession. And the huge power and vast will were also the various thoughts and spiritual powers of a large number of job transfers and mecha professionalists. This power came from his pioneering profession, not the title, and even more not from the attribute panel. The attribute panel only described this power in words, and did not give even a trace of power. Even if a professional came to pioneer the same profession, it would have the same effect. The solid structure is even simpler. This is what he studied bit by bit. And then, he completely mastered it. It is completely the knowledge he has mastered. If this is not considered his strength, then what is? So Fong Bai ignored it. There is no falsehood in the fact that he burst out the fighting power of a half-stepped legend with the strength of a professional and killed a half-stepped legend. He deserves the title. That's why I think so when I heard Kaming say that other Tianxia strong. This may just be a filter blessing. He still believes in his professional level strength. But the theory he has mastered will not change because of his thoughts. Fong Bai, who didn't realize this, sat cross-legged next to the black spring. With a thought. The whole nest of spring water was suspended and stretched, directly wrapping Fong Bai's whole body, or soaking it. When the spring water invaded the body and began to damage it, Jin Su immediately followed the spring water to repair it. When the last trace of loopholes was filled, when the last detail of the solid structure was perfected, the breakthrough began. Chapter 341. Buzz. A wave spread in Fong Bai's body. Where the wave rhythm passed, the last gap was filled, and the last structure was perfected. The perfect fusion of structure and body. At this moment, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Solid. Fong Bai's body seemed to perfectly interpret these two words. A faint golden light flowed inside and outside the body. And in a moment, a devouring force emerged from every corner of the body. Hungry. 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 So hungry. Every corner. Every part. And every nerve of the body was beating wildly. And the information of hunger was continuously transmitted from every corner of the body to the mind. The gold element stored in the body was swallowed by the body in an instant. But it was like a drop of water dripping into a dry river, without any effect, and even made Fong Bai even hungrier. Not only that, the fighting spirit and elemental power in the body were instantly swallowed, and Fong Bai subconsciously wanted to gather the surrounding elements to fill the gap in the body. But it stopped in an instant. The surrounding dead air was too dense. It didn't matter at ordinary times, but it was what the body needed during the breakthrough process. Fong Bai was worried that it would leave a root of disease. Fong Bai only paused for a moment, and then without any hesitation, he immediately suppressed the body's instinct with consciousness, forcefully suppressing his breakthrough process. Kaming next to him felt that he couldn't breathe for a moment. Fong Bai seemed to have turned into a fierce beast as big as a mountain. His body seemed to suppress the ancient sacred mountain. The surrounding space and him seemed to be frozen in a piece of amber and couldn't move. Kaming could only stare wide-eyed and struggle hard. But even if his face flushed, he couldn't move at all. It wasn't until Fong Bai opened his eyes that Kaming lost his balance and fell to the ground. Are you a breakthrough master? No. I haven't broken through yet. I paused for a moment. Kaming was blocked by Fong Bai's words and couldn't speak. Fong Bai sensed it and found that forcibly suppressing the breakthrough process was not a big deal. There were no other serious consequences except that he was a little impatient because of the endless crazy hunger. But people who are hungry for a long time are prone to stomach problems and malnutrition. Fong Bai doesn't want to use his foundation to test what the results will be in the future. And Fong Bai also wants to know what changes will happen after he completes his foundation. He is a master of mecha masters, and he is different from other masters from the beginning. Moreover, in this process, he has also integrated a solid characteristic structure and consumed a lot of black spring water to complete a thorough body tempering. What will happen next is unknown to Fong Bai. But there is one thing Fong Bai can be sure of. That is the extreme transformation of the body and the sudden increase in strength. The gold element tempering at the beginning of the job. The professional level elemental metallization. The elite level black spring tempering. And the solid structure are completely integrated. All three stages of laying the foundation are all adding all attribute points to the strength and defense of the body. The ultimate addition of points. Without any balance. Without any deflection. Such an extreme oddity. Fong Bai estimates that it is difficult to have a second one in the extraordinary world. In this way, even Fong Bai can't estimate what kind of fruit this will bear at the master level stage. First, complete this breakthrough. But in fact, Fong Bai feels that he still has a shortcoming. That is, the soul, which is actually the spell position. Because of the lack of spiritual medicine, the spell position only completed the first tempering and stopped. And the strength is far less than the body. Fong Bai shook his head slightly. Shook off the hunger that constantly impacted the spiritual platform. Put aside the distracting thoughts for the time being. And looked at the unused black spring and Kaming, who was eager to try. You will die. or your foundation will be completely destroyed by the black spring," Fong Bai said, while melting all his extraordinary equipment and swallowing all the gold elements of elemental metal. But the remaining 5 pieces of extraordinary equipment only made a sound, and Fong Bai's hunger did not weaken at all. Kaming suddenly found that Fong Bai glanced at the heavy armor and big sword on his body. This was forged by Fong Bai for him, and he treasured it very much. And Fong Bai took a look, full of appetite. "What do you want to do?" "No. Absolutely not." Kaming hugged his shoulders with both hands, and instantly retreated to the corner and looked at Fong Bai in horror. Seeing him like this, Fong Bai was furious and slapped him. "What the hell are you thinking? Stay still," Fong Bai said unhappily and turned to leave. The rocks under his feet cracked, and the sound followed him. However, the sound gradually faded as he walked, and finally disappeared. He walked silently. Kaming stayed next to the black spring. Not long after, he saw Fong Bai dragging a string of skulls of various colors in. He sensed it slightly. "Oh, they are all masters again." Fong Bai obviously hasn't broken through to the master level, but these skulls are worse than dogs in front of him. Kaming was numb and didn't find it strange. Fong Bai was tossing around in the black spring again, and turned away after consuming most of the soul fire of the master level undead. Finally, there was a master level undead skull left, and Fong Bai threw it aside. This thing is everywhere in the ruins of this ancient battlefield. It has no intelligence at all, wandering around the ancient battlefield in a daze, instinctively hunting other undead and devouring the soul fire in an attempt to become stronger. Little did they know that the more this chaotic, impure soul fire was devoured, the more confused they would become, making the difficulty of giving birth to intelligence go up from hell level. In this case, even the instincts left in life were completely wiped out, and there was no trace of specialness anymore, wandering in a daze, turning into eternal disorder and chaos. As for whether this disorder and chaos can continue to become stronger on the basis of the master level, Fong Bai estimated that it could not, because he had been wandering for a long time. Except for finding a half-stepped legend next to the black spring, he had not found any undead above the master level in other places. So the threat level of this ancient battlefield is indeed not high. It is quite safe. Kaming, yes, you are right. Can the black spring be considered as order born from disorder, so that these undead can cleanse their soul fire and regenerate their spiritual wisdom? Fong Bai muttered a few words and turned to the location of other 6th-layer black springs. Now he was driven by hunger and just wanted to return to the trial space immediately to absorb the power of elements, and then snatch all the extraordinary equipment of all the trial participants and eat them all. Although he was not controlled by hunger, Fong Bai couldn't help but speed up his work, running between black springs, using local materials, turning half-stepped legendary undead into basic materials, using master-level undead as supplementary materials, and leaving array bases on black springs one after another. If someone marked all the black springs that Fong Bai had worked on, they would find that these black springs were faintly in a circle, surrounding a huge valley. Chapter 342. Die! The blood bear threw a skeleton crocodile to the ground and dragged the crocodile's tail towards the huge valley. A river meandered in the center of the valley. Countless bones floated in the river and circulated back and forth. The river water had turned gray under the reflection of the soul fire. The blood bear threw the skeleton crocodile into the river and became part of the river. In the center of the river, layer after layer of white bones formed a huge altar tens of meters high. In front of the altar, as many as 99 steps were like a white ladder leading directly to the divine world. Around the altar, lines were constructed and finally turned into a burning soul flame at the top. From a distance, a solemn atmosphere spread. Under the altar, one cultist after another quickly perfected the sacrificial ceremony. Each of them had fanaticism and excitement in their eyes. Each of them had their consciousness distorted in their faith. Each of them can sacrifice their lives for the gods. This little bit is almost the second most important criterion for distinguishing evil gods from righteous gods. In the midst of his busy schedule, Wu Muley held a mirror in both hands, looking respectfully at the old man in the mirror, his eyes full of excitement. After reporting the situation, Wu Muley lowered his head, and the old man in the mirror gently stroked the head of a red-eyed crow next to him. The crow's red eyes flickered, and an old voice sounded. "Are there any other situations?" Hearing the voice, Wu Muley immediately recalled the encounter with the paladin and the paladin being rescued. Thinking of the paladin being rescued, Wumili's eyes did not change at all, and he shook his head directly, indicating that there was no. The old man in the mirror frowned slightly, and a sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Recently, he has been feeling a whim. After exploration, it was found that this feeling did not come from him, but was transmitted from the gods. The gods are uneasy. What makes the gods uneasy? What can make the gods uneasy? He felt a tightness in his heart. After checking the church and finding no serious problems, he understood. It might be a crisis at the level of the gods. The only way he could think of was to keep urging Wumili to carry out the sacrifice. No matter what the crisis is, we can always face it better with improved strength. Speed up the process of the sacrifice ceremony. Use the most magnificent sacrifice to gather the most powerful force, and win the favor of the gods at the same time. Thinking of this, the pale figure's eyes slightly dodged. This is also the best opportunity to obtain the blessing of the gods. The pale figure immediately called Wumili to look up. The moment the two looked at each other, Wumili's eyes gradually dimmed, as if he had lost all vitality, and lit up again just a moment later. But his eyes at this moment were completely different from before, becoming tired and old. But this could not hide the excitement in his eyes at all. Looking at the altar that was almost completed, the surrounding pattern, and the dead air in the environment, he murmured, "The ancient records are correct. This ancient battlefield is indeed a loophole in the trial space. You can use the ancient battlefield to bypass the rules of the trial space, and then enter the trial space again. I really came in. Ebony Lee. No. To be more precise, it should be the pale figure," he said excitedly, looking at the tall altar in front of him. His eyes seemed to reflect a huge statue in blood. He is about to preside over the greatest sacrifice in history. He will win the favor of the gods, and enter that great realm in one fell swoop. The gods will eventually come. The pale figure was full of excitement, and the uneasiness from the sixth sense was covered by this excitement. Here, there is no annoying church, no dog-like court, although only consciousness enters. If you die, you really die. But he is very confident. Here, he can't have any accidents. Although there is only consciousness, he is also an existence that others cannot defeat. If you are killed, you will die. But as long as you are not killed, you will not die. How is this possible? How did these filthy things get here? In a corner outside the valley, a fat man with 10 rings on his hands stared at the river and the huge altar with wide eyes. The most advanced sacrificial array. If there is a legendary organization, it is said that it can welcome the incarnation of the gods to the earth or receive artifacts. The fat man looked at the altar, recognizing the pattern bit by bit, and finally widened his eyes completely, his heart thumping. After a while of careful observation, he was relieved after a long while. Fortunately, the material specifications are not enough. The terrain specifications are not enough. The sacrifice specifications are not enough. The ceremony specifications are not enough. And the host specifications are not enough. It is a super simplified version. But in a place like the ancient battlefield, an altar of this level can be arranged. Hunting so many master-level undead people must have mixed in among the trialers. And they must be elite level. Cultist genius? No. It's impossible. I've never heard of any cult that has cultivated a top genius. They don't have this ability. Top geniuses won't join cults. And even if a top genius obtains master-level combat power at the elite level, and then breaks through the master level, he won't kill the master like a dog. That should be the genius level. And here, the fat man glanced at the master-level undead skeletons all over the ground, and thought of a possibility. And his scalp suddenly went numb. The gods are watching. The evil god ritual with the gods watching. It's over. The ritual specifications are second only to the ritual presided over by the gods' followers. Damn it! An elite-level trial actually attracted this level of ritual, and bypassed the trial mechanism to attract the evil god. As for it, this ancient battlefield. Could it be? I don't know what he thought of. The fat man didn't dare to hesitate, and his fat body ran directly towards the entrance. He now has only one thought. Run! Run out of the ancient battlefield. And then immediately withdraw from the trial. No matter what the purpose of this group of cultists is, no matter what the final result is, it will definitely cause a big change. Run! The fat man only hated his parents for only giving him 2 legs. The ominous premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the sky and the earth were dark. and the terrifying aura spread from the altar. The aura of the ritual spread with an unstoppable momentum. Sensing this momentum, the fat man's face was suddenly full of bitterness. The sacrifice ceremony began. The essence of the master-level undead piled up under the altar was drained in an instant, and the terrifying power rose step by step along the altar. The cultists stood on the altar, dancing fanatically and chaotically, and the evil, disordered whispers sounded between heaven and earth. The fat man's eyes showed a trace of confusion, and he subconsciously took a step forward. The ring in his hand suddenly became hot and woke him up. The fat man's face was uglier than ever. The evil god whispers, "This is a legendary sacrificer." The fat man watched the power rise step by step, and finally rushed straight to the sky. Chapter 343. Legendary Priest. As soon as this thought came to his mind, the fat man's face became extremely ugly. Although it is definitely not the real body that has descended, it still means a very high status. This accounts for a large part in any ritual. The same ritual, different status. It must be completed first by the high-status person. In addition, the appearance of the legendary priest also means another point. That is, under the fat man's gaze. The moment the ritual was completed, there was no waiting time for response, and the evil god could not wait to respond to the ritual call. Sure enough, the fat man felt countless chaotic thoughts growing in his mind, and he did not run away. Instead of rushing to run away, he took out a small sword instead, and an extremely obvious look of pain appeared. He kept making crackling sounds, and the ring in his hand, the necklace on his neck, the pendant on his belt, and the pocket watch in his pocket burst one after another. Even so, the evil god's aura continued to invade, and his legs seemed to kneel down willingly. Like the supreme buzz, the fat man's head shuddered, and he woke up again. He held the small sword and looked at the huge ritual field with a clear mind. At the same time, he took out a transparent bead with his other hand and pointed it in the direction of the ceremony. In the middle of this fist-sized spherical crystal, a thin and long gap was like a vertical pupil. As the fluorescence flowed, the scene in front of him and the artistic conception were all reflected in it. Time passed by minute, and the power of the ceremony soared into the sky, and the consciousness of the evil god descended from above. From beginning to end, the trial space did not show any power. The fat man, who still had some expectations, sank. The trial space has been broken to such an extent, and there is such a big loophole? The fat man's face gradually became ugly. Knowing something, it was hard for him not to suspect that this was a test by someone. This cult and this evil god were just pawns being used. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? If the trial space really doesn't react at all, if this evil god succeeds, then there will be a big change. Watching evil god's will and the power of the ritual getting closer and closer, the fat man's heart sank. When the evil god's will and consciousness were connected, the trial space still didn't react at all. The fat man's face was as black as ink, and he immediately activated the small sword in his hand. He could still hold on to the evil god's will thousands of miles away. But once the evil god's will came, everything within the radiation range would be forcibly distorted by it. Ordinary life is too fragile, and the existence of the evil god is the biggest threat to life. The small sword was activated, and violent sword energy surged out of the small sword and instantly wrapped the fat man. The violent sword energy was like a point when it touched the fat man, and it was extremely smooth. In just a moment, the fat man was wrapped in the sword light and soared into the sky. At this moment, the fat man found that something had happened suddenly, but there was no ripple in his heart. It's too late. Too late. Too late. The will of the evil god has come. The ritual has been completed, and all attacks on the ritual field are meaningless and impossible to succeed. I know your plan, but you just want to use the formation to attack the trial space. You want to kill someone with a borrowed knife, but you think too simply. How can a stable trial space be activated just by saying it? If you activate it earlier, there might be a chance. But now, be smart. The fat man activated a trace of sword energy, and a sharp voice appeared in Fong Bai's ears. Stupid. You never know what your smartness has caused. The fat man, who guessed what would happen next, didn't laugh at this moment. A burst of anger from the heart emerged, and he couldn't help but use the power of the small sword to find the other party, and directly scolded the other party. There was a chance, but because of this person's smartness, the opportunity was fleeting. Fong Bai listened to the sudden voice in his ear. slightly stunned, and turned his head to look. I saw a sword light cutting through the sky, wrapping a figure and disappearing in the ancient battlefield. Fong Bai frowned slightly. It's inexplicable. Beside him, on all sides of him, clusters of soul fire broke through the clouds and turned into gray slender light columns. On the light column, dense arrays rotated, taking effect one after another. At the same time, the high and low light columns spread out and gathered, and a huge array diagram was formed in the sky. In an instant, all the energy in the valley, where the ritual site was located, was suppressed and stagnated. But the energy flow inside the altar and the advent of the evil gods were not affected at all. The one who was presiding over the ceremony, Ebony Lee, looked up at the array diagram and showed a sneer on his face, but did not move at all. And the blood bearer who was kneeling on one knee in the center of the altar next to him waiting for the advent of the gods did not change at all. No one cared about the array diagram in the sky. The ritual has been completed. The evil gods has intervened. And the most critical part is over. Next, we only need to wait for the will of the gods to enter the carrier step by step. No magic array can stop it. This array diagram can only try to activate the power of the trial space upwards. But since he dared to perform the ritual in this ancient battlefield, it means that there is a sufficient source of intelligence. If you want to activate the power of the trial space, you must master the structure of the trial space, and then use extremely strong magic array knowledge to arrange the large array in a targeted manner to pry the power of the trial space. Only a legendary array master has the strength to complete this step. And there is only one legendary array master in the Yabong Kingdom. He didn't come at all, didn't approach Hongfeng City at all, and couldn't enter the trial space at all. And since that's the case, everything is just a farce. And the blood bear next to him looked angrily in the direction of Fong Bai. It was this slippery clown who didn't catch him before. And now he dared to appear to hinder the arrival of the will of the gods. Blood Bear's eyes were filled with anger, and he wanted to go over and tear Fong Bai hand here immediately. However, the ongoing ceremony made it impossible for him to escape. He felt the rapidly increasing power in his body, the coming of the will of the gods, and his consciousness gradually blurred and disappeared. Although his consciousness would disappear in the next moment, Blood Bear's eyes were still full of fanaticism. Feeling the coming of the will of the gods, a sense of glory surged out. The Lord's power descended on him, which was his supreme glory. The next moment, Blood Bear completely lost consciousness, and this also prevented him from seeing the changes in the formation diagram in the sky. The formation diagram instantly soared into the sky, as if it hit an invisible barrier. Boom! Buzz! The barrier trembled quickly and appeared. It seemed that countless stars could be seen flowing inside it. The extremely complex formation was constantly layered and intertwined inside it, which was extremely complex. Chapter 344. Wumulai looked up at the sky, and frowned slightly when he saw the barrier emerge. He actually brought out the trial space array, but he retracted his gaze after just one look, and continued to pour his strength into the altar to maintain the operation of the ritual. So what if the array was brought out without a legendary array master? Ordinary extraordinary people simply have no ability to interpret the array of the level of the trial space, let alone analyze it. Even if a legendary array master came, it would be extremely difficult. But even so, he still exploded again, speeding up the arrival of the evil god's will. And the next moment, the array diagram suspended in the air instantly spread out, turning into a thin film embedded in the array of the trial space. Then, in his incredible eyes, the film was tightly attached to the array, and in the process of continuous changes and derivation, it was unconsciously integrated into the trial space. This seemed to be a reserved interface, and the array was inserted into it very smoothly, without waiting for Ebony Lee to react. A mechanical voice echoed in the ancient battlefield. Beep. Interface loading successful. Beep. Open permission identification beep. Identification successful. First level permission. Trial temporary permission. Beep. Start information loading. Beep. Start scanning the authorized person. When Fong Bai heard this prompt, the corners of his mouth curled up. He knew. It worked. Just the next moment, a mechanical prompt sound appeared, and instantly made Ebony Lee freeze. In an instant, all the wrong things had answers. What carelessness! What cleverness! What not interrupting consciousness in advance! What active dedication! Not hiding in front of the will of the gods! I understand. Everything is understood at this moment. Immediately sank to the bottom of the water, and a sense of despair surged in his heart. At this moment, the will of the evil god seemed to have sensed the crisis. Squirming frantically, trying to evacuate, Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly at first. Then he grinned, and finally he burst into laughter. He couldn't help it. Ha ha! 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 I knew that you evil dogs would never change your bad habits. It's the same trick over and over again. Come on. Look. Keep looking at me. While Fong Bai was laughing, the sound of the mechanical voice just fell. Ding. The evil god is watching. Ding. The evil god mark is being cleared for the authorized person. Ding. The evil god mark has been cleared, and the coordinates have been locked. Ding. According to the provisions of Article 78, Paragraph 5 of Evil God Property, the authorized person carrying the evil god mark has the same opportunity to explore the evil god, and the evil god coordinates are shared. Sharing is successful. Ding. Start the evil god lock. Space blockade. Cause and effect lock. Concept lock. And start the construction program of the exclusive advanced trial. Ding. Error. Ding. The evil god will coordinates are wrong. Ding. The evil god's invasion behavior is discovered. The invasion area is being detected, and the evil god defense system is activated. Ding. The evil god is discovered. Invasion. Ding. Weapon system activated. Ding. Observation system activated. Ding. Divine radar activated. Ding. Divine identification activated. Identification completed. Not a registered god. Not a cultivated god. Ding. Camp detection activated. Camp detection completed. Ding. Response judgment started. Ding. Advanced trial field abandoned construction. According to Article 8, Paragraph 1 of the Evil God Management Regulations. Invading evil gods. Immediately kill. Ding. God killing crossbow activated. Start preheating. Ding. Start locking. Lock successfully. At this moment, Wumuli felt like falling into an ice cellar. He couldn't help but recall some rumors he had heard before. He was half believing and half doubting, and didn't deny it. How can the greatness of gods be understood by mortals? But at this moment, before he could recall, he looked at the evil god's will that was madly fleeing in the sky. And the mechanical sound sounded again. Ding. Preheating completed. Launch. There was no sound. As if a force descended from nowhere, directly wiping out the evil god's will that was madly fleeing in the air bit by bit, without any residue. Not only the will, but also the breath and fluctuations left around were all wiped out, without any residue. God. Fall. Wumuli, who realized this was like a bolt from the blue, and the whole person was stunned. And Fong Bai couldn't help but be stunned. Although I thought that the trial space would be very strong, I didn't expect that it would only take one strike. A real strike to kill the god. One strike to kill the god. Even the will outside did not escape at all, and even the breath left was directly wiped out. This level of proficiency is simply suffocating and very pleasant. At this moment, Fong Bai was more excited than ever. An evil god was actually blown up like this. This feeling is simply incomparable happiness. At this time, the mechanical sound from the trial space finally came. Beep. The invading evil god has been killed. The weapon system is shut down, and the radar system is shut down. Beep. The dragging system is turned on. Beep. Start dragging. The mechanical sound disappeared, and the soul fire that Fong Bai used to set up the magic circle was gradually emptied. The magic circle dissipated. At this time, Wumuli had fallen on the top of the white bone altar and lost consciousness. After carefully observing for a moment and having a general idea in his mind, Fong Bai walked over excitedly and walked to the top of the altar casually. Wumuli seemed to be unharmed, and his heartbeat, breathing and mental strength were all normal. However, Fong Bai knew at a glance that the consciousness of this chief priest had dissipated, and he was already a complete empty shell, because the relationship between the chief priest and the ritual is too close, and the relationship between the chief priest and the will of the evil god is too close. So his consciousness was directly wiped out? Fong Bai pondered for a moment, but did not get an answer. However, he did not relax his vigilance. He condensed the flames directly, and only felt relieved after completely crushing Wumuli to ashes, and turned to look at the blood bear lying on the ground next to him. The blood bear was not dead, and his consciousness was very normal. The burly blood bear fell to the ground like a wild bear, and a fierce breath rushed to his face. Fong Bai carefully sensed inside and outside, and after confirming that the blessing from the evil god had disappeared, he smiled. Hey! Wake up! Wake up! Fong Bai kicked the blood bear several times with his feet, and the unconscious blood bear opened his eyes in a daze, although he didn't know why he was still alive after the will of the gods descended. But these will be discussed later. He is going to tear this slippery little mouse in half now. A mere half-stepped legend dared to be arrogant in front of him. A legend? The simple-minded blood bear jumped up with a grim smile, but was held down by Fong Bai with one hand. Feeling the irresistible power in his hand, Blood Bear suddenly found that his legendary power had disappeared. The anger and ferocity in his eyes disappeared, leaving only panic and confusion. Chapter 345. What? Just as Blood Bear opened his mouth, he felt the 5 fingers of the palm on his head close together. Crack, crack, bang! The Blood Bear's head exploded. Bones and flesh splattered, but all the blood in Fong Bai direction was blocked. Fong Bai waved his hand lightly, recalling the confusion in Blood Bear's eyes just now, and shook his head slightly. Strength is still reliable if you cultivate it yourself. Can this be called legendary? If you lose your strength, you are nothing. Fong Bai curled his lips, but he did not deny the excellence of this system. It can allow an elite to directly have legendary combat power, and it can be withdrawn at any time, no matter what the price is. As long as you can do this and do it stably, it can be called very excellent. Fong Bai only disdained the Blood Bear, not the system. He even became a little interested in this system, because in his opinion, there may be pitfalls at the end or lower level of the system, but there may not be pitfalls at the top or the source. Just like a pyramid scheme, the ones below are being cheated, and the one who started it is also cheating. Isn't it? Fong Bai also realized that this kind of power is not only used by gods. It can only be said that the gods use it more thoroughly, and most of the power of the entire system lies in this power. In fact, this power is widely used, and perhaps the gods used it first. But the extraordinary people are not fools, and they will naturally take the essence and discard the dross. As far as Fong Bai knows about the breakthrough of the legendary stage, the source of power of his title, etc., these powers should be of this kind. But they are just different ways of use or different forms of expression. If this power is used skillfully, it is indeed useful, and it is not impossible to try it. Fong Bai recalled the appearance of the Blood Bear, thought about it and said, using it directly on the main body may backfire, and may end up like the Blood Bear. But what if I don't use it to improve myself, but use it to build external objects, and then use the external objects to strengthen my main body? For example, armor, or future mecha? I can use good enough materials and good enough arrays, and a large enough space to carry this power and apply it. I can use the benefits but avoid the hidden dangers. And as for my main body, I can practice slowly. Armor and mecha are only for use. Just like the practice in novels. One is the way, the other is the art. Fong Bai recalled that he used armor to carry dragon energy, and got the power of dragon energy for free without being eroded by dragon energy. TSK. He really tasted the sweetness of this way of playing. Many things have advantages and disadvantages. All Fong Bai needs to do is to avoid the disadvantages and play the advantages. Now the armor series has reached the end of the master level. Fong Bai has no idea about the legendary level above, and he is not even sure about the high-level energy used by the master level. After all, dragon energy cannot be copied, and he only has this one Dragon Ball, which cannot be regenerated. But if we use this power called faith or intention instead, then it will be highly replicable. What's more important is that, considering the popularity of mecha and armored warriors among players, Fong Bai is confident enough to condense this power, and the only thing he lacks is how to use it. While thinking and destroying the altar, in the distance, Kaming ran wildly outside Hanfeng's city. A fat man in a mess broke through the space under the wrapping of sword energy and fell to the ground. The fat man who came out was still cursing, and his tone was full of indignation. Cursing. When he thought of the value of this sword energy, the fat man's heart suddenly twitched. Damn it. I saw a ghost today. Even if this player interferes a little, I can't cooperate with the ritual. Wait. Light. I don't know what to wait for. It's crazy. Could it be that he wants to wait for the evil god to really come down and kill him together? The fat man was shocked by his incredible idea. How ignorant can a person be to have such an idea? How ignorant can a person be to have such a bold idea? The fat man couldn't believe it. But after thinking about it for a long time, the fat man couldn't think of any other possibilities. Because even a fool knows that he must interrupt him before the ritual is completed. At this moment, the fat man laughed in anger and looked up at the projection of the trial space in the sky. Once you come out of the trial space, you can never enter it again. And you can't enter the ruins of the ancient battlefield suppressed under the trial space. Thinking of this, the fat man's heart ached again. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. First, the entire trial space solidified as a whole, and everything inside seemed to be frozen. The next moment, a huge crossbow phantom flashed across the trial space. Although the crossbow flashed by, the fat man still caught a glimpse of its characteristics. After seeing it clearly, he was stunned and said in a broken voice, "God-killing crossbow? How is this possible?" The fat man couldn't believe it. But no matter how he couldn't believe it, he heard a faint bowstring sound soon after. The next moment, the fat man saw a strange phenomenon in the trial space. And at the same time, sparse raindrops fell. And the mountains, rivers and plants in the entire trial space were undergoing drastic changes. Seeing this scene, the fat man's heart suddenly twitched, and he lost his voice completely. The gods fell, and the strange phenomena were born. The spiritual rain nourished and reborn. The strange phenomena in the trial space of Hanfeng City were not only seen by the fat man, but everyone in Hanfeng City. Some people didn't know what they were talking about. Some were surprised but half believing, and some were shocked. They shook their heads slightly in their speechlessness, and then passed the news one level at a time. Some plans that had been made long ago were quietly stagnant. The news of the fall of the evil god was quietly passed on, spreading his influence. After hearing this news, more than one person cursed in private. The strength and quality of the creations of the ancient wizard civilization simply exceeded the imagination of all of them. The ancient wizard civilization that has disappeared for thousands of years still exerts influence on this world, and influences the development of the world situation. It is simply terrifying. In fact, it is far from that. According to Fong by understanding, the current extraordinary world is basically excavated from the ruins of the ancient wizard civilization. Most of the professions that exist today can almost find corresponding prototypes in the ruins of the ancient wizard civilization. In addition, extraordinary equipment, spell scrolls, etc. are all technologies of the ancient wizard civilization. Even wizard towers, etc. There are too many such examples. And Fong Bai also deeply realized the weight of the ancient wizard civilization at this moment. A fixed turret weapon. Simple preheating. One shot. One life. There is no ability to resist. No waves. Just a simple attack. The evil god falls. Chapter 346. Just died like that? Fong Bai looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky, and felt the green raindrops falling. The raindrops fell sparsely on the ground, moistening the earth and neutralizing the dead air in the soil. The green raindrops were filled with soft vitality, and contained a mysterious power, as if they could be transformed into the origin of any creature or any object without loss, and then absorbed immediately. When the origin is full, the creature will naturally undergo transformation. Next to Fong Bai, Kaming looked at Fong Bai with a complicated face. Surprised? Shocked? These seemed to be gone, and there was only a complicated face. As a teaching staff under the divine system, no one understood the vastness and power of the gods better than him. Not to mention the master level. Even the legends were as fragile as babies in front of the gods. And those below the legends were even more fragile as insects. But with such a huge difference, Fong Bai actually caused the death of a god. No matter what force Fong Bai used. No matter what means Fong Bai used. It was Fong Bai who directly caused the death of this evil god. With complicated emotions in his chest, Kaming said with mixed feelings while looking at the green raindrops dripping sparsely from the sky. This kind of green raindrop is a very precious opportunity. It is only formed in the vision when the gods fall, and the status of the god shakes the rules of heaven and earth. It is very, very precious. It can promote the accumulation of origin and transformation of organisms without any side effects. It can also heal various hidden injuries, including the injury of origin, which is rare. Moreover, as the place where the will of the evil god fell, the density of raindrops here is the highest. Absorb as much as you can. There will be no bad effects. Don't waste the opportunity. Without Kaming's words, Fong Bai had already realized that this was a good thing. The mental power was fully spread out, and the green raindrops within a radius of several thousand meters were pulled towards him by Fong Bai before they fell to the ground. The green raindrops were sparse, but when all the raindrops within a radius of several thousand meters gathered together, they turned into a small river in the air and were swallowed by Fong Bai. While absorbing Fong Bai, he asked curiously, "How do you know this? Shouldn't things involving the fall of gods be top secret?" Kaming shrugged. "I've already said that the God of Light and I are both positions under the God system, and he is not the source. So although we are in contact with gods and believe in gods, gods are not the supreme existence for us. The fall of gods is not taboo knowledge. And the reason why I know this is entirely because," Kaming said as he rushed into the distance, "this is not the first time I have seen a god fall." Kaming's faint voice sounded, and Fong Bai turned his head and looked over instantly when he heard it, his eyes full of surprise. Kaming felt this surprised look, and he couldn't help but feel great. He had always been shocked by Fong Bai before, and he finally shocked Fong Bai once. Feeling this gaze, Kaming couldn't help but pause slightly, enjoying it for a while. And then, he spoke slowly. "Since the distinction between good gods and evil gods is made, there will naturally be conflicts between the two. In the words of you players, colleagues or enemies, whether it is maintaining the rules of the world or competing for believers. In short, for various reasons, we and the evil gods are mortal enemies. This is also the fundamental reason why our Library of Light will offer a reward for the evil gods' believers. When we face the gods, we will naturally not just stay at the stage of offering a small reward. After we use certain means to grasp the hiding place of the evil god, a war of gods will break out. The God of Light will personally participate in the war. And it was in a war of gods that I saw the death of a god. I saw this kind of raindrops at that time. So I know this." As he spoke, Kaming had left Fong Bai radiation range and began to gather green raindrops for absorption. However, the density of raindrops at his location was less than 1/10 of that at Fong Bai location. The high density he just mentioned was not in vain. Fong Bai location was one of the core locations of the fall of the gods, and the density of this raindrop was extraordinary. The density here was better and higher than normal. It was also relatively dense here, so he was very satisfied with absorbing it. This was the fall of the gods caused directly by Fong Bai, so it was natural that he had the greatest benefit. If it was inside the church, he would not be able to enjoy it even if he saw it, and at most moistened his lips. At this moment, Kaming was extremely satisfied to enjoy such an opportunity. Under the nourishment of the green raindrops, his injuries healed at a very fast speed, and quickly nourished him to the best state. And the next moment, the drops of green raindrops directly sank into the origin, and were absorbed by it without any loss. The origin can actually be described by another less appropriate word. That is, talent, or blood for Warcraft. Fong Bai swallowed the green raindrops within a radius of thousands of meters. He was not worried about Kaming going there, because the undead above the master level in this range had already turned into sacrifices, and there was no residue. And there was the breath of the evil gods while in the ceremony, and the breath left by the gods' fall. And the half-stepped legendary undead who had already born instincts did not dare to come. So although Kaming was farther away, his life was not in danger. Of course, Fong Bai still paid attention at all times to avoid unexpected situations. Time passed by minute, and a large amount of green raindrops sank into Fong Bai's body. Countless warm and crisp raindrops flowed inside and outside Fong Bai's body, penetrating into every core of his body. At this moment, Fong Bai discovered that his body was being tempered in the Black Spring, and in the process of continuous damage and repair. Although it was repaired every time, it still left a trace of flaws. This kind of flaw is like the burr of a car engine. Over time, in the process of continuous warming and nourishing, it will gradually return to the most natural state. However, this time is difficult to predict. Fong Bai speculated that if the process continues to be tempered, the flaws will gradually accumulate and eventually even form a hidden injury that is difficult to eliminate. This made Fong Bai wake up. Too much is as bad as too little. It seems that sometimes you still have to take it slowly and not rush too fast. You may not see anything on the surface, but the damage will be left forever in the dark. Fong Bai kept this in mind and watched the moistening of the green raindrops silently. Not long after, Fong Bai's body was moistened and a feeling of satisfaction was born. Perfect. But this still couldn't reduce the hunger in the body. because Fong Bai found that these green raindrops were not digested by the body's origin after they merged into the body, but accumulated inside the body. I don't know why Fong Bai felt full. Chapter 347. Full? Fong Bai felt puzzled. Is there still such a state as being full? According to Kaming's words, when these raindrops are absorbed, they will directly fill the origin. Will the full origin trigger transformation? How can there be such a state? It is not even enough to fill the general energy needed for my body to upgrade. Wait. Fong Bai suddenly realized that he was still in the state of upgrading, but not completed. According to normal understanding, each upgrade is originally a strengthening of the origin of life. In this case, it's stuck. My origin is already full and is transforming. So these raindrops are stored in my body after being absorbed by me. It should be digested after I complete the upgrade. Fong Bai was relieved when he thought of this and continued to swallow the green raindrops. However, this strange phenomenon completely dissipated in just 1 hour, and the green raindrops gradually stopped. Kaming walked over with a satisfied look on his face. His face rosy, and his breath became more and more natural and rich. Obviously, he had gained a lot. Fong Bai looked inside himself and found that the energy transformed from the green raindrops was stored in his body and integrated into his body. The effects were still there, and Fong Bai felt as if he had become Tang Monk's flesh. He could not control this kind of power, and could only let his body absorb and digest it. But all this power was hidden in his flesh, blood, tendons and bones. If there was a monster that could drink Fong Bai blood, eat Fong Bai flesh, and gnaw Fong Bai bones, it would definitely be a great fortune. It would definitely be able to complete at least a rebirth. Fong Bai muttered. His breath was restrained, and his mental power was more natural. Standing on the broken altar, he hastily cleaned up the battlefield and collected a dozen extraordinary equipment. Most of it was the work of the 2 people on the altar, but the dozen or so cultists in the middle and lower parts of the altar also contributed some extraordinary equipment. It's hard to say. I can only say that I'm really doing badly. Damn. Poor guy. Kaming laughed when he heard this. The cultists are already very poor. How can a group of people hiding in the stinking ditch compete with the forces under the sun in terms of wealth? Besides, they are still exploited by the upper and middle levels of the cult church. Kaming saw that Fong Bai's eyes were not right, and he was immediately amused. Fong Bai, you don't think that those who can get into the upper and middle levels of the cult are good people, right? You think they won't exploit their subordinates when they enter the cult church? This. Fong Bai heard the words and glanced at the cultists he killed casually. Why? Sometimes they have no choice. All we can do is kill all the cultists, Kaming said calmly, and Fong Bai nodded, suddenly thinking of something, and asked aloud, by the way, what is the name of this evil god? I don't know his name until I die. I don't know his real name, but it seems to be the god of mist and tentacles. Demigod level. His church seems to be called the Een Tentacle Hand. Een Tentacle Hand. Demigod level? Fong Bai asked curiously, and Kaming nodded. Yes, a demigod. A demigod above the legendary level, who has mastered a certain amount of authority, and began to build a church and absorb faith. From the looks of him, he should have condensed divine power, and it is not beyond his reach to call him a god. A demigod is also a god. Kaming saw that Fong Bai was a little confused, and immediately realized that Fong Bai could not access this information normally. So he started to explain it immediately. Fong Bai listened quietly. Kaming's talk was rather scattered, often far-fetched, but it did give him a preliminary understanding of this unfamiliar field. If you want to learn systematically, ordinary people, even ordinary Guizhou people, definitely don't have so much knowledge about gods. Even if there is, it is only a few words that are extremely obscure, and the information is not as much as Kaming's casual words. So it is impossible to study systematically. This is personally certified by Fong Bai Family Search. However, Fong Bai knows where the detailed records are. Hey, Kaming, how many contribution points are there for killing a legendary evil god observer? That's a lot. Kaming glanced at the blood bear corpse, reacted, and said with some envy. Fong Bai nodded after hearing this. Oh, what about that evil god? Kaming subconsciously said, and suddenly reacted, looking at Fong Bai in a weird way. His heart was beating. How many contribution points are there for killing the evil god? Wait, the fall of this evil god is indeed directly related to Fong Bai. Can this direct relationship be certified as the contribution of killing the evil god? Kaming was choked for a moment. And then he saw Fong Bai setting up a ceremony, with him on one end and a dozen extraordinary equipment just harvested on the other end. The precious extraordinary equipment melted directly under Fong Bai's hands, and then turned into consumables for the ceremony and was absorbed. This extremely extravagant behavior made Kaming's throat churn, and the dozen or so extraordinary equipment quickly separated the golden gold element, turning into dense golden dots that poured into Fong Bai's body. Fong Bai's extremely hungry body instantly devoured the food voraciously. More than a dozen pieces of extraordinary equipment that were larger than Fong Bai were all extracted and turned into gold elements and swallowed by his body, leaving no residue. The hunger eased slightly, but it was still surging. Fong Bai made a rough estimate and finally clicked his tongue. I just filled my stomach a little. If I really want to satisfy my body, 100 pieces of extraordinary equipment will not be enough. Fong Bai was really sure that he had gone astray. No, he was a pioneer, and he was wrong when he said he was wrong. Just to advance to the master level, it would consume so much elemental metal. It was just a car, and no one could stop it. A normal mecha master should use the gold and energy in the body to form a specific structure to advance to the master level. In this way, his body and fighting spirit have corresponding characteristics, and he can directly advance to the master level. At this step, he can mix natural treasures or other methods to temper his body. As the degree of tempering increases, the consumption of elemental metals will increase. If he tempers normally and simply and continues to strengthen his physical advantages, the consumption should be within an acceptable range. And my case belongs to the double extremes. The extreme structure belongs to the structure that can form a domain in the legendary stage, which should be at least legendary level. The extreme natural treasures used in the physical tempering can easily corrode even the undead skeletons of the half-stepped legend, which can definitely be regarded as legendary level. The double legendary level promotion finally led to my situation of breaking through the sky. Well, if it is converted to the legendary stage, it can be understood and accepted. And Fong Bai suddenly clenched his fists. He could withstand the black spring that even the half-stepped legend could not withstand. And this was before the transformation. How strong would a body that combines two legendary resources and then completes the transformation with a large amount of elemental metals be? Chapter 348. I can handle what a half-stepped legend can't handle. I have structures that a half-stepped legend doesn't have, and both are purely to increase the strength of the physical body. Add to that the huge amount of elemental metals that need to be consumed. Legend. Fong Bai hard moved fiercely. But at this moment, he suddenly didn't want to advance so quickly. If you want to touch the legend, you must not leave obvious shortcomings. Although his physical body is strong enough, his mental strength is still far behind. If he can take advantage of this transformation to make up for the strength of his mental strength, and unify the whole, then maybe it will be another opportunity. Dream Lotus. A quasi-4th level spiritual medicine. Fong Bai looked at the time and found that the time for the trial promotion was approaching, and the second stage was about to begin. Go get the Dream Lotus first, and then come down to continue practicing. Fong Bai made a decision immediately. While recording the promotion method of the Master Mecha Master in the fantasy space, he turned around and prepared to leave. But before he moved, there was a loud bang, and the ground shook violently. Is it an earthquake? No. It's not right. It's not an earthquake. Nor is it the shaking of the earth. It's the space. It's the world that's been shaken. Fong Bai reacted instantly, steadied his body, and sensed the changes in the world. At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, and he even wondered if the evil god was still alive and was coming to attack. Before he could figure out what was going on, the black clouds on the horizon seemed to be split by a giant axe, smashed by stones, and ripples appeared. After the black clouds were smashed, a huge spherical object came into view. Looking at this huge spherical object, Fong Bai naturally felt a sense of insignificance in his heart, as if he was looking up at the earth from the moon, and even the sheer size of it could trigger fear deep in his heart. But on this behemoth, a huge hole suddenly penetrated through it, and the membrane was directly blasted into pieces. Although it can be seen that the broken edge is constantly repairing itself, there is also a destructive force left on it, which is constantly destroying the membrane. Through the broken membrane, you can see the twisted monsters and plants inside. Fong Bai knew what it was at once. Kaming, who was standing next to him, exclaimed the moment he saw it. The evil god's half-plane? The trial space actually dragged it back directly? Awesome. Sure enough, this evil god has prepared for a long time. And this half-plane has begun to slowly transform into the kingdom of God. Kaming sighed, and Fong Bai nodded when he heard it. Obviously, he was not wrong. Under the gaze of the two, the evil god's half-plane was pulled into this world little by little. And then the height slowly decreased. At the same time, the earth shattered, and then slowly separated. Fong Bai felt the vibration under his feet. Like an earthquake. The mountains and rivers shook. And the earth was like a piece of plasticine in his hands that could be kneaded and shaped at will. This feeling made Fong Bai feel deeply shocked. Boom! I don't know how long it took. In the violent vibration of the earth. With a roar, the evil god's half-plane fell to the ground. Seeing this, Fong Bai and Kai Ming looked at each other in amazement. Fong Bai couldn't help but recall the results of analyzing the trial space array cluster before. Those trunk nodes. The first layer nodes. He was still wondering what they were before. But at this moment, he saw the arrival of the evil god's half-plane. Suddenly, there was no doubt. No need to be confused. At this time, Fong Bai looked at the half-plane that had landed. The hole that penetrated the barrier and directly shattered it. With a diameter of several kilometers. Still shocked him. This is just a crossbow. Fong Bai was fascinated. At this time, Fong Bai, who was looking at the evil god's half-plane, suddenly had an idea. A series of coordinates emerged in his mind. What was the rule of the trial space at that time? After locking the evil god, I was given the coordinates. From this trace, the evil god should have been killed in the half-plane at that time. In this case, is this string of coordinates locked to the location of the evil god's half-plane? The coordinates are a string of numbers, but also a stream of energy. A stream of energy that records special information and aura. This should be the common way for ancient wizard civilization to record spatial coordinates. Because when the evil god locked onto Beige Town before, the wizard tower cleared the lock while leaving the evil god coordinates and asked Fong Bai whether to start teleporting immediately. Although Fong Bai did not start teleporting, the coordinates were still retained. And they were exactly the same as the coordinates in front of him. And the wizard tower can start teleporting. If I am right, does that mean that I can use the wizard tower to teleport into the evil god's demi-plane? And then enter this ancient battlefield? Or even enter the trial space? At this moment, Fong Bai's heart instantly became active. And finally looked at the evil god's demi-plane. Turned around and left. Hey! Wait for me. Wait for me. Fong Bai. Where are you going? I'm going to pick some herbs. Do you want to come with me? Picking herbs? Well, my mental strength is not good enough. I plan to pick that dream lotus to assist in my cultivation. Oh! Dream lotus. Kai Ming nodded, without showing any strange color on his face. It's just dream lotus. What if it's quasi-4th level? Even if it's really 4th level. What if? Who can stop Fong Bai? What kind of herbs does he want to pick? Isn't it just a matter of manipulating it? No one knows better than Kai Ming how strong Fong Bai is now. That's the limit-breaking level of strength. No one can resist it, he said. Fong Bai saw that Kai Ming didn't react at all, and smacked his lips. Dream lotus. The one that grows in the pool. I remember it seems to be quasi-4th level. Oh! Yes. It's quasi-4th level. Kai Ming still didn't change his expression. Bored Fong Bai turned around and left. Kai Ming still decided to stay in this ancient battlefield to use the dead air and the undead to hone his holy light fighting spirit. Maybe it's just like Fong Bai Mecha Master needs to temper his body to break through. And then use fighting spirit to form the structure of the body. Maybe his paladin has similar needs in job transfer. Because the cultists are dead. Fong Bai is not too worried. Kaming was so embarrassed before because he was tricked by the cultists. If we really talk about strength, Kaming is definitely not bad. And he can definitely reach the first echelon below the master level. Fong Bai is down to earth and shoots forward like a cannonball. Since the weight has increased, Fong Bai rush is no longer as ecstatic as before. And he is only rushing and savage. Just like an elephant in nature. No one can stop him. However, although it is heavy, Fong Bai's speed is not slow at all. It didn't take long for him to come to a cave. This is the entrance for Fong Bai to enter the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Looking at this intersection, Fong Bai suddenly felt quite touched. But he still rushed up after just pausing for a moment. However, Fong Bai almost fell down just after entering the trial space. Boom! Earthquake and mountain shaking. Chapter 349. Boom! Boom! The ground shook violently, and a boulder as big as a car rolled towards Fong Bai. Fong Bai's body shook slightly during the shaking, and he punched out. Poof! The boulder shattered into powder and dissipated with the wind, and its huge power poured on Fong Bai. But his body did not move at all. Just kidding. With Fong Bai's current body density, it's hard to say who has a larger tonnage. Fong Bai didn't care about the boulder at all, but looked around. The violent shaking was like an earthquake. Not only the mountains on the ground. Fong Bai could clearly sense that the energy, elements, earth veins, etc. were all shaking violently. What a big thing! Fong Bai tried to take off and looked down at the earth. Whoosh! 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 The huge dragon wings flapped wildly, and the magic arrays on it lit up one after another. Fong Bai kicked his legs and rushed into the sky. At the highest point, the thrusters behind him turned into full force. Amid the roar of the thrusters, Fong Bai hugged his chest with one hand supporting his chin, his face full of helplessness. No matter how the thrusters behind him struggled, the whole person still descended little by little, and finally landed on the ground. Bang! The stone under Fong Bai's feet turned into powder. It's over. I really can't fly anymore. Forget it. I go offline and ask Hao Wei. Fong Bai sighed and called Hao Wei to understand the whole story. You mean after a while of rain, a piece of land cracked, and various mountains and rivers began to appear out of thin air? Hearing Hao Wei's affirmative answer on the other side of the phone, Fong Bai hurriedly asked, which direction? How far? That way. Right? Not far from me. After hanging up the phone, Fong Bai stepped on the ground without any hesitation. Bang! Amid the dull sound, Fong Bai instantly shot out, and the whole person rushed around like a dump truck equipped with a rocket launcher. Outside the trial space, Hao Wei looked at Fong Bai running at high speed strangely. A little confused. So excited? So anxious? Is there something good? Hao Wei pondered for a moment, and immediately asked some players to move over there. Fong Bai is so powerful. It's right to follow Fong Bai. In addition to Hao Wei, there is another person who is paying attention to Fong Bai. In the Archer Association of the Royal Capital, a young man frowned slightly. Are you saying that the man named Fong Bai came out, and Sally didn't come out again? Yes. A servant in front of the young man said respectfully. Does the master know about this? The young man shook his head again. The master probably doesn't know yet. But the master said that when Sally breaks through to the master level, he will accept Sally as a formal disciple. This can't happen unexpectedly. The young man was slightly worried, and then waved his hand. You go out first. Yes. The servant left, leaving only the young man in the room, his fingers tapping the table lightly. Two people entered the cave together. One came out, and the other didn't. He didn't say anything, but he knew that his junior brother, who had not yet entered the sect, was definitely in danger. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then disappeared, as if it were an illusion. Junior brother, I didn't expect that you had a trace of the master's power and died in the hands of others. Hearing others talk about the figure that jumped out when Sally escaped, the young man showed a trace of jealousy on his face, and then turned into joy. The life-saving trump card of the legend is not easy to get. It takes a lot of effort for the legend to condense it, and the number of people at the same time cannot be too many. After all, it is just an archer legend, not a mage legend, and let alone getting it. Bashadi never mentioned it to him once. Not to mention this, even, the young man suddenly interrupted his thoughts, and a gloomy look flashed on his face. He can continue to hunt down with a ray of power from a legend. His strength should not be underestimated. Even if he is not a half-step legend, he is almost there. The most important thing is that he will not die. This group of players is really scary. It has not been long since a half-step legend appeared. If he is entangled by a half-step legend who will not die, even a real legend will have a headache. Right? After all, if you can't kill a legend, can you kill the legend's family members and friends? The young man thought about it, and suddenly couldn't laugh. He seemed to be that kind of relative of a legend. Moreover, based on his understanding of Baseo, and the closeness of his willingness to give a life-saving trump card, Baseo is likely to confront Fong Bai. The young man suddenly fell silent. It seems that he has entered a dead end. There seems to be only one way to break the deadlock. That is, I will also break through the legend and become a legend. Silently, The aura of the young man leaked slightly, and the aura of a half-stepped legend instantly solidified the air in the room. Meow! The cat in the room screamed in pain, and the young man seemed to realize his own loss of composure and immediately restrained his breath. He reached out and took the cat in his hand, stroking it gently. The cat licked the young man's hand with its tongue, and although he restrained his breath, his eyes were still not calm, and even had a hint of resentment. How difficult it is to break through the legend. Not to mention, unless, promise them. The young man's eyes struggled slightly, and deep in his eyes, it seemed that a blood-red tentacle was twisted, and the tentacles were surrounded by blood mist. The phantom flashed, but the cat in his hand was crushed without knowing it. Looking down at the cat corpse in his hand, the young man's eyes were full of indifference, and he threw it away and walked out the door. Legend? In front of the real great existence. Legends are just ants. Whether it's a player or a legend, they are all ants. Master Priest, child will meet us tonight. A believer in a black robe knelt excitedly in front of an old man and said. At this moment, the old man's eyes were dull, and his heart was dead. He had only one thought in his mind at this moment. How is it possible? How is it possible? Impossible. Impossible. God can't just fall like this. Impossible. God is immortal. Impossible. Impossible. The old man suddenly roared like an old beast, and the cultist in front of him was confused. The old man fell into a stagnation again, and the impossible thought kept circulating in his mind. Suddenly, an idea was born in his mind. God is immortal. God is immortal. God must have just fallen into a temporary sleep, waiting to wake up. I will use the grandest ceremony to wake up my God. I will use the grandest ceremony to welcome the rebirth of my God. The old man's face was full of madness, and the cultist in front of him listened to the words of the old man, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and looked at the old man in disbelief. What? The old priest gradually returned to his mind, looking at the unbelievable cultist in front of him. His wrinkled face showed a trace of displeasure, and waved his hand. The cultist instantly turned into a handful of blood mist, and drifted away with the wind, leaving only the old voice of the priest slowly echoing. Child? The third disciple of the legendary archer Basso? Chapter 350. I heard that base legend's disciple Sally was killed by a player. Just a registered disciple. Hey, you are wrong. Although he is a registered disciple, it is only because Sally has not yet broken through to the master level. As long as he breaks through to the master level, he will be a legitimate disciple. And there is one thing you may not believe. When Sally was being hunted, a life-saving trump card belonging to base legend exploded on his body. What? What? Really? As soon as the voice fell, it immediately caused a group of people to exclaim. And even a majestic man, who had been resting with his eyes closed next to him, opened his eyes. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, this person showed a hint of pride. Of course it's true. Can I fool you? The others looked at each other in amazement, and one of them said, Chopper wouldn't joke about this. It must be true. Sally might be the son of the legend of Bassa. Be careful. The few people shut up immediately after hearing this, and spoke again after a moment. It's also coming to an end over there. I heard that Odysseus has made a breakthrough, and he should meet the player named Fawn by soon. We don't know what's going on yet. Why don't we go and have a look? The few people were immediately tempted after hearing this, and looked at each other. Let's go. Let's go. They immediately swarmed out, and the man who was listening quietly beside them was dragged along by Chopper. Let's go. Let's go. What's the point of practicing every day? Let's go and have a look. A group of people left, and they kept talking about the trial space. But no one mentioned the trial in the capital. No one was curious, and didn't even want to take a second look. At this moment, in the trial space of the capital, a person was suspended in the air, sitting on the golden throne overlooking the drastically changing trial space, with a look of disdain, like the king of the sky, and all the other people in the trial space were under the throne. No one was higher. Things that have been set in stone and have not changed will naturally not cause anyone to be happy. Who? 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 There was only the sound of wind and Fawn by ears, and the huge tonnage did not make any sound every time it fell on the ground. The huge mass did not leave any traces on the ground, but pushed Fawn by forward at a high speed. This huge scene that seemed very strange was becoming more and more proficient in Fawn by. Fawn by also paid more and more attention to this skill of controlling power, because he found that without this skill of dispersing power, This heavy body would hardly bring help to Fong Bai and would also put Fong Bai in trouble. Traveling would be troublesome. And it would be almost impossible to go out. And facing the enemy would only become an eternal target. All these were ended by this power-carrying technique, which not only eliminated the disadvantages, but also brought Fong Bai body strength and power to the extreme. Fong Bai threw a punch as soon as he thought about it. Buzz! The air within a radius of more than 10 meters in front of the fist exploded. The terrifying force directly blew up the air. And the reverse thrust increased Fong Bai forward speed again. This made Fong Bai more determined in his inner choice. What if it's too heavy to fly? What if it can't fly? He can now walk on the ground by relying on the subtle control of power. Then as long as his power is strong enough, as long as his means of controlling power are fine enough, he can treat the air as the earth and walk in the air. What if his body is heavy? Heavy means his physical strength. And heavy means his terrifying power. Aluminum alloy airplanes can fly into the sky, as long as the strength is strong enough. Bricks can also fly into the sky. Fong Bai stepped down suddenly, and the whole person shot out, and finally landed on the top of a high mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain, looking at the scene in front of him, Fong Bai couldn't help but be shocked. In front, the earth was faulted, and countless gray auras were surging. Pieces of land and mountains were surging out, and appeared out of thin air. It seemed as if the world was being replayed here. However, in Fong Bai's opinion, there was indeed another flavor here. The array cluster was expanding. The array cluster in the trial space was evolving and expanding. This is the structural change corresponding to the evil god's demiplane. A new array cluster. In other words, this is used to suppress this evil god's demiplane. The ancient battlefield ruins have expanded again. I'm afraid that the densely packed main structure inside was not all from this. This trial space is really terrifying. No wonder it can exist for such a long time and still function normally. This is completely self-sustaining. Even the array cluster can evolve by itself. Not to mention other things. Fong Bai said softly. Although these derived arrays are exactly the same as the previous array clusters, there is no difference. But they can still cover this new area. After all, the original array is all-encompassing. Looking at the derivative filling of the earth and sensing the derivative of the magic array cluster, Fong Bai suddenly reacted. A thought was used to organize other players to record all the energy trend data in the trial space. The terrifying energy shock and the rederivation of the array cluster. Under the joint action of the two, the originally hidden array veins were all exposed. And the information in them was revealed in the continuous shock. And the array derivation from nothing in front of Fong Bai almost exposed the evolution process of all arrays in front of him, allowing Fong Bai to browse. This is simply a feast. Fong Bai did not do any analysis or digestion. All his thoughts were accompanied by mental power, collecting all arrays and all energy information and storing them in the fantasy space, and storing them on the wall of the bookshelf that connected the sky and the earth. There was too much information, and all the information was turned into notes. And the books were classified and placed on the bookshelf. That is, the time flow in the fantasy space was fast, so Fong Bai had time to sort and record. Otherwise, he would not be able to sort it out. Keep recording and recording. One large area after another on the bookshelf was filled with books, densely packed, and it made people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Half a day passed. The last piece of land emerged, and the energy fluctuations between heaven and earth gradually stabilized. Fong Bai had time to collect all the information collected by other players and store it in the bookshelf. Finally, looking at the endless books, Fong Bai stood in front of the bookshelf and smiled happily. The data collected this time was thousands of times more in breadth and depth. And they were all original data when the trial space evolved. He had tried his best to store them. Fong Bai knew that he had made a fortune, and his mouth was smiling all the time. He didn't dare to think about how strong they could be if they understood all this data. Of course, this is not that easy, and there is a long way to go. But it didn't affect Fong Bai's happiness of discovering a gold mountain. But this gold mountain is also strangely heavy. Fong Bai felt that the substance of the fantasy space was getting stronger and stronger, and the consciousness that could still resist was suppressed again, making him feel the weight of knowledge more and more. Knowledge is weight.